Chapter 2028. When Xianxia summoned his true body, he grew to become the size of a mountain, and his rod grew along with him. Don't think that your dragon pressure can subdue me. Having awakened my manifestation, heaven and earth support me. Some insignificant dragon pressure is nothing in front of me. You can die now. Xianxia's rod caused the void to explode even before it reached its target. This was his power after being fully supported by the heavenly Taos. You want to kill me? You'll never be able to achieve that goal in your lifetime. Long Chen was fearless. His blood was heating up. It had been a long time since he had encountered such immense power. Evilmoon transformed into a black crescent moon that crashed into Xianxia's rod. A huge ripple that flattened the surrounding mountain spread. The experts watching were still blown back despite being so far in activating their defenses. Some people even almost died from the impact. Evilmoon and the rod shook in the sky. These two powerful divine items were unleashing apocalyptic power. Earthen runes appeared on Xianxia's rod as he attempted to use brute power to suppress Long Chen. However, Evilmoon didn't budge. It was like an immovable boulder. No matter how Xianxia tried, he was unable to shake it. More chi waves surged out, like a tsunami destroying everything around. This is your so-called unrivaled power. It seems it's not as great as you made it out to be, sneered Long Chen. Even having awakened his manifestation and merging his heavenly Tao energy with his world energy, Xianxia was unable to suppress Long Chen. In his bare form, Xianxia's expression wasn't so easy to read, but it seemed to be shocked and angry. With a roar, Xianxia actually began to ignite his essence blood, and a powerful force surged out. Long Chen and Xianxia were both knocked back by each other's power. Long Chen's body shook, and a trace of blood flowed out of his mouth. With the sacrificial move of igniting his essence blood, Xianxia's power had suddenly doubled. That was a frightening move. Igniting his essence blood was self-mutilation, but the power he obtained with it was immense. The only drawback was that he couldn't maintain this state for long. He needed to quickly finish this battle before he lost too much of his essence blood. If an idiot like you is still living, how could I die? Long Chen raised Evilmoon. A giant saber image tore into the sky. Split the heavens seven. A black crescent moon slashed down, splitting the sky in two. Earth devours the cosmos. Xianxia immediately sensed how terrifying this move was. The ground suddenly shook and it turned golden. 10,000 runes appeared on it. At the same time, Xianxia's manifestation also became golden. Endless runes surged toward Xianxia. His rod absorbed all those runes and transformed into a heaven-propping pillar that met Long Chen's saber. Golden light mixed with black mist filled the world. In that instant, people felt like time had stopped. Even their souls became blank. By the time they recovered, they were flying through the air, pain racking their bodies. The collision of those two attacks had almost blown them to bits. Black and yellow light filled the world. That light was crushing them painfully. Fortunately, they were far enough away and strong enough to survive. When the light finally faded, they saw that Long Chen's chest was bloody, and there was blood leaking out of his mouth. He had clearly been injured. Despite that, his expression was still calm, and he had Evilmoon resting on his shoulder. On the opposite side was Xianxia. Half his body was soaked in blood, and one of his arms had vanished. Even though he was in his bare form, he still had hands as it was easier to use weapons. But now, one of those arms was gone, while his other arm was drooping. His rod was stuck in the earth far away. The current Xianxia was appalled. He had not expected Long Chen to be even more terrifying than the legend said. Even though he had fully awakened his manifestation, he still wasn't a match for Long Chen. Furthermore, it was a complete defeat. There had been no tricks. His defeat could not be more clear. So this is your unrivaled power. Were you playing with me? If true immortal Jiaoqi hadn't died, and his manifestation had awakened, he would be able to crush you with a single hand. But even true immortal Jiaoqi wasn't qualified to challenge me, yet you blindly charged toward me. Are you an ape? Sneered Long Chen. When it came to pure power, Xianxia was a far cry from true immortal Jiaoqi. Furthermore, because he was a Zan beast, his control over techniques was lacking. It wasn't that the power of the earth wasn't strong, but that Xianxia wasn't able to use it properly. After mocking the human race all day, he didn't deign to learn the human race's magical arts or techniques for controlling energy. In Long Chen's eyes, Xianxia was inferior to even true immortal Jiaoqi. Bastard, try taking another one of my attacks. Shang Tianba roared, and his arm instantly grew back. Clapping his hands, his rod flew back toward him. However, before his rod could even reach him, Evilmoon appeared right in front of him. Its sharp point was about to press into his head before Shang Tianba even reacted. However, a sharp sword chi suddenly shot, striking Long Chen's saber. Lang Wufeng was actually interfering and saving Shang Tianba. Another awakened manifestation. Lang Wufeng's manifestation was active. It formed a ring of swords that was constantly revolving. Long Chen, your life is mine. Lang Wufeng crossed his hands, and the ring of swords behind him instantly exploded, transforming into millions of flying swords that shot toward Long Chen. Each one of those swords was incredibly sharp and capable of slaying netherpassage experts. With millions of them shooting toward him, even Long Chen's expression changed. Lightning wings appeared on Long Chen's back, and he instantly reappeared many miles away, dodging that attack. Too immature, Lang Wufeng sneered, and his hand seals changed. Where the ring of swords behind him had been, a sea of swords appeared, surging out in an even greater number. Those flying swords were blessed by the heavenly Daos, making them even sharper. Long Chen was instantly surrounded by the sea of swords. Even from a great distance, people's hearts shook upon seeing those swords. Their sharpness was incredible. Lang Wufeng was intent on killing Long Chen in one blow and wresting away the title of the Martial Heaven Continent's #1 junior expert. Long Chen, weren't you looking down on me? Today, I'll show you my Blood Spirit Sword Sect's peak technique. These spirit swords were nourished by my spirit blood, and it took almost all the Blood Spirit Sword Sect's resources to condense so many of them. Now they're even blessed by the heavenly Daos. Let's see just how long you can endure. The sea of swords exploded. Long Chen's lightning swings blew it apart. You want to know how long I can last? I can tell you, with your level of power, I can last until next year. Strands of lightning came from Long Chen's wings, protecting him. The swords were unable to pierce through his defenses. How is this possible? Lang Wufeng couldn't believe it. These spirit swords were blessed by the heavenly Daos. They possessed a great destructive power toward any technique in this world. However, Long Chen was taking them seemingly effortlessly. How could Lang Wufeng not be shocked? What he didn't know was that Long Chen's lightning had been transformed by the dragonization tribulation, and it could be said to be outside the heavenly Daos. Those spirit swords might be terrifying against others, but if he wished to use them to kill Long Chen, then he was naive. Nevertheless, Long Chen hadn't been planning on exposing his new lightning so that others thought that his lightning was still at the previous level. I've experienced your technique, now have a taste of mine. The lightning around Long Chen suddenly grew explosively. His lightning wings spread out, growing larger and larger before suddenly slashing down. Sundering Lightning Heavenly Wings, Chapter 2029, Long Chen's lightning wings filled the sky, blowing away the sea of lightning swords. Those heaven-shaking wings then slashed down at Lang Wufeng. Unending Blood Sword Divine Ring. Lang Wufeng retreated, lengthening his distance from Long Chen. In the blink of an eye, he had completed 7 different hand seals, condensing a giant ring of spirit swords in front of him. The sword ring spun continuously, and the surrounding heavenly Dao energy surged toward it like it was a gaping maw. The lightning wings smashed into the sword ring, and it instantly exploded, completely unable to endure Long Chen's power. Even Long Chen was surprised. He hadn't expected Lei Long's power to have grown to such a level. All the power Long Chen was using was Lei Long's. He could no longer draw any thunder force out of the air because he was in front of an Empyrean with a fully awakened manifestation. But just Lei Long's power alone was enough to destroy Lang Wufeng's absolute defense. It seemed the dragonization tribulation had allowed Lei Long to transform. It also possessed its own dragon might now. Although it wasn't powerful, it was definitely there. His wings destroyed Lang Wufeng's defense, and he switched out Evilmoon for a lightning spear, stabbing it at Lang Wufeng. Lang Wufeng's expression changed. His spirit swords were actually suppressed by Long Chen's lightning. Seeing Long Chen's lightning spear shooting toward him, he took out a transparent sword. As his sword swung through the air, the void was sliced apart, forming a twisting space. Long Chen's lightning spear actually deviated from its path. Heavens, this is spatial power. How can Lang Wufeng control a power on that level? Countless experts cried out in shock. That was something that only Netherpassage experts were supposed to be able to control. It had nothing to do with power but a cultivation base realm. Long Chen merely snorted. His lightning spear suddenly exploded, sending lightning runes in every direction. Lang Wufeng had been preparing a counterattack when Long Chen actually detonated his spear. That terrifying power completely swept away his spatial distortion and blew him back. He hacked up blood, just some superficial spatial skill. I'd be too embarrassed to bring out such a thing. Long Chen suddenly stamped on the air, and lightning exploded out of him. He suddenly split into two people, coming at Lang Wufeng from two different directions. Not good. Lang Wufeng's expression completely changed. One had to be a clone and one had to be the true body, but the two of them were identical. Even the spiritual fluctuations were the exact same. After all, Lei Long shared the same soul as Long Chen. It was not a spirit beast that Long Chen had been raising but his most trusted companion who was closest to him. So Lei Long's clone of him was practically identical to Long Chen. It was almost impossible to tell the difference. Lang Wufeng instantly turned white. Long Chen's combat power far surpassed his expectations. If he focused all his power on one side, he might face a sudden attack from the other side. If he split his power, he wouldn't be able to block the real one. Just at this moment, a giant rod smashed through the air at one of the Long Chens. Shang Tianba had come back. Seeing that, Lang Wufeng was ecstatic and immediately caused the sea of swords to transform into two rings of swords that whirled toward Long Chen. Two explosive sounds rang out. What shocked everyone was that both Long Chens exploded, transforming into sparks of lightning. Shang Tianba and Lang Wufeng cried out at the same time. They instantly realized that those two were clones. At this time, killing intent appeared behind them, causing them to shiver. A sensation of death enveloped them. At some unknown point, Long Chen had appeared behind them. Evilmoon was already raised high. Just at this moment, Long Chen's heart shook, and he gave up the attack he was preparing, instead slashing Evilmoon behind him. Evilmoon met a black sword. Long Chen was shocked to sense the power of his attack rapidly flowing away. Just at this moment, a white sword slashed toward Long Chen, and he hastily blocked it with Evilmoon, only to be sent flying. He coughed up blood, his hand broken. Long Chen stabilized in the air, looking at a man with two swords in his hands, one white and one black. The black was as black as ink, while the white was as white as jade. The yin-yang sword sects Lu Zichuan. How is he so powerful? He actually forced back Long Chen and injured him in one move. People were shocked to find that Lu Zichuan had also awakened his manifestation. Furthermore, he was so powerful that he had injured Long Chen. Long Chen, don't blame me. Having accepted someone's favor, I have to repay them. If you need to blame someone, you can only blame yourself, said Lu Zichuan with a complicated expression. Long Chen shook out his arm. He quickly healed and rested Evilmoon on his shoulder. He shook his head. Don't act so sanctimonious. You became Pill Valley's dog a long time ago. You'll bite whoever they tell you to bite. People like you can lose their bottom line just because of a steamed bun. That's enough. Long Chen, I respect you as a man, but how dare you slander me? I have my own principles. I don't need you to judge me, shouted Lu Zichuan. Slander? No, I'm not interested in that, nor am I interested in judging you. It's just the natural reaction after seeing such a hypocrite. I already said that if anyone wants to kill me, they can come at any time. There's no need to make up a sanctimonious excuse to cover up your true intention. The cultivation world is far crueler than the secular world. It's more shameless and more direct. Although I'm enemies with the corrupt path, I admire that they don't cover up their evil. In my eyes, they're superior to hypocrites like you, sneered Long Chen. Lu Zichuan was clearly someone who had been unable to handle the enticement and had joined Pill Valley a long time ago. He had no enmity with Long Chen, but he had to fight for Pill Valley. Having his lies exposed by Long Chen, Lu Zichuan was embarrassed and angry. During this time, Lang Wufeng and Shang Tianba quickly healed, preparing to fight once more. Long Chen, how are you qualified to criticize others? You're the one whose infamy has drawn enemies all over the world. Why don't you reflect on yourself? Or did your parents never teach you to ponder your mistakes? Sneered Lu Zichuan. At the start, Lu Zichuan's words could count as courteous, but now he didn't bother to speak any courtesy. He even insulted Long Chen's parents. Long Chen smiled coldly. Fine, you win. I really dislike it when people talk about my parents. Lu Zichuan, is it? Today, if you can walk out of the Brahma secret realm alive, I will cripple my own cultivation base. Long Chen's calmness was even more terrifying than if he was furious. Long Chen was definitely infuriated. Even though Lu Zichuan had awakened his manifestation, even though Shang Tianba and Leng Wufeng were present, Lu Zichuan's heart clenched. He forced himself to remain calm. I, Lu Zichuan, am not someone you can intimidate. This oath of yours is meaningless. Do you think that you will live past today? Keep dreaming. Ignoring the net Pill Valley has arranged outside, you won't even be able to leave this place. That's right, Long Chen, you're not getting away today. As for crippling your own cultivation base, there's no need for that. I'll do it for you. Di Feng slowly walked into the sky, his manifestation appearing behind him. The halo of the heavenly Taos was present around it as he had also awakened his manifestation. Long Chen, don't you claim to be unrivaled in your generation? Let's see who among us will be cutting your head off. Xie Luo also came out. A large figure was present in his manifestation. It was actually identical to the corrupt path's statue of the corrupt god. Who would have thought that the unrivaled Long Chen would die here? I'm already excited. Yan Wei also came out. Following Di Feng, Xie Luo, and Yan Wei, one powerful Empyrean came out after another. They had all awakened their manifestations. Long Chen, you can be happy with your death. To have 13 of us send you on your way, you can die at peace. Someone from the Flame Divine Palace also stepped forward, his body wrapped in flames. Including Shang Tianba and Leng Wufeng, there were 13 Empyreans who had awakened their manifestations. They surrounded Long Chen. Chapter 2030. A total of 13 Empyreans had awakened their manifestations. The experts present were all shocked. They really did manage to awaken their manifestations. Those 13 experts were all people who had been sitting on top of the divine pillars at the start. That meant that they had definitely absorbed a certain amount of the Grand Tao energy before Long Chen had broken the pillars. That had become the foundation for their awakening. The other disciples that had been on the divine pillars were envious, as well as angry. If Long Chen hadn't broken their pillars, perhaps they would also have awakened their manifestations. Then they would be standing on this battlefield, not hiding as a spectator. It was an uncontestable fact that if Long Chen hadn't ruined things, there would have been more people to awaken their manifestations. By breaking the pillars, Long Chen had spread the Grand Tao energy amongst over 1 million experts. With each person absorbing their share, the people with the special treatment had obtained much less. These 13 people had clearly reached the cusp at the time, and so even once the Grand Tao energy had dispersed, they had still managed to awaken their manifestations in a month. Although there were many others who had reached the cusp thanks to being on the divine pillars, they were still the tiniest bit away from awakening their manifestations. It was just this little bit that caused an immense difference between their combat power, making it so that they could only watch. Long Chen might be in danger today, sighed someone. The fact that Long Chen could defeat Shang Tianba and Leng Wufeng was already shocking enough, but that Lu Zichuan of the Yin-Yang sword sect was truly terrifying. Those dual black and white swords in his hands were the Yin-Yang sword sect's inherited divine weapons. To be able to injure Long Chen in one blow, there was definitely something special about them. If Long Chen was only facing Shang Tianba, Leng Wufeng, and Lu Zichuan, then even if he couldn't beat them, he should be able to escape with his life. But now, Di Feng, Xie Luo, Yan Wei, and the others had joined in. A full 13 Empyreans with awakened manifestations were surrounding Long Chen. He might not even have a chance to run. Long Chen, your arrogance has come to an end, said the expert from the Flame Divine Palace. Your reign of slaughter ends here. Do you think you can destroy the martial heaven continent? Your retribution has come, said a righteous expert. This expert was wearing the robes of the righteous path, but those on Pill Valley's side claimed to be the true righteous path, a separate entity from the Martial Heaven Alliance. Long Chen also hadn't expected so many people to have awakened their manifestations. But seeing them act like executioners, his surprise became anger. I can't be bothered to waste words with you all. If you want to fight, then come. I don't know how many idiots like you I've killed. Do you think awakening your manifestations makes you unrivaled? Even 1 against 13, I'm not the slightest bit afraid. Long Chen actually took the initiative, attacking an ancient race expert with Evilmoon. Even a trapped beast dares to act arrogant, sneered that ancient race expert. He extended a hand, and a copper furnace appeared before him. Divine runes flowed along it, and golden light ignited. This was a divine ring with a very mysterious origin. He pointed the opening of the furnace at Long Chen and slammed it. A ring of light shot out of it, and when it reached Long Chen, it instantly contracted, wanting to bind Long Chen. Spacetime felt like it had frozen. It was compressed by some kind of special power, and Long Chen was the focus of it. "Be bound," shouted the ancient race expert. Thousands of threads of light came from the ring, wrapping around Long Chen like a cocoon. Break. Black light exploded out of Evilmoon, destroying the light ring and the threads. After destroying the light ring, Long Chen didn't feel any joy. Instead, he was shocked. Empyreans that had awakened their manifestations even had their divine items blessed by the heavenly Taos. Their attacks resonated with the heavenly Taos, giving them even greater power. Breaking this attack had not been easy. No wonder it was said that only Empyreans that had awakened their manifestations were true Empyreans. The difference was truly immense. A blood-colored spear pierced toward Long Chen, emitting an evil air. It was like fiends were roaring along with it. It was Xie Luo. His manifestation was unleashing rays of divine light that fell on his body, and when they did, a fiendish aura would soar. "Long Chen, let us settle our enmities today." Xie Luo's spear was like a devil, a fiend desiring to swallow all lives in the world. Evilmoon met the spear. A powerful ripple surged out. They were actually evenly matched, and both sides retreated 3 steps. "How is it? Now that I've awakened my manifestation and received the recognition of the corrupt god, I can control a trace of the corrupt god's power. Just keep acting arrogant." Xie Luo and Long Chen raised their weapons once more. Xie Luo was the most sullen of everyone present as he had lost to Long Chen multiple times. Long Chen had already become a heart devil to him. The only reason he had managed to awaken his manifestation with his Tao heart in its current state was because of the blessing of the corrupt god. Otherwise, his cultivation road would have been severed by Long Chen. The corrupt path's geniuses all had a statue of the corrupt god nourished in their spiritual spaces upon reaching the sea expansion realm. By worshipping it with their sincere faith, they could obtain even greater power. This was also the preparation for an Empyrean with an awakened manifestation. A true Empyrean would be able to have the corrupt god appear within their manifestation and bestow them with divine power. At first, that statue didn't give them much power. It merely contained their faith energy. But upon awakening a manifestation, they would be able to draw out the statue's power to support them. Although it was only the slightest trace of the corrupt god's power, anything relating to gods could not be judged normally. Just the slightest trace of this power was enough for Xie Luo to fight against Long Chen once more. This encouraged Xie Luo. As a peak heavenly genius, he had been suppressed by Long Chen for too long. First, he had been unable to defeat Long Chen even when fighting alongside true immortal Zhaoqi and Huo Lian. Then Leng Yuyan had come and almost killed him. After capturing Leng Yuyan, just as she was to be sacrificed and her talent bestowed upon him, he was almost killed by Long Chen. Moreover, he had already been at the Life Star realm while Long Chen had been at the Soul Transformation during that battle. That had almost shattered his Tao heart. Even fighting across realms, Long Chen had almost killed him. Then during Long Chen's tribulation, all the peak heavenly geniuses had attacked Long Chen, only to find that they were no longer on the same level as him. Of the 3 of them that had first attacked him, true immortal Zhaoqi was eaten by wild, and Huo Lian who had condensed a flame devil body was consumed by Long Chen's flame dragon. The reason that he, Xie Luo, had managed to survive wasn't because he was stronger than the other 2. It was because Long Chen hadn't had the time to kill him. Or perhaps it was more accurate to say that Long Chen no longer viewed him as a threat. That kind of disdain was 100 times worse than the humiliation of being defeated. He, the number 1 genius of the corrupt path, had actually been viewed as a minor character. After that battle, Xie Luo had almost gone insane. Hence, now that he was fighting evenly with Long Chen, he was releasing his suppressed rage. He was finally qualified to regain his former glory. His spear seemed to be possessed by a devil, howling as it attacked Long Chen. His attacks contained his grief and fury. All his emotions were contained within his spear. With an explosive sound, Evilmoon blocked Xie Luo's spear, but this time Long Chen didn't retreat. He was now holding Evilmoon with one hand. The only difference was that Evilmoon's 2 dragon marks had lit up. An evil aura also came from it, one that was even more intense than Xie Luo's. Long Chen was finally using Evilmoon's power. "Have I given you too much face?" Long Chen snorted and raised his left hand. It swung through the air in a natural and beautiful arc, slapping Xie Luo in the face. Xie Luo had been convinced that since he had managed to fight evenly with Long Chen in the first attack, this stronger attack would injure Long Chen. But as a result, his attack was easily blocked by Long Chen, and before he could even recover from his shock, Long Chen's hand struck his face. A sound rang out like a shattering vase. Xie Luo's cheek caved in, and blood spurted out. His teeth flew out in every direction. The power of that slap was truly immense. It actually broke the divine light protecting Xie Luo. If his manifestation hadn't activated to protect him in that last moment, this slap would have caused his head to explode. Long Chen's slap made everyone jump in shock. Just as they had thought that Long Chen was doomed, he suddenly counterattacked. Looking at Evilmoon and sensing the power surging out of it, everyone's hearts shook. They had actually forgotten that before this, Long Chen hadn't activated Evilmoon's power. Those who wish to kill me better be prepared to be killed by me. Long Chen's gaze was cold. The power of his dragon blood surged into Evilmoon. Black chi surged out of it, and it was like a devil was opening its eyes. A chilling killing intent enveloped them. Chapter 2031, a dragon cry came from Evilmoon, which slashed toward Lu Zichuan. The current Long Chen seemed to be possessed by a devil. His killing intent merged with Evilmoon's fiendish air. A giant saber image arrived in front of Lu Zichuan. With a cold snort, instead of dodging, Lu Zichuan raised his black sword in front of him. Lu Zichuan's black sword actually blocked Long Chen's terrifying attack just like that, shocking others. People say that your power is unrivaled within the same generation, but it's only on this level. Try to receive one of my attacks. Lu Zichuan sneered, slashing his white sword at Long Chen. It was quick as lightning, unleashing a ray of sword light. Long Chen narrowed his eyes. His lightning wings suddenly flapped, and he dodged to the left. Lu Zichuan's sword light slashed right by him. The sword light instantly carved a bottomless gorge into the ground, stretching far behind the horizon. Who knew that this Lu Zichuan was so powerful? Shocked cries rang out. Long Chen had always used power to suppress others, but this Lu Zichuan was actually able to receive his attacks and didn't seem to find it very taxing. Long Chen, you don't even dare to receive one of my attacks. Are you really such a coward? It seems that all your fame is fake. Sneered Lu Zichuan disdainfully. He then sheathed his swords behind him, as if he was looking down on Long Chen and was unwilling to lower himself to attack. How laughable. Do you think this kind of trick is enough against me? Long Chen laughed. Ignoring Lu Zichuan, he slashed Evilmoon behind him, meeting a blood-colored spear that had been sneak attacking him. The master of the spear was Xie Luo, who had sent flying before. Suddenly, the sky shuddered. A giant meteorite came crashing down from the heavens. It appeared out of nowhere, without anyone expecting it. The giant meteorite smashed into the ground, and flames exploded out of it. That expert from Pill Valley appeared. He was surrounded by flames, but he was already sweating. Heavenly meteorites. That expert let out a cry, and another meteorite fell from the sky. It was even bigger than the last. Looking up, everyone gasped. There were actually 8 more meteorites in the sky that had appeared at some point without anyone realizing it. What a powerful technique. People couldn't help being shocked. Such a grand technique had actually been used without anyone being the wiser. Suddenly, a saber image tore through the sky, slicing apart the meteorite that was on the ground. Long Chen came flying out. Rumbling rang out as the 8 meteorites smashed into the ground. However, Long Chen had already escaped, so they were meaningless. After avoiding that flame expert's attack, he swung Evilmoon, blowing away the attacks from 2 other Empyreans. He then dodged Shang Tianba's rod, weaving through his enemies to once more attack Lu Zichuan. A defeated coward also dares to come at me, sneered Lu Zichuan. His black sword casually struck Evilmoon. The 2 divine weapons clashed, causing only a muffled sound. There were no terrifying shockwaves. Lu Zichuan's expression suddenly changed, while Long Chen smiled. What is it? Is your trick not good enough? Long Chen suddenly sent a kick straight at Lu Zichuan's head. Lu Zichuan hastily twisted back, and his white sword slashed at Long Chen's leg. However, before he could slash it off, he was instead struck by a lightning spear. Lu Zichuan coughed up a mouthful of blood. With a muffled groan, he flew back. What's going on? Startled cries rang out. Just before this, Lu Zichuan had been so domineering that he practically hadn't placed Long Chen in his eyes. Long Chen hadn't even dared to face his attack directly. Even Xie Luo and the others were startled. Just what had happened to the unrivaled Lu Zichuan? Your constant provocations toward me should be because you didn't want me to be calm enough to figure out your trick, right? Sneered Long Chen, shooting after him. Di Feng's 3 divine items merged into one, and his body became covered in divine light. He appeared before Long Chen, blocking him with a runic shield. When Long Chen's saber met his shield, the shield exploded, while Di Feng borrowed the power to fly back. However, he had managed to stop Long Chen's advance. At this moment, millions of spirit swords flew over. Leng Wufeng was also attacking. They all wished to defeat Long Chen themselves, winning the crown of the #1 expert of the junior generation, but now they found that it was just a beautiful dream. Long Chen was too powerful, and no one could defeat him on their own. Furthermore, if they allowed him to escape today, considering his ruthless nature, they wouldn't be able to rest in peace in the future. So seeing Lu Zichuan in trouble, the others hastily went to assist him. If any one of their group of 13 was killed or heavily injured, that would give Long Chen a chance to escape. They couldn't permit such a thing. Long Chen was forced to spread his lightning wings, blowing away the sea of swords. But as a result, he lost his best chance to chase after Lu Zichuan. Just as he broke apart the sea of swords, 3 sharp attacks came flying toward him. He was forced to block and was knocked back. Then other attacks came, and Long Chen was forced to go all out defending. Long Chen looks to be in trouble. Only once an Empyrean awakens their manifestation are they a true Empyrean. This kind of power is far greater than ours. Even Long Chen might die. But to fight against 13 Empyreans with awakened manifestations, this battle only proves that Long Chen is the #1 figure, even if he dies here. Seeing the 13 of them forming an iron wall around Long Chen, they couldn't help feeling emotional. Most of them had been led in by Long Chen. Although he had made them pay a protection fee, they hadn't needed to use the barrier-breaking beads. That money had definitely been money well spent. So by now, they no longer felt that much resentment toward Long Chen. Seeing an expert like him surrounded, they couldn't help feeling admiration. If he died like this, they wouldn't feel good about it, but they also couldn't help him. Being surrounded, Long Chen tried to break through their blockade several times but failed. Perhaps if it was one-on-one, he wouldn't fear any of them. But being surrounded by 13 of them was extremely dangerous for him. The more time that passed, the worse the situation would be for him. If the 13 of them learned how to cooperate better, it would be the final nail in his coffin. Any of his techniques would be interrupted. Thinking of that, Long Chen took a deep breath. He suddenly soared into the sky and raised Evilmoon. "Stop him!" shouted Di Feng. He knew that this was the preparation for the 7th form of Split the Heavens. That was an explosive attack that none of them wished to receive. What they wished to do was slowly grind out Long Chen's energy. The more time passed, the greater their advantage. There was no need to take this risk. Long Chen's saber was aimed toward Xie Luo. At the same time, his wings spread, forming a barrier around him. The others roared, attacking with their divine items. Long Chen's lightning wings immediately exploded, and Long Chen coughed up a mouthful of blood. His back was badly mutilated by the power that got through his lightning wings. Even with the Azure Dragon battle armor, he couldn't receive so many attacks at once. Even though he was injured, they did not manage to interrupt the 7th form of Split the Heavens. A giant saber image tore toward Xie Luo. Space trembled. Xie Luo's expression changed. There was no way for him to receive this attack. But if he didn't receive it, it would create an opening in their formation, and Long Chen would take advantage of that to run. However, receiving it meant that he would definitely die. This was Long Chen's death blow that contained all his power. In the end, Xie Luo didn't have the courage to face death. He chose to avoid this attack. However, just as he moved, another figure took his place, blocking Long Chen's path. "Want to run? Keep dreaming." Lu Zichuan's black sword slashed toward Long Chen's saber. At the same time, black and white light appeared within his manifestation, condensing into 2 yin and yang fish. The 2 fish revolved around each other. Long Chen's full-strength attack struck Lu Zichuan's black sword. Heaven and earth rumbled, but there was no terrifying chi wave that erupted. As for Lu Zichuan's manifestation, it instantly exploded in size, and his white sword slashed through the air. When his white sword swung through the air, all sound vanished. It was like space-time had been severed by this sword. A sharp sword chi slashed toward Long Chen. This attack was even more terrifying than Long Chen's 7th form of Split the Heavens. Chapter 2032. Sword chi sliced through the air at Long Chen. Even Di Feng and the others were appalled by how powerful this attack was. "Long Chen, I know a coward like you won't dare to receive my attack," sneered Lu Zichuan. Although the power of this attack was immense, it wasn't particularly fast nor did it have a lockdown effect. It could be avoided with Long Chen's movement speed. He had avoided it last time. However, this time, Long Chen seemed to have been influenced by Lu Zichuan's provocations. He actually didn't dodge. Black chi continued to surge out of Evilmoon, and he slashed it at the white sword. Upon seeing Long Chen actually taking his attack head-on, despite doing his best to conceal it, a wild delight appeared deep in Lu Zichuan's eyes. Die! The black chi coming out of Evilmoon clashed against the sword chi. However, the expected heaven-shaking explosion never appeared. Instead, the two kinds of energy merged together. The black saber image merged with the sword chi and suddenly turned to slash toward Lang Wufeng, who was to the side. No one had expected the two attacks to suddenly change directions upon meeting. By the time Lang Wufeng realized what was going on, it was too late. Lang Wufeng was struck and instantly exploded. The combined attack continued to fly even after blowing him to smithereens, tearing a gorge that stretched past the horizon. Lang Wufeng had died. Someone who had just awakened their manifestation and become a true Empyrean had died. This death was out of nowhere, so sudden that no one dared to believe it. They had yet to recover from their shock when Long Chen rested Evilmoon on his shoulder and said to Lu Zichuan, "Are you curious about what just happened?" There was still blood dripping down Long Chen's back. Even with the primal chaos bead's power, he could only slowly heal because that injury contained immense divine power and heavenly Tao energy that affected its healing. Di Feng and the others were all shocked. That combined attack had been so terrifying that not one of them would have been able to receive it. It was just that Lang Wufeng was the unlucky one to be struck. The unlucky fellow could have been any one of them, and thinking of that, they felt a burst of fear. Even surrounded by such powerful enemies, Long Chen wasn't the slightest bit afraid. Instead, he seemed like an undefeatable god of war. Wiping away some blood from the corner of his mouth, Long Chen indifferently said, "Are you curious why Lu Zichuan's attacks are so strange? Let me put it to you this way. The reason I was injured when he first attacked me was because he was injured by my power." Could it be? The various experts' hearts shook. Yes, this is the yin-yang sword sect secret. The black sword absorbs my power, and then the white sword unleashes it back at me. It's definitely a marvelous fighting style, and I was caught off guard at the beginning. Fortunately, I wasn't going all out back then, or I might have died to my own hands. I've said before that people shouldn't use the same move against me more than once. It seems that you haven't heard that, or perhaps you heard it and didn't care, said Long Chen. In the first attack, Lu Zichuan managed to injure Long Chen. The second time, he tried the same thing, only for Long Chen to dodge his attack. Long Chen had already sensed the problem at that time. The third time, Long Chen had already figured out how to counter it and used a powerless attack so that Lu Zichuan couldn't absorb his power, resulting in him being heavily injured by Long Chen. As for this time, Long Chen had unleashed all his power, and Lu Zichuan had tried to take advantage of it to counterattack. However, just how did Lang Wufeng end up dying? Was it a coincidence or part of Long Chen's plan? Seeing Lu Zichuan's panicked expression, Long Chen sneered. "This is already the fourth time you've used the same move against me. I suppose I have to admire your courage. My own attacks are powerful, but it seems you forgot one thing. If I don't face my own attack head-on, instead guiding it, that little bit of energy you attached to it isn't enough to do anything. Did you think turning my own power around would make it your power? No wonder the yin-yang sword sect hid for so many years. Don't tell me that you only have this one move. If that's the case, then the yin-yang sword sect will have to go back into hiding until everyone on the continent has forgotten this secret." As Long Chen's words rang out through the air, people looked at the gloomy Lu Zichuan, strange expressions on their faces. Originally, they had felt Lu Zichuan to be the most terrifying of these heavenly geniuses, but once Long Chen exposed his trick, it seemed that he wasn't anything to be afraid of. Lu Zichuan's strongest point was his ability to use his divine items to absorb an enemy's power and turn it back on them. It could definitely be called a shocking move that could kill an unsuspecting opponent. But once it was exposed, it wasn't frightening at all. They just had to pay attention to the black sword. Furthermore, through Long Chen's reminder, they found that Lu Zichuan's yin-yang energy was not perfect. There were flaws. There was a fraction of a second between when he absorbed energy and when he could unleash it. More importantly, because he was controlling someone else's power, the greater that power, the weaker Lu Zichuan's own control over it would be. So when he had unleashed his attack just now, it was mostly the energy from Long Chen. Just by adding some tricks, Long Chen could guide it in any direction he wanted. As a result, Lang Wufeng ended up dying without even understanding why. There was one more fatal flaw. That was that Lu Zichuan's counterattacks did not have any locking power, so it was not difficult to dodge them. Now everyone understood why Lu Zichuan had been constantly provoking Long Chen. It was to anger him into a direct clash. However, Long Chen had seen through his trick, so how could he fall for that? With his strategy completely exposed, Lu Zichuan was shocked and infuriated. So what if you know? I am still a perfect counter for you. If you have the guts, come at me, howled Lu Zichuan. As you wish. Long Chen snorted and suddenly shot toward Lu Zichuan. Attack together. Di Feng immediately had a bad feeling. Perhaps amongst all of them, only Lu Zichuan was capable of receiving Long Chen's full-strength attack with his special technique. If he was killed, it would be trouble for the rest of them. At that time, let alone killing Long Chen, their own lives would be in danger. Di Feng, Xie Luo, Yan Wei, and the others attacked with their divine items. Divine light rumbled through the air. Evilmoon danced through the air, unleashing giant saber images, while Long Chen was like a phantom, flitting through their midst. One of the ancient race experts had his leg cut off by Long Chen's saber. Blood spurted out, but he clenched his teeth and forcibly stopped Long Chen's advance. The others' attacks came charging over. Long Chen's body once more became bloody. However, the attackers were not having a good time either. Other than Lu Zichuan, anyone who faced one of Long Chen's attacks would either have severed limbs or cough up blood. Long Chen was also starting to risk his life as the battle grew more intense. Long Chen was soaked in blood, but Di Feng was almost cut in two, while one of the Zon beasts had half his head cut off. However, that Zon beast was the descendant of the two-headed evil drake, and the head that Long Chen had cut was not where his crystal core was. There were dozens of injuries on Long Chen's body, some so deep that it was possible to see his bones. The remnant divine energy was reducing his healing speed. Everyone, stop, the 12 of us can definitely exhaust him. As long as we don't take any risks and maintain this formation, Long Chen will definitely die, shouted Di Feng in encouragement. Long Chen was truly terrifying. He was worried about someone revealing an opening due to their fear and Long Chen taking advantage of that opening. This might be their only chance to kill Long Chen, but the slightest mistake could be disastrous to them. The only reason they were so united right now was because if any one of them died, the rest might just be cut down one by one. As they fought, they realized why Lang Wufeng was the first to die. That was definitely not a coincidence. When they had besieged Long Chen before, due to Lang Wufeng's Sea of Swords, no matter who Long Chen had attacked, the Sea of Swords would have gone to assist them. They had been his greatest hindrance. Without Lang Wufeng, the pressure on them increased. There were several times they only narrowly escaped death. Just watching this battle made people's hearts shake. They were all watching with tense expressions, especially those disciples that were loyal to Pill Valley. Each time they saw someone almost be killed by Long Chen, their hearts skipped a beat. Regretfully, they hadn't awakened their manifestations. They weren't qualified to join this battle. As for the others, seeing that Long Chen was even more of a monster than what the legend said, they learned what it meant to be an unrivaled expert, one who suppressed all the light of the rest of his generation. In the end, he can't handle them. Long Chen's aura is starting to decline, sighed someone regretfully. After fighting for 2 hours, Long Chen's aura finally showed clear signs of dropping. As for the other experts, due to their awakened manifestations, they were practically still in their peak condition. Long Chen, you're definitely dead today. Didn't you say that if you couldn't kill me, you would cripple your cultivation base? Go ahead and cripple yourself, laughed Lu Zichuan as if he had won. Long Chen remained indifferent as if he hadn't heard it. After a bit longer, he suddenly smiled and sighed with relief. Huo Long, Lei Long, come out. 2 giant dragons suddenly appeared in the air behind Long Chen. Their cries shook the heavens. Chapter 2033. A dragon cry rang out as Lei Long and Huo Long's giant bodies appeared. Berserk lightning and scorching flames erupted. The 2 dragons twisted around each other, forming a giant vortex that forced Di Feng and the others back. After such a long fight, they had finally sensed Long Chen's aura drop. His defeat should have only been a matter of time, but now the tides instantly reversed. One of the ancient race experts was a bit too slow and struck by Huo Long's body. He let out a screech as his whole body caught fire. Most terrifying of all, it was like he was soaked in liquid fire. Even his protective divine light was incinerated. Long Chen is risking it all. We must hold on. shouted Di Feng. He actually ignited his essence blood to unleash all the power that he could. The others clenched their teeth. They knew that Long Chen was out of energy. As long as they could endure this attack, they would be able to wear him down, and the only thing left for him would be death. Di Feng was the first to ignite his essence blood. The others also unleashed their trump cards, going all out. They had no other choice. This might be their only chance to kill Long Chen. One terrifying Empyrean after another ignited their essence blood. Xie Luo's black hair instantly became white as he sacrificed a portion of his longevity. They all prepared for a decisive exchange, while Long Chen flew high above them thanks to Lei Long and Huo Long coiling around him. A sharp light shone in Long Chen's eyes. He had been waiting for this moment. After so many days, Huo Long had finally managed to control a trace of the inverse Tao Water Spirit Flame's power. Although it could only control a bit of it, it was enough for Huo Long's power to temporarily match Lei Long. Only when the two of them were relatively on the same level could they unleash the full strength of this attack. Lei Long and Huo Long instantly sped up by over 10 times as they charged toward the surrounding experts. The double dragon destruction was a technique that Long Chen had made himself. It required a huge amount of his spiritual strength to perfectly merge Lei Long and Huo Long's explosive powers. For a while now, because Huo Long was weaker than Lei Long, this move had been unable to unleash its full potential. Long Chen couldn't make up for such a huge difference in power with just spiritual strength. However, while Lei Long had grown much stronger than before, Huo Long had also gotten stronger. It had devoured so many earth flame spirit beasts and finally refined a bit of the inverse Tao Water Spirit Flame's power. With Long Chen's vast spiritual strength, the difference between them was matched, allowing the two of them to combine into a devastating attack. Lightning and flames devoured the sky. This was a truly apocalyptic attack, capable of destroying all life. Xie Luo, Lu Zichuan, Di Feng, and Shang Tianba were blown away into the distance, every one of them coughing up blood. Even going all out, they could not resist such a terrifying attack. Some of them had their divine items sent flying even further away. The experts watching had gotten smarter, and they were huddled together, summoning a giant barrier to protect themselves from any shockwaves. However, when a giant divine tower flew right over their heads, they turned pale. That tower belonged to a disciple of the righteous path. It was a core divine item but had actually been cut in two. It flew right by them. If they were struck by that kind of terrifying divine item, it was unknown just how many of them would die from it. After this attack, Long Chen instantly turned pale. This attack had consumed a huge amount of his spiritual strength because Huo Long could not perfectly control the inverse Tao Water Spirit Flame's power yet. Long Chen panted for breath. He was exhausted and covered in wounds. As for his opponents, they were looking even more wretched than him. They were still coughing up blood. Some of them were now missing parts of their bodies. Long Chen took a step, ignoring the others. His gaze was set on the person with the lightest wounds, Lu Zichuan. It went without saying that his yin-yang techniques were truly amazing. Even though Long Chen's attack was not a physical attack, Lu Zichuan had managed to avoid a portion of it and used that portion to defend himself. He had endured at most 80% of the impact that the others had. Seeing Long Chen set his sights on him, Lu Zichuan started to panic, but then suppressed his fear. His yin-yang swords appeared in front of him. It will only take one move to kill you. When Long Chen got close to Lu Zichuan, he actually put away Evilmoon and sent a palm toward Lu Zichuan. Lu Zichuan didn't get angry at that. After maintaining an absolute calmness, his swords danced in front of him, forming a strange yin-yang diagram. A barrier of light appeared around him. Within that light were two fish, one white and one black. They spun around each other, embodying the cycle of the heavenly Taos. Long Chen acted like he didn't see any of this. He continued to slam his palm down. Long Chen instantly felt a huge absorptive force as soon as his palm met that barrier. He felt all his energy being rapidly sucked away, and it was difficult to even pull back. Haha, Long Chen, now you're dead. Lu Zichuan laughed madly, but midway, he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. The yin-yang manifestation behind him started to shudder. This fully awakened manifestation actually began to crack. It was like a perfect picture scroll was breaking down. Lu Zichuan stared in shock at Long Chen. He currently sensed his astral space shuddering out of his control. It was contracting and growing increasingly unstable. Don't you like absorbing other people's energy? What, have you eaten too much? Asked Long Chen indifferently. Lu Zichuan's specialty was absorbing other people's power, and then through his manifestation, sending it back out. That would require his astral space to be part of the process. If he relied on just his body, then Long Chen's power would make his body explode. The only reason he could absorb so much energy was because of his astral space and his heavenly Tao manifestation. Just now, as he had absorbed Long Chen's energy, Long Chen had activated the primal chaos bead. Long Chen had never managed to learn the secrets of the primal chaos bead, but when he activated it, it made Lu Zichuan absorb a portion of the primal chaos bead's power as well. As a result, the instant the primal chaos bead's energy entered his body, Lu Zichuan coughed up blood. It felt like a forbidden energy had penetrated his body. Getting a bad feeling, Long Chen suddenly flapped his lightning wings, retreating. Lu Zichuan's entire body exploded. At the same time, a terrifying burst of spatial laws tore through the air. Although Long Chen had retreated quickly, he was still caught by the shockwaves. It felt like a hammer had struck him, and he flew back with a muffled groan. As for Difeng and the others, they had yet to recover from Long Chen's double dragon destruction when this burst of energy struck them, sending them flying once more. His astral space actually exploded. Long Chen panted for breath. Shocked. He had been testing something just now. He couldn't actually force the primal chaos bead to do anything, but he could activate it, shifting it from a passive state to an active state. In theory, when some outer force tried to absorb his energy, it should be able to absorb a bit of the primal chaos bead's energy with it. That had been Long Chen's guess. However, Long Chen hadn't expected Lu Zichuan's astral space to directly explode as a result. If he hadn't sensed something wrong and fled, he would have been caught in the core of the explosion. Even the master of an astral space wasn't able to make it explode. An astral space had its own life, and while it belonged to a cultivator, it wouldn't allow its master to dictate its life and death. For most Empyreans, it was only possible to control a portion of an astral space's power. Only Empyreans with fully awakened manifestations could perfectly merge the power of their astral spaces with their heavenly Tao energy. Even for them, controlling its power did not mean that they could will it to die. Once a cultivator died, their astral space would become a masterless object and be lost in the flow of spacetime. It would very likely be shattered by the spatial laws, but there was also a chance it could survive within a crack in space. An astral space had its own kind of life and will that was not completely subservient to its creator, so Lu Zichuan's astral space exploding actually had more power than his full-strength attack. It had almost taken Long Chen's life. The primal chaos bead is terrifying. It's just regretful that I still can't use it, sighed Long Chen. Even since he had obtained the primal chaos bead in the Julie secret realm, he had been studying it, but he hadn't managed to learn anything about it. Right now, its greatest use was only helping him be a farmer. He always felt that to be wasteful. With Lu Zichuan dead, Long Chen took a deep breath. He began to circulate what little energy he had left. He raised his hand, and a flame lotus gradually condensed in his hand. Long Chen, don't be stupid. If you unleash that move, you'll be killed, warned Evilmoon. The current Long Chen was out of energy. If he once more unleashed such a big move, he would lose the ability to fight. That wasn't wise. It's fine, I don't need to unleash the full world annihilation flame lotus, and I'll still have a bit of energy left over. I can kill a few more of them before calling it quits. A giant flame lotus grew within Long Chen's hand, igniting the air. Chapter 2034, Long Chen's flame lotus rapidly grew stronger. Terrifying flame energy revolved, igniting heaven and earth. Difeng and the others were appalled. Long Chen's double dragon destruction had given them heavy injuries, and then the explosion of Lu Zichuan's astral space had worsened their injuries before they had recovered. Now they didn't even have time to heal. Long Chen's flame lotus was growing larger. This attack was not something they could receive. They wanted to run, but their bodies didn't listen to them. After being heavily injured twice, their bodies were on the verge of collapse. Even their manifestations had shut down. They would definitely die if struck. As for the distant spectators, those belonging to Pill Valley's side were watching closely, but they didn't go over. Long Chen might be exhausted, but that wasn't an attack that they could receive either. However, as long as Long Chen unleashed this attack, he would be exhausted, and their chance would come. Perhaps the glory of killing Long Chen would fall into their lap. Other than that, there was also the jealousy aspect. Even if they were on the same side, since Difeng and the others had awakened their manifestations, these people didn't mind seeing them dead along with Long Chen. So even though Di Feng, Xie Luo, and the others were in crisis, these experts simply acted dumbfounded as if they were too shocked to do anything. Di Feng and the others were enraged by that. If these people took action now, they would be able to interrupt Long Chen's attack. It wouldn't even take that many of them, but not one of them moved. Just as Di Feng and the others were about to use everything they could do to survive, a white light shot toward Long Chen's back. In that instant, Long Chen felt like he had been dropped into an iceberg. A sensation of death filled his heart. Long Chen didn't even have a chance to look back. The World Annihilation Flame Lotus that had only been half charged out slammed behind him, while he dodged to the side. The Flame Lotus was cleanly split in two by the white light. It didn't explode. Instead, it was simply like a flower that had been sliced by a knife. As for Long Chen, he was struck in the shoulder by that white light. A scorching pain came from there, and flame energy poured through his body, wanting to incinerate him. That was all he needed to know who had come. The flame energy was absorbed by Huo Long. Turning around, Long Chen saw the person that he had expected, the pill fairy Yu Qingshan. The Brahma Divine Palace had actually vanished, and Yu Qingshan floated in the sky, holding a white sword in her hand. That sword was condensed of flame energy, yet it gave off an icy feeling. However, now it was different from when Long Chen had first seen it. Now, there were watery fluctuations surging within it. Seeing Yu Qingshan, Di Feng and the others were overjoyed. As for Pill Valley's disciples, they loudly cheered for their divine daughter. Yu Qingshan's expression was icy, and it was like she didn't even recognize Long Chen. Without any hesitation, another slash of her sword came for Long Chen. This sword filled the air with mist that looked very beautiful, but Long Chen knew that this wasn't water. It was the inverse Dao water spirit flame. Long Chen hadn't expected Yu Qingshan to awaken so quickly. As she was in control of the inverse Dao water spirit flame, there was nowhere for him to run. The most difficult thing for Long Chen to bear was that this Yu Qingshan was no longer the old Yu Qingshan that he had known. She had become a completely different person. Yu Qingshan's sword rumbled, and arcs of flames came from it. It seemed that her control over the inverse Dao water spirit flame was not yet perfect. Despite that, even during normal times, Long Chen would have to go all out to defend against such an attack, and in his current state, this was fatal. A cyan brick suddenly appeared in Long Chen's hand. He slammed it forward. He had no choice but to take out the heaven flipping seal. Water vapor filled the air, but when that vapor touched the ground, it burned everything away, creating a bottomless hole. As for the heaven flipping seal, it had been scorched red. Intense heat waves spread in every direction. However, at the very least, the heaven flipping seal had managed to block this terrifying attack. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Even at such a time, Long Chen still had a terrifying trump card. Those experts who had been waiting for Long Chen to unleash his flame lotus before attacking felt cold sweat cover their bodies. If it hadn't been for the pill fairy, they might have been flattened by this brick. The pill fairy was also startled. After forming seals with her left hand, a water spirit phoenix appeared in the sky. It was condensed from the inverse Dao water spirit flame. It then opened its mouth to swallow the heaven flipping seal. Just as its mouth closed over it, the heaven flipping seal vanished. Not only that, but Long Chen had also disappeared. He ran. Only then did people react. They looked in every direction, but Long Chen's figure had vanished. For a moment, people could only look at each other in dismay. 13 peak heavenly geniuses with awakened manifestations had actually been defeated by Long Chen. He had even killed 2, and then in his exhausted and injured state, managed to survive the divine daughter's attacks. With Long Chen having escaped, the pill fairy jumped onto the phoenix and with a flap of its wings, she vanished from sight. The path that she had gone was clear though, because the ground had turned black from the intense heat, and a burning smell filled the air. Space also twisted wildly. At this time, the other experts ran over to Di Feng and the others. They immediately put on loyal and subservient appearances, but Di Feng and the others still had ugly expressions. They knew what these people had been thinking, but in their current state, they were too weak. Hence, despite knowing that this was an act, they had to act like they didn't know. They looked in the direction where the pill fairy had gone and sighed. Originally, they had thought that after awakening their manifestations, they would at least be able to stand at the peak of the cultivation world. However, upon reaching the summit they had yearned to reach, they found that Long Chen was still standing above them. Even 13 of them hadn't been able to defeat him. Thinking of how they had sworn that Long Chen wouldn't live to leave the Brahma's secret realm, they felt like they might die of embarrassment. At that time, Long Chen had also made a promise. He had said that if he didn't kill Lu Zichuan today, he would cripple his own cultivation base. In the end, Long Chen had done it, proving that he never made empty promises. On the other hand, it was like they had slapped their own faces. Long Chen was so high above them that it made them feel despair. They even felt an urge to give up on cultivation. Being in the same generation as such a figure was horrible. Xie Luo in particular was dejected, and his eyes were blank. He had lost once more. This time, he couldn't even count as a main character. He had fully fallen to cannon fodder level. In this world, there is a kind of despair called encountering Long Chen. One of the ancient family alliance's disciples shook his head with a bitter smile. I, Yan Qingshan, am retreating from the cultivation world. I'll leave for seclusion in the mountains. Friends, take care of yourselves. That ancient family alliance disciple was one of the 13 who had awakened their manifestations. He now bowed to everyone. That was his goodbye to them, as well as a symbolic goodbye to the cultivation world. However, after he was done, it was like a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He walked away. Seeing his departing figure, for some reason, the others felt uncomfortable. There is no right or wrong on the cultivation path. The struggle on the martial Tao is a fight, but having Long Chen in the same generation can be called a good thing, or it can be called a bad thing. It just depended on your viewpoint. Some people are fated not to be the main characters of the world. When they forcibly jump onto the stage, their conclusions are always sad. But I like to think of what senior apprentice brother Long Chen once said, cultivation is not to fight, it is to protect. So even having experienced his power today, it's not some blow to me. Come, let's go, said a neutral expert lightly. HMPH, Long Chen can't possibly escape. The Brahma secret realm has only one exit. Running now only means that he gets to live for a few more days. Once everyone leaves the Brahma secret realm and Pill Valley closes it, he'll be automatically transported out of it, then he'll still die. The speaker belonged to Pill Valley. Although they hadn't managed to kill Long Chen here, he was confident that Long Chen's death was only a matter of time. Having run now, Long Chen was definitely hiding somewhere and healing. He was actually very angry that so many people had been won over by Long Chen's power. Even though he was an Empyrean with an awakened manifestation, he didn't dare to curse so many people. Most importantly, he was too injured to mess around. If he ended up provoking these people, he might die. The battle was over. The Brahma Divine Palace was gone, and the Grand Tao energy had been absorbed. They had no reason to stay here. Following the path that the Pill Fairy had left behind, they began to walk toward the exit. However, in their hearts, even if Long Chen died to Pill Valley, the impression he had left them with would never be surpassed. Even if he was killed by the Pill Fairy, that was only because of Pill Valley's power. Long Chen had relied only on himself to reach his current level. Such a person was worthy of respect. Long Chen's lightning wings flapped rapidly as he pushed the celestial lightning body blink as hard as he could. The only thing he could do right now was run. The Pill Fairy was no longer the old Pill Fairy. She didn't have the slightest emotions toward him, and all of her attacks had been killer attacks. If he faced her in his current state, death would be the only thing awaiting him. What are you planning on doing? Evilmoon suddenly sensed something wrong. Long Chen had actually reached the exit to the Brahma secret realm. Killing my way out. Long Chen took a deep breath. An unprecedented determination appeared in his eyes. Today, whether he would live or die would be decided now. Chapter 2035, Are you crazy? In your current state, isn't going to Pill Valley just going to death? Shouted Evilmoon. Long Chen was injured and weary. His combat power was less than 20% of his peak. If he didn't first recuperate, charging out like this was suicide. This is my only chance to get out. If the Pill Fairy catches up, I might never be able to leave, said Long Chen gravely. You deserve it. I told you to kill her at the time but you refused. I told you to ruin her inheritance but you refused. Why are you acting like some good person now? The path of cultivation is a cruel one where the winner lives and the loser dies. Doing something like this only makes you a fool. Regretting it now is useless, cursed Evilmoon. Long Chen shook his head. I never regret my actions. She helped me out before, and I owe her. By not ruining her inheritance in the Brahma Divine Palace, it can count as repaying her. That's like taking off your pants to fart. As I see it, you're just a love-struck fool who can't attack a pretty girl. Sooner or later, you'll die to that girl's hands, said Evilmoon. Long Chen didn't retort. Perhaps Evilmoon was correct, but Long Chen understood himself. He couldn't do something that betrayed his principles. Even if it was a random stranger, if they didn't take the initiative to provoke him, he wouldn't kill them just because they might be a threat to him. That was even more true when it came to the Pill Fairy. Although he knew that it wasn't smart, if he had to do it again, he would still make the same choice. That was because he was Long Chen. That girl isn't just in control of a bit of the inverse Tao Water Spirit Flame's power. She also has divine energy coming from the divine inheritance statue. She is a true divine daughter. Even if you were in your peak state, you probably wouldn't be a match for her. You should hide until you're at least 50% recovered. If you try charging out then, if I ignite all my divine energy, we should have a slight chance of breaking their grand formation, said Evilmoon. How confident are you? Asked Long Chen. If you were in your peak state, we'd have at least a 60% chance of charging out. If you recovered to 50% power, then we'd have to rely on luck, but we should have a 10% chance. As for your current state, our odds of escaping are less than 1%. Relying on my own power, there's no way I can break through Pill Valley's grand formation. As for the heaven flipping seal, just blocking that attack used up most of its energy. It can't do the same again, said Evilmoon. The Pill Fairy's attack had been truly terrifying. It had actually turned the heaven flipping seal's body red. If it was any other divine item, it would have melted. Alright, then I'm prepared. I'm even more confident than before, said Long Chen with a smile. He hadn't expected Evilmoon would ignite its divine energy. As Long Chen flew through the air, his divine ring was active behind him, absorbing as much energy as he could to recover some energy. He quickly managed to see the channel in front of him. However, as he got close, he suddenly sensed mysterious energy within the air that was trying to secretly extract his essence blood. Long Chen was startled by this. If he didn't cultivate the 9-star hegemon body art which made him extremely sensitive to external power, he wouldn't have been able to sense this stealthy energy. It was very faint. It tried to absorb his essence blood like it was naturally evaporating. It was also very hidden. Long Chen shut his pores, blocking that force. With his defenses up, that mysterious energy slowly vanished like it had never existed. Curious. This wasn't here when I came in. Long Chen frowned. However, he had no further time to think about it. He charged into the channel. He came flying out through the other side, appearing within Pill Valley's plaza. As soon as he appeared, Pill Valley's grand formation rumbled, emitting an alarm. Long Chen, we've been waiting for you for a long time. Elder Xianxia and tens of thousands of Pill Valley's experts had long since filled the plaza. They all formed hand seals. Pillars of light descended from the sky, forming a giant cage around Long Chen. It was a square cage with each pillar being several meters thick and covered in divine runes. They had clearly been prepared. Ever since Long Chen had entered the Brahma secret realm, Pill Valley had entered its highest emergency state. Practically, all of Pill Valley's experts had been gathered. Last time, while it could be said that Elder Xianxia hadn't caught Long Chen, it could also be said that he had led Long Chen in to pressure the other disciples to enter the core region and join Pill Valley's side. However, that plan had been ruined. As soon as Long Chen had entered the Brahma secret realm, he had begun demanding a fee to get past him, saying that it was payment for temporary safety from him. Then he had opened the core region to the disciples for free. Most terrifying of all, he had cut down the divine pillars and taken the Brahma divine palace's stone statues, even entering the palace itself. That made Elder Xianxia start to panic. His plans had been completely coiled by Long Chen's unorthodox actions. If he then allowed Long Chen to escape after all that, even cutting off his own head wouldn't be enough to give an explanation to Yu Xiaoyun, who was in seclusion. This prison formed of divine energy was immediately summoned as soon as Long Chen appeared. As it descended from the sky, Long Chen suddenly took out a giant pillar. This was one of the giant pillars that Long Chen had cut down in front of the Brahma divine palace. Using all his power, Long Chen slammed the pillar into the prison. Upon seeing that pillar, Elder Xianxi's expression completely changed, but he didn't have time to react. A powerful explosion erupted as soon as the divine pillar collided with the prison. The prison transformed into motes of divine light, while Long Chen's pillar also crumbled. As a result, Long Chen's whole body became bloody from the impact, and he flew back. The destruction of the prison shocked all of Pill Valley's experts. This prison was something even a fourth-step netherpassage expert wouldn't be able to break in an instant. To capture Long Chen, Pill Valley had used their strongest move. However, they quickly realized that the energy within the prison and the pillar came from the same source, and so this clash resulted in them both crumbling. This wasn't Long Chen's power. He was simply taking advantage of the nature of the pillar and prison. In the air, they suddenly saw that Long Chen had taken out another pillar, smashing it at the formation above him. Layered divine formation, divine light shines. Following Elder Tianqi's shout, all of Pill Valley's elders' status tablets lit up, and the barrier shook. Countless divine runes condensed in front of Long Chen, forming a total of 18 layers, each stronger than the last. It went without saying that Elder Tianqi's adaptability was quite great. He instantly shifted to a tougher but more flexible formation. Otherwise, considering that the energy came from the same source, the formation might really be broken. Long Chen's pillar smashed into the barriers. They exploded one by one. But after breaking the 13th barrier, the pillar suddenly exploded. Long Chen let out a furious roar and took out another pillar. However, he found that he was already out of energy. He couldn't even hold the pillar, and it directly fell to the ground. The pillar smashed into the plaza down below, and some of Pill Valley's disciples were smashed to death without even being able to scream. "Damn it, I'm out of power. Evilmoon, it's all on you," shouted Long Chen. Evilmoon appeared, black chi circulating around it, but the tip of its blade actually began to shine with a silver light. It was like the slightest spot of light in an otherwise rusty black saber. Evilmoon's tip tore through the barriers. It tore through 4 of them, but on the final barrier, it was unable to pierce through any further. This was the final barrier, as well as the toughest. Elder Tianqi was pale with fright. If the final barrier was broken, Long Chen would escape. "Sacrifice your blood to summon the power of the god statues." Elder Tianqi roared and a blood rune appeared on his forehead. The other elders also sacrificed their essence blood, which landed on their status tablets. At that moment, the 2 statues at Pill Valley's gates shuddered. Divine energy surged out of them, rushing toward the barrier. "Well done." Long Chen suddenly took out a bronze fragment. It was the fragment of the Eastern Wasteland Bell. Before the divine energy surged over, he had sliced the barrier with it. The bronze fragment seemed to possess a special effect against that divine energy. The final barrier was actually torn through. "No." Elder Tianqi let out a furious roar, but Long Chen was already waving goodbye to him. "Thank you for your hospitality. Next time you have something so good, make sure to invite me." Long Chen stepped through the opening. He had just gotten through when the divine energy of the statues surged over, and the 18 barriers fully healed. Unfortunately, it was too late. Long Chen's vision darkened just after he passed through. He almost collapsed. He really had reached the point of a lamp out of oil. His physical energy, his spiritual yuan, and his spiritual strength were all used. "Up, Evilmoon, bring me away. I'm out of energy too. Little heaven, it's up to you," shouted Evilmoon. The heaven flipping seal was also in a weak state, but it was slightly better off than Long Chen and Evilmoon. Although it couldn't fight, it could carry them away. Long Chen had just left with the heaven flipping seal when the Pill Fairy came flying out of the channel. "Disperse the formation. I'll kill him," ordered the Pill Fairy. She looked at Long Chen's departing figure icily. Chapter 2036. The Pill Fairy was no longer the warm and gentle Pill Fairy. Even her voice had become harsher. "Divine daughter. We might not make it in time." Elder Tianqi was sweating and his voice shuddered. "Why not?" demanded the Pill Fairy, anger in her eyes. "Divine daughter, please don't misunderstand. It's not that we don't want to disperse the formation but that we just use the divine energy of the 2 god statues. With their energy within the formation, it will take some time to disperse." Elder Tianqi didn't even dare to look the Pill Fairy in her eyes. The process of sending the divine energy back to the statues was complicated and took a long time. Elder Tianqi was filled with regret. If he had known that Long Chen possessed such power, he would have used the power of the divine statues from the start. However, that energy was the faith energy of Pill Valley's disciples and their tribute to the gods. Unless they had absolutely no choice, they wouldn't use it. If the gods learned of it, it would displease them. Their divine punishment wasn't something that they could bear. The Pill Fairy's expression darkened. "How long will it take?" "Even at the fastest pace. It will take 6 hours, said Elder Tianqi nervously. 6 hours. By then, Long Chen would have been long gone. There would be no way to chase him. Elder Xianxia, you've grown old. You should take a good break. The pill fairy's white sword suddenly slashed down. Divine Daughter. Elder Xianxia cried out in shock. He hadn't expected the Divine Daughter to actually kill him. He tried to retreat, but he found that he couldn't move. That was the influence of his soul. His reverence and fear for the gods meant that the Divine Daughter could kill him regardless of his cultivation base or combat power. He had just understood this point when he was cut in two by that sharp sword. There was no blood that flowed. Before he even fell, he was turned to ash. The countless experts that had been gathered here were stunned by that sight. Then they looked around at the deplorable state of the plaza and the giant pillar that had slammed into it. The surrounding buildings were broken. There was blood. The only thing that wasn't there was Long Chen. Their hearts pounded wildly. They guessed something, but they acted like they didn't know anything, controlling their own expressions to avoid provoking a calamity. Your continuous failures are not worthy of Pill Valley. You were played with by Long Chen like this, ruining Pill Valley's name and humiliating the gods. Killing you is letting you off easy, said the Pill Fairy coldly. Her sword slowly vanished. The other elders didn't dare to say a word. Many of them had watched the Pill Fairy grow up. She was known for her good temperament, her kindness, and her dislike of fighting. But after becoming the Divine Daughter, she had completely changed. No one dared to speak to her. Since Long Chen has fled, let him live for a few more days. Once I come out of seclusion, I'll take his head, said the Pill Fairy. Her gaze swept over everyone once. However, she then stopped upon spotting a pretty maiden. This maiden was known as Pill Valley's number 2 beauty. She was very close to the Pill Fairy and was like her younger sister. Within Pill Valley, she was second only to the Pill Fairy in beauty and alchemy. She was Wan Qing. Now she was called Fairy Wan Qing by Pill Valley's disciples. The current Wan Qing had a pained expression as she looked at the Pill Fairy. Her mouth was pursed, but she had tears in her eyes. Back then, if it hadn't been for Long Chen, she would have been bullied to death. It had been Long Chen who had looked after her and taught her alchemy arts, and then introduced her to the Pill Fairy. At that time, the three of them had laughed and talked. Long Chen liked to joke around, drawing out the Pill Fairy's laughter. He had even told her the story of the warriors of the starry sky. The three of them had been like a family. At that time, she hadn't understood, but as time passed, she came to understand the feelings between the Pill Fairy and Long Chen. Upon returning from the Jade Lake Sacred Land, the Pill Fairy had often looked at the jewel-blood jade orchid that Long Chen had given her. During those times, she would sometimes smile brightly, sometimes bitterly. As for Wan Qing herself, she was no longer that immature little girl. She and the Pill Fairy were like sisters. Although the Pill Fairy had never mentioned Long Chen to her, she knew that the Pill Fairy was thinking of him. However, after going through the divine blessing, the Pill Fairy had become icy. More and more, she was growing unlike herself. The two of them never spoke like they used to. Just now, Wan Qing had clearly witnessed Long Chen leaving. Just as she grew happy that he had escaped, the Pill Fairy arrived, saying that she would hunt him down. Then she had killed Elder Xianxia. That ruthless heart of hers made Wan Qing feel even more like a stranger. The Pill Fairy had completely changed. When the Pill Fairy saw Wan Qing, the sharpness in her eyes gradually softened. Finally, a warmer expression appeared on her face. She walked over to Wan Qing. I'm going into seclusion. Don't laze around. I will transmit some alchemy arts to you. Slowly comprehend them. The Pill Fairy pressed a finger against Wan Qing's forehead, spiritual strength pouring into her mind. She then turned and left. Wan Qing's mind was filled with new pill formulas and alchemy arts, but seeing the Pill Fairy's departing figure, tears streamed down her face. As for the disciples that had come to Pill Valley for the Brahma secret realm, they were apprehensive. At first, they were filled with hatred for Pill Valley since the latter had conned them, but then seeing Pill Valley in its wretched state, their furious expressions vanished. Even Elder Xianxia had been killed by the Pill Fairy. What if Pill Valley turned their fury toward them? Long Chen was too powerful. When he had been Long San, he had caused immense damage by drawing out a monster from the Heaven Dragon Flame region. Now he once more caused immense damage, destroying the Brahma secret realm's inheritances and then escaping just like this. Although no one told them that Long Chen had escaped, seeing the expressions of these experts, they knew what had happened. Those disciples all felt admiration for Long Chen. He was truly worthy of being a legendary figure of the martial heaven continent. He always managed to shake heaven and earth. They had personally witnessed it. The Pill Fairy didn't leave behind any other directives before going into seclusion. The Valley Master was also in seclusion. The one who had been temporarily in charge, Elder Xianxia, was also dead. There was no one to lead them. Pill Valley entered a tense state. None of them dared to go ask the Pill Fairy for instruction. They wanted to live. The various elders secretly gathered, even pulling in Wan Qing. Wan Qing didn't say a word. She knew what the elders were doing by pulling her in. It was to leave themselves an opening. If there was a problem and the Pill Fairy was infuriated, by using her, perhaps they could avoid punishment. There were over 1 million disciples gathered here, and they couldn't force them to stay. But if they let them go just like this, they were afraid of being blamed by the Pill Fairy. They didn't know what to do. They couldn't make them stay until the Valley Master came out of seclusion. They were guests, not prisoners. If they did that, Pill Valley would have offended the entire continent. After their meeting, they came to a decision. They would open the formation after 7 days. These disciples would have to first rest within Pill Valley. In truth, under normal circumstances, dispersing the formation wouldn't even take a day. However, this was to give them some buffer room, winning 7 days for them. If the Valley Master came out of seclusion or the Pill Fairy gave some directions during this time, they would have saved themselves. If the Valley Master didn't come out and the Pill Fairy didn't pass any instructions, then they couldn't blame them for acting on their own after waiting a whole 7 days. Just like that, Pill Valley slowly began dispersing their formation, firmly saying that these disciples would have to wait until the 7 days were up. Even after 7 days, Yu Xiaoyun didn't come out of seclusion, and the Pill Fairy didn't say anything, so Pill Valley finally let these disciples out. Once they were out, heaven-shaking news instantly spread throughout the continent. Long Chen had charged into Pill Valley, played with Elder Xianxia, and managed to sneak into the Brahma secret realm. There, he had collected a fee to enter, broken the divine pillars, entered the palace, fought with 13 Empyreans with awakened manifestations, and killed Leng Wufeng and Lu Zichuan. If the Pill Fairy hadn't come, the remaining Empyreans might also have died. The entire continent was shaken. When it came to courting death, if Long Chen claimed he was number 2, no one would dare claim to be number 1. The entire continent began looking for Long Chen. They knew that his injuries were serious. It was unknown if he was even still alive. Some people began to spread word that Long Chen had succumbed to his injuries. If they could find him, perhaps they could obtain his secrets and become a second Long Chen. Whether it was those that cared for Long Chen or those that wished to harm him, everyone was in motion, searching for him. After fleeing from Pill Valley, Long Chen was carried away by the heaven-flipping seal. He couldn't endure any longer and fainted. Chapter 2037. In front of the heaven-splitting battle sect, hundreds of disciples were in charge of watching the gates. Things were as intense as ever. Those hundreds of disciples were fighting amongst themselves once more for some unknown reason. Quick look, what's that up in the sky? Iya, shouted one disciple. The disciple who had cried out was given a black eye, and the one who had punched him cursed, "You've used that same move for 3 years against me. Are you calling me an idiot by using it again?" As soon as that disciple finished cursing, he realized that something was wrong. The other disciples were also looking up at the sky and running. He hastily turned around, only to see a brick flying his way. The brick smashed down in front of the gates to the heaven-splitting battle sect. Who is so blind as to attack our heaven-splitting battle sect? Are you tired of living? A disciple immediately activated the alarm. They thought it was an enemy attack, however after activating the alarm, they realized that something was off. When the brick landed, a person came tumbling off of it. That person's posture was a bit strange, and he actually smashed into a boulder. That person's upper body ended up stuck within the rock. It was a bizarre sight. "Little fellow, hiding your appearance is useless. Report your name," shouted one of the disciples. The disciples formed up, ready to face a powerful enemy. They stared closely at that person, but even after waiting for a while, that person didn't move. It was like he was really stuck in the rock. At this time, Bao Buping and Chong Hao came rushing over. Upon seeing the person stuck in the rock, they were stunned. Bao Buping and Chong Hao had been with Long Chen longer than the other disciples. His cultivation of split the heavens in particular was different from the ordinary disciples of the heaven-splitting battle sect. Others might not recognize him, but they instantly did. When they pulled him out of the rock, the disciples were stunned. It really was Long Chen. However, He was covered in blood, and his aura was extremely weak. He was in a deep unconscious state. Seal off the news of this immediately. Buping, go take some people to search the surroundings. See if there's anyone suspicious. If there is, cut them down immediately. We can't let people learn that Long Chen has come to the heaven-splitting battle sect, said Chong Hao. Seeing Long Chen heavily injured, he immediately connected it to the news that Long Chen had entered Pill Valley. Without another word, Bao Buping set off with a few people. Everything within hundreds of thousands of miles was the territory of the heaven-splitting battle sect. If there was someone present, then they had to be enemies sent to keep watch over them. If they encountered such people, they would immediately exterminate them. Chong Hao brought Long Chen into the sect. He also switched out the disciples guarding the gates and harshly warned them not to mention anything about Long Chen. He had just reached the inner sect when Boss Bao and the others rushed over after receiving the news. Seeing the dozens of wounds on Long Chen's body with powerful divine energy fluctuations surging within them, they jumped in shock. How did this little bastard get injured to this extent? The old man also arrived, and he was infuriated upon seeing Long Chen's current state. The fact that Long Chen could escape Pill Valley is already fortunate. Take a look and see if you can heal him, advised Boss Bao. The news that Long Chen had entered Pill Valley had been spread by Qi Fengshui and the others. When Ku Jianying learned of that matter, she almost passed out from rage. Even the old man had been unable to sit still upon hearing this. He had actually taken the initiative to find Ku Jianying, wanting to go and save Long Chen together. However, Pill Valley's grand formation had already been activated. No one could break it. That was a divine barrier powered by divine energy, and it would require an equally powerful divine energy to break. Despite that, the old man had been about to charge in. No matter what, he had to try. He wouldn't just watch as Long Chen was killed inside. It was Li Tianxuan who managed to stop him. Li Tianxuan said that Long Chen definitely had his own methods, or he wouldn't have charged in. Furthermore, even if the old man went, he wouldn't be able to help. Adding on everyone's advice, the old man finally settled down. During this time, everyone was anxiously awaiting news. All those on the side of the Martial Heaven Alliance were hoping for Long Chen to be fine. He was currently the mental pillar of the Martial Heaven Alliance. If something happened to him, it would be a fatal blow to them. Although Long Chen's condition was dire, he was still alive. That was a good thing. At the very least, they could relax slightly. The old man examined Long Chen's injuries. Boss Bao and the others asked, "How is it?" The old man shook his head, causing the others' expressions to change. "Is there no saving him? Why would you say something like that? Have I not beaten you recently? Did I say that there was no saving him?" Raged the old man. "Then what are you shaking your head for?" demanded Boss Bao. "Because the divine energy attacking him has sunk into his blood, flesh, and soul." "I can't do anything about it," said the old man. "Doesn't that mean that there's no saving him?" "Shut up." Although Long Chen's injuries are severe, his body possesses the ability to heal itself. His body is instinctively erasing the divine energy. Although the process is very slow, there's no danger to his life, said the old man. The others all sighed with relief. The seventh boss said, "Long Chen is a genius at causing trouble. He even caused something so huge." "What? You don't like it? If you don't even dare to cause trouble, what will you be able to accomplish in your lifetime? Cultivation exists to do what you want to do, to go against fate. TCH, even now you don't understand what the point of cultivation is. Scram, just looking at you is a disappointment," cursed the old man. The seven bosses rolled their eyes. It seemed that to the old man, other than Long Chen, everyone else had failed to live up to his special expectations. "Should we alert the Alliance head?" probed the fourth boss. "And tell her what?" snorted the old man. Hearing that reply, the bosses couldn't say anything. They knew that the old man was still a bit angry that despite him going to Ku Jianying hadn't led her army to Pill Valley. The few of them had just left when they faintly heard the old man mumble, "In any case, I won't say anything to her. If someone's bored, they can tell whoever." The bosses exchanged a smile. The old man definitely had a soft spot for Ku Jianying, but he refused to lower his face. He wouldn't tell Ku Jianying personally, but if others told her, he wouldn't care. After thinking about it, Boss Bao decided to go personally. He had been thinking of sending Chong Hao, but then he thought that this matter was too important. When Ku Jianying learned that Long Chen had returned, a weight fell from her shoulders. In truth, of everyone, the one who had been under the most pressure was Li Tianxuan. Back then, he had sworn that Long Chen had some trump card and would return alive. It was like he had sworn that he would cut off his own head as retribution if he was wrong. That had been the only way to placate the old man. Without that, even if the Martial Heaven Alliance didn't take action, the old man would have charged over to Pill Valley on his own. Although Li Tianxuan knew of Long Chen's identity as a heaven defier, legends were just legends. It was said that such a figure could not die to man. They would only die to the heavenly Taos. But things in legends weren't dependable. What if heaven defiers could die to man? What if Long Chen wasn't a heaven defier? Who could say anything for sure? If something really had happened to Long Chen, how was he supposed to explain himself to the old man, Ku Jianying, and the Martial Heaven Alliance? So although he had put on a calm appearance, he was more nervous than anyone. He had been forced to maintain a confident look while so nervous. I'm not doing this ever again. Upon receiving news of Long Chen, Li Tianxuan finally managed to relax. He silently promised himself something. News that Long Chen was still alive did not spread to more than 10 people within the Martial Heaven Alliance. They were all people that Ku Jianying fully trusted. There was no need to worry about it being leaked. Furthermore, since the Heavenly Fate Island had been plucked by the roots, no one could calculate that Long Chen had gone to the heaven-splitting battle sect. With the old man standing guard, there was no need to worry about Long Chen's safety. However, the curious thing was that although Long Chen had escaped, Pill Valley's formation remained locked. It was unknown what they were up to. It was only after 7 days that Pill Valley's divine formation was opened, and the various heavenly geniuses spread throughout the continent. Only then did people learn of what Long Chen had done within the Brahma secret realm. Although they had prepared, they were still dumbfounded by what they heard. Now they knew why Long Chen was so heavily injured. He had fought 13 Empyreans with awakened manifestations, killing 2 of them, and if the Divine Daughter hadn't appeared in the end, who knew just how many of them would have managed to survive? Upon obtaining photographic jades of the events, even Nether Passage experts shook in fear. This was a true battle of heavenly geniuses. Ordinary Nether Passage experts had already been thrown into the distance by the uprising generation. However, after a moment of shock, Ku Jianying and the others' hearts grew heavy once more. Perhaps even more awakened Empyreans would be appearing within Pill Valley's camp. As for the Martial Heaven Alliance, they didn't have the ability to stimulate the manifestations of Empyreans. The difference between them was silently growing. Fortunately, Long Chen had ruined Pill Valley's plans, or it was unknown just how many more awakened Empyreans would have appeared. Their main worry though was Pill Valley's Divine Daughter. Once Yu Qingxian came out, would there be anyone in this world capable of stopping her? Time passed bit by bit. It had already been over half a month since Long Chen had escaped from Pill Valley. Just as rumors were swirling throughout every corner of the continent, a huge phenomenon silently descended, shaking the entire continent. Chapter 2038. On this day, the world suddenly began to shake, and huge waves soared out of the Martial Heaven sea ring. The stars in the sky shuddered. All the lifeforms on the continent were terrified. What's happening? Cries of despair rang out and buildings collapsed. Is this the end of the world? The sun and moon lost their light. Regardless of cultivation base, a sensation of despair filled every person's heart. This strange phenomenon made all cultivators feel like the Martial Heaven continent was about to be destroyed. In front of this, they all felt minuscule and powerless. Certain cultivators that had felt like hegemons in control of everything now found that in front of this despair, they could only shudder. They were like tiny ants. The entire continent was thrown into chaos. Commoners knelt on the ground and prayed for the gods' mercy. Women and children silently shuddered, not even daring to cry. They were simply terrified. The various experts of every faction on the continent stood in shock, staring up at the sky. There was a terrifying heavenly might gathering. They had no idea what to do. Disciples of the Martial Heaven Alliance, no need to fear. This phenomenon indicates that we are entering the final phase of the Great Era, the Chi Flow eruption. Announced Ku Jianying. Only then did those disciples relax slightly. However, they still sensed the twisting will of the heavenly Taos raging within the sky. In front of that power, they were nothing. Tianxuan, what do you think? The Martial Heaven Alliance's top experts were gathered, looking at the phenomenon. It was Ku Jianying who asked Li Tianxuan. Li Tianxuan's status was extremely high within the Martial Heaven Alliance, second only to Ku Jianying. He was praised as their #1 strategist. Many seniors even felt great admiration for him. Based on historical records, this chi flow eruption is coming a full 10 years ahead of time. It's truly strange. Li Tianxuan shook his head. In the past great eras, first came certain omens, then various powerful geniuses rose, and then the competition between those heavenly geniuses would be fought. The competition between heavenly geniuses was a bloody and cruel one. At the very least, over half of them would die during that fight. Normally, that competition would last over 10 years. It was only when the various Empyreans hidden throughout the continent finally came out that the true competition would begin. Only at least 10 years later would it be time for the chi flow eruption. However, this time, those heavenly geniuses had only just appeared. There hadn't been any true competition between them, but they had already entered the final phase of the Great Era, the chi flow eruption. Is it related to Long Chen? He killed 2 awakened Empyreans, said one elder. Yan Nantian shook his head. It has nothing to do with that. The deaths of just those 2 are unable to affect the continent's chi flow. There's no need to guess because it's meaningless. This great era is history's greatest and most dangerous era. The few of us are only witnesses to the upcoming history. But we are not the main characters. Everyone nodded. They looked toward Yi Lingshan, who was behind Ku Jianying. Yi Lingshan was the successor of the Martial Heaven Alliance, leading countless experts of the same generation. This era belonged to them. Within the Wine God Palace, the high priest was standing in his courtyard. There seemed to be a million stars revolving within his turbid eyes. Those eyes seemed to see through space. The high priest frowned. Someone forcibly changed the chi flow. Pill Valley, just what are you doing? In the northern Zan region, within an icy palace, ice crystals were flowing through the air. It was like the very space was about to freeze. A white-robed Taoist heavenly feather was looking up at the sky. Light flowed within her eyes. The chi flow eruption is coming ahead of time. The martial heaven continent's chi flow is almost exhausted. Whether or not it will survive the upcoming tribulation is impossible to tell. Victory means nirvanic rebirth, defeat means being blown to dust. The lives of everyone in this world lie in the hands of your generation. Taoist heavenly feather turned toward the throne of the palace. There was Yi Ziqiu. She was like a statue, a holy light radiating from her. Above Yi Ziqiu's head was an ice sword. It was suspended there, unleashing divine light over her. This terrifying phenomenon continued for 3 days and nights before it finally ended. When the sun finally rose over the horizon, cries of relief rang out. The commoners weren't cultivators. Hence, they were filled with reverence and gratitude toward the world. Those who prayed were overjoyed, thinking that their prayers had been heard by the gods, and so they had decided not to unleash their divine punishment. People felt like they had been reborn. The gods had forgiven them of their sins, causing them to cherish this life even more. Rather than complaining that their lot in life was unfair, they steadily lived their lives. This phenomenon didn't change the world, but it changed many hearts. Those people felt just how blessed life was. Their grievances, their resentment, their envy, these all weren't worth anything in front of death. They all felt laughable and stupid. Some tribes and noble families with old enmities actually gave up their fighting and tried to make peace. They felt like their greed, their overblown desires had been what had drawn the wrath of the heavens. They had forgotten about everything that they already had. Through this phenomenon, one person made a profound conclusion: the greed of humans was even more frightening than devils or gods. Many people who felt like they were unlucky with life hadn't realized before just how lucky they were. They were focused on what other people had. Short people envied tall people, ugly people envied pretty people, poor people envied rich people. Even if they obtained the same thing, they wanted to take the other person's portion. Greed grew into resentment, resentment grew into envy, envy gave birth to ugly thoughts. Ugly thoughts could be carried out as soon as a suitable opportunity presented itself. That eventually became a habit, making people greedier, until they were willing to do anything to get what they wanted. In truth, the heavens were fair. If they gave you beauty, they made you poor. If they gave you money, they made you ugly. Some people possessed both, but then their hearts and spirits were empty. Looking blessed was just an appearance that made others jealous. Everyone had scars or things that they had to bear. People had a habit of looking at other people's blessings without looking at their own. However, this terrifying phenomenon, which had made them feel like their lives were about to end, made them realize that their blessings had always been beside them. After it was over, they continued living. Now they understood why those people who were dying always seemed regretful right before death. Only upon realizing that they were about to lose everything did they realize how blessed they were. By then, it was too late. Many battles stopped within the secular world. For at least a short while, warring and plundering ceased to happen. However, within the cultivation world, dark undercurrents were flowing. This phenomenon indicated that the chi flow eruption was coming. Some extremely low-key powers were emerging from hibernation. Did you hear? The everlasting families are starting to move. Those families from the time of sovereigns. Is that really true? It's not just the everlasting families. Some other ancient monsters are also awakening. Did you hear? Those unrivaled monsters from the ancient era actually paid a huge price to seal themselves within a crack in spacetime just because they weren't born in the right era. Countless monsters have been born throughout history. Some of them rose like shooting stars, eclipsing the light of all others within their generation, only to suddenly vanish. They were most likely sealed. They waited thousands or even tens of thousands of years for the great era to come. They must be attempting to become the new sovereign. A sovereign can only be born during the great era. Those unrivaled monsters are probably going to cause a bloody storm. Long Chen is also an unrivaled monster within his generation, but compared to those monsters that appeared throughout history, it seems that he's lacking a bit. After all, those monsters were those who fought until there was no one else who dared to fight against them. Only then were they sealed. Long Chen, Long Chen. I wonder how he'll compare to those ancient monsters. I hope he doesn't sadly wither in comparison. The martial heaven continent's experts were all tense. Originally, they had thought that they knew everything about the continent that there was to now. However, after the phenomenon, they found out that the continent they occupied had been hiding many terrifying sects. Those sects hadn't made appearances within thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Some of them did not even exist within historical records. The four everlasting families in particular were extremely frightening existences throughout history. People had simply assumed that they had been lost within the flow of time after not appearing for so long, but they had now come out. Those were families that had borne witness to the rising of sovereigns. The foundations of such families were definitely unimaginable. Once they came out, wouldn't this world belong to them? Various experts that had been hiding on the continent gradually came out, showing their brilliance. This was an announcement that this world would be theirs. The central Zon region grew livelier. Some powers were already making secret moves, thinking about how they could form good relations with those ancient sects that had dominated their time. As the outer world became bustling with activity, Long Chen finally awoke. Upon waking up, his face was pale, and he was covered in cold sweat. Chapter 2039. You're awake. Are you all right? The old man immediately sensed Long Chen's awakening. Long Chen stretched lightly. I'm fine. It was just a dream. Long Chen sat up and found that he was drenched. It was like he had just gotten out of the pool. Sensing his body, he knew that his injuries had not fully recovered. They had been too severe and would need some more time to heal. His injuries hadn't just contained world energy but also divine energy. Long Chen wiped some sweat off his forehead. Just now, he had had a nightmare. Within that nightmare, he had been within endless darkness, unable to move. He could only watch as his parents, his little sister, and everyone he cared about died in front of him. All his struggling was useless in the face of the darkness. His roars, his howls, they were of no use. All those people, all of his family, were wiped out by a large, merciless hand. Long Chen couldn't even see who the owner of that hand was. That kind of despair and powerlessness almost drove him insane. The nightmare had woken him up now, and although he knew it was just a dream, he still felt somewhat afraid. Old man, how many days have passed? Has anything happened outside? Asked Long Chen. The old man told Long Chen what had happened during the past few days. Upon hearing about the phenomenon that had occurred on the continent and that they were entering the time of the chi flow eruption, Long Chen couldn't help being shocked. Countless hidden powers are appearing one by one like fierce bears awakening from hibernation. Long Chen, you have to be careful. What you are facing this time are monsters who dominated their generation. Those monsters left behind a glorious record within the continent's history, and it was precisely because they were unrivaled that they sealed themselves, waiting for the great era to come so that they might become a sovereign. It could be said that every one of them is like you, the top of their generation. You can't be careless, warned the old man. Although the old man constantly said that people had to have big guts and dare to cause trouble, Long Chen's ability at causing trouble was just too great. The old man was no longer able to protect him. Long Chen nodded. This battle had made him aware of the saying that a tiger couldn't withstand a pack of wolves. If he hadn't used Lu Zichuan to cut down Leng Wufeng, resulting in an opening appearing within their formation, he might not have been able to defeat them in the battle. As for the Pill Fairy, she gave him even greater pressure. She was even stronger than Lu Zichuan and the others combined. She had reached a terrifying level. What about Meng Qi and the others? Did they know about this matter? Asked Long Chen. No, we've been keeping this quiet. Why worry the women? The old man shook his head. The old man always felt that men should handle things outside, while women handled things inside. Women shouldn't be involved in everything. That was his greatest source of conflict with Ku Jianying. In any case, this made Long Chen relax slightly. If Meng Qi and the others knew that he had gone to Pill Valley and been heavily injured, they would be worried. So it was better not to tell them. Long Chen tried to stand up, only to grimace from his injuries. These wounds were very difficult to deal with. It had been so many days, but there was still some remnant energy ruining his healing. Now you should know just how powerful Empyreans with awakened manifestations are. With their world energy combined with the laws of the heavenly Taos, ordinary people are specks of dust in front of them. For you to be able to survive in your current state is already amazing. The old man had originally started to scold Long Chen a bit, only to switch to praise midway. Long Chen's physical body was so powerful that even the Zon beasts would have to look up to him. The stronger Long Chen was, the greater pride the old man felt. Long Chen slowly stood, tottering like he was ill. The old man went to help him but was refused. Long Chen took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He slowly circulated his 108,000 stars, causing life energy to swell within the primal chaos space. He immediately started to feel a bit better. Although he was still weak, he could walk. Little fellow, you're finally awake. Here, drink some wine to wet your throat. At this time, Boss Bao and the others came rushing over. They immediately had Long Chen tell them what had happened in Pill Valley. Looking at the jug of wine that they had brought, Long Chen didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. When people were recovering from illness, who gave them wine to drink as soon as they woke up? Fortunately, this wine came from the Wine God Palace, so it could be considered a tonic as well. Bao Buping and Chong Hao also came. Hence, Long Chen gave a simple explanation of what had happened in Pill Valley. Of course, he didn't mention the matter of the Pill Fairy not wearing any clothes. Hearing how Long Chen had toyed with Pill Valley and still escaped, Bao Buping clapped and laughed. Long Chen couldn't help bitterly smiling when he reached the end of his tale. He had almost lost his life in Pill Valley this time. Originally, he had thought that with the fragment of the Eastern Wasteland Bell, he could break through any barrier. Who would have thought that Pill Valley's divine barrier was so monstrous? If Evilmoon hadn't also had a trump card, he might have been forced to stay in Pill Valley. Chong Hao, what's been going on outside? Asked the old man. Chong Hao had been sent to find any information circulating in the outside world. Compared to Bao Buping, Chong Hao was more dependable in this regard. Chong Hao had only just returned when Long Chen woke up, so they hadn't had time to hear his report. I went to Clearwind City. There are now many more monsters present, and they are all Empyreans with awakened manifestations. I could sense powerful pressure from them, so there's definitely no mistake. The most important thing though is that those Empyreans are not the ones who attacked Long Chen, said Chong Hao gravely. It's not Di Feng and the others. Long Chen was startled. Weren't they supposed to be the first group of awakened Empyreans on the continent? It's not something to be surprised about. There were many ancient powers with their own inheritances who went into seclusion during their most brilliant time. Back then, the chi flow of the continent was still very strong, and they extracted a portion of it for their own minor worlds. Just like hibernating bears, they accumulated a huge amount of resources and waited for this one day. Now that this day has come, they have slammed all their resources onto one genius, so making them an awakened Empyrean isn't something difficult. In fact, perhaps those monsters had long since become awakened Empyreans, but had simply remained hidden. Now that the time is ripe, they are finally coming out. Why would they come out at this time? Asked Long Chen. You still don't know. The phenomenon that occurred indicates that in a few months, the chi flow eruption will occur. The earth will erupt, and the martial heaven continent's chi flow will gush out. That is the time when the various monsters will have to fight for the best chi flow. Coming out now is a show of power so that no one will disturb them when they fight for their own portion of the chi flow, said the old man. So there was such a thing. Long Chen had never heard of it. It seemed that this was an extremely ancient secret that only the senior generation knew of. Through Chong Hao, they learned that the Central Plains' 4 great cities had become exceptionally lively. Not only had those monstrous geniuses appeared, but there had also been battles between them, with each fight being so immense that it caused despair in others who watched. The arrival of those monsters was a blow to countless people's confidence. Who knows when we'll finally be able to awaken our manifestations as well, sighed Bao Buping. The old man's expression darkened. He was about to speak when Long Chen said, "An awakened manifestation is just some mental comfort. If others have a sword but you have your bare fists, does that mean that you can't beat them? Outer power is just outer power. True power requires you to have absolute confidence in yourself." There was no need for the old man to say anything. Boss Bao clapped Bao Buping on the back of his head, cursing, "Did you hear that? Does being powerful have a damn to do with awakening your manifestation? Long Chen isn't even an Empyrean. There's also Yu Zifeng who is the same as Long Chen. He doesn't rely on the heavens for his power. With just his sword, he has also made a name for himself. If others have a sword, will you not dare to fight them? Are you going to wait until you are given a sword before fighting others? By that time, it will be too late." Boss Bao hit him in the back of the head again. Bao Buping was angry at being struck in the head, but he didn't dare to say anything. The main thing was that there was no way for him to retort. Boss Bao was about to hit him again when instead, he was struck in the back of his head. The old man raged, "Twice is enough. If you hit him again, you'll turn him stupid. When I beat you, did I ever hit you in the same place more than twice?" Boss Bao held the back of his head and cursed, "You might only hit the same place twice, but you hit me all over. Isn't that worse than hitting the same spot? Oh, you want to go against me, huh? You think that after entering the Nether Passage realm, I can't put you in your place?" The old man's black cane was already raised. Long Chen hastily pulled the old man back. Boss Bao and the others eventually left. Long Chen wanted the old man to transmit the 8th and 9th forms of Split the Heavens to him. "I can teach you the 8th form. However, I can't teach you the 9th, said the old man. "Because right now, there is no one who can control the 9th form of Split the Heavens. If you use the 9th form, you would definitely die, and the same would be true for me." Long Chen stared in shock at the old man. He had never expected the 9th form to be like this. When he thought back to how the old man had almost used the 9th form of Split the Heavens twice, cold sweat dripped down his back. Chapter 2040. The 8th form of Split the Heavens was something that the heaven-splitting battle sect's disciples would only come into contact with after cultivating to the Nether Passage realm. It required activating 72 acupuncture points. What was different compared to the 7th form was that it required world energy, as well as life and death energy. Long Chen hadn't entered the Nether Passage realm. However, if his world energy was strong enough, he would still be able to use the 8th form. It was just that it would take even more world energy and spiritual strength. It would be an immense burden to his body and soul. Originally, the old man hadn't wanted to transmit the 8th form to Long Chen yet. Before reaching the Nether Passage realm, just relying on his astral space to unleash this attack could cause his astral space to shatter. Furthermore, constantly extracting the energy of one's astral space would slow down one's cultivation speed. Just fighting and not actually raising one's cultivation base was foolish. However, Long Chen greatly wished to learn it, so the old man finally agreed. However, he sternly warned Long Chen not to use it unless he had no choice. That was to avoid harming his foundation. By then, it would be too late to regret it. The 8th form of Split the Heavens connects 72 acupuncture points. Using astral energy as the link, using spiritual strength as the lead, your heart guides your will guides your power. First cultivate the path. At the rear mountains of the heaven-splitting battle sect, the old man was guiding Long Chen alone. Long Chen had Evilmoon on his shoulder. His left foot was forward, his right leg behind. His body was leaning forward slightly. The foot, knee, groin, waist, chest, shoulder, elbow, and wrist are 8 points for your power to go through. The power starts from your foot and then soars through the 8 acupuncture points. When the energy goes from your waist to your chest, you need to twist your waist, while also bringing your shoulder and arm forward. With your elbow as the fulcrum, your wrist slashes your saber down, shouted the old man. Long Chen swung Evilmoon, causing a powerful gust to fly out. The old man blew it apart with his palm. Wrong. The instant you attack, your rear leg must press down. Wrong. You twisted your waist too early. You need to drop your shoulder, not stand so stiffly. Otherwise, your power will leak. Wrong. Your elbow must be steady. This is different from the seventh form of split the heavens. You need to separate yourself from that habit. It was several hours later before Long Chen managed to complete the correct form based on the old man's requirements. According to the old man, Long Chen had to maintain this perfect form because the power of the eighth form was too berserk and violent. A canal needed buffer room during a turn. Otherwise, the water would flow out and cause the canal to collapse. There couldn't be any carelessness when it came to this. It's about time to try it. Remember, use the minimum amount of energy at the start. Just get used to it first, said the old man. Long Chen nodded. He turned around. Turn back. Face me, shouted the old man. Face you. Come, attack. Treat me as an enemy. That's not good. What if? Don't worry about it. With your current power, you can't harm me. Fine. Be careful. Long Chen circulated his astral spaces, cautiously sending his energy through the first acupuncture point. When he had first tried using the seventh form of split the heavens, he had almost destroyed his meridians, so he was cautious this time. His energy surged through his foot and acupuncture points, but then it suddenly shrank down and vanished when it reached his elbow. The old man nodded. Again, the reason he was making Long Chen attack him was to make sure Long Chen used as little power as possible. This time, Long Chen doubled the energy he was using. When his energy reached his wrist, he suddenly felt a burst of energy, and Evilmoon actually shuddered out of his control. A will to tear apart the heavens arose within him. He couldn't hold it back even if he wanted to. The old man seemed to have been expecting this. He waved his hand, his black cane stopping in front of Long Chen. A gentle energy erased Long Chen's power. Old man, you. Long Chen stared at the old man in disbelief. That energy Long Chen had just felt from the old man's cane was actually life energy. It had been boundless, accepting Long Chen's energy and dissipating it. That was a clear sign of reaching the second step of the Nether Passage realm. Hee, as the one in charge, how could I not have this little bit of power? However, don't tell them. Once they grow up and challenge me, I'll properly teach them some manners. These days, I've been going easy on them. I feel like it should soon be time for them to suddenly attack, laughed the old man. Long Chen was between tears and laughter. The old man was actually intentionally baiting the 7 bosses to turn on him. Was he looking for an above-board reason to beat them? However, for the old man to have reached the second step not long after advancing to the Nether Passage realm was truly admirable. There's no need to be surprised. This is called accumulated experience. I was stuck at the Life Star realm for too long. It was a trial for me, and having passed it, everything has become clear. So sometimes a bad thing isn't a bad thing, and a good thing isn't a good thing. I've already reached the great circle of the second step. Before I get too old, I'm preparing to attack the third step as well, said the old man. Why are you in such a rush? Asked Long Chen. My generation isn't the main character of this era, and our opportunities are limited. We are only benefiting slightly from this great era. This has already been set in stone. By this point, rushing or not means little. I'm happy though that I still have some potential to carve out after advancing to Nether Passage. For the rest of my generation, their foundations have mostly been set in stone. To have been given this chance to shine in my old age, I'll definitely have to go show off in front of Ku Jianying. Otherwise, she'll be the one shining in front of me. Long Chen was speechless. Why was it that the older people got, the more childish they grew? Did they need to fight with the people closest to them? Losing harmed your pride, winning harmed your relationship. What was the point? However, people's characters were difficult to change, especially at the old man's age. Changing him wasn't something even a god could accomplish. That attack was no good. You didn't even use the power of your waist. You have to time it better. That way, even with the same amount of energy, the power that you'll be able to unleash will be even greater. Again, said the old man, continuing to guide Long Chen. Until Long Chen trained the 8th form of Split the Heavens to the point where it became completely natural to him, he couldn't use it against enemies. Otherwise, before he even struck his enemies, he would end up crippling himself. They trained for a day and night as the old man's requirements were stringent. There couldn't be the slightest mistake. Theoretically, I should make you try a full-strength blow to see how your control is, but you still haven't fully recovered. However, after so many tests, I think you'll be fine. Just remember, the first time you use this move against enemies, don't go over 70% power. If you stick within that range, even if something happens, you should be able to control it. But if you go at 100% right at the start, and are unable to control it, that will be dangerous. Old man, don't worry about it. Then about the ninth form, probed Long Chen. Don't even think about it. With your temper, you don't know how to hold back in the slightest. Teaching it to you would be harming you, snorted the old man. He understood Long Chen far too well. His guts were even greater than the heavens. If he had the ninth form of split the heavens, who knew what he would do? There are two conditions to controlling the ninth form of split the heavens. Satisfying either one of them will allow you to use it. One is to have the assistance of the heaven-splitting divine tablet. The other is to advance above nether passage. What is above nether passage? You'll know what's above nether passage in the future. With those monstrous geniuses coming out now, they're accompanied by old monsters who have been living for countless years. They are their protectors, so don't go crazy. The existence above nether passage stands at the peak of the martial path. It is the top of the continent's cultivation. Hearing that this was the peak of the martial path, Long Chen's heartbeat quickened. He didn't even hear what else the old man was saying. In the eastern wasteland, someone had brought him away and bestowed him upon Long Tianxiao. That person had said that unless Long Chen stood at the peak of the martial path, he shouldn't investigate his origins. He couldn't help growing emotional. So the peak of the martial path lay above nether passage. He rubbed his nine-line soul-calming jade, a sharp light appearing in his eyes. The more he cultivated, the closer he got to the secrets of his origins. Old man, is there still no news from the heaven-splitting divine tablet? Asked Long Chen. In Devil Spirit Mountain, Long Chen, Chong Hao, and Bao Buping had freed the heaven-splitting divine tablet of its bindings. It had said that it would escape on its own, but now it hadn't returned even after all this time. The heaven-splitting divine tablet is a priceless treasure on the same level as the heaven-splitting blade. If it said that it could return, then it will definitely return. For it to still not return simply means that the time hasn't come yet. Don't worry about it, said the old man. Long Chen nodded. Having learned the eighth form of split the heavens, he prepared to leave. However, the old man made him stay for another 3 days, the reason being that his injuries were still severe. He needed to rest a few days before he caused more trouble. After all, wherever Long Chen went, trouble would follow. Every bit that he recovered was a bit safer he would be. After 3 days, Long Chen had recovered to around 80%. His wounds had mostly healed, but there was still some remnant energy within them that he would have to slowly erase. Let me see just how amazing those monsters sealed in the ancient era are. Are they really as strong as the legends say? Long Chen walked out of the heaven-splitting battle sect. Taking a deep breath, a heroic feeling rose in his heart. Chapter 2041. This time, escaping from the Brahma secret realm had almost cost Long Chen his life. Evilmoon and the heaven-flipping seal had used up all their energy and were currently absorbing the energy of the divine pillars to recover. However, this great risk had come with correspondingly great rewards. From the start, Long Chen had felt that there was something he needed within the Brahma secret realm. He wasn't disappointed. The risk had been worth it. He had obtained many 11th tier medicinal pills, as well as splitting the pool of the inverse Tao water spirit flame with the pill fairy. Most importantly, he had obtained the 6th star's pill formula for the 9-star hegemon body art. He also finally learned the name of the 6th star, the Underworld Gate Star. As for where the Underworld Gate Star was, he still didn't know. He would only find out once he consumed an Underworld Gate pill. Along with the Underworld Gate pill's formula, Long Chen also gained many more memories. In the yin-yang world, he had obtained a huge amount of unknown medicinal ingredients, and only now did he learn that they were 11th tier ingredients. Thank goodness he had managed to pull those medicinal ingredients into the primal chaos space in the end. Bringing in that entire mountain range had definitely been the right decision. Long Chen went to the closest city and took a transportation formation to the eastern Zan city. Everyone who saw him was surprised and delighted, greeting him. The photographic jades of Long Chen's battles within the Brahma secret realm had long since spread throughout the continent. As the most outstanding expert of the human race, he was their pride. The various monstrous existences that had come out recently included the powerful families from the ancient era, sects with complete inheritances, and different races. Now, it was like the martial heaven continent was their home. There were only a handful of people who could contend with those monsters amongst the original disciples of the martial heaven continent. One of those few was Long Chen. The rest could only tuck their tails in. That was why people were much friendlier with him. Long Chen nodded back to them. Suddenly, the space in the distance rumbled. Haha, more fun to watch. It seems someone is challenging the experts of the Examen family. The experts bustling around the city immediately rushed out. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, why don't you come with us? Someone is challenging the Nangong family's experts. We can watch together, said one brazen maiden who walked by Long Chen. She wore green robes and was followed by a group of other women wearing the same robes. The mark on their sleeves and chests indicated that they were disciples of the same sect. Long Chen wanted to decline, but seeing their worshipful expressions, he immediately felt bad about directly declining. To be able to watch a show accompanied by so many beautiful women is my honor, said Long Chen. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen is the best. Now we don't need to worry about being bullied by the others. The women surrounded Long Chen. What, do people often bully you? Long Chen looked over them. There wasn't even one Empyrean amongst them. The one speaking to him was their strongest member, but she was just a rank 9 celestial. The rest were rank 8 and below. That's just the way it is. We don't know where these people came from, but they're everywhere now. Every time they open their mouths, they say distasteful things, but if you say anything back, they'll immediately turn hostile and attack, said one of the women. Those hidden sects are trying to show off their power. They intentionally sent a few disciples out to bait others into fighting them. That way, they won't be nameless nobodies when the real fighting starts, said another woman. Long Chen followed them in the crowd. He shook his head. Truly powerful existences would disdain doing such a thing. Exactly, so it's strange that there are so many of those vile people. In the end, it's senior apprentice brother Long Chen who's the real expert, said the first woman. She had just randomly invited Long Chen over, not having expected him to really agree. After all, he was the number 1 figure of the martial heaven continent's junior generation. She hadn't expected him to be willing to accompany them. Even now, as they spoke, he didn't act like some arrogant supreme expert. Ah, you can't say that, or I might get beaten up by others and you'll be implicated as well, said Long Chen nervously. That appearance of his made those young women laugh. Just who was Long Chen? All his fame was won through fighting. That nervous appearance was especially comedic. Another powerful explosion shook the space outside the city, and a dazzling burst of divine light erupted. They hastily rushed over, only to see a figure flying back and hacking up blood. Another figure appeared, divine light flowing around his body. Mist shrouded his face so that people couldn't see his true appearance, but his voice was icy and arrogant. The person he had just sent flying back was an Empyrean of the righteous path. That righteous expert was pale, his arm drooping. Blood slowly dripped down his sword. The webbing between his thumb and forefinger had split apart, and his arm was deformed. This was the result of receiving a casual, bare-handed strike from his opponent. You haven't awakened your manifestation, so I didn't summon my manifestation either. Do you accept defeat? Asked that man icily. I have no choice. I admit defeat. The injured man nodded. Although he had lost, he didn't feel that much resentment. His defeat was a complete one. Then scram. Go back and cultivate for a few more years. If I was your enemy, you'd already be dead, said his opponent coldly. Every one of his words was arrogant. If it was just the last sentence, it would only sound lofty, but as the victor, he had a right to say it. However, adding on the rest, he was simply being insolent. The injured man didn't say anything. A loss was a loss. The weak didn't have a right to complain, as that would only make them lose more face. Long Chen frowned. The victorious person was very powerful. He was an Empyrean with an awakened manifestation, and his cultivation technique gave off an ancient aura. It had a different feel from the experts of the current era. However, his tone was a bit irritating. Long Chen didn't say anything though. As he turned to leave, the man suddenly said, could it be that the huge eastern Zan region doesn't have anyone powerful? Every day at noon, I accept your challenges. It's already been 3 days, but there hasn't been anyone capable of receiving a single attack from me. Although it might be a bit rude of me, I'm not trying to target anyone. I just want to say, the people of this current era are trash. Long Chen immediately laughed. It had been many years since he had heard such a brilliant thing. Yes, he was treating everyone equally. Everyone was trash. While Long Chen laughed, others were enraged. He was actually insulting everyone present. You go too far. Receive one of my attacks. An Empyrean summoned his manifestation and slashed his saber. A giant golden saber image shot out. The man wrapped in divine light merely snorted and raised a hand. He slammed his palm down, crushing the saber image instantly and sending the Empyrean flying. His saber actually flew out of his hold due to the power. He fainted. Others immediately went to help him. He woke up and gnashed his teeth in fury. However, as the weaker party, there was nothing to say. You have a big mouth, but it seems that it's just the braying of a donkey. You don't have any power, sneered the man enveloped in divine light. You're too arrogant. This time, it was one of the Zon beasts who couldn't bear it. He transformed into a giant azure ape and unleashed a powerful strike with his staff, only to be sent flying with another palm from that person. An animal only has brute power and no technique. It's fated that you'll never reach my level. Scram back to your monkey hole, said the man. Over 10 experts came charging out one by one. There were people from the righteous path, the ancient races, and the Zon beasts, but they were all defeated, unable to receive a single blow. Is he really so powerful? He doesn't even need to summon his manifestation to beat them all in one move. If he summoned his manifestation, just how powerful would he be? The woman beside Long Chen was stunned. This man had said that he was an Empyrean with an awakened manifestation, but that if he summoned his manifestation, he would be bullying people. Even without summoning his manifestation, fighting barehanded against divine items, he was defeating everyone in one move. This level of power was enough to make others feel despair. Don't listen to his lies. As an Empyrean with an awakened manifestation, each of his attacks contains a merger of his world energy and his heavenly Tao energy. Summoning his manifestation would only make it stronger. The power that an awakened Empyrean controls has an absolute suppression effect on ordinary Empyreans, so even without summoning his manifestation, he can still crush these people. There's a qualitative difference between their energy, said Long Chen. Long Chen had fought 13 Empyreans with awakened manifestations, so he was profoundly aware of just how terrifying their power was when heavenly Tao energy merged with world energy. Even now, his injuries hadn't healed. So that's the case. How despicable, cried the woman. Watch out. Long Chen's expression suddenly changed, and he pulled her to the side. Startled cries rang out from the crowd as a sharp sword pierced toward Long Chen's side. Chapter 2042. That sword instantly arrived in front of Long Chen, causing others to jump in fright. That sword was a divine item that had been sent flying by the current expert challenging the man enveloped by divine light. It was actually coincidentally flying toward Long Chen. The power of that sword made the people beside him turn pale with terror. Even if Long Chen blocked it, the shockwaves would definitely kill them. However, the sword suddenly came to a stop in the air. The immense power it was unleashing also vanished, like a stone falling into a sea. 2 fingers had caught the tip of the sword, wiping out all the power behind it. Long Chen hadn't wanted to cause a disturbance here. By accompanying these women into the crowd here, he had been very low-key. But this action of his immediately drew everyone's attention. Startled cries out. Of everyone present, the only one capable of stopping such a terrifying attack like this was Long Chen. Sorry, senior apprentice brother Long Chen. The red-faced ancient race disciple walked over. That sword was his. Not only had he lost, but his sword even caused such a ruckus. It was an embarrassment. This disciple had actually gone into the Brahma secret realm as well. He hadn't joined Pill Valley's side, so he couldn't count as Long Chen's enemy. In fact, because Long Chen had let people like him into the core region and cut down the divine pillars so that everyone could benefit, he was actually quite grateful to him. Winning and losing is common. I also almost lost my life in Pill Valley, but I'm still living well now. Long Chen smiled slightly and returned the sword to him. That disciple couldn't help feeling grateful. The comfort of a supreme expert like Long Chen was especially touching. It was true that in the end, it was Long Chen who had fled from the battle in the Brahma secret realm. But no one could say that he had lost. For Long Chen to use his own wretched state to comfort this person made the surrounding experts feel even greater respect for him. They also understood why Long Chen possessed such powerful charisma. Other experts did not treat the weak kindly while still being domineering in the face of other experts. In fact, it was commonly the opposite for other experts. They were show-offs in front of the weak while dogs in front of the strong. This was also one reason why so many people worshipped Long Chen. People looked toward the women that had been with Long Chen. They didn't seem too special. You are Long Chen. The man in divine light looked down at Long Chen from the sky. Long Chen smiled derisively. Why bother asking? If you didn't know who I was, would you have tested me like this? The sword that Long Chen had just blocked hadn't just contained the power of the ancient race disciple. It had also contained this mysterious man's power. He had clearly sent it flying over to Long Chen intentionally. HMPH, I heard that you claim to be the present age's strongest expert. Were you sleeping in a coffin for so long that your ears rotted, or did your brain turn to mush? Who said that I claim to be the strongest? Ignoring others, the Wine God Palace's High Priest and the Divine Ice Palace's Taoist Heavenly Feather could crush me with a single finger. If you want to challenge me, find a better reason. To tell the truth, I've long since grown tired of this kind of unchanging show-off method. Long Chen shook his head. The other experts present couldn't help cheering for this development. They had long since found this mysterious man to be irritating. His mouth was especially malicious. Everyone on the continent knew Long Chen's character. His arrogance was not a show for others. He wouldn't say something like he was the strongest person in the world. This was clearly a taunt. HMPH, cut the crap. Do you dare to fight? Demanded the mysterious man. Nope. Long Chen shrugged indifferently. You. The mysterious man almost coughed up blood. This response was especially unexpected. I still haven't recovered from my last battle, so I don't want to fight. That's one reason. Another reason is that I don't like meaningless battles, nor do I exchange pointers with people for some empty title. If you want to say that you're the strongest, then you're the strongest. If you want to say that I'm trash, then fine, my skin isn't made of paper. But you should know that even arrogance has its limits. If you go past a certain point, you'll have to pay a price. Long Chen had long since stopped being the youth that had walked out of the Phoenix Cry Empire whose blood would grow hot as soon as someone provoked him. Perhaps that was growth. He had become more reserved, so even seeing so many unbridled people, he didn't feel indignant. If they wanted to be unbridled, then fine. As long as they didn't run into him, he didn't care. You really spout a lot of crap. Do you dare to fight or not? Could it be that your title as the #1 expert is a fake? Sneered the mysterious man. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, teach him a lesson. Exactly, they're from a completely different era than us. Don't let them look down on us. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, these people are all too arrogant. Countless shouts rang out from the crowd. This mysterious man had drawn too much fury recently, but no one was able to beat him. It isn't that he doesn't want to fight but that he doesn't dare to. He might be able to claim to be king over your era, but HMPH, in our era, he wouldn't even be fit to carry the shoes of the top geniuses. Once he fights, he'll no longer be able to say he's #1, sneered the mysterious man. Provoking me is useless. Tell me, what power are you from? Asked Long Chen. HMPH, someone who doesn't even dare to fight isn't qualified to know my origins. Alright, then goodbye, I'm actually quite busy. Long Chen turned and walked away. He had real business to discuss with Zheng Wenlong. HMPH, I knew that your fame was fake. You really are trash, sneered the mysterious man. Seeing Long Chen leave, the others couldn't help feeling disappointed. They had hoped for Long Chen to come out and win some face back for their era. You should count yourself lucky that my mood isn't bad today. Long Chen didn't look back. Just at this moment, one of the women that had been beside Long Chen suddenly let out a cry. She was carried over to the mysterious man's side as if she had been grabbed by a large invisible hand. Girl, your looks aren't bad. You can be a bed warmer for me. Long Chen came to a sudden stop and slowly looked back. He had a pitiful expression. Why bother? What, is it your business if a disciple of an everlasting family wishes to have a bed warmer? If I sent out word, there would be a line of beauties outside my gate wishing to fill this position. This girl is lucky, said the mysterious man. After hearing that he came from an everlasting family, the spectators' hearts shook. Many people's expressions changed. No wonder he was so powerful. The everlasting families were powerful families that had experienced the time of the sovereigns. Their foundations were unimaginable. Those who had been defeated couldn't help deflating slightly, their anger vanishing. To be defeated by such an expert wasn't embarrassing. But this disciple in particular was too arrogant. Long Chen shook his head. Everlasting or not, it means nothing to me. Tell me, do you really want to fight me? He was finally a bit angry. He didn't want to implicate someone like this. What, do you finally dare to fight? Alright, then I won't have time to bring back this bed warmer. Miss, apologies, but you won't have that fortune. The mysterious man waved his hand, sending the girl tumbling toward Long Chen. Long Chen caught her, but she was still pale with terror. She hadn't had the slightest ability to resist in the face of that man's power, being unable to even speak or blink. He was unimaginably powerful. She cried out, "Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, don't fight him for. Don't worry about it, I'll help you out a bit." Long Chen sent her back to her group and slowly walked toward the man enveloped by divine light. Chapter 2043. The experts present were all excited to see the upcoming battle. They would finally get to personally witness a battle between monsters. Long Chen walked into the sky. He said, "I was originally in a good mood, but now it's ruined. Be prepared." Ha ha ha. The mysterious man laughed. "I heard that you have the nickname the Eastern Madman. Let me tell you, that little bit of power you have is nothing in front of the everlasting families. To tell the truth, I have no desire to fight you. You're too weak," said Long Chen. He slowly extended his right hand and beckoned for the mysterious man to attack. "Even if you are an Empyrean with an awakened manifestation, you aren't qualified to be arrogant in front of me. I'm not even interested in teaching you a lesson, but with how much you're begging me to, I feel like not doing so would be letting you down. Since it seems that you can receive divine items with your bare hands, your fists must be your strongest point. I won't bully you, I will teach you how to be a person using your strong point," said Long Chen. His right hand slowly curled into a fist, taking on a striking posture. That posture immediately elicited a burst of laughter. That posture wasn't for fighting. It was more like one for beating a child. What wild arrogance. Today I'll show you what true power is. The mysterious man's manifestation suddenly activated. Facing Long Chen, he chose to no longer be so exaggerated as to not even use his manifestation. Even more divine light condensed around him, making him look like he was blazing with divine fire. He stamped on the ground and suddenly dived down like a falcon, smashing a foot at Long Chen's head. His power compressed space to the point that ripples continuously spread from him. It also contained an intention to humiliate, indicating that he wished to trample Long Chen beneath his feet. Lightning wings spread on Long Chen's back. He seemed to teleport, avoiding this attack. But most importantly, he calmly rolled up his sleeves without even looking at his opponent. His opponent wasn't startled at having missed, and he punched straight toward Long Chen's face. His movements flowed well, showing that he was clearly someone with plenty of combat experience. Just as his fist was about to strike Long Chen turned, seemingly to coincidentally avoid the punch. It was like that person's attack was well within his predictions. Long Chen didn't immediately counterattack. Instead, he continued rolling up his sleeves. They were finally rolled up to his elbows. Courting death. The way Long Chen had avoided the attacks unintentionally infuriated his opponent, and now his palm sliced toward Long Chen's head. He used the side of it like a blade, and blue light began to shine from it. The first two attacks might be enough to crush the regular experts here, but they had just been probing blows. Now in his fury, he was unleashing a killing move. The sharp air that came from his palm showed that this was an extremely terrifying magical art. His palm was like a bolt of lightning hacking at Long Chen, and yet Long Chen continued to not even look at him. He finished rolling up his sleeves and then randomly swung his hand from left to right. This was not exactly an attack. Long Chen hadn't stored up any power at all. His hand simply swung through the air in a beautiful arc that looked so slow that others could savor the beauty of it, yet it was so fast that it struck his opponent's face before he even knew what was happening. A clean and crisp smacking sound rang throughout heaven and earth. Everyone saw Long Chen's hand strike that mysterious man's face first, while that man's attack ended up swinging past Long Chen's face due to being struck. The wind from it blew back Long Chen's hair but didn't harm him in the slightest. The mysterious man was sent flying, smashing into the ground and leaving a long ditch. This strike from Long Chen had been seen clearly by all. It was just a simple slap without any power or trick to it. However, this powerful opponent who had dominated other Empyreans was unable to block it. That mysterious man's power had reached a level that no one was able to comprehend. He had been fighting here for days without anyone being able to receive a single attack from him. Although it was true that Long Chen had an impressive battle accomplishment fending off the attacks of 13 awakened Empyreans, those were people who had just awakened their manifestations back then, while this mysterious man was someone from the everlasting families. His foundation was unimaginable. Many people thought that Long Chen would more likely be the winner, but there would have to be an immense, heaven-shaking battle to determine the winner. This current scene was not within their predictions. You bragged so hard, so let me ask you now, does your face hurt? Long Chen was still in his slapping posture. He looked down on that distant figure that was still tumbling back. The mysterious man slammed his legs into the ground, finally managing to stop his momentum. Long Chen, a furious roar rang out, and the divine light enveloping him grew as intense as the sun. He stamped on the ground, leaving a giant hole, and shot toward Long Chen like a flaming shooting star. Go back. When he had finally reached Long Chen once more raised his hand and slapped him. Long Chen's palm struck him in the exact same spot, sending him flying back. The experts present felt like they were going crazy. They even pushed their spiritual strength to the max as they attempted to figure out what was going on. This time, they had clearly seen that man raise his hand to block Long Chen's slap, but Long Chen's palm had still managed to strike his face. That made no sense. Can senior apprentice brother Long Chen's attacks bypass other people's bodies? Cries of disbelief rang out. That's impossible. No attacks can do that. It should be that he's just too fast, resulting in a spatial illusion. It looked like his opponent blocked it, but he only blocked an afterimage, guessed someone. The mysterious man once more slammed into the ground, coincidentally striking the exact same spot that he had the last. But this time, he went even further, leaving an even deeper ditch. The eighth form of split the heavens really is amazing. This one move can be said to relate to all other techniques. Hee, the old man is hidebound by convention, but I'm not the same. Long Chen was delighted at this success. What he had found was that the eighth form of split the heavens was not something inflexible. If he focused on his elbow, it would have the greatest power, but focusing on his shoulder would give it greater range, while focusing on his wrist would give it more agility. Long Chen had already tested the principles twice now. Although this new method meant that he couldn't quite use that much power, it actually had more than enough effect. His divine face slapping art had taken another step closer to perfection. This excited Long Chen more than learning any other heaven-shaking divine ability. After all, this was his own self-made technique. This feeling of success was amazing. As Long Chen felt overjoyed inside, the surrounding experts were simply dumbstruck. They had never seen or heard of such a fight. A heaven-shaking roar rang out. That mysterious man's manifestation shook intensely, and like a whale sucking in water, all the surrounding heavenly Tao energy was absorbed without leaving a drop. The expressions of the surrounding experts changed. They could no longer sense any heavenly Tao energy. Some rank 9 celestials were unable to even summon their manifestations. A cold killing intent filled the air. The mysterious man's manifestation rumbled, and it was like thousands of devils were screaming. A pair of giant runic wings appeared behind him, and with a flap, he soared toward Long Chen. Seeing this, Long Chen's expression changed ever so slightly. This fellow's cultivation technique was very strange. He was actually able to use his manifestation so effectively. The surrounding experts retreated. Without any heavenly Tao energy, they might be killed by shockwaves. The mysterious man had already gone crazy. He no longer cared if anyone died because of their fight. Just as everyone was retreating, a slightly serious expression appeared on Long Chen's face. His left foot stepped forward while his back foot retreated. He leaned forward slightly, taking on a strange position. Since you want to go all out, I won't hold back. Let me show you my peerless technique, shouted Long Chen. Die! Flames suddenly burst from the mysterious man's wings. Strange marks appeared on his right arm, and golden armor covered it. He smashed a fist at Long Chen. Chapter 2044. This powerful punch contained the power of the heavenly Taos. Spatial energy circulated, making it impossible to dodge. This attack didn't just envelop Long Chen. Even the experts in the distance that were retreating suddenly found that they were within its range. The more powerful Empyreans had it better off. They merely felt space twisting around them, causing their speed to fall. However, the rank 9 Celestials were shocked to find that space had frozen around them. They couldn't move. Are we going to die? Those experts felt despair. They had never thought that the power of awakened Empyreans was so terrifying. It was said that the power of Empyreans with awakened manifestations was enough to topple mountains and invert the seas. It was the power to suppress the world. However, then they had heard that Long Chen had managed to fight 13 such Empyreans, even killing 2 of them, causing the awe that people felt for awakened manifestations to fall. Perhaps they weren't as legendary as the legend said. After all, they had only seen them through photographic jades and were unable to sense their terrifying pressure and heavenly Tao energy. However, this awakened Empyrean in front of them had gone insane from being slapped by Long Chen. He was even igniting his essence blood in his rage. If Long Chen unleashed a full-strength counterattack to receive his crazy attack, then while the Empyreans would be fine, anyone below a rank 9 celestial would be blown to bits by the explosive shockwaves. In fact, it was very likely that this mysterious man had used some secret technique to activate a paragon art. Otherwise, such terrifying spatial constrictions were inconceivable. Those weaker experts were unable to even speak. They could only hope for Long Chen to save them. Long Chen was still in his strange posture. His divine ring appeared behind him, slowly spinning. 5 stars also appeared in his eyes, but no white scales appeared on his body. His expression was calm. He patiently awaited his opponent's fist to arrive. Die! Exploding blaze meteor fist. Long Chen also let out a shout. Upon twisting his waist, his right hand transformed into a blur that flew past his opponent's fist and struck him in the face. Another crisp explosive sound rang out, and he was once more sent flying, once more following the same path. However, this time, he continued beyond the horizon. Several breaths' time passed, but he still didn't return. The spatial restriction faded, and those experts regained their freedom. Having just survived a brush past death, they were still filled with some lingering fear. That's done. Long Chen patted his hands as if he had done something insignificant. He walked over to those frightened women he had been with and smiled. All right, I've helped you vent. Next time, if anyone makes things hard on you, just tell me and I'll make sure to beat them black and blue. I have some stuff to do, so I'll be leaving first. Long Chen waved and actually walked away, going toward the city. Watching him leave, the woman who had been caught by that man couldn't help feeling a bit disappointed. Her eyes were red, and she almost cried. She knew that she and Long Chen were in different worlds. The connection between the two of them would be forever limited to this brief interaction. An unrivaled hero like Long Chen who crushed the rest of his generation was in a completely different realm compared to her. There was no way to bridge that gap. The experts present were all filled with reverence and worship for Long Chen as they watched him leave. That unstoppable disciple of an everlasting family had been unable to receive a blow from Long Chen. Long Chen hadn't even fought him. He had simply slapped him 3 times, and the 3rd time, Long Chen had slapped him so hard that he had vanished. The difference between the two of them was not just a matter of 1 or 2 levels. That terrifying expert still wasn't qualified to challenge Long Chen. That meant that Long Chen really had reached an unimaginable level. They also understood why Long Chen ignored his taunts. He had never viewed him as a real opponent. Can't smile, can't smile. Stay calm, look like a transcendent expert. Hee, but I really can't endure it. Long Chen knew that the crowd was watching him, but he really was too happy right now. The 8th form of Split the Heavens had practically been made for him. Its focus was the control of power. To Long Chen, that could not be simpler. However, to others, it was as difficult as ascending the heavens. Others only had 1 astral space where their power was gathered, but Long Chen had 108,000 of them that he could use freely. He could use 100 of them at once, or he could use 1,000 of them. It all just depended on what he wanted. When it came to his control in his regard, he was even greater than the heaven-splitting battle sect's old man. Actually, he could have controlled the 8th form of Split the Heavens in just a short moment, but he had concealed it in an attempt to weasel the 9th form out of the old man. It was like he was saying, look at how stupid I am, it took me forever to learn the 8th form. Even if you taught me the 9th form, I wouldn't be able to learn it, so it wouldn't be a big deal. However, the old man hadn't fallen for it. He hadn't even given Long Chen a crumb about the 9th form. As soon as Long Chen had learned the 8th form, he had been thinking about how he could use it. He had managed to infer many things from its base technique. As for this disciple of an everlasting family, he was truly powerful, powerful enough to even surprise Long Chen. At the very least, he was much stronger than those awakened Empyreans he had fought before. Before this, Long Chen would have been forced to bring out his real power to handle him. But after merging the 8th form of Split the Heavens with his divine face-slapping art, he managed to defeat him effortlessly and even put on such a marvelous show. Long Chen walked into the Huayan auction house, but Zheng Wenlong hadn't arrived yet. He had already alerted Zheng Wenlong yesterday that he was coming, so he was surprised that he wasn't here. As an outstanding businessman, Zheng Wenlong had always been the one waiting for him. It seemed that this was Long Chen's first time waiting for him. The attendant respectfully poured tea for Long Chen. She was also a disciple of the Huayan sect. She was quite pretty, and her cultivation base had reached the life star realm. However, based on her aura, she had just broken through and couldn't control her aura perfectly yet. Long Chen sighed inside. Zheng Wenlong's life was really good. He actually had nether passage experts as bodyguards, as well as all kinds of attendants. Then he thought of himself. He was surrounded by enemies, not attendants. Should he switch professions and become a businessman? He shook his head. Making money as a businessman was slow. Plundering was much better. Thinking of the mountains of spirit crystals inside the primal chaos space, he smiled. For Long Chen to suddenly smile made his attendant jump. Sorry, did I do something wrong? This attendant was young and nervous. After all, Long Chen was a peak genius who had shaken the continent. Normal people never had a chance to interact with him. If she hadn't advanced to the life star realm, she wouldn't be qualified to wait on him. For Long Chen to smile now, she thought that she had done something wrong. No, I'm just happy about some little business I finished recently, said Long Chen. Hearing that, the attendant calmed down. Your little business probably isn't small at all. We all heard of it. Here is your tea. The attendant passed over a cup of tea that she had just steeped with both hands. Long Chen thanked her and received it with both hands as well. That kind of etiquette surprised her as it was a very humble action. He was actually treating her as an equal. Sipping it, Long Chen said, you know of it as well. Hee, I'm sure it's nothing compared to the Huayan sect's business though. Although Long Chen had a vast sum on his body right now, that kind of wealth still made him a beggar in the eyes of the Huayan sect. With their terrifying foundation, he didn't want to be viewed as a country bumpkin. Speaking of which, what is Zheng Wenlong busy with? Asked Long Chen. He's a busy man. The various sects and families that have appeared recently are all business opportunities. He's gone to personally greet them, said the attendant. Long Chen nodded. Businessmen really were businessmen. They couldn't give up on any business opportunities. He was taking the initiative to greet these ancient powers without the slightest hesitation. Long Chen continued to chat with the attendant. Occasionally she would laugh. The time passed very quickly, and after 2 hours, Zheng Wenlong finally arrived, looking worn out from travel. He apologized, sorry to make you wait. On my way back, we encountered an unconscious expert. We saved him and learned that it was actually someone from the everlasting families. Don't you think that's coincidental? What is it? Chapter 2045, Cough, how curious. Who could beat up someone from the everlasting families? Asked Long Chen. I actually don't know. It wasn't convenient for me to ask him such a thing, said Zheng Wenlong. That final slap of Long Chen's had contained the true power of the 8th form of Split the Heavens. He had activated his divine ring, summoned his battle armor, and merged the power of his physical strength and astral energy. The 8th form of Split the Heavens was something that unleashed a will to split heaven and earth, but Long Chen's slap didn't contain any killing intent nor imposing aura, which had made his opponent unable to sense the danger. If it was a true killing blow, an expert would block or run based on their sense of danger. However, Long Chen's divine face slapping art was just that heaven-defying. No, he wouldn't kill you. He would just slap you. Compared to the pain of the body, the pain of the mind was far more unendurable. Naturally, if Zheng Wenlong didn't specifically ask, it meant that he didn't know Long Chen had slapped that man, so Long Chen had no need to admit to it. Through Zheng Wenlong's explanation, Long Chen deduced that it was the one he had slapped. After realizing that he wasn't a match for Long Chen, he had probably decided to leave, only for his anger to grow greater and greater as he thought about it, resulting in him fainting eventually. That was how Zheng Wenlong had encountered him. As a businessman, Zheng Wenlong introduced him to the wide range of business that the Huayan sect took part in after saving him, creating a foundation for future collaborations. Once that person left, Zheng Wenlong had rushed over. He entered through the western gate, not the eastern gate, so he didn't see the battlefield. Did you say that he was someone from the Dongfang everlasting family? Asked Long Chen. Yes, Brother Long, you really are my lucky star. I actually managed to bump into someone from the Dongfang family on my way to see you. His name was Dongfang Wenying. Although he didn't say his exact status, based on his tone, he should have quite a high position in the Dongfang family. I haven't had much luck running around to the ancient sects that have been appearing, but I unexpectedly ran into such good fortune as soon as you came. Zheng Wenlong smiled. Having formed a connection with the Dongfang family would make any future business with them much easier. Trust me, I'm no lucky star. But how is it possible that you haven't had much luck with the others? Others should have no choice but to do business with the Huayan sect. Are things not going well? Asked Long Chen. As expected, Zheng Wenlong sighed. He said that there were various reasons for this. One of which was that those ancient powers were too proud. Although the Huayan sect's fame spoke for them, those powers actually ended up viewing them as beggars since they had taken the initiative to look for them. These ancient powers had profound foundations. They each had their own worlds that satisfied their needs, so they didn't care about any cooperation with the Huayan sect. To put it frankly, they were ancient powers that had sealed themselves off during the glorious time of the ancient era, allowing them to preserve many resources that no longer existed on the martial heaven continent. For Zheng Wenlong to come find them now made them feel like the Huayan sect was trying to trade trash for treasures. Did they have good stuff in their hands? Asked Long Chen, his eyes lighting up. He was always interested in treasures. Of course they do. Ancient plants and beasts that are extinct in our world are perfectly preserved in theirs. Amazing treasures, secret arts, magical arts of the ancient era, they have them all. That's why I went to see them. But the way they looked at me, like I was a beggar, it was quite a blow. Zheng Wenlong sighed, leaning back with a cup of tea. Even after exhausting himself to go see those ancient powers, he was merely met with disdain. It had been many years since such a thing had happened to him. Even as a businessman, he was starting to get angry. To face customers with an amicable smile was the teaching that the wealth god had left behind for them, but Zheng Wenlong almost couldn't hold it in. Long Chen had felt a bit envious of Zheng Wenlong's profession before this, but seeing his weary and exhausted appearance now, that envy faded. All I'm doing is complaining. We should get to our own business. Zheng Wenlong clapped his forehead. This setback had made him forget his important business. Not at all. Having known you for so many years, I wanted to be like you, so I did some small businesses to scrape a living. But I didn't expect these little businesses to do so well. I now have a bunch of things that I can't get rid of. Hearing how tight things are on your side, I'm prepared to give a portion of those things to you. Long Chen laughed and began to take out one item after another. Zheng Wenlong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How was this business? This was clearly plundering. The matter of Long Chen demanding a protection fee at the channel of the Brahma secret realm was known throughout the continent. Perhaps only Long Chen would do something like that. What was inconceivable about it was that the people that Long Chen had robbed actually didn't feel much resentment toward him. Instead, they felt grateful after being robbed. Long Chen took out one treasure after another. Weapons, pills, armor, there were all sorts of items. Seeing the mountain of battle spoils, Zheng Wenlong shook his head. Long Chen was truly vicious. He had not only gained a mountain of spirit crystals, but he had even gained this mountain of treasures. What's this? As he took out one item, Long Chen suddenly found it to be curious. It was a silk band with two bulges. Runes that he had never seen before were present on it. Zheng Wenlong looked at it and his expression became odd. That's an item used by female cultivators who are nursing babies. Wearing it can induce milk production and make it easier to give the body's pure nutrients to the baby. Long Chen, you actually took away a female cultivator's personal item. What the fuck? Long Chen raged. I let the female cultivators in for free. Which rat bastard conned me like this? At the time, there had been too many people. It wasn't possible for Long Chen to examine what everyone had given him closely. Furthermore, it wasn't as if he was an expert at appraising treasures. If he judged it to be close enough, he let them in. Don't get angry. It truly is a decent treasure. Not many people have such a thing, so it's actually quite valuable, comforted Zheng Wenlong. Fine, then I'll give it as a gift to you. I'm sure you and Bai Ling will be able to use it. Long Chen magnanimously tossed this special object to Zheng Wenlong. Bai Ling was the female manager in charge of the Huayan Pavilion in the Phoenix Cry Empire, and she was one of the Huayan sect's disciples. The reason why Long Chen hadn't seen her in so long was because she was busy handling many things for Zheng Wenlong. The only thing left was for them to get married. Zheng Wenlong had managed to advance step by step to his current position, but he had always remained loyal to Bai Ling. This one point was worthy of Long Chen's admiration. Haha, the great peak heavenly genius of the martial heaven continent is only sending me a single object. Isn't that a bit stingy? Although that was what he said, Zheng Wenlong really took the object. You're really taking it? Why not? We've been preparing to get married for a few years now. I've just been too busy to properly accompany her. Once life settles down, I'll make sure Bai Ling can rest and raise children at home. It must be tiring for her to keep up with me, said Zheng Wenlong. But what about you, Brother Long? When are you preparing to get married? Me. Long Chen was startled. He bitterly smiled. I can't even give them a stable life. Why talk about marriage? If Zheng Wenlong owed Bai Ling, then Long Chen owed his women far too much. They were accompanying him across the narrow line between life and death, but they didn't complain. Once I stand at the peak of the martial path and have suppressed my opponents, when no one dares to mess with me, I should be able to give them a stable life. At that time, I'll make things up to them. Long Chen clenched his fists. If he wanted a stable life, he needed absolute power. Otherwise, people like the fellow he had slapped away today would continuously come to find trouble for them. Long Chen wasn't afraid of trouble, but he didn't want to implicate the people beside him. The reason Long Chen had intentionally humiliated that man was because he was so loathsome. He had actually stretched his hands out toward an innocent woman, so Long Chen didn't bother giving him any face. However, that was just one person. More would come if he didn't possess the level of power to make them give up before they tried. So cultivation had no way back. Even if he announced that he was leaving the cultivation world and going into seclusion, some people would still come to attack him. Hence, he couldn't slacken. He had to get stronger so he could protect his people. Zheng Wenlong called some people over to appraise the things that Long Chen had taken out. Those people made a list, but Long Chen didn't take it. According to Long Chen, he remembered his debts in his heart. If someone helped him, he would remember it. After giving those things to Zheng Wenlong, Long Chen asked him about the current situation of the continent. The Huayan sect was definitely number one in terms of information. According to Zheng Wenlong, thousands of hidden powers had come out recently. They were all amazing existences whose target was the upcoming Qi flow eruption. That had waited all these years just for that one moment. Not only that, but the corrupt path, ancient races, Zon beasts, ancient family, alliance, and Bloodkill Hall were preparing some big moves. Zheng Wenlong warned Long Chen to be careful. The two of them chatted for almost 2 hours before Long Chen had to leave. After hesitating for a moment, Long Chen went to the Xuantian Dao sect. It seemed that it had been a long time since he had been back. Chapter 2046. When Long Chen arrived in front of the gates of the Xuantian Dao sect, the disciples guarding the gates shouted excitedly. It had been a long time since Long Chen had returned to the Xuantian Dao sect. After the battle in the Yin-Yang world, Ku Jianying had expelled Long Chen from the Martial Heaven Alliance, infuriating the disciples of the Xuantian Dao sect. Long Chen belonged to their sect. He was their pride, as well as their pillar. After that, Long Chen had announced that he was establishing his own separate entity, the Dragonblood Legion. Although he said that he was allied with the Martial Heaven Alliance, it was still difficult to accept, especially to the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples. They had thought that he might never return. Long Chen patted those disciples on the shoulder with a smile. No matter where I go, we will still be a family. The Xuantian Dao sect is my home. Long Chen had deep feelings for the Xuantian Dao sect. He didn't want a disaster to befall it while he wasn't here. In the end, although the Dragonblood Legion was now an external existence, the Xuantian Dao sect still existed in his heart. When Long Chen walked in, the entire sect became chaotic. Even some disciples in seclusion came running out. Long Chen, you finally returned. I thought that you no longer cared about us, said Hua Xiu, her eyes red. Hua Xiu, Zhao Zian, Wang Zhen, Su Mo, Mu Qingshan, all the experts that had once fought alongside him came over, filled with various emotions. Let me tell you, such words have to be kept on the down low. Don't let that jealous girl of mine hear them, or she won't let me have the end of it, joked Long Chen. Hua Xiu reddened, but this joking manner only made them feel that Long Chen was still Long Chen. I'll go pay my respects to the Zon master first. Once I come back, we'll have a real drink. I'll treat you to some fish. Long Chen waved to them. This place was the Xuantian Dao sect, his home. He had to greet the Zon master first, or it would be rude. Zon master, patriarch. Long Chen walked into the Xuantian tower. At the top level, he bowed toward Li Tianxuan and the patriarch. Really, you? Well, just sit first. Originally, Li Tianxuan had wanted to chide Long Chen for his actions recently, but seeing him well, he couldn't be bothered to say anything. Due to guaranteeing that Long Chen would survive, Li Tianxuan had been under immense pressure. It was his first time feeling like he might be crushed by that invisible pressure. Each day had been a kind of torment for him. However, when it came to Long Chen, Li Tianxuan didn't know what to do either. Long Chen's intelligence was not inferior to his, and yet he always did some dumbfoundingly stupid things. I've implicated you. Please accept this wine as my apology. Long Chen directly took out a jug. He knew that he was still too young. He hadn't expected the old man to actually want to charge into Pill Valley to save him. If Li Tianxuan hadn't stopped him, Long Chen would have been filled with shame over that matter. Alright, I can't be bothered to say anything about it. The chi flow eruption is imminent. Various powers are surfacing, and all kinds of monsters are coming out. This world belongs to the young. We can only be spectators, so just do as you please. Li Tianxuan sighed, receiving the wine. This offering of Long Chen's was the wine that the high priest had given him. He was actually giving it away, instead of drinking it himself, but he didn't feel any pain over it. The patriarch said, based on your tone, are you saying that you're old as well now? Then what about a real old-timer like me? Li Tianxuan laughed and passed the wine to him. After a few bowls of the wine had entered their bellies, they had discussed the current situation, and Li Tianxuan had finished asking Long Chen about what had happened in Pill Valley. Upon hearing the details, Li Tianxuan's expression became a bit grave. He had an urge to say something, but he chose not to in the end. Eventually, Long Chen left. Watching him leave, the patriarch asked, "What did you want to say?" Li Tianxuan said, "I feel like the chi flow eruption coming early is strange. It might be something that Pill Valley did." Pill Valley, you really think that's possible? Actually, I feel like there is some unspeakable secret behind why Pill Valley opened the Brahma secret realm open to everyone. Long Chen might have ruined their plan, but this chi flow eruption might be another plot of theirs. If you had such a guess, why didn't you tell Long Chen? Li Tianxuan shook his head. If this really was something that Pill Valley did, then speaking of it is definitely not a good thing. Pill Valley forcibly changed the flow of the heavenly Taos. This is an act against the heavens, and I don't know what trump card Pill Valley has to dare do such a thing. But any karma related to it is definitely serious, and I can't implicate Long Chen with it. The patriarch could only sigh upon hearing that. Just what is Pill Valley up to? Li Tianxuan began to pace. I don't understand this move of Yu Xiaoyun's. Perhaps it's related to the gods. With something so huge, don't you think you should at least subtly indicate something to Long Chen? This relates to the heavenly Taos, and the entire continent's chi flow. If Pill Valley wants to scheme against the heavens, let them. I refuse to believe a person's schemes can go against the heavens. Even if this world has declined, it's still not something that can be schemed against. Li Tianxuan shook his head. Furthermore, Li Tianxuan cast his gaze toward the plaza where Long Chen was speaking with Hua Xiu, Wang Zhen, and the others. He smiled coldly. Furthermore, a divergent was in existence not even the heavens could control. No matter how great the scheme, if it encountered Long Chen, countless unexpected things would occur. Whoever schemed against Long Chen would not have a good end. Heavenly Fate Island was a perfect example, but Pill Valley hadn't viewed them as a warning for their actions. Instead, they decided to go on an even grander scale. Li Tianxuan really wanted to see just what Yu Xiaoyun was relying on. Long Chen stayed a night with the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples, drinking with them until the sky lit up once more. It was like they had returned to their days of celebrating after defeating the sea demon tide at the Eastern Sea. However, the next day, Long Chen left. He sat in a transportation formation straight for the Martial Heaven Alliance's headquarters. As expected, as soon as he saw Ku Jianying, she went crazy. Fortunately, Long Chen had come prepared. He had first found Yi Lingshan before seeing Ku Jianying. Yi Lingshan naturally understood and held back her master, allowing Long Chen to avoid his awkward fate. After all, Ku Jianying was his senior, and he couldn't retaliate. Once Ku Jianying's rage faded, Long Chen hastily handed over a jug of wine. He knew that the people that cared about him the most had been very worried during this time. So Long Chen had no intention of fighting back. He was prepared to face the scolding and cursing. In any case, there was no way she would really kill him. Do you think I'm the same as that old ghost? Is this little piss wine supposed to calm me down? snorted Ku Jianying. Isn't this because I'm acknowledging my mistake? It's fine if you want to beat and curse me, but I wouldn't want you to hurt yourself in your fury. Then my mistake would get even worse, chortled Long Chen, knowing that Ku Jianying's rage had passed. However, upon seeing that naughty smile of his, Ku Jianying's rage returned. You little bastard, you better start behaving yourself now. Various powerful existences have come out because the chi flow eruption is coming. Those hidden sects are all appearing, and any balance that exists currently is hanging by the slightest thread. There hasn't been any huge fighting yet, but you aren't permitted to cause any chaos. The ancient powers appeared after the phenomenon had occurred. As a result, the conflicts between the original powers of the continent had instantly resolved, as they could no longer afford to keep fighting amongst themselves. Now, none of them was thinking about fighting. The current situation on the continent was very strange. Although it looked like all kinds of marvelous geniuses were appearing, there were hidden undercurrents. Whether it was the Martial Heaven Alliance, Pill Valley, the ancient races, or the corrupt path, they were all just keeping watch. In other words, all the trouble that Long Chen had caused before had been forcibly wiped away for now. This was a rare chance to gain some breathing room. Hence, she needed to make sure that Long Chen didn't cause any new trouble for now. Listen well, the everlasting families have a certain relationship with the Martial Heaven Alliance. Hold yourself back, do not go offend them, understood? Warned Ku Jianying. Ah, what if they provoke me first? Asked Long Chen. Even then, you have to endure it for me. Raged Ku Jianying. Just at this momentum, an elder walked in, respectfully reporting, Alliance head, experts from the Dongfang family have come to give their greetings. Chapter 2047. During these days, quite a few ancient powers that had come out recently had sent a few of their people to the Martial Heaven Alliance. It could count as an expression of goodwill. Many of those sects and powers had had relationships with the Martial Heaven Alliance before sealing themselves off. By sending people over, they were both indicating that they hadn't forgotten that past relationship as well as telling the Martial Heaven Alliance to announce to the world that they had returned. Although there were also ancient powers resurfacing amongst the ancient races, the Ancient Family Alliance, the Zon Beasts, and even the Corrupt Path, the majority of the powers coming out were connected to the Martial Heaven Alliance. That was why this return of the ancient powers was not a bad thing to the Martial Heaven Alliance. With them present, the Martial Heaven Alliance would not be forced into a passive position. The Dongfang family, who are they? Asked Long Chen. They are one of the 4 everlasting families. They existed in the same glorious era as the sovereigns, and their foundations run deep. Come greet them with me. We can't make them wait, said Ku Jianying. Then I just won't go. I'm thinking of going to the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race next. I still have a lot to do. Long Chen wasn't interested in the everlasting families. He understood Ku Jianying's meaning. She wanted him to come so that at the very least, he was a familiar face to the people of the everlasting families. That would make it easier for him to form connections in the future, but Long Chen was never in the habit of doing such a thing. If you helped him, he would help you. But asking him to curry favor was impossible. You have to. Ku Jianying directly ordered him, not giving him any room to negotiate. Come on, you are the Martial Heaven Alliance's #1 genius. If you weren't here, then it wouldn't matter, but since you are here, if you don't go, wouldn't that mean that you were putting on airs? Said Yi Lingshan with a smile. Long Chen was startled, not expecting Yi Lingshan to possess such eloquence. She left him with no room to retreat. Not everyone is as bad as you imagine. Many of those ancient experts have their own elegance. They are also geniuses that crushed their generation, and they're not necessarily your enemy. Having more friends is good. Seeing Long Chen hesitate, Yi Lingshan pulled him away. Long Chen helplessly followed. Within the palace, there was a group of young men and women waiting for them. They were all young. The men were handsome and the women were beautiful. They wore white robes, looking like transcendent figures. Their leader was a particularly handsome man. His face was enough to infatuate countless women. He wore a jade belt and a golden crown that made him look grand and majestic without appearing tyrannical. Even Long Chen had to admit that this man was very handsome. It was the kind of appearance that posed the greatest threat to a woman's heart. Seeing Ku Jianying, Long Chen, and Yi Lingshan, this man bowed. Disciple Dongfang Yuyong greets the alliance head. The old family head is old in years, so it wasn't convenient for him to come. He sent this little one to express his sincerest regret. His voice was also warm like jade, and he acted in a refined manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. It was definitely the perfect style for a disciple from a major family. This Dongfang Yuyong possessed a special kind of charisma. He seemed mature, steady, and capable, giving people a feeling like they could trust him. Upon hearing his name, Ku Jianying and Yi Lingshan were startled. There was a record of supreme experts within the Martial Heaven Alliance's historical records. From the records, they knew that he was a supreme expert from 8,000 years ago, the greatest genius of the Dongfang family. When he was born, he had caused a heavenly manifestation to descend and envelop the entire Dongfang family. So he had been viewed importantly by the family ever since he was born. The result of that special care was that Dongfang Yuyong was born with an innate connection to the heavenly Taoes. He didn't face a single obstacle on his cultivation path. It was like he was protected by the heavenly Taoes and was a true son of the heavens. All the heavenly geniuses of his era were eclipsed by his glory. They could only nurse their pride in the dark. Although Dongfang Yuyong had only been a life-star disciple at that time, he was unrivaled within his generation. It was said that even a nether passage expert of the third step had been slain by him. In his era, that was the peak of the continent. That was why at that time, the Dongfang family had decided that they could not allow Dongfang Yuyong to simply roam around the world. They had sealed him and gone into seclusion, awaiting the great era. With the Chi Flow eruption coming up, Dongfang Yuyong was woken from his seal. He was clearly aiming to become a sovereign. Such a figure had actually personally come to the Martial Heaven Alliance and spoken as a disciple. "You're too courteous. To personally witness the glory of the peak genius of 8,000 years ago is our blessing," said Ku Jianying when she recovered from her shock. "I was sealed when I was only 36 years old, so the way I speak might have some discrepancies with the current era. I hope you'll forgive me if I'm lacking in etiquette. This is just a small gift from my Dongfang family. I hope that you won't laugh at its contents." Dongfang Yuyong beckoned, and a woman behind him walked forward with a jade case. "The Dongfang family is too courteous." Ku Jianying smiled. Yi Lingshan walked forward and accepted the jade case, expressing her thanks to Dongfang Yuyong. "I heard that the successor of the Martial Heaven Alliance was a nation-toppling beauty. Now I see that it's true. Most amazing of all, your manifestation is in the midst of evolving. You'll be able to awaken it within 10 days. Let me congratulate you ahead of time," said Dongfang Yuyong. Ku Jianying and Yi Lingshan were both badly startled by this. Yi Lingshan just came out of seclusion 3 days ago as Ku Jianying had opened the Martial Heaven Alliance's divine spring for her. The Martial Heaven Alliance only had a little bit of that divine liquid left, enough for just one person. Thanks to that, Yi Lingshan's manifestation had started to progress. There really were signs that she was about to fully awaken her manifestation. However, that matter was something Yi Lingshan had only told Ku Jianying. No one else had known about it. Yi Lingshan was not releasing her aura, but Dongfang Yuyong had still noticed some clues. His gaze was shockingly sharp. His cultivation base had reached an unfathomable level. "Miss Lingshan, please don't blame me for being rude. When I awakened my manifestation, I also went through this process, which is why I sensed it. I wasn't trying to pry. I only said that because I was happy that another awakened Empyrean will soon be appearing within our human race," said Dongfang Yuyong hastily. "No, I'm not angry. I'm simply amazed by your perceptiveness," said Yi Lingshan. She wasn't angry. She looked at her master. Having taken the jade case, she didn't know if she was supposed to put it away or open it. "This is just a small gift from the Dongfang family. You can open it and look. To tell the truth, this was arranged by the family head, so even I don't know what's inside," said Dongfang Yuyong. Hearing that, they naturally had to open the case. Seeing her master nod, Yi Lingshan was about to open it when Long Chen, who hadn't said anything this entire time, suddenly said, "Be careful of being bitten." Ku Jianying's expression immediately darkened. Why did this little brat have to be so similar to the old man? Those disciples of the Dongfang family immediately glared at him coldly. Was Long Chen doubting their sincerity? On the other hand, Dongfang Yuyong didn't show any displeasure. He looked at Long Chen, a faint light shining within his eyes. "You must be the current world's #1 expert, Long Chen. Seeing you today, I must say that you really are a dragon amongst men. Nice to meet you. You're too courteous. I wouldn't dare to be called the world's #1 expert. Compared to the geniuses that once dominated their generation like you, I definitely can't compare. You were all unrivaled, while I'm beaten black and blue. Originally, I was hoping to make a living with my handsomeness, but after seeing you, it seems I'll have to change plans, or I might starve to death. Long Chen shrugged helplessly. Ha ha ha, Brother Long is too humble. Such direct words show a clear heart. It was definitely the right thing to come here today. I'm happy to see Sister Lingshan and Brother Long's abilities, said Dongfang Yuyong. The tense atmosphere once more relaxed. Hu Jianying sighed with relief. Dongfang Yuyong was a genius of the ancient era. When it came to his accomplishments or fame, he was greater than Long Chen. She truly hoped that Long Chen could have some allies like this. Long Chen had practically flipped the continent, and the world was filled with his enemies. She really was worried that Long Chen would die one day. Although the Martial Heaven Alliance was powerful and known as the continent's #1 alliance, they weren't completely united, and so when it came to reliability, they could not compare to the immense power of an everlasting family. Seeing that Dongfang Yuyong could talk and laugh with Long Chen, she felt much more at ease. She told Yi Lingshan, "Go ahead and open it. Let's see what's inside." Li Lingshan nodded and was about to open it when Long Chen once more spoke. "Be careful of being bitten." Hu Jianying's expression changed, and she was so angry that she had an urge to slap Long Chen. As for those disciples that had come with Dongfang Yuyong, killing intent started to manifest within them. Chapter 2048, Yi Lingshan was also infuriated. Why was Long Chen set on insulting the people of the Dongfang family? By saying that this gift could bite, he was saying that they shouldn't randomly accept other people's things for fear that they would be bitten. He indicated that the Dongfang family was not sincere. That was extremely rude, let alone an everlasting family. Even a normal sect wouldn't accept being insulted like this. Stop messing around. Let's see what's inside. Yi Lingshan glared at Long Chen. Afraid of anything more happening, she immediately opened the jade case. A burst of light instantly erupted from within, making everyone jump. Yi Lingshan suddenly felt a sharp pain on her wrist. Something had bitten her, causing her to bleed. All of a sudden, a ray of light shot out from within. Long Chen was about to grab it when Dongfang Yuyong waved his hand, and light condensed into a prison around that object. Once trapped, people realized it was actually a jade white snow marten. It was a foot long, and white light continued to shine out of it. They couldn't sense its aura, so they didn't know what level of beast it was. So there really was danger of being bitten. Hu Jianying and the disciples of the Dongfang family stared at Long Chen in shock. Long Chen had actually known what was inside. That little snow marten suddenly smashed itself into Dongfang Yuyong's prison, causing it to shake. The heavenly Daos began to rumble. Its power did not lose out to an ordinary Empyrean. Return to your original form. Dongfang Yuyong smiled and waved his hand. His prison forcibly compressed the snow marten. A strange cry came from the snow marten, and it suddenly transformed into a medicinal pill. A vague image of a snow marten could be seen jumping within the pill. I didn't expect the family head to actually send a precious 11th tier medicinal pill. Dongfang Yuyong passed the medicinal pill to Yi Lingshan. Yi Lingshan received it. Sensing the thrumming power within it, she was stunned. This medicinal pill actually contained a shocking amount of power. That amount of power was enough to kill an ordinary expert if it was consumed. An 11th tier medicinal pill was just a legend on the continent. Rumor was that all 11th tier medicinal pills were terrifying. This gift is too precious. Please transmit our thanks to your family head, said Ku Jianying. Even for Ku Jianying, this was her first time seeing an 11th tier medicinal pill. Such a pill was extremely precious. The Dongfang family clearly had a high opinion of the Martial Heaven Alliance, elating Ku Jianying. Brother Long, you actually knew what was inside. Amazing. I heard you're also an amazing alchemist. Asked Dongfang Yuyong. This 11th tier medicinal pill had been sealed inside the case and isolated by a formation to make it impossible to sense it. But Long Chen had actually known from the start. Most shocking of all, he had even known that it would bite. I wouldn't dare to accept such praise. It can only be said that I have some skill in that regard. This is a Star Expansion Snow Dragon Pill. The two main ingredients are the strange caltrop snow marten's crystal core and the rock-piercing earth dragon's marrow. The strange caltrop snow marten is especially ferocious. Anything that approaches its territory will immediately face an attack, even if it's stronger. This pill contains its will, so it's natural that as soon as it's open, it will bite people. There's no suspense at all about that. I even warned you, but you refused to listen, so you can't blame me. Long Chen shrugged helplessly. Yi Lingshan had managed to stop the bleeding, but there was some strange energy on the wound that gave her a fiery stinging pain. Her heavenly Tao energy was unable to immediately heal it. If you clearly knew, why didn't you help? Demanded Yi Lingshan angrily. I'm also afraid of being bitten, said Long Chen innocently. Yi Lingshan glared at him. He had definitely done this on purpose and was now acting like this was the result of not listening to a good person. He was definitely evil. What's the effect of this star expansion snow dragon pill? Asked Ku Jianying. Even Ku Jianying was curious about 11th tier medicinal pills. Based on the envious expressions of these disciples from the Dongfang family, this pill had to be something precious even within the Dongfang family. The star expansion snow dragon pill is pretty good. This is a top tier pill that had gone through the baptism of heavenly lightning and given birth to its own spirit. The formation on the jade case has expelled its impurities and increased its medicinal effect. This pill has at least 10,000 years of history. The star expansion snow dragon pill has the effect of allowing one's astral space to grow a second time. If used perfectly, it's possible to increase one's astral space by 30%. As for what a 30% increase means, I'm sure I don't need to elaborate further, said Long Chen. When it came to his knowledge about 11th tier medicinal pills, Long Chen had obtained quite a bit of it from the Brahma Divine Palace's inheritance orb. But that only made up for a portion of his knowledge. After he had seen that beautiful woman in the divine spring, he gained a mass of new information. Even he wasn't aware of some of the information he had gotten then. It was because of that information that Long Chen could deduce what pill was inside the case even though it was fully sealed, and why he knew that once it was opened, it would definitely bite. This gift is too precious. Please pass on my sincerest gratitude, said Ku Jianying once more. This gift was perfect for Yi Lingshan. To expand one's astral space by 30% was a heaven-defying ability. Alliance head is too courteous. Although the Dongfang family has been in seclusion for many years, we had a deep relationship with the Martial Heaven Alliance. As the descendants of that generation, we have to uphold their will. I heard that the current Martial Heaven continent has started to grow chaotic due to the various races growing arrogant with the coming of the Great Era. My family head sent me to say that the Martial Heaven Alliance is part of our family as well, and no matter what happens, we will stand beside the Martial Heaven Alliance, said Dongfang Yuyang. Hearing that, Ku Jianying was moved inside. For an everlasting family to stand beside the Martial Heaven Alliance meant that they had gained a very dependable ally. As for the various races that Dongfang Yuyang mentioned, that was referring to the ancient races and the Zon beasts. Clearly, the Dongfang family was not ambiguous about what race they stood by. I came here to pay our respects to the Alliance, but I also have to beg the Alliance head for help, said Dongfang Yuyang. Oh, please, ask away, said Ku Jianying. The Dongfang, Examen, Nangong, and Baitang families have joined together with some ancient sects and powers to hold a gathering of past and present heroes on the first day of the upcoming month. The goal is to have the various geniuses have a chance to get to know each other. With the Great Era present, we should familiarize ourselves with each other. Every major power can send their most outstanding genius to attend. Naturally, the Martial Heaven Alliance can send Sister Yi Lingshan as a representative. As for Brother Long, he's not just a supreme expert but also the founder of the Dragonblood Legion. He has to attend. These are 2 invitation cards. Dongfang Yuyang handed the 2 invitation cards over. What I ask is for the Alliance head to help us announce this matter. Our 4 everlasting families still have some face, so those who know us will definitely come. But if the information does not reach people, many old friends won't be aware of this matter. Don't worry, I will make sure that this information is spread throughout every corner of the continent in less than a day, said Ku Jianying. This was a minor matter for her. Then many thanks, Sister Lingshan, Brother Long, you 2 definitely have to come. If you don't, then it won't be as fun, said Dongfang Yuyang. Yi Lingshan was startled to find that the invitation card was made of immortal gold. It was both tough and flexible. It was unknown which craftsman was capable of combining such contradictory properties into something so beautiful. At first, the invitation card was blank, but once Dongfang Yuyang handed them over, Yi Lingshan and Long Chen's names appeared on top of them. For this kind of immortal gold, even a divine item wouldn't be able to leave a scratch unless it was wielded by a supreme expert. But Dongfang Yuyang was able to brand their names onto it without blinking, and Yi Lingshan hadn't even noticed how he had done it. She couldn't help feeling a sincere admiration for the geniuses of the ancient era. Yi Lingshan received her invitation card and thanked him. After all, To be able to attend a gathering with the geniuses of the ancient era was a great honor and a good opportunity. However, when Dongfang Yuyong offered his invitation card to Long Chen, the latter shook his head. "Thank you for your kindness, but to tell the truth, I don't really want to go. I have too many enemies, and my temper isn't good. If I can't hold back, I might start fighting with the people there, and that wouldn't be good." Yi Lingshan couldn't help feeling disappointed. If Long Chen didn't go, then that gathering really would be less fun. However, it was true, with Long Chen's temper, if someone insulted him, wouldn't he immediately slap them? Yi Lingshan looked at Dongfang Yuyong. If Long Chen didn't go, then she didn't really want to go either. Chapter 2049. Haha, Brother Long, you're worrying too much. This gathering will include experts from every era. Even if the other side is your enemies, they won't immediately become hostile to you. The scale you're thinking on is too small, said Dongfang Yuyong. Furthermore, you will find that not everyone is your enemy. You'll be able to make a few friends as well. You'll be able to meet the peerless heroes of different eras, and of course there will be some peerless beauties as well. I heard that Brother Long's charisma is quite astonishing. Perhaps you'll be able to return with a few beauties afterward. Long Chen still shook his head. None of that was attractive to him. He didn't want to go to this gathering because he always felt that wherever he went with many people, nothing good would happen to him. This matter doesn't just involve you. You have to accompany Lingshan, said Ku Jianying. Directly. If you don't go, I'll tell that old man that a certain someone raised a coward who doesn't even dare to go to a meeting. Damn, there's no need to be so evil. Long Chen was speechless. If she really said that to the old man, Long Chen would definitely have a conversation with the old man and his cane. He wouldn't let any disciple of the heaven-splitting battle sect have the title of coward. Well, it's all up to whether or not you decide to go, snorted Ku Jianying. Long Chen really was infuriating her. Dongfang Yuyong was actually offering to be an intermediary for him to get to know the various heroes of past times. It was a huge opportunity. The Great Era was reaching its final phase, and the Chi Flow eruption was coming soon. If he didn't manage to make some allies at this time, it would be too late when the time came. This was no longer the old marital heaven continent. It was not a time where a single person was capable of crushing everyone else. Fine, I'll go, said Long Chen helplessly. He accepted the invitation card. This was definitely pushing him beyond his ability. He grumbled inside. He knew that he would definitely see people that he didn't want to see at that gathering. Seeing Long Chen reluctantly accept Dongfang Yuyong's invitation, the disciples that had come with him sneered. They clearly thought that Long Chen was acting. After all, this invitation wasn't something that just anyone was qualified to receive. Who knew how many people were begging to get one only to be refused? In comparison to them, Dongfang Yuyong maintained a polite and graceful smile the entire time. It seemed he wasn't displeased with Long Chen's actions in the slightest. I know that you're all busy, so I won't disturb you any longer. As long as you can announce the time, location, and conditions for the gathering, that will be enough. I'll take my leave now. Dongfang Yuyong once more bowed before leaving. Once they were gone, Ku Jianying couldn't help sighing. He truly is worthy of being a figure who led an entire era. Every one of his movements contains the grace of a supreme expert. This is the power of the everlasting families. Other powers with such ancient inheritances would end up acting like pleased petty little people as soon as they produce a few experts. Some people are never able to develop the same level of nobility. Dongfang Yuyong's arrival had made Ku Jianying bear witness to the foundation and inheritance of the everlasting families. Every movement of Dongfang Yuyong's possessed the mannerisms of a king. What are you looking at me for? Are you saying I'm not as handsome? Said Long Chen. Ku Jianying shook her head. In terms of looks, you aren't inferior. In terms of power, there's no way to know since you haven't exchanged blows. But look at his steady bearing. When will you be able to compare to that? When will you stop being so sloppy and start acting like a real expert? Yi Lingshan laughed to the side upon seeing Ku Jianying chide Long Chen. There really were only a handful of people who could chide Long Chen like this. I'm not an expert, so why would I need that kind of bearing? Grumbled Long Chen. Fine, just scram. There's no way for me to talk to you. You're just like that damn old man, cursed Ku Jianying, having Yi Lingshan send Long Chen off. Long Chen rolled his eyes. He had known that he never should have agreed. On the way, Yi Lingshan said, Long Chen, what do you think about Dongfang Yuyong's power? Unfathomable. Long Chen could only say a single word. Dongfang Yuyong most likely trained in some kind of special cultivation technique. His aura was completely sealed. There was no way to see anything about his cultivation base, his bloodline, or his soul. The thing that had shocked Long Chen the most was when Dongfang Yuyong had suppressed that 11th tier medicinal pill. Long Chen had intentionally been slow at that time in order to see what Dongfang Yuyong would do. When Dongfang Yuyong had waved his hand at that time, a divine rune had appeared on his palm. In that instant, the power that he had used was entirely the heavenly Tao energy of the outside world. It was like he could command the laws of heaven and earth. He hadn't exposed the slightest bit of his own power. However, since Long Chen cultivated the 9-star hegemon body art, although he couldn't see through Dongfang Yuyong, he could sense a mountain-like pressure from him. Within the same realm, the only ones capable of giving him such pressure before were Leng Yuyan and the Pill Fairy. Now another one had appeared. Long Chen, don't blame Master. She has always treated you like her own child. With the changing of times, perhaps you should change your style. Perhaps you've already gotten used to being the main character of this era, but now the main characters of other eras have appeared. No matter how strong a person is, they can't suppress this era. Other than a sovereign, said Long Chen. Only a sovereign could suppress all other existences, including gods and devils. They stood at the peak of this world. Yi Lingshan looked at Long Chen as though she wanted to say something. Long Chen laughed. It's all right, you can say it. You mean to say that the next sovereign cannot be me, so if I want to live, I have to be better behaved, right? The 5 generations of sovereigns had all worn white. This was common knowledge. Legend said that only experts with completely pure hearts determined to protect all life on the martial heaven continent could become sovereigns. Although Yi Lingshan didn't have the vision of the high priest, she knew that there was no way Long Chen could become a legendary sovereign. One reason was his black clothes. Although it couldn't be said that his heart was black, his Tao was definitely different from the Tao of the sovereigns. The other reason was that Long Chen did not possess that bearing of the sovereigns that had led their entire generation. Yes, Long Chen possessed astonishing charisma, but that was limited to only a portion of this generation. The sovereigns had possessed a quality that had won over everyone within the world. The successive generations of sovereigns had been unrivaled, not just because of their martial power, but because of a certain bearing that could win over their enemies. As for Long Chen, countless people had slandered and framed him. That had never stopped. It wasn't just Yi Lingshan who had noticed this. Hu Jianying had long since come to the same conclusion, so Long Chen had to join others if he wished to survive. Long Chen, have you ever thought about your own position? Asked Yi Lingshan. People needed goals in life. Otherwise, if they only took things as they came with no target in mind, they would simply drift away. Without any foundation, they could collapse at any moment. My position? That's probably too far to discuss. Let's not talk about such meaningless things. A human is an existence that is very hard to change. Just like the old man and the Alliance head, despite clearly being in love, they are unable to be together. They know their own shortcomings and know that they should be more accommodating and patient, but despite understanding it, they can't actually do it. There's no absolute right or wrong, which is why everyone gives different answers. They have different viewpoints. I have my merits and deficits, and I'm aware of them. But just knowing isn't enough. So getting back to the topic, I am just like this, and I have no position. Cultivation is a path of no return, and to put it simply, I will simply live as I have been. Alright, we've reached the transportation formation, so I'll take my leave. Also, don't end up falling for Dongfang Yuyong, or I'll feel disappointed. With a laugh, Long Chen entered the transportation formation. Before Yi Lingshan could even retort, he had vanished. Yi Lingshan shook her head. Long Chen was not just one thing. Good and bad, arrogant and humble, icy and warm, callous and humorous. He was also intelligent but sometimes did hopelessly stupid things. Long Chen walked out of the transportation formation. When the twisting space returned to normal, he found himself on the peak of a mountain. 9 tall mountains were surrounding this mountain. Divine light could be seen sparkling within fluctuations in the sky. This place was the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race's new territory. Unexpectedly, the grand formation had already been completed. This grand formation was extremely powerful. Boss, you're back! A pleasantly surprised shout rang out. Chapter 2050. A squad of Dragonblood warriors flew over to Long Chen. In truth, the construction of this place was still finishing up. Since the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race didn't know anything about formations, it was up to the Dragonblood warriors to keep an eye on things. Naturally, the core construction of the formation had been done by Sha Chen, but they also had to hire many craftsmen. In order to prevent anyone from intentionally sabotaging things, there had to be people patrolling while they worked. In the Grand Han's capital, Sha Chen had disguised himself as a high-level formation master and ended up conning the Grand Han. He had not only charged them an enormous amount of money, but he had also caused a powerful barrier to appear that had allowed Long Chen to slaughter more of his enemies. Sha Chen had conned others, but he definitely wouldn't allow others to con him, so all the details had to be closely guarded. When the Dragonblood warriors got close, Long Chen found that they had reached the 4th heaven stage of Life Star. He trusted that Ji Yuyong and the others must have reached a higher level than that. As for himself, his cultivation base was still stuck in the same place. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. It seemed that he was doomed to be the one with the lowest cultivation base within the Dragonblood Legion. "Has anything happened lately?" asked Long Chen. "The construction has gone smoothly. No one has caused any trouble. A few spies appeared at the beginning, but they have been slaughtered." However, after a moment's hesitation, that Dragonblood warrior said, "Recently, a few people have come to challenge the Dragonblood Legion." Long Chen frowned. It was definitely those disciples from the ancient sects. After hearing that the Dragonblood Legion was the continent's #1 legion, they had come. "Have you had any conflicts with them?" asked Long Chen. "No, Captain Ji Yuyong told us to ignore them and focus on our work." "Let the dogs bark," laughed one of them. Long Chen smiled. That truly was the right choice. Handling some meaningless provocations wasn't worth delaying their cultivation. "Dragonblood Legion, come out to fight." Just at this moment, a powerful shout rang out, passing through the formation. This was definitely a powerful cultivator, most likely an Empyrean who had awakened their manifestation. "Look, it's another one. Ignore them. As long as they don't enter our territory, let them shout. If they do enter though, just directly kill them," said Long Chen. After that, the Dragonblood warriors continued their patrol, while Long Chen went straight to a mountain peak. News of Long Chen's return quickly spread through the cloud, chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race. Even their leader personally came to see him. Long Chen found that the auras of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrows had gone through heaven-toppling transformations. The aura of ancient beasts was finally manifesting itself. This was all thanks to Meng Qi. She had opened the myriad spirit diagram to the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race, allowing them to train in their lost divine abilities. If they didn't understand something, they could go in and receive their complete inheritance. Those lost divine abilities were finally once more within their control. It could be said that the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race's power was growing with each passing day. They were originally a very powerful race, and now that they were regaining their inheritance, they only grew more terrifying. Their leader gave Long Chen a brief explanation of what was going on within the race. They were rapidly growing stronger, and due to the chi flow of the continent swelling, hundreds of Empyreans had appeared amongst the junior generation. Although none of them had awakened their manifestations, it made them go wild with joy. After talking to her, Long Chen returned to the Dragonblood Legion's territory. Most of the Dragonblood warriors were in seclusion, working hard on their cultivation. Only a portion of them were busy patrolling. The territory of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race had been sealed. Hu Jianying and the others had concealed the information that Long Chen had gone to Pill Valley from them, worried that the Dragonblood Legion would do something stupid. That was why the warriors weren't too emotional about Long Chen's return. They didn't know what he had been up to recently. To cultivators, a few months might just be a short period of seclusion. "Scoundrel, you're finally back. Speak, how many ladies did you seduce this time?" Long Chen had just entered Meng Qi and the others' residence when a tigress-like Tang Wan'er pounced on him, grabbing his neck with a frightening expression. "How could the ladies in the outside world compare to the ones in my own home? If I were to seduce anyone, it would be the ones in my home already, right?" Long Chen chortled, holding Tang Wan'er's waist and then slowly moving his hands down. Tang Wan'er let out a cry, immediately releasing Long Chen and retreating, cursing, "HMPH, and you say you didn't seduce anyone? Your methods are always scoundrel-like. Haha, touching, grabbing, it's very delightful. Don't worry, you'll be a bit sensitive at the start, but you'll get used to it soon enough," said Long Chen wickedly. Tang Wan'er was as fiery as ever, but this was also her cutest side. Wan how many times have I told you that you'll always be at a disadvantage fighting him? At this time, Meng Qi and Chu Yao walked in as well. Come, just now I hugged Wan but I can't discriminate against you too. I'll treat you fairly, let's all have a hug. Long Chen reached out to hug Chu Yao. Chu Yao blushed, but she pulled him into a tight embrace. After hugging Chu Yao, Long Chen turned to Meng Qi, but Meng Qi raised a hand, sternly saying, "Hold it. First, tell me what you've been up to lately. Why did the Alliance head hide your whereabouts? Could it be he really did go out to cheat?" demanded Tang Wan. You. Meng Qi sighed. Why are you always thinking about such things? The Alliance head ordered this place to be sealed with the excuse of focusing on the construction, but that was obviously implausible. Just based on her expression at the time, I knew something was wrong. This matter is definitely related to you, right? Meng Qi was very scrupulous. Although she had sensed something wrong, she hadn't said anything to the others. She only brought it up now that Long Chen had returned. Long Chen could only calmly explain what he had done in Pill Valley. Although he made it sound easy, Meng Qi and the others still turned pale. Long Chen was truly brazen or perhaps suicidal. Before they could say anything, Long Chen raised his hands and regretfully said, "First, I admit my wrongs. I shouldn't have taken this risk and made you worry. So, I will accept any punishment. If you want to take off my pants and touch whatever, it's up to you. I won't resist. I'll do my best to cooperate." Rogue. Meng Qi and the others were originally angry at being kept in the dark, only to blush from how shameless he was. Meng Qi looked at Long Chen with pain in her eyes. Long Chen looked like he had gotten thinner. "You must be tired. Go take a bath. We have our own hot spring inside. There's dense spiritual qi within. Bathing in it is very comfortable." Within the depths of the immortal cave was a small spring a few meters wide. Dense vapor hung in the air. Long Chen sank inside it, while Meng Qi, Chu Yao, and Tang Wan accompanied him with their clothes still on. With the spring water, their curves were fully exposed. They blushed, but 6 beautiful hands helped to clean Long Chen. In the end, Tang Wan was the first to no longer be able to endure, and she began to cry. Meng Qi and Chu Yao also had red eyes. They saw many scars on Long Chen's body and injuries that had yet to heal. There was a remnant of heavenly Tao energy within them. Just from these injuries, they could tell how intense that battle must have been. There was even a long scab on the back of Long Chen's neck. Someone had clearly tried to cut his head off from behind. Although Long Chen had put it lightly, seeing those sinister wounds distressed them. After following Long Chen for so many years, they were well aware of his monstrous recovery abilities. They were even stronger than Heavenly Tao recovery. However, even after all this time, he hadn't managed to heal. That showed just how dangerous things must have been at that time. "Wan don't cry. Here." Long Chen drew Tang Wan into his embrace. As a result, due to the water in her thick garments, Long Chen ended up touching someplace very soft that he should not have touched. Tang Wan shook, and she hastily pushed him away, cursing, "You scoundrel, all you know how to do is bully us. It wouldn't be fair for me to bully just one. It seems I'll have to find some more people to bully tomorrow." Long Chen rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "You dare," raged Tang Wan. "Wan your heartbeat is quickening because of your anger. And your face is so red. You must be ill. Let me properly listen to your heartbeat." Like a big fish, Long Chen swam toward Tang Wan, causing her to shout while Meng Qi and Chu Yao laughed. After a bath, Long Chen had a good sleep, and he felt refreshed after he woke up. The weariness of many days had been erased. After getting up and freshening up, Long Chen decided to go see Guo Ran. According to Meng Qi, there was some matter in Guo Ran's heart. Chapter 2051. Guo Ran was with Sha Chen. The two of them had their own special space for them to experiment with various odd things. Sha Chen was rather bashful and didn't talk too much, but he got along best with Guo Ran. The two of them never ran out of crazy ideas. Sha Chen was in charge of inscribing runes. After all, any formation master also had to be a master inscriber capable of placing runes on objects. Guo Ran was in charge of the forging. The two of them worked together perfectly and were continuously making many miraculous things to benefit the Dragonblood Legion. However, in the past 2 days, the two of them had stopped their forging and experimenting. They appeared listless. "What's going on? Don't tell me that you've run out of money again." Long Chen walked in. "Boss, You're back. Guo Ran and Sha Chen immediately shot to their feet. Guo Ran had a mischievous expression, while Sha Chen appeared a bit uneasy. Out of money, Long Chen could guess what was happening. Whether it was forging items or inscribing runes, they both consumed an endless amount of resources. Actually, that also included alchemy, but refining pills for others resulted in immense profits. When it came to making money, alchemy was the profession that made the most. Of course, that was aside from Long Chen's profession of being a bandit. An alchemist like Long Chen who had an extremely low chance of failure with his refinements was guaranteed to bring in piles of money. However, in order to raise the Dragonblood Legion, just refining pills wasn't enough. Long Chen could make money for himself, but Guo Ran and Sha Chen couldn't because their products were never sold but kept for their own side. Last time, the resources that Long Chen had robbed from the Zon Beast's headquarters had mostly been used on building the ancestral land of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race. They had also created several transportation formations. There wasn't much left over. That's the truth. Boss, you also know that I'm weak. I live off my armor. As for Sha Chen, he lacks defensive power as well. We just figured out how to build 2 supreme sets of armor, but... Guo Ran's voice trailed off. They cost too much. One is a hard set, while one is a soft set. There's not even close to enough money for them both, said Sha Chen. Just how powerful are they? Asked Long Chen. This was the real important point. How powerful? Haha, let me put it this way. Boss, if I had that armor, I would be able to challenge you on my own. Guo Ran laughed confidently, but then he sadly said, the main thing is that there isn't enough money. Are you serious? If it's really so powerful, I'll help you with it, said Long Chen. He was slightly surprised by such a high appraisal. Boss, can you really afford it? Asked Guo Ran. After all, the Dragonblood Legion's armor and weapons had come at a great cost. Long Chen still owed Zheng Wenlong a huge amount of money. At that time, Zheng Wenlong had sacrificed a great deal to help Long Chen get so much money. He no longer had any means to get more. It was because of this that Guo Ran and Sha Chen were at their wits' end. No matter how great the idea or method, without money, they would just be empty thoughts. Hearing Long Chen's tone, it seemed that if they made it attractive enough to him, he would help them fulfill their heart's desire. As long as it's strong enough, there's no need for you to worry about the money, said Long Chen. Guo Ran and Sha Chen were both delighted. To give a demonstration, Guo Ran took out a set of soft armor and had Sha Chen wear it. This soft armor was made of countless threads of gold. It was very delicate and exquisite. Long Chen couldn't help smiling. Guo Ran, I didn't expect you to be so skilled in the feminine arts. Guo Ran, am a capable man. Other than having children, I can do everything. Perhaps he had seen hope for the armor he dreamed of. He summoned his own golden armor and suddenly swung his saber at Sha Chen's head. Guo Ran hadn't held back with this slash. If it weren't for Sha Chen's calm expression, Long Chen would have really thought that Guo Ran was trying to kill him. Just as Guo Ran's saber was about to cut through Sha Chen's head, golden light exploded out of Sha Chen's soft armor, enveloping him. This armor automatically protected its master and was so powerful that it managed to block Guo Ran's attack. Long Chen was amazed. This soft armor actually had the miraculous ability of automatically sensing danger to its master. Just at this moment, the soft armor that Sha Chen was wearing slowly dissipated, transforming into a pile of golden sand. After blocking Guo Ran's full-strength attack, it had lost all its power. Amazing. Using ancestral item materials, you were able to block the attack of a divine item. Truly amazing, praised Long Chen. The actual quality of the golden soft armor wasn't high. It wasn't made of divine materials. However, it still managed to block Guo Ran's full-strength attack. It should be noted that Guo Ran's current armor was something that most ordinary Empyreans with partially awakened manifestations would not be able to stop. However, this seemingly unremarkable soft armor had managed to block his attack. Boss, you've now personally seen the effect. This prototype was made of low-class materials, or it would have an even greater effect, said Guo Ran. There should still be leftover materials from when you forged divine items for our brothers. Why not use those? Asked Long Chen. Those materials are no good. They're hard but lack flexibility. There's no way to turn them into the soft threads that we need. Other than that, I've discussed this matter with Sha Chen for many days, and I feel like the armor and weapons that we made have many flaws. They were all made for maximum offense and defense, and in our pursuit for hardness, we neglected the flexibility of the weapons. With pure hardness, it results in a backlash every time we clash against someone. With a bit of softness mixed into it, we won't lose any power, but there won't be such a backlash, said Guo Ran. Unfortunately, bringing this up now was clearly too late. The weapons and armor had already been forged. They couldn't be changed. It's only natural that people grow as they test things. You didn't have a master to lead the way, so you could only rely on yourselves. Although you end up suffering more like this, your accumulated experience isn't a bad thing. This way, you don't end up following someone else's footsteps. After all, everyone else's path has an end, but your own path can go wherever you want. Just tell me what kind of material you want to buy, or if you've already found the material, I can buy it for you, said Long Chen. This kind of powerful armor couldn't be abandoned just because of a lack of money. Divine materials that have the flexible nature we want are very rare. I've already asked around, and that kind of material is priceless. Some sects have a small amount of it, but they refuse to sell it. As for forging these 2 sets of armor, we'll need quite a bit of it. Just 1 or 2 stockpiles of it won't be enough. That's why I've planned to purchase some divine ore and refine it ourselves. That should save us some money, but even then, the ore is very expensive. At the very least, it will require several billion spirit crystals. Qian Duoduo has said that we're currently hard-pressed for money though. Guo Ran couldn't help feeling powerless. At the start, the Dragonblood Legion's finances had been looked after by Tang Wan. Then it had been Qing Yu, and then that duty had been passed on to the talented Cheng Duoduo. However, currently the Dragonblood Legion's expenses were frighteningly great. Just the armor for the 2 of them, even when using the cheapest option of buying the ores and refining it themselves, would require billions of spirit crystals. That was enough to buy a huge sect. Actually, it's fine for me not to have one. It should be Guo Ran who gets one first. After all, he focuses on the battle, and that armor can raise morale, said Sha Chen. You're wrong. Last time, the Bloodkill Hall's assassins sat there. Sights on you. If it weren't for Sister Chu Yao's protection, you would have been in danger, said Guo Ran. Sha Chen's formations were absolutely terrifying, and they possessed amazing killing power. When the battle started, he would always be their first target. There's no need for you to argue. Do 2 men need to be so sappy? I'm telling you, there will definitely be enough money. Let alone 2 sets, even 20 sets would be no problem, said Long Chen. His primal chaos space was currently filled with spirit crystals, and he had actually been in the midst of wondering how to spend them. It seemed that there was no need for him to worry about how to spend it though. With Guo Ran and Sha Chen present, the money would always find a way to spend itself. Guo Ran and Sha Chen were delighted. Guo Ran asked, "Boss, did you go robbing again?" Long Chen rolled his eyes. He really detested when people randomly guessed things about him. Well, the main thing was that Guo Ran had guessed right. "Ah, that's right. Can you use this thing?" Long Chen took out a fist-sized rock. This rock emanated fluctuations of divine energy. It was one of the fragments from the divine pillars he had cut down. These fluctuations. Is this wind copper divine ore? But why does it possess such a terrifying divine energy? Guo Ran recognized the ore, but he was stunned by the energy within it. This ore was able to absorb the spiritual qi in the air, and most large sects had it. It was a useful item for spirit-gathering formations. An egg-sized piece of wind copper would count as a very large piece, perfect for the core of a spirit-gathering formation. Smaller sects only had a chunk the size of a bean, while weaker sects might only have a sesame seed speck of wind copper. Chapter 2052. Wind copper was a very precious divine material. Many sects had it, but only in small quantities. Long Chen was holding a fist-sized chunk of this ore. If refined, it should produce a 1-inch wide sphere of wind copper. That was quite valuable. "This is good, but it's not even close to enough to pay for everything," said Guo Ran. "Who said that there was only this one piece? Are you saying that as long as there was enough of this, it would work?" asked Long Chen. "It would. But how much do you have?" "As long as you have 100 chunks this size, it should be enough to build Sha Chen's armor," said Guo Ran. The soft armor they had planned to make didn't actually require too many divine materials. The main problem was how taxing it was to inscribe runes onto each and every thread of it. On the other hand, Guo Ran's hard armor had to cover his entire body, with each piece requiring its own separate formation. Hence, It would cost a lot more. That was why at the very least, Guo Ran wanted to make the soft armor for Sha Chen. As long as they could make one set of this armor, they imagined, it would bring Guo Ran immense pride, even if he didn't get to wear it. That was the pride of a craftsman. Well then, based on that, I have enough for you to build a set for every member of the Dragonblood Legion, said Long Chen. Finding an empty space, Long Chen tossed one of the divine pillars onto the ground. Guo Ran and Sha Chen's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. This giant pillar of wind copper divine ore was something they had never dreamed of possessing. It was several miles thick and tens of thousands of meters tall. "There's a dragon vein inside the pillar," exclaimed Sha Chen suddenly as he examined it. He immediately found that this was no ordinary wind copper divine ore. "Boss, where did you get this?" "From Pill Valley's secret realm." "So, is it usable?" "There's a dragon vein sealed inside with karmic luck. That's a priceless treasure. If turned into a formation, the power inside it would make the formation extremely terrifying," said Sha Chen. He was unwilling to turn such a treasure into some armor. Sha Chen, "No, if you don't have that armor, it won't matter. No matter how terrifying the formation, it won't do anything if you're dead," said Guo Ran. Sha Chen's defenses were too weak. He had to hide in the dark, but if he was noticed, he would be the main target. "I don't know anything about dragon veins or forging around them. The only thing I could suggest is..." Suddenly, one giant pillar after another crashed onto the ground. Sha Chen and Guo Ran were dumbfounded. There are so many. There were a total of 108 of these. Being a nice person, I left 2 of them for Pill Valley, but I took the rest. I'll leave you 18 for now. The rest I'm keeping so that Evilmoon and Little Heaven can absorb their energy. You can experiment with refining the wind copper or extracting the dragon vein energy. It's up to you. All I ask is that you work on that armor. Perfect it, and then you can make one set after another. I want the entire Dragonblood Legion to be properly fitted," said Long Chen. That, Guo Ran and Sha Chen exchanged a look. Guo Ran said, "Boss, making this kind of armor takes up a lot of time. It also requires many expensive materials. Since we have the main ingredient here for the soft armor, I'd make a conservative estimate that every set of armor would take 3 to 500 million spirit crystals and also 1 to 2 months to make. We have over 12,000 people in the Dragonblood Legion, and to make one for every person, even if we worked ourselves to death, it would take decades." Long Chen smiled. "It doesn't need to be so exaggerated. The 2 of you can wear the perfect armor, but the other brothers don't need such high requirements. Just make sure that what you make for them has the maximum offensive and defensive power. Too much assistance wouldn't actually be a good thing. It would make them dependent and influence their cultivation motivation. Also, don't be so rigid in your thinking. For example, some of the initial refining of the wind copper doesn't need to be done by the 2 of you personally. You can get some help, either from the original devil race or from Zheng Wenlong. Our time is more important than saving money," said Long Chen. "Why, did something happen outside? Is it because of that phenomenon?" asked Guo Ran and Sha Chen. They had been cut off from the outside world for months, and they had been so focused on the armor that they had lost track of time. Long Chen said, "I'll tell everyone later. Other than the core techniques, make a list of what kind of aid you need. First, refine the wind copper and start making the armor. After experimenting with it and perfecting it, start creating as many sets as possible. We don't have that much time." Later that day, they gathered the Dragonblood Legion. Even the warriors that were in seclusion were called out. Ji Yuyong, Li Qi, Song Mingyuan, and Yu Zifeng were all present. Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan and Cloud had also come. Only Lu Ruyan was missing. She was in a critical cultivation moment and couldn't be disturbed. "Brothers, there is something I have to tell you. The current martial heaven continent has changed." Long Chen explained what the Qi flow eruption meant, and how powerful ancient sects and families had appeared on the continent. Monsters that had been hibernating for countless years were starting to awaken. The Dragonblood warriors were startled, not having expected so much to have happened while they were in seclusion. So even monsters from the ancient era had sealed themselves to come to their era. It seemed a new era of competition was about to come to the continent. Long Chen's gaze swept over everyone. Empyreans with fully awakened manifestations are now no longer rare. As for ordinary Empyreans, they are as common as dogs, and the geniuses from past eras have now appeared. In fact, they were once so famous that their names were recorded in historical texts. Maybe even some famous cultivation techniques or battle skills were actually made by them. Each and every one of them was the most dazzling figure of their generation. As for the era that we were born in, it is the worst era as we face the arrival of all these monsters. But it is also the best era because we now have company. Otherwise, if we were completely unrivaled, wouldn't it be lonely? I gathered you today to tell you that the times have changed. Don't get lost in your former glory. The time where we destroyed Heavenly Fate Island and crushed the other peak heavenly geniuses is in the past. Now, if you don't want to get trampled by others, you have to possess a higher level of power. Boss, we didn't slack off during this time. We've all been cultivating hard, said Ji Yu Yong. Long Chen waved his hand, saying, I didn't say you were slacking off. Actually, you're all working very hard. Your cultivation bases are advancing with every passing day. However, you are now lacking a certain something, a feeling of crisis. Without that feeling, your cultivation becomes something passive. It just becomes something that you do because the others around you are doing it. You were too outstanding in the last battle and started to feel unrivaled. Perhaps if it weren't for my existence, it would have reached the point that you no longer even felt a desire to cultivate. Now that Long Chen said this, many of the Dragonblood warriors felt ashamed. They truly had gotten lost in their glory from the last battle. After all, they had reached the peak. They were now able to challenge the major powers of the continent. Once they stepped into the Nether Passage realm, wouldn't this world belong to them? They had lost that sensation of crisis. Although they continued working hard, it was just a habit. They weren't actually actively working to get stronger. Boss, we were wrong. Ji Yu Yong was the first to admit his mistake. Long Chen shook his head. You weren't wrong. If I was also at the peak, it would be normal for me to get lazy too. I'm not trying to criticize anyone. It's just a warning that once you are unrivaled, you'll need to find a new target to give yourself motivation. The Great Era is currently reaching its final stage. If you want to be unrivaled, you'll have to become a sovereign. Alright, that's all I have to say about that. Let's go. Aren't there a bunch of hopping clowns at our door? Let's go exercise our muscles. Chapter 2053. There were two ancient mountains standing guard over the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race's main gates. These mountains came from their ancestral lands. Rumor was that the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow had possessed a divine totem that they worshipped when they were first born. It was a symbol of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race. In front of the gates were quite a few experts. However, none of them were speaking to each other. It seemed that they were all strangers. These people had already been here for several days. They were experts from the ancient sects and powers that had heard of the Dragonblood Legion's name. These disciples were not the peerless geniuses that had been sealed away, and they weren't qualified to challenge Long Chen. However, since they weren't peerless geniuses, that meant that they could challenge the Dragonblood warriors. They wanted to know just how strong this rumored number 1 legion was. However, no matter what they shouted, there wasn't the slightest response from within. Through the formation, they could see how busy people were inside. They had shouted for several days and even seen some Dragonblood warriors. Most of the disciples who had come here simply sneered at the Dragonblood warriors for a bit before leaving. However, some decided to stay and wait for the Dragonblood warriors. Either way, they would not barge into the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race's territory. If they did, that wouldn't be a challenge but a provocation that would lead to battle. So, they simply continued to stand outside the gates, occasionally throwing out some mocking words. That didn't break any rules. HMPH, what Dragonblood Legion? They should call themselves the Turtle Legion. What a waste of time, sneered one expert. He finally lost patience and turned to leave. Just at this moment, the gates began to rumble. The grand formation shook as countless runes spread out, creating a giant gate that opened. A black-robed man slowly walked out, followed by a group of experts that gave off a sharp, sword-like aura. Startled cries rang out. Even these people that had just returned to the martial heaven continent knew Long Chen's name. Although they had never seen him in person, they had looked at photographic jades of him. They immediately became serious. They were not the top experts of their time. Although they also came from powerful backgrounds, in the face of the hegemon of this time, they were still a bit nervous. 3 Empyreans with awakened manifestations. Amazing. Are you the peak experts of your sects? Asked Long Chen. No, we are just disciples born around this time. We are not the geniuses who were sealed, said a man who stood in the air, a sword hanging on his waist. He was a powerful Empyrean whose manifestation had awakened. Although he had yet to summon his manifestation, just standing there, the heavenly Tao's seemed to revolve around him. It seems that we came to the wrong place. Who would have thought that the number 1 legion of this current era wouldn't even have a single awakened Empyrean? Said another person. He was a large mustached man whose bare arms were exposed. He was most likely a power-type fighter. This is the Martial Heaven Continent's number 1 legion. What a meaningless title. Long Chen, how about you come out? Let me see whether the number 1 expert of the current world deserves his fame, said a thin man. He was extremely tall, and combined with how thin he was, he gave off the impression of a bamboo tree. He was pale like he had never seen sunlight before, and when he spoke, his chillingly white teeth revealed themselves. They had clearly come for the Dragonblood Legion, but they hadn't expected that there wouldn't be a single awakened Empyrean amongst them. They were disappointed. Without any awakened Empyreans, the Dragonblood Legion would only be suppressed. They clearly weren't on the same level. Long Chen looked at the slender man and shook his head. Even the Corrupt Path's people dared to come out so brazenly. Are you really not afraid of me cutting off your head? Long Chen instantly saw through that person's origins. There was no way to conceal the bloody aura emitted by him. He had to have killed countless experts. In truth, both Long Chen and the Dragonblood warriors also had the blood of countless experts on their hands, but it was the vileness of the corrupt experts that caused endless resentment to gather around them. They even used that resentment to cultivate. It was an extremely evil kind of cultivation. However, in the Corrupt Path's ideology, the weak could not be classified as humans. The only meaning behind their existence was to serve the strong. So the Corrupt Path's experts didn't even bother trying to hide their evil air. Ha ha ha, Long Chen, you're too arrogant. Do you think this world is the same as before? Do you think you're still unrivaled? Let me tell you, the Martial Heaven Continent has already fallen, and your era is the weakest era. Any genius that was worth sealing in the past has accomplishments far beyond the likes of you. If you wish to live, you had best learn how to walk with your tail between your legs, understood? Sneered the corrupt expert. He didn't feel much fear for Long Chen. Based on your tone, were you also sealed in the past? You aren't from this generation, right? Asked Long Chen. Correct. I am one of Tian Xiazi's 108 guards. All the guards were sealed together with Tian Xiazi. In our time, we dominated the Martial Heaven Continent. Your grandfather had yet to be born at that time, so in front of us, you're all just a bunch of children, laughed the corrupt expert. The Dragonblood warriors' expressions darkened. Dominated the Martial Heaven Continent. What a joke. If you really had dominated the Martial Heaven Continent, wouldn't the entire righteous path have been slaughtered? If you want to lie, put some thought into it. You wouldn't even be able to trick a child. Long Chen shook his head. Although there was a time when the righteous path had been suppressed, it definitely hadn't reached the point of being dominated. Otherwise, there would no longer be a righteous path. HMPH, you don't believe it because you don't know anything. In our time, Tian Xiazi rose like a shooting star, slaughtering the members of the corrupt path. In the end, if it weren't for the righteous path allying with many different powers to fight us, the righteous path would have long since vanished from this world. TCH, how is that dominating? All you did was get halfway before retreating back to your tortoise shell. You clearly weren't able to fight the entire world, so you shrank away, and yet that's called unrivaled domination by you. Do you even have a sense of shame? At this moment, Guo Ran interjected himself into the conversation. HMPH, it doesn't matter. Isn't the Dragonblood Legion supposed to be the number 1 legion of the continent? Let us see your power. Where did all this talking come from? Sneered the corrupt expert. He was clearly fearless and openly provoking them. I'll handle you. Ji Yu Yang couldn't endure it any longer and walked forward with his spear. That corrupt expert was about to speak when the large mustached man walked forward, getting between them. It seems you're a power-type fighter. It just so happens that I'm the same. I've already awakened my manifestation, but I won't bully you. I won't summon my manifestation, so we should be able to have a fair match. As for the corrupt path, there's nothing interesting about fighting a group of demonic monsters like them. The corrupt expert's expression sank upon hearing this. Exactly, we came here to exchange pointers. We have no malice. Although I'm a bit disappointed, I have to admit that you're all true warriors, said the man with the sword hanging on his waist. The mustached man said, come, let me see just how strong the Dragonblood Legion is. I hope you won't disappoint me too much. He also took out a spear. Strange runes flowed along it, giving it an ancient and heavy air. My name is Wu Yu. I'm a core disciple from the Nangong family. Hearing that he came from the Nangong family, the corrupt expert's expression twitched. The Dongfang, Examen, Nangong, and Baidang families possessed immense power. The other experts' expressions also changed, especially because of this person's name. A core disciple from the Nangong family should have the surname Nangong, but he was actually surnamed Wu. The Nangong family was actually so powerful that it raised an outer disciple to such an extent. My name is Ji Yu Yong, the first captain of Long Chen's Dragonblood Legion. To be able to encounter an expert like you is an honor. Let's not waste any more time. Ji Yu Yong took a deep breath. With a cry, he suddenly stepped forward, spear images filling the sky. Chapter 2054. As soon as Ji Yu Yong attacked, Wu Yu also did. The two of them were both power-type fighters, and their fighting style was direct. Their two spears clashed in a heaven-shaking exchange. The two of them shook, and then their spears swung through the air once more as they clashed again. As a result, it was Ji Yu Yong who was forced back, shocked. This Wu Yu was actually stronger than him. Summon your manifestation. Because my manifestation has fully awakened, the heavenly Tao energy naturally comes to support me. I can't stop it. Summoning your manifestation is the only way to make it fair, said Wu Yu. An awakened Empyrean could summon heavenly Tao energy at will. Even without their manifestation summoned, they could control more heavenly Tao energy than an Empyrean whose manifestation hadn't awakened. However, Wu Yu was above board and explained this right at the start of the battle, not like that fellow Long Chen had encountered in the eastern Zan city who was conning others. Wu Yu's kind of conduct was the style worthy of a powerful and ancient family. Even the Dragonblood warriors felt some admiration for him. Then I'll embarrass myself. Ji Yu Yong nodded and summoned his manifestation. A rune lit up on his forehead, and an explosive power erupted within him. Space rumbled as Ji Yu Yong suddenly shot forward, his power raised to a certain peak. Good. Wu Yu's eyes lit up as his battle intent ignited. He didn't like flashy exchanges. He would rather have a clash of brute power. Wu Yu's spear danced. Golden light flowed out of it, transforming into a blossoming lotus flower. The ground rumbled as their spear images clashed. Surging chi waves erupted. Boss Ji Yu Yong has gotten even stronger, exclaimed the Dragonblood warriors. That Wu Yu is also extremely powerful. Even without his manifestation, Boss Ji Yu Yong doesn't have any advantage over him. He probably hasn't even used 80% of his real power. Really, the few of you only look on the surface. I feel like this Wu Yu is a very good match for Ji Yu Yong, said Guo Ran. A match? Are you using the wrong word? Asked Tang Wan. Guo Ran shook his head. No, that's the right word. Look, that Wu Yu has quite the manly face. If we cut off his facial hair, he'd be very handsome. Then we put his facial hair onto Ji Yu Yang's head, and he'd be very handsome too. So don't you think that they're a good match? The surrounding people almost coughed up blood. Guo Ran's brain definitely worked differently than others. The two of them were in the middle of fighting, and he was imagining how they could make up for each other's weak spots. Space continued to rumble as the fight between Ji Yu Yong and Wu Yu intensified. Neither side was able to suppress the other. Finally, the two of them retreated at the same time. Ji Yu Yong coughed up a mouthful of blood, causing everyone to jump. I've lost, sighed Ji Yu Yong. Actually, it's my loss. Without realizing it, I was naturally absorbing energy from the air to assist me. It was an instinct that I couldn't control. But if we were in the same condition, I probably wouldn't be a match for you. Well, saying that doesn't mean anything. Once your manifestation has awakened, let's have a real fight. Wu Yu put away his spear. He and Ji Yu Yong actually ended up being friends through this battle. Sometimes fighting was able to make you understand someone in an instant. Alright, then once I awaken my manifestation, I'll definitely come to have a good fight with Brother Wu. Ji Yu Yong nodded. Awaken your manifestation? You make it sound easy, sneered the corrupt expert. Wu Yu's expression sank, and he pointed his spear at him. A group of fiends, the heavens haven't put you in your place, so are you asking me to personally send you to hell? Send me to hell? It seems that you don't have that ability. Others might be afraid of your everlasting family, but the corrupt path isn't, sneered that expert. Although he had been a bit shocked at Wu Yu's identity at the start, he had only found it to be surprising. He wasn't particularly afraid. After all, any expert worthy of being sealed in the ancient era was a vicious character unwilling to be suppressed. Killing intent appeared on Wu Yu's face. He despised these fiends that never should have existed in this world. He was about to summon his manifestation when a figure walked out of the Dragonblood Legion. It was Yu Zifeng. Cheers rang out from the Dragonblood warriors. Yu Zifeng's power gave him an extremely high position in their hearts. Seeing Yu Zifeng have a sword on his back, the man with the sword hanging on his waist said, "We're both sword cultivators. How about we exchange pointers?" "You aren't a sword cultivator," said Yu Zifeng bluntly. That man's expression changed. These words were a bit hurtful. It was an insult to say that he wasn't a sword cultivator. "Are you ready? I'm going to attack." Yu Zifeng ignored him though and looked at the corrupt expert. His right hand slowly reached for his sword. "A sword cultivator. I've already killed 3. It seems that you'll be the 4th. The corrupt expert smiled and suddenly took out a soul banner. Buzzing rang out, and blood mist filled the air, turning the world red. Countless wails stabbed into people's ears and even their souls. The surrounding space seemed to have become a sea of blood. Within that sea of blood were the wails of countless souls in pain. Even the people outside the sea felt a needle-like pain in their heads. As for Yu Zifeng, who was within that sea of blood, just how terrifying was the impact on him? No one could tell. "Bastard, this is a soul-devouring blood sea. Just how many innocent people have you killed?" shouted Wu Yu. "Haha, so someone actually recognizes my corrupt path's famous soul-devouring blood sea. Not bad, not bad. I'll tell you then. I exterminated over 300 sects to gather enough resentment to condense it. Then after another 10 years of fighting, I don't even know how much resentment I have gathered. But I can say that anyone who entered my blood sea has never been able to walk out. They will only become another resentful spirit strengthening it." The corrupt expert laughed, and his manifestation suddenly appeared behind him. Countless sinister heads appeared within his blood sea, swimming toward Yu Zifeng. These heads were condensed from the resentful spirits that had been slain by it. They were tortured to death in order to bring out as much resentment as possible. If there was the slightest weakness within your will, they would invade your soul. Even without any opening, their sharp cries would disturb the soul of anyone inside. This kind of evil art had already been lost in the recent clashes between the righteous and corrupt paths. That was because there was no way for them to gather enough resentment to condense this soul-devouring blood sea. So in recent generations, such a thing had never appeared. But as someone from an everlasting family, Wu Yu knew about it. "It's just a deviant ability. I'll break it with one swing of my sword." Yu Zifeng's expression was still calm even in the middle of the soul-devouring blood sea. The screeching cries and soul invasion of the resentful spirits were unable to shake his Tao heart. Suddenly, his sword came out of his sheath, and it was like a dragon cry combined with a flash of lightning. Sword chi slashed out. "Haha, it's useless. My soul-devouring blood sea is condensed of spiritual strength. It's formless." "What?" Just as the corrupt expert was laughing, his blood sea was cut in 2 by Yu Zifeng's sword. Those resentful spirits disintegrated in front of it. The will contained within his sword surpassed the heavenly Taos. It was a peerless sword, above the heavens, above the earth, above gods, and above devils. With one slash, heaven and earth shook, while gods and ghosts fled. The sword chi continued through the blood sea to the corrupt expert. Without any hesitation, the corrupt expert raised his soul banner in front of him. Shockingly, this terrifying divine item was also sliced in 2 by Yu Zifeng's sword. It then cut off a piece of the corrupt expert's head. This one slash stunned everyone who saw it. The corrupt expert's soul almost fled in terror. He suddenly threw the destroyed soul banner at Yu Zifeng. Explode. He was actually detonating his own divine item. However, another sharp sword light flashed, destroying his soul banner and not letting it explode. The corrupt expert was finally afraid. Even when he had swept through the world with Tian Xiaozi, he had never encountered such a terrifying sword cultivator. He suddenly bit off a finger, drawing a rune in the air with it. Heavenly Evil Blood Evasion. This was an evasive art, one of his trump cards for preserving his life. However, just as he was about to jump within the rune, Yu Zifeng's sword tip pointed toward him. Chapter 2055. Yu Zifeng was unstoppable with his sword. Even the Empyrean with a sword hanging on his waist was shocked. With one swing of his sword, Yu Zifeng cut through the soul-devouring blood sea, and then he destroyed the soul banner divine item. Nothing could stop his sword. This sword intent, even though that sword-wielding Empyrean was also a sword cultivator, the power within Yu Zifeng's sword made him feel minuscule. As for that corrupt expert, he actually fled in the face of that sword. All his arrogance of an awakened Empyrean vanished. Violet lightning pierces the clouds. Yu Zifeng's left forefinger and middle finger pressed against the back of his sword, and then he suddenly pushed it forward. A bolt of violet sword light shot out of the tip. It was just like a flash of lightning piercing through the air. That corrupt expert had fled into his blood rune, and his figure appeared tens of thousands of miles away. However, no matter how fast he was, Yu Zifeng's sword light was faster. It seemed to break the laws of spacetime and instantly arrived in front of the corrupt expert. The blood rune surrounding the corrupt expert instantly exploded. It was like a beautiful firework. When the light faded, people saw a hole through that corrupt expert's chest. The corrupt expert was shocked. He let out a shout, and a blood-colored furnace appeared above his head. Light descended from it, enveloping him. Before people even understood what was going on, Yu Zifeng appeared above his head as well. That was especially shocking. How could there be two Yu Zifengs? But when they looked back to where Yu Zifeng had originally been, they found that he had vanished. One with the sword-wielding Empyrean stared in shock. As a sword cultivator, he knew just what level this signified. Just how had Yu Zifeng reached such a realm? With that attack just now, Yu Zifeng had merged with his sword. What had been left behind was just an afterimage. To merge fully with his sword meant that he had entrusted his life to his sword. If his sword was destroyed, he would die. This kind of realm was a wild gamble. Even though the sword-wielding Empyrean was also a sword cultivator, unless his cultivation base had reached Nether Passage and he had obtained a shocking divine sword, he wouldn't dare to do such a thing. One mistake would signify death. However, Yu Zifeng had done it. He was just a life-star disciple who wasn't even an Empyrean. That was crazy. Looking back at the corrupt expert, the furnace above him had been sliced in half by Yu Zifeng. That sword of his crushed all laws and Tao's before it. The corrupt expert coughed up blood and let out a furious roar. Having lost two divine items, he almost went insane. Two sinister wings suddenly appeared within his manifestation. With those wings behind him, he looked like a giant bat. Countless demonic images appeared on top of his wings, and cries of thousands of ghosts shook people's souls. However, before he could unleash an attack with these wings, they were cut off by a swing of Yu Zifeng's sword. Impossible. My blood wings are one with the heavenly Tao's. What power can sever the heavenly Tao's? The corrupt expert couldn't believe his eyes. In his life, he normally had three things that he depended on. One was the soul banner, the other was the blood-colored furnace, and the last one was his devil wings. The first two were corrupt weapons he had personally forged, while the last was a divine ability of his manifestation. He had relied on these three things to kill an unknown number of geniuses in the past. However, in front of Yu Zifeng, whether it was his corrupt weapons or his manifestation's divine ability, nothing he did could last more than one move. The most shocking thing to him was how his manifestation was actually cut through. It was condensed from heavenly Tao energy. He had never imagined someone could sever it. The heavenly Tao's are just a term for the Tao's of the world. Do you really think your manifestation contains the power of all the Tao's in this world? Asked Yu Zifeng coldly, his sword once more slashing down on him mercilessly. It looked like a simple slash, but it severed the laws of spacetime. It silently fell without his opponent being able to move. The corrupt expert let out an unwilling roar, and four pairs of wings appeared within his manifestation, folding around him. However, Yu Zifeng's simple slash went through his wings without pausing in the slightest. The huge wings were cleanly sliced apart and then exploded into runes. The corrupt expert appeared in the sky, pale as paper. Suddenly, a line of blood ran down the top of his head and continued straight down. He then fell to the ground, split in two. The corrupt expert was dead, with not even his Yuan spirit escaping. In front of Yu Zifeng, he seemed incredibly weak. From start to finish, he hadn't managed to block a single attack from Yu Zifeng. A powerful, ancient, awakened Empyrean was killed just like this. His divine items were destroyed and even his manifestation was severed. Everyone was silent for a moment. Even the Dragonblood warriors were stunned. Yu Zifeng normally didn't reveal his power, and they hadn't realized how powerful he was. Ji Yuyong, Li Qi, and Song Mingyuan felt ashamed of themselves. Without them even knowing about it, Yu Zifeng had left them in the dust. Suddenly, Yu Zifeng began to stagger in the air. He almost fell out of the sky. Ji Yuyong hastily flew over to support him. "Are you all right?" asked Ji Yuyong. It seemed that killing that corrupt expert had not been as easy as Yu Zifeng made it seem. My Yuan spirit is slightly injured. Most likely, there's still some deficit in my understanding of one with the sword. I'll go rest. Yu Zifeng was pale, and he was starting to sweat. He seemed to be in pain. Here's a soul-nourishing pill to relieve the pain. You were too hasty. Your one with the sword merger is truly powerful, but it's a double-edged sword. If you don't control it well, you'll injure yourself. Don't push yourself too hard, said Long Chen, patting Yu Zifeng on the shoulder. Long Chen sighed emotionally inside. Within the entire Dragonblood Legion, the most hard-working person was Yu Zifeng. Yu Zifeng didn't say much. He spent most of his time cultivating. Every time he made a breakthrough, he would set a new target for himself. The person he was most ruthless toward was himself. Even Long Chen felt inferior to him in that regard. 2 Dragonblood warriors supported Yu Zifeng as they returned to their resting place. Although he was injured, no one looked down on him. The sharpness of his attacks just now had been too terrifying. Even awakened Empyreans didn't have the slightest ability to resist or even run. He really is a true expert. I admit, I can't count as a sword cultivator in front of him. The sword-wielding Empyrean sighed and turned to leave. Although he also cultivated the sword Dao, he found that his understanding of the sword Dao was a far cry from Yu Zifeng. He was still following the regular path of the sword Dao, while Yu Zifeng had already blazed a new one. Throughout history, those who could become one with their sword had always been the most frightening of all sword cultivators. However, it was also the most dangerous move within the sword Dao. One mistake spelled death. All sword cultivators warned their disciples not to attempt becoming one with their sword before the Nether Passage realm, as that was suicide. However, Yu Zifeng had not just managed to reach that realm, but he could also use it in battle. Obviously, the path that he had blazed for himself was not a wrong one, or he'd have died from this move. Although his merger was not yet perfect, he had taken the most difficult step. In the future, he would definitely be able to perfect this move. Most admirable of all, Yu Zifeng had relied on his own comprehension to do it. He walked his own path. By now, that sword cultivator Empyrean no longer felt any anger over Yu Zifeng's previous remark. He only felt respect and admiration. Once that sword cultivator Empyrean left, Wu Yu said, I should also be going. Although the Dragonblood Legion isn't as powerful as I imagined, I see quite a few outstanding figures. Your fame isn't for nothing. You are Long Chen, correct? You should be careful. There are many powerful figures vying for supremacy right now. You might be their first target because defeating you, the previous peak of this world, would be the most effective way for them to show off their power. Many thanks for your words of wisdom. I'll simply say this, if people don't offend me, I won't offend them. But the Dragonblood Legion isn't afraid of trouble if it comes calling for us. If someone wants to climb higher by stepping on us, then I'm sorry, I'm not such a kind-hearted man. Long Chen cupped his fists as thanks for Wu Yu's warning. Based on his character, perhaps the Nangong family wasn't that bad. Well, I'll take my leave then. If you have time, you can come to my Nangong family as guests. We also have an amazing genius. Perhaps you can become friends. After saying that, Wu Yu waved his hand, leaving. Chapter 2056. Following Wu Yu's departure, the other experts that had come also left. Some of these experts were just present to gather information for the various large sects. Only a portion had come to challenge the Dragonblood Legion, but with 3 awakened Empyreans present, there was no longer a place for them to fight. Most of the challengers had left since the Dragonblood Legion hadn't come out. The ones who had stayed assumed that the Dragonblood Legion would sooner or later come out, and today they managed to witness their power. Ji Yu Yang and Wu Yu's battle had been enough for them to have a whole new level of respect for the Dragonblood Legion. After all, someone who could fight evenly against an awakened Empyrean without also being one was amazing. It meant that Ji Yu Yang's potential was extremely great. However, when Yu Zifeng had fought, they had been scared stiff. He had killed an awakened Empyrean in just a few moves. That was a figure who had been sealed in the ancient era, someone who might be even stronger than Wu Yu. They had gained some useful information and could report back that their mission had been completed. They had no further reason to stay here. With everyone outside leaving, the Dragonblood Legion returned to their abodes. They were ashamed of themselves for having been lost in the glory of their previous victory in Heavenly Fate Island. Originally, Long Chen had been planning on giving a blow to the Dragonblood warriors with Ji Yuyang's defeat, but Ji Yuyang's toughness had exceeded his expectations. If Ji Yuyang could awaken his manifestation, he would definitely be a powerful warrior. Long Chen had once asked Ji Yuyang about his family, and Ji Yuyang had said that his family had gone through some kind of tribulation in the past, resulting in their inheritance being lost. As for how powerful they had once been, no one knew. However, in any case, Long Chen could sense that Ji Yuyang's bloodline energy was currently reviving. The scarlet blood spirit fish were stimulating his potential. On the other hand, Yu Zifeng's power had been within Long Chen's expectations. In the previous battle, Yu Zifeng had wanted to use this move, but Long Chen had stopped him by sending others to support him. Once Yu Zifeng started going all out without regard for his own life, he was absolutely terrifying, to the point that even Long Chen got chills. Sword cultivators were famed for being the strongest offensively. There was no need to doubt this fact. Sword cultivators focused entirely on offense, thinking that as long as their attacks were strong enough, there was no need to defend. If their offense wasn't strong enough and they switched to defense, then that would just be a dying struggle that might win them a few more seconds of life before death. So true sword cultivators did not exchange pointers. Every battle was a battle to the death. As for that sword cultivator Empyrean that had come, after saying that he wanted to exchange pointers, Yu Zifeng had directly said that he wasn't a sword cultivator. That wasn't an insult, but it was telling him that true sword cultivators did not need to fight others to prove to themselves that they were powerful. A sword cultivator only had one opponent, and it was themselves. Other than themselves, no one else was qualified to be their opponent. They needed to have this kind of belief to never slack off and break through one shackle after another until they reached the peak of the sword Tao. Perhaps others didn't understand Yu Zifeng, but Long Chen understood him very well. He understood his pride. What Yu Zifeng was pursuing was something that others might not be able to imagine. What he wanted was to constantly challenge himself, to use his sword to corroborate his Tao, to open a brand new sword Tao for himself. "Boss, what should we do now?" Upon returning, Ji Yuyang turned to Long Chen. He felt a profound feeling of helplessness in front of awakened Empyreans. Wu Yu had fought openly and hadn't cheated him, but that wouldn't always be the case in the future. If Ji Yuyang fought against an awakened Empyrean, there was no way that he could beat them. A sensation of crisis welled up within him. That corrupt expert had said that he had been one of the 108 experts that followed Tian Ziazi. In other words, excluding whoever Tian Ziazi was, there were 107 other experts on that level. Just how could the Dragonblood Legion survive in the face of over 100 such experts? All the Dragonblood warriors felt cold. "There's nothing special, just do what you should do. I called you out today so that you could see the change in the outside world. You don't need to feel ashamed. It's true that they are very powerful, but we are not weak either. The only thing we lack compared to them is a powerful foundation, but when have we ever relied on such a thing before? We just constantly risk our lives to get stronger, and that got us our current achievements. All you need to do is maintain that attitude of constantly climbing higher. Properly cultivate. Don't think that the loneliness of being unrivaled is so great," said Long Chen. The Dragonblood warriors sighed, swearing to find that sense of urgency they had once possessed. However, Long Chen didn't have them immediately go to cultivate. Instead, they first gathered for a good drink. Long Chen told them about what had happened outside, including how he had barged into Pill Valley all alone. They couldn't help clapping when they heard that. Then when he mentioned the gathering of past and present heroes, Guo Ran, whose tongue had already grown loose from the alcohol, said, "Boss, that gathering will definitely have the top geniuses of past eras. They'll either be a world-shaking hero or a nation-toppling beauty. It doesn't matter when it comes to the world-shaking heroes, but make sure to bring back a few nation-toppling beauties, hee." Long Chen looked at Guo Ran and shook his head. "I see a dark omen on your face. Be careful of a calamity of the flesh." "Iya." Guo Ran suddenly let out a miserable cry as he was kicked away by Tang Wan-er. "Guo Ran, you bastard, don't egg Long Chen on," shouted Tang Wan-er. It could only be said that Guo Ran deserved it for speaking without thinking. If Long Chen hadn't responded properly, perhaps he also would have been implicated. As expected, as soon as Tang Wan-er was done berating Guo Ran, she turned to Long Chen, who immediately said righteously, "Don't listen to his nonsense. I'm a righteous person. Righteous, only a ghost would believe you. I'll say it directly. Don't go bothering a bunch of pretty girls. But if they're an upright and noble person, don't abandon them for nothing. Although women might be jealous, we aren't unreasonable. To sum it up, don't be unfaithful. You have to be steady with your womanizing, understood? Said Tang Wan solemnly. Just what had possessed this girl? How could she actually say such a thing? Long Chen didn't believe it. He looked suspiciously at Meng Qi and Chu Yao, only to see them silently smiling. What are you looking at? These are my pure thoughts. Although it's a bit hard to accept, I support you, said Tang Wan blushing. Long Chen smiled. He knew that such words were definitely against Tang Wan's heart, but she didn't want to harm Long Chen with her jealousy. The current state of the martial heaven continent was tense and complicated. There were powerful undercurrents in it. To protect yourself, you needed powerful connections. Long Chen had a special charisma to him that could be a powerful weapon against women. Although Tang Wan didn't want Long Chen to end up with any more women, especially not foreign women, he needed to make connections if he wanted to stabilize himself in this new world. If he could find a good girl with a powerful background, perhaps that might give them a solid backer. So, despite being unwilling inside, she subtly encouraged Long Chen for everyone. Long Chen got up and held Tang Wan's hand, softly saying, "Thank you. Don't worry, I won't be unfaithful and start sowing wild oats. I'm very happy with you by my side. Only when I'm together with you am I home." Tang Wan hugged Long Chen. She couldn't change who she was. Long Chen, you don't need to say anything. I understand. You don't need to change anything about yourself. If you changed, then you wouldn't be Tang Wan. In my heart, you are irreplaceable. Only then did Tang Wan silently cry with a smile, a burst of warmth appearing in her heart. She was particularly afraid of Long Chen one day finding that he no longer liked her. She felt that she was lacking the most amongst Long Chen's women. After their drinking celebration, Long Chen went to find Yu Zifeng. Yu Zifeng was still in the process of healing his Yuan spirit. Upon seeing Long Chen, Yu Zifeng said, "Boss, I want to go to the Heavenly Sword Gate and find my master. I have a few things puzzling me that are clouding my Tao heart. I need to discuss things with him." "That's a good idea. The Heavenly Sword Gate is a holy land for sword cultivators. Go. It should be of great aid to your comprehension," said Long Chen. "But I'm just worried." "Don't worry about it. All the large powers on the continent are currently afraid of each other. There won't be any sudden battles. Since the Dragonblood Legion doesn't have to worry about fighting for now, you can go without worrying about us." The next day, Yu Zifeng set off on his own. As for Long Chen, he spent a few peaceful days with Meng Qi, Chu Yao, and Tang Wan. After a few days of rest, it was time for him to set off as well. The gathering of past and present heroes was about to start. He needed to finish up some preparations first. This gathering might end up being the gathering of the most monsters in all of history. Chapter 2057. Ji Yu Yang and Wu Yu's battle had been an alarm for the Dragonblood warriors. Although Ji Yu Yang hadn't used the Dragonblood battle armor, Wu Yu also hadn't used his trump cards. The two of them had fought in the purest clash of power, with Ji Yu Yang actually being inferior. As for Wu Yu, he was just one of the Nangong family's many core disciples. It could be imagined just how terrifying the foundation of an everlasting family was. They no longer dared to slack off in the slightest. Their will to fight had been ignited once more. Sometimes, people needed a powerful figure as a reference in order to draw out more of their own potential. However, Long Chen didn't make them forcibly break through any bottlenecks they had. They were to calmly stay within the home of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race. They could eat, drink, and play. They could do anything but cultivate. When Long Chen had said this, the Dragonblood warriors had thought that he was being sarcastic. However, he had then explained that he wanted them to fully relax. They were to temporarily forget that they were even cultivators. Sometimes, people needed a certain rhythm in cultivation. That referred to pace, as well as tension and relaxation. The harder they worked at cultivation, the more fatigued they would grow, perhaps without even sensing it. An unsteady Tao heart was not suitable for cultivation, so the first step was to give them a good vacation. If they wished to, they could come up with a new identity for themselves and go play in the outside world. Long Chen gave them 1 month to do whatever they wanted. During this month, they were to forget about cultivation and do whatever they wanted to. Although this was neglecting their cultivation bases, their foundations were already extremely strong. This was just another way for them to temper their Tao hearts. Even if 10,000 people cultivated the same technique, their future paths would not be the same. Each person had to comprehend their own life slowly through experience. Long Chen's only requirement was that they focused on being safe. They could go to their homes and see their families, they could pay visits to old friends, and they could simply stare up at the clouds. It was up to them. There were powerful undercurrents flowing on the martial heaven continent, but at least on the surface, things were still calm. None of the large powers were willing to make any big movements. This was a rare moment of peace. There shouldn't be any significant battles during this time. The only thing they had to be on guard against was the corrupt path. This might be a bit dangerous, but cultivation was inherently dangerous. He couldn't constantly restrict them. They were his brothers, not his subordinates, and they had the right to pursue their own freedom. After arranging things for the Dragonblood Legion, Long Chen left on his own, heading toward the gathering of past and present heroes. Unexpectedly, the location of this gathering was actually the Western Desert. That was a bit far, but Long Chen didn't rush. He had plenty of time, so he just peacefully sat in his flying boat. Long Chen looked down at the mountains and plains that he rapidly flew by. The occasional startled roar of a fierce beast would come at him when he passed their territories. However, those beasts all felt a sense of danger from the flying boat, so they didn't attack. Long Chen ignored those beasts. Seeing the land swiftly pass beneath them, various emotions welled up within him. Back when he had first set off for the cultivation world, he had been a weak youth with grand ambitions. He and Little Snow had made a journey of 10,000 miles to take their first step on the path of cultivation. This would be the 10th year since that first step. He had fought countless battles, and rivers of blood had dyed the ground, but he still hadn't reached the peak, nor had he unraveled the mysteries behind his origins. Instead, he was sucked into the quagmire of the cultivation world, unable to extricate himself. Sometimes, he wondered what kind of life he would have had if he hadn't been given the jade pendant. What would have happened if Long Tianxiao had hidden the truth about him? Would he already be married and have children? Would he be growing old in the Phoenix Cry Empire, living peacefully until he died? Regretfully, there was no way to know. People always said that upon stepping into the cultivation world, there was no way back. Now that he thought about it, it was true. The trees longed for peace, but the wind never left them alone. He only had more and more enemies, and enmity would pile up. Sometimes, just a look could invite a killer. The cultivation world was a bare and naked world where the strong devoured the weak. During these 10 years of battle, he had grown tired of this senseless and unending fighting. However, he couldn't stop. If he stopped, he would be killed. Exercising forbearance, that would bring more humiliation, more slaughter, and more enmity. In the cultivation world, no matter what you did, you would make enemies, unless you stood at the peak of this world. At that time, whatever you said would be right. Even if you farted, countless people would respectfully come to admire the scent and praise it. At the beginning, Long Chen had thought the cultivation world to be mysterious and holy. But upon stepping into it, he found that it was a bloody and cruel fighting ring. It was filled with slaughter and an unending desire to dominate others. Some people had already been devoured by those desires. The stronger they grew, the more desire they felt, until they wished to be the ruler of this world. Long Chen looked down on such people the most. Whenever he encountered them, his first instinct was to slap them. As for this gathering of past and present heroes, he really didn't want to go. If he didn't go, he might make some enemies. But if he went, he would get even more enemies. Worst of all, he didn't have any trump cards right now. Evilmoon and the Heaven Flipping Seal were in seclusion, absorbing the energy of the divine pillars. Huolong was also in seclusion as Long Chen had told it to refine the inverse Tao water spirit flame as quickly as possible. Only once it could fully control its power could he possibly manage to fight the pill fairy. Most importantly, if he wanted to refine 11th tier medicinal pills, he would need a powerful flame. He did have the black illusion dragon flame, but when he had obtained it with the pill fairy, they had agreed to split it in half. The half that Long Chen had obtained was only suitable for fighting. When refining pills, Huolong normally had to use the power of the Heaven Incinerating Flame. For pills below the 11th tier, the Heaven Incinerating Flame was strong enough. But for 11th tier pills, it wasn't hot enough. It would not fully unleash the medicinal energy of the ingredients, which would affect the final quality of the pills. Long Chen now had the formulas for 11th tier pills, as well as many 11th tier medicinal ingredients that he had obtained in the yin-yang world. It was possible for him to start refining 11th tier pills, but he hadn't. One reason was because Huo Long hadn't refined the inverse Dao water spirit flame, so there was no way to refine high-grade 11th tier pills. Another reason was even more important: he didn't have a good enough pill furnace. He didn't have a pill furnace on the level of a divine item. Even Zheng Wenlong couldn't buy such a thing. Perhaps a pill furnace on ancestral items level was purchasable, but above that level, they were essentially in the hands of Pill Valley. Pill furnaces were no ordinary divine items. It required special craftsmanship to create one, and the craftsman would have to be an alchemist, or there would be no way to create a pill furnace that met the standards. Guo Ran could already create divine items, but he couldn't forge a pill furnace. As for Pill Valley, there was no way that they would give him one. So if Long Chen wanted to get a pill furnace, he would have to think of something himself. He was in the middle of flying when his boat suddenly shook. Looking ahead, he saw a giant bird flying over, covering the sun. It was causing the surrounding space to twist. It was a terrifying 12th rank magical beast. It was enveloped in golden light that made it look like a sun. As it flew through the air, wind buffeted Long Chen's flying boat. It was going extremely fast, but Long Chen's vision was sharp enough to recognize it. It was a golden crow with 3 feet. The light surrounding it was like a flame. A 3-foot golden crow. Long Chen's heart shook. It was an ancient beast. Based on its aura, it had fully matured. On its back, Long Chen saw an elegant figure sitting cross-legged. Her exposed arms were like white jade. Her long hair covered her face, but just her figure was enough to make a man indulge in fantasies. There was a golden bow on her back, but before Long Chen could get a closer look, she had sped off. It seems she's one of those supreme geniuses from the ancient era. Just that steed of hers is enough to sweep through others. I wonder where she's from. I knew I should have listened to Yi Lingshan explain some more about these experts, sighed Long Chen. In the Martial Heaven Alliance, Yi Lingshan had wanted to give him some well-known knowledge of the famous experts, but he hadn't been interested as he had been in a rush to return to the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race. He couldn't help thinking it would be good if Yi Lingshan was present. Perhaps she would have been able to recognize that person's identity based. Brother, have you ever driven a flying boat like mine? Suddenly, a shout rang out. Long Chen turned to see a man operating a strange flying boat. He looked down on Long Chen and shouted at him. Was there really such a need to show off an amazing flying boat? Long Chen ignored him and sped off. However, after just a bit, that person had caught up to him, shouting, I was asking you a question. Do you recognize this flying boat? Long Chen started to get angry. If someone had a great flying boat, fine. Did they have to show it off? Based on that person's powerful aura, he was definitely an expert. Long Chen frowned. Not wanting to cause any trouble, he quickened his pace. Now, that person seemed angry. His flying boat accelerated, and he instantly passed Long Chen. Fuck, even such a person deserves to be called a supreme expert of the ancient era. That's only because you never encountered me. If you had, I'd have slapped you dead. Cursed Long Chen. Did those ancient experts not know how to be low-key? Suddenly, a mountain exploded in front of him, causing Long Chen to jump and stop his flying boat. A man came walking out of the dust, appearing wretched. Upon seeing Long Chen, he shouted, Brother, have you ever operated a flying boat like this? Do you know how to use the brakes? Chapter 2058. Long Chen was dumbfounded, not having expected this person to say such a thing. He was about to reply when that person looked into the distance and suddenly fled, instantly vanishing. Bastard, what rat dares to steal my mechanism sect's flying boat? Suddenly, a streak of light came flying over. It was a giant metal bird and incredibly quick. 7 experts jumped off its back, with 3 of them being awakened Empyreans. The 7 of them immediately surrounded Long Chen, their expressions dark. Reveal your true face, shouted one of them. That was because Long Chen had covered his face with Yuan spirit energy. Even an awakened Empyrean couldn't see his true face. There's no need for that. The person who stole your flying boat already ran in that direction. Long Chen pointed in the direction where that person had fled. That person hadn't even warned Long Chen before running. Hence, Long Chen didn't feel like he was a good person and didn't plan on protecting him. Did I ask that? I told you to reveal your true face, shouted the first speaker impatiently. At the same time, Strange cylindrical objects appeared in the hands of the others. Those cylinders were pointed at Long Chen, and he immediately got goosebumps. They most likely contained some terrifying mechanisms. His expression darkened, and he coldly said, "I told you that I wasn't the one that stole your flying boat. It would be best if you don't go too far. My temper's not very good. Are you deaf? I ordered you to reveal your true face precisely because I suspect you're that fellow's companion. If you don't want to die, you'll listen when I speak. Based on your robes, you're just some weakling from the current generation of the martial heaven continent. You're even hiding your heavenly Tao fluctuations. I'll give you to the count of 3. Shouted that person. Is your mechanism sect so unreasonable? A cold smile appeared on Long Chen's face. Ha! In front of the mechanism sect, you're just an ant. Why would we need to talk reason with you? My patience is limited. 1. It's good that you're not reasonable. I'm also not good at talking reason with others, said Long Chen indifferently. 2. The runes on the cylinders pointed at Long Chen lit up. If you attack, you'll regret it, sneered Long Chen. One of the 7 of them suddenly attacked, golden light shooting at Long Chen's chest. That golden light was shockingly fast, arriving in front of Long Chen as soon as it appeared. A destructive energy filled that golden light, and even divine armor would be destroyed in front of it. As for just a regular spiritual yuan defense, that didn't pose the slightest hindrance to it. However, just as the golden light passed through Long Chen's body, he began to dissipate. It was actually just an illusion. Long Chen had appeared in front of that person. Before the latter could unleash a second attack, a large hand slapped him across the face. His head exploded like a melon. Even his yuan spirit was killed. Bastard, you dare kill the people of the mechanism sect. Their leader roared, and suddenly multiple rays of light shot out of their cylinders. There were light rays, flames, nets, and flying spears. They all came flying at Long Chen. All those attacks were destroyed by a giant stone pillar. Long Chen didn't have a suitable martial weapon right now, so he actually took out one of the divine pillars he had brought out of the Brahma secret realm. The giant pillar was so huge that just by appearing, it blocked all the attacks. It was shockingly hard and contained divine energy, so it could be considered a giant divine item. With Long Chen's immense power, it not only smashed their attacks but also swung toward the 6 of them. The 6 of them were immediately covered in strange armor. Their cylinders vanished, replaced by spears. However, that divine pillar was too heavy, and adding on Long Chen's power, they were sent flying. They were shocked and infuriated, not having expected to run into such a tough opponent. Spread out, that pillar's too huge for him to use properly. He won't last more than a few exchanges, shouted their leader. His manifestation appeared behind him, and flying around the pillar, he attacked. He was a true Empyrean with an awakened manifestation. Seeing him coming, flames of fury soared in Long Chen's heart. He hadn't provoked anyone, and yet he was always unlucky. No wonder that fellow stole your flying boat. You're a pile of trash. Enraged, Long Chen agilely dodged his spear, preparing to counterattack. However, just at that moment, a sense of alarm rose in his heart, and he hastily dodged to the side. Countless thin needles flew by him. Despite dodging quickly, he was still struck in the shoulder, and half his body instantly became numb. Those needles contained poison. Die. Seeing Long Chen had been struck, one of them attacked him from behind. His spear was just about to stab into Long Chen's body when Long Chen caught the tip with his hand. With a cold snort, he was about to push back when the tip trembled. The spear's tip actually exploded. It happened so suddenly that Long Chen's hand was blown to pulp. If it was anyone else, they probably would have died. It seems you have some power. However, your generation was born in a declined era. In front of us, you still have to kneel submissively. Resisting will only increase your humiliation. Their leader had realized that Long Chen wasn't ordinary, but he was still fearless. His spear rumbled toward Long Chen once more. It's just a heretical path, yet you dare bring it out. Long Chen sneered, killing intent blazing in his eyes. He was truly infuriated. It was just a misunderstanding, yet these people wanted his life. Since that was the case, he wouldn't stand on courtesy. Divine Ring, Battle Armor. Long Chen's 5-colored divine ring appeared behind him, and 5 stars appeared in his eyes. A powerful aura surged out. That expert had his spear blown apart by a single punch from Long Chen. At the same time, a foot came straight for his face. However, he sneered, and his left hand reached toward Long Chen's foot. Just as he was about to grab it, a special glove covered his hand, one with sharp points on the fingertips. There were countless thin barbs on those tips, and once they stabbed flesh, they would tear out a huge chunk of it. If the barbs reached the bone, then unless that bone broke, there would be no way to pull them out. This glove was an extremely insidious weapon. That expert's hand clamped over Long Chen's foot. However, those barbs didn't manage to stab into Long Chen's flesh because a layer of white scales had appeared between them. Grabbing Long Chen's foot didn't manage to stop Long Chen's power. It merely diverted it slightly, resulting in it smashing into the expert's chest. He instantly vomited blood, with his shattered innards mixed within. This strike of Long Chen's had been too powerful, and even his armor was unable to completely resist its power. That shocked this expert of the mechanism sect. Even through his armor, he was still injured to this extent. Just how powerful did that attack have to be? Without his armor, he would have been killed. Just as he was starting to get a bad feeling, 3 of his companions attacked Long Chen, their spears aiming at his vitals from 3 different angles. Every part of their spears was filled with their special mechanisms. Anyone who was struck by them would definitely die. The mechanism sect's experts were covered from head to toe in concealed weapons. They were just like Guo Ran, but Guo Ran's mechanisms were a far cry from theirs. Caught from 3 different angles, Long Chen slammed his hands at 2 of the spears and kicked the spear coming at him from behind. Seeing this, the 3 of them sneered, seeming to already be able to see the scene of Long Chen's miserable death. However, just as they were about to make contact, Long Chen also sneered. Golden light exploded. 108 golden dragon teeth appeared, striking the 3 of them. Chapter 2059. The leader of these experts suddenly roared. He instantly saw just how terrifying the golden dragon teeth were. At the same time, he realized why Long Chen had been fighting them with his fists the entire time. It was to mislead them into thinking that Long Chen only specialized in close-range combat. Now that he revealed his true abilities, they were caught off guard. Regretfully, he reacted slowly, and the 3 people attacking him reacted even slower. The dragon teeth pierced straight through their armor, and they instantly turned into bloody mist. Those dragon teeth were unimaginably sharp. They were the teeth of the metal-devouring evil dragon. For them to come out at such close range without them expecting it, there was nothing they could do. The dragon teeth were plenty sharp but not flexible enough for Long Chen. When he was going all out, he couldn't use them. Using his soul to control them wasn't his specialty. Against truly powerful experts, he wasn't able to kill them with the dragon teeth. However, by using them as a surprise attack with enough preparations, Long Chen had turned them into a powerful killing blow. "Just who are you?" shouted the leader. "Why didn't you ask before? Will you just kill anyone you encounter? Some ancient sect you are. It seems that you're just a bunch of cowardly idiots. I told you that you'd regret it. If you want to kill me, you have to be prepared to be killed as well," sneered Long Chen. The dragon teeth whirled through the air, attacking the remaining 3 experts of the mechanism sect. "Bastard, do you realize what kind of calamity you've provoked by killing people of the mechanism sect? Your sect, your family, they'll all be implicated by you." He had barely finished speaking when Long Chen mercilessly slashed a dragon tooth at him. His hasty block resulted in him being blown back. Trash stays the same throughout history. The mechanism sect raised idiots like you, so I doubt it's a good place. For you to have survived all this time, you probably didn't even dare to come out of your tortoise shell, said Long Chen. Killing intent blazed within him. Although he was ruthless, he had his own bottom line. He hated it the most when people said that they would exterminate a person's whole clan and sect. Even when destroying the heaven-suppressing magic sector Heavenly Fate Island, Long Chen had given people inside ample time to run. As for those who didn't flee and instead wanted to kill him, he didn't view them as innocent. On the other hand, some idiotic sects would really destroy a sect to its last member without leaving anyone behind. That was a display of their power. Perhaps the reason why Long Chen had so many enemies was because he wasn't ruthless enough. If he killed regardless of good or bad, acting according to Evilmoon's values, exterminating whole sects and families, he definitely wouldn't have so many enemies. At the very least, many people would not dare to provoke him. However, he disdained bullying the weak to show his power. Building his fame by taking the lives of the weak was beneath his bottom line as a person. These experts of the mechanism sect on the other hand were no different than idiots. When Dongfang Yuyong had said that the ancient sects and powers that had come out had their own confidence and grace, Long Chen had almost believed him. But now that he had encountered the mechanism sect, he knew that idiots were not unique to one era. The three experts of the mechanism sect were forced onto the defensive by the dragon teeth. However, golden lights would occasionally shoot out of various parts of their armor as various concealed weapons shot out. There was truly an endless number of hidden mechanisms on their armor. Many of their attacks came without any warning. If Long Chen wasn't already very familiar with Guo Ran's armor, he might have been the one at an immense disadvantage. The mechanism sect's armor was even more flexible than Guo Ran's. Their mechanisms shot out in clever and smooth ways that made them difficult to defend against. In fact, it wasn't just their armor. Sometimes, the concealed weapons that they shot out also had additional mechanisms. They might suddenly explode or unleash a torrent of poison needles. Bastard, do you think just your little bit of power is enough to look down on the mechanism sect's prestige? Roared their leader. He had already realized that Long Chen was definitely a big figure of the current generation. If Long Chen had reported his name, perhaps this battle could have been avoided. Now, the leader was a bit afraid. Long Chen's power had far surpassed their expectations. 4 of them had already died, while 3 of them were barely hanging on. Without this little bit of power, I'd probably already have been killed by you. You said that you don't talk reason, and it just so happens that I don't either. Let's talk with power instead, sneered Long Chen. Considering their actions, it was a typical case of bullying the weak but being afraid of the strong. This so-called powerful sect of the ancient era was a coward dressed in a bully's clothes. Long Chen had already made some concessions at the start, but that had only made them even more overbearing. They had now completely infuriated him. Are you really planning on becoming enemies with the mechanism sect? Roared their leader. Their mechanisms were unable to cause any effective damage to Long Chen. It seemed that he was very familiar with their techniques. They even suspected that he was also someone from the ancient era, but from the start, they had sensed that his aura was completely different from the auras of the ancient experts. The cultivation environment of the ancient era was very different from the current era. So there was a clear difference in auras between experts of different eras. The most curious thing to them was that Long Chen had been injured quite easily at the start, meaning that he hadn't known about their mechanism sect. Could it be that he had grown so familiar with their secret abilities in just this little bit of time? If that was really the case, then that was too terrifying. Let's stop. The mechanism sect accepts defeat. Finally, the leader lowered his head. Long Chen snorted and finally pulled back his dragon teeth. After killing 4 of them, he was feeling a bit better. However, just at that moment, his anger flared once more. You are courting death. The 3 of them had only paused for a moment once Long Chen had pulled back his dragon teeth. Then they took out dragon cannons, sinister smiles appearing on their faces. Die, idiot. The 3 cannons unleashed their attacks at the same time. 3 bolts of azure light pierced through the air, enveloping Long Chen within them. The void crumbled where that light went, and even the 3 of them were knocked back by the recoil force. Only the awakened Empyrean had it better off. The others had their arms break from the impact, but they were still pleased. The twisting space eventually calmed down, but Long Chen's figure was nowhere to be seen. Ha ha ha, idiot, did you think the mechanism sect's power was something you could imagine? Their leader laughed heartily. In order to activate their cannons, they needed a bit of time. In an intense fight, there was no way to unleash them. But as soon as Long Chen pulled back, it gave them the chance. You cut off your own chances of surviving. Don't blame me. A cold voice rang through the air. It sounded like it came from a fiend from the depths of hell. The 3 of them were appalled. Hastily looking up, they saw Long Chen was standing in the sky above them. Half his body was soaked in blood. His gaze was as sharp as a sword. Those dragon cannons had definitely been extremely terrifying. He had no idea what kind of power they were using, but if he hadn't dodged in time, he would have died. That near brush with death had come so suddenly that he hadn't had time to summon the Azure Dragon battle armor. Despite doing his best to dodge, one of those attacks had brushed past his shoulder, ripping out a chunk of flesh. He had possessed no enmity with the mechanism sect before this. Although they had gone extremely far this time, after killing 4 of them, Long Chen had been willing to leave matters there. However, this restraint almost cost him his life. Now there was no way to hold back his fury. He suddenly took out Evilmoon. That huge black blade unleashed a hellish roar as it slashed toward them. You're Long Chen. Upon seeing that signature blade, those experts let out startled cries. Long Chen didn't give them any chance to explain. His merciless attack gave them no room to flee. Those experts were pale. They had recognized Long Chen through Evilmoon. Now they suddenly recalled that the light behind Long Chen was known as his divine ring. They had actually misjudged the ring behind him as a blessing of the heavenly Taos. It wasn't actually similar to anything related to heavenly Taos, but they hadn't cared too much about it. Now that they realized the truth, it was too late. Long Chen was already enraged. The three of them formed hand seals at the same time. The metal bird that they had parked in the distance suddenly shot out a beam of light that enveloped them. Long Chen's saber slashed through thin air. The three of them were pulled into the metal bird. The metal bird instantly flew into the air, about to flee. But just at that moment, a giant divine pillar smashed into it. Chapter 2060. That giant divine pillar slammed into the metal bird, smashing it into the ground. As a result, a long ditch appeared in the land. This attack had contained Long Chen's killing intent. Hence, the metal bird was smashed to pieces, while the pillar also crumbled from how hard the metal bird had been. The metal bird was now no more than a pile of scrap. It had died with the pillar. Suddenly, three figures flew out. That was their Yuan spirits. Their physical bodies had been destroyed in the impact, and now they could only flee with their Yuan spirits. Die! A bolt of lightning instantly swallowed the three of them. They barely had a chance to scream before they exploded. Where do you think you're going? Suddenly, Long Chen unleashed a second lightning arrow. One of the Yuan spirits had actually used some unknown technique to survive Long Chen's attack. That Yuan spirit belonged to their leader. Long Chen, just wait. The mechanism sect won't let you off. He let out a furious roar before actually self-detonating. His Yuan spirit transformed into runes that flew out in every direction. His voice rang throughout the air from every one of the runes. Even in death, I'll pass this news to the sect. Long Chen, you and everyone near you should just wait to be annihilated by the mechanism sect. Long Chen's lightning arrow destroyed most of the runes, but a portion of them flew away. This was most likely some secret art to transform that leaders will into runes, and they would pass news of his death to the mechanism sect. Perhaps Long Chen could have destroyed all the runes with one attack, but he hadn't been expecting something like this, so there was no way to stop it. Since there was no way to stop it, he couldn't be bothered to care. In any case, he wasn't afraid of people knowing. He waved his hand, grabbing the fragments of the stone pillar and the scrapped metal bird. Of course, he also flipped through the corpses, taking their spatial rings. Long Chen took out a fist-sized sparrow. It looked very ordinary, but it wasn't actually a sparrow. It was a tool that Guo Ran had made to pass information. Long Chen opened the stomach of the sparrow, placing the spatial rings inside. The armor and metal bird of the mechanism sect should be quite helpful to Guo Ran. After the sparrow activated, it transformed into a beam of light that shot into the distance. Long Chen was just about to leave when his pupils shrank. At some point, a white-robed woman had appeared, standing in the sky. That woman had actually appeared without him sensing it at all. Long Chen couldn't help being shocked. Standing there, she was wrapped in immortal mist that gave off watery fluctuations. She was like a fairy wrapped in illusion. Ripples spread from every part of her, making it impossible for anyone to see her true appearance. It was only vaguely possible to see that she had waist-long hair and an elegant figure. There was an unspeakable immortal charm to her. She was definitely a peak expert. To be able to escape the senses of the 9-star hegemon body art, she must be extremely powerful. You killed people of the mechanism sect. You might have to deal with some trouble in the future. Her voice was gentle like water. I already have plenty of trouble, and I don't mind adding a mechanism sect into the mix, said Long Chen indifferently. May I ask if you have any pointers? The woman shook her head. I was just passing by and happened to see it. The mechanism sect is very difficult to deal with, and their methods are sinister. They'll do anything it takes to achieve their goals, so only a few people are willing to provoke them. You had best be prepared. Then many thanks. Ever since I stepped into the cultivation world, the troubles have never stopped, so I'm already used to it. Long Chen cupped his fists in thanks. You really are just like the stories. Let me warn you, the mechanism sect has a supreme expert of the ancient era, Zhao Wuji. He's very vengeful and a terrifying figure. He will also be attending the gathering, so you'll definitely see him there. After saying that, the woman's body merged into the empty space as if she didn't possess a solid body. She vanished at will, without Long Chen being able to grasp where she had gone. The monsters of the ancient era really are terrifying, sighed Long Chen. Previously, there had been that woman on the 3-foot golden crow. She had almost flipped his flying boat just by passing by. Then there was this woman who came and went silently like a ghost. They both gave him a sense of immense pressure. Since such a woman had called Zhao Wuji a terrifying person, he was probably truly terrifying. It seems I'm fated to be accompanied by bad luck in this life. Even just quietly traveling, I run into such bad luck. Just how did these blind idiots end up running into me? Long Chen sighed. He had silently picked up another enemy. Whatever, it doesn't matter. If someone wants to play, I'll accompany them. Long Chen took a deep breath and stepped into his flying boat, flying away. He quickly saw the western part of the martial heaven sea ring. Ripples appeared on the surface of the water as he flew over it. Things were very peaceful. Any sea demons that appeared were frightened away by the pressure of the flying boat. Suddenly, an intense fluctuation came from within the primal chaos space. Long Chen hastily looked, only to see a figure slowly surfacing within the ball of inverse Tao water spirit flame that was hanging in the sky. Huo Long had managed to refine a portion of its power before, allowing it to slowly devour the rest of the inverse Tao water spirit flame without any rejection. Huo Long had dived into it. During this time, Huo Long had been like a fetus slowly being nourished by the inverse Tao water spirit flame. Now, it was breaking out. Huo Long's figure slowly flew out. Its whole body was fiery red, but now there were water-like ripples coming from it, like it was a dragon of lava. It suddenly roared and devoured the ball of inverse Tao water spirit flame hanging in the sky. After devouring it, Huo Long's body expanded, and it seemed a bit bloated. Huo Long had already learned to control the inverse Tao water spirit flame's power. It would now just slowly digest it. Haha, good job Huo Long. It just so happened that I was lacking trump cards. You woke up at the right time. Long Chen laughed. Huo Long had awakened, and he could clearly sense its terrifying fluctuations. Huo Long vanished from the primal chaos space, reappearing on Long Chen's arm. It had just touched Long Chen's arm when his arm caught fire. Huo Long hastily returned to the primal chaos space. It seemed it would need some more time. Long Chen was excited, but Huo Long was 10 times more excited. It had just tried to show some affection for Long Chen, only to burn him. It's fine, it's fine. Huo Long, the stronger you are, the better, comforted Long Chen. He looked at his arm. It had turned black, almost all the way to his bone. If Huo Long hadn't retreated fast enough, his arm would have been turned to ash. Huo Long communicated with Long Chen spiritually, apologizing like a child that had made a mistake. Long Chen comforted it, even praising it. In the future, it would be able to help him immensely. After awakening, Huo Long's intelligence had grown. It told Long Chen that it could use the inverse Tao water spirit flame in battle now. Although its control wasn't great enough for alchemy yet, there was no problem when it came to fighting. Furthermore, this meant that Long Chen would be able to protect himself if he encountered the pill fairy once more. Good. Then work hard during this time. Try to control it perfectly. Only then can I use it to refine pills. Being able to refine 11th tier pills is the only way for me to get stronger, said Long Chen. 11th tier pills would be his foundation for getting stronger right now. He had to resolve that problem quickly, or there was no way he would be able to compete with the monsters that had just appeared. The flying boat quietly flew over the martial heaven sea ring. He didn't encounter any more trouble, however, there were a few powerful existences that sped past him along the way. He sensed great pressure from every one of them. Clearly the supreme experts that had been worth sealing in the past were not easy to deal with. However, Long Chen felt a fierce battle intent soar within him. His blood started to heat up once more in anticipation. Eventually, he reached the land on the other side. However, there wasn't a single blade of grass present. It was an endless barren desert. As he got further into the land, he saw some cities, but their population was very low. There was no way for them to compare to the eastern wasteland. Eventually, he reached a giant city that made Long Chen's heartbeat quicken. He had finally reached the gathering of past and present heroes. Chapter 2061. This was an extremely ancient city. It lay in the middle of the desert like a slumbering beast. However, even from a distance, it was possible to see the divine light enveloping it. Within the desert, it was particularly conspicuous. According to Dongfang Yuyang, this ancient city was a remnant from the ancient era, and it still contained some of the immortal charm from that era. It was one of the Dongfang family's treasures. When the Dongfang family had come out of seclusion, they had brought out this ancient city. However, this was not their ancestral land. No one knew where their ancestral land was. Only once Long Chen got closer to the city did he sense just how huge it was. It was like its own world. It contained its own spatial laws and was actually larger than it appeared on the outside. Once his flying boat got closer to its walls, it seemed particularly minuscule in comparison. Many miles before he could reach the city, an invisible force suddenly appeared, stopping his flying boat. At the same time, 4 of the Dongfang family's disciples appeared in front of it. The 4 of them were all women, and they smiled warmly. "Please show us your invitation," asked one of them respectfully. The 4 of them were young, but the heavenly Tao's revolved around them. They were actually all awakened Empyreans. Long Chen couldn't help being stunned. It seemed that he really had been a frog at the bottom of a well. Back when he had killed 2 awakened Empyreans, it had been enough to shake the continent. Now that these ancient powers had appeared, Long Chen found that those Empyreans he had slain were far from the first batch to appear. More awakened Empyreans had long since appeared in this era, but the powers that they came from were low-key and concealed the fact. Now, they were all appearing at once. Long Chen walked off the flying boat and gave his invitation to the woman. She received it with both hands, and upon seeing his name, she was startled. "So you are this era's expert. How fortunate. May I ask how many attendants you brought? It will be much more convenient to arrange things if I register them." "It's just me." Long Chen shook his head. He waved his hand, putting away his flying boat, indicating that he was on his own. The 4 women were even more surprised. It seemed that all the big figures that had come had brought a group in grand style. For Long Chen to come alone surprised them. "I'm just a very poor soul. I can barely feed myself, let alone afford attendance," said Long Chen. The 4 of them laughed, feeling that his sense of humor was very refreshing. A top expert who was so at ease and laid back was truly rare. "Mr. Long Chen, please follow me." One of them led Long Chen into the city. The huge gates and stone walls were covered in mysterious runes, not one of which he recognized. Upon walking in, he felt 3 waves of power sweep past his body. This was clearly the ancient city's protective formation. Long Chen felt that this formation was not at all inferior to Pill Valley's divine formation. So this was the foundation of an everlasting family. It was truly powerful. They followed the path, entering another gate and then another. Long Chen found that each gate had different runes operating on them. This ancient city really is powerful. Even without activating the formation, it possesses such power. If it was activated, just how powerful would it be? Sighed Long Chen. Hearing his praise, the woman said, "This ancient city is the Dongfang family's divine object. In truth, even we don't know how powerful it is. After all, things are peaceful now, and there aren't any large-scale battles. There's no use for such a battle fort." Long Chen's heart shook. It seemed that this city wasn't as simple as just a city. Could it be like the Mo Mountain Seal? It was its own battle fort. If that was the case, then who could block such a humongous object? Could it be that this city doesn't have any historical battle records? Asked Long Chen curiously. Of course there are. The woman was about to continue speaking when a middle-aged man who just happened to be walking past them interrupted. "How can you be messing around while receiving guests? What's next?" Little Kui understands her mistake. The woman attending Long Chen immediately lowered her head and apologized. It seemed that this middle-aged man's status was extremely high. Long Chen examined him. He was a nether passage expert without resonance with the heavenly Tao's that would signify he was an Empyrean. However, his aura was well hidden, and Long Chen was unable to determine what step of nether passage he was on. "My apologies, this girl plays around too much and neglects her work. Don't take it to heart." The middle-aged man smiled slightly to Long Chen and then said to Little Kui, "Hurry and take the guest to the Soul Harmony courtyard. Take note of your image in the future." The middle-aged man nodded to Long Chen before leaving. Little Kui continued leading Long Chen forward. After being chided, she didn't dare to continue speaking. "Is he your boss? Why is he so fierce?" asked Long Chen. This sudden question elicited a chortle from Little Kui. Covering her mouth, she said, "Please don't tease me. If I'm seen like this, I'll be scolded again. In an everlasting family, when would people ever call someone above them boss? They were always given grander and proper statuses." Furthermore, Long Chen's questioning expression was truly funny, while Little Kui didn't have much experience with the outside world. "He is our manager. Although his cultivation base isn't very high, he has a great deal of authority and is in charge of this gathering of past and present heroes. All our actions directly relate to the face of the Dongfang family, so our actions have to be perfect. We can't mess around. I shouldn't say any more, or I'll be scolded again. Little Kui also didn't usually like speaking to strangers. When it came to attending all the previous experts that had already arrived, she never said more than she had to. But for some reason, even though it was her first time meeting Long Chen, she didn't feel that she needed to be on guard, and so her mouth loosened. What are you afraid of him for? Who told you that rules have to be followed? I cultivate precisely doing whatever I want to do. If you're stuck to the rules, why bother cultivating at all? Said Long Chen with an expression of righteous indignation. Little Kui could only beg for mercy as she held back her laughter. Just where was the air of a supreme expert? Long Chen seemed more like a scoundrel to her. There was something about Long Chen that made him seem like an old friend to her. Although she knew that Long Chen was teasing her, she couldn't help it. Long Chen could only stop teasing her. Originally, he had been hoping to learn some useful information from her, but then he felt it was improper for him to bully such an inexperienced lady. That middle-aged man had appeared just as Long Chen was asking about the history of the ancient city. That was too coincidental. He clearly didn't want Long Chen investigating any information about them. If he really did learn anything valuable from Little Kui, she would definitely be punished afterward. So Long Chen decided against continuing. Unexpectedly, there were transportation formations within the city that they entered. After going through two of them, they arrived at the Soul Harmony Courtyard. A giant gate was present in front of it, with the word Soul Harmony Courtyard written in immortal characters. Long Chen recognized them. On the other side, he could see a mountain range with a verdant forest. Scattered throughout were some pavilions that blended into the background. Bursts of fragrance came from within. Mr. Long Chen, this is the Soul Harmony Courtyard. Once you enter, there will be other attendants to look after you, Little Kui said respectfully before leaving. As soon as Long Chen walked in, more of the Dongfang family's disciples came over to him. They were all beautiful women. However, these women were not as powerful as Little Kui. They were just ordinary Empyreans whose manifestations hadn't awakened. That made Long Chen sigh with relief inside. If all of them were awakened Empyreans, that would be crazy. Clearly, Little Kui and the others that had received him at the walls were some of the Dongfang family's most outstanding disciples. They were only set up as attendants when the higher-ups needed them to be, and these women were the true attendants. In any case, having 4 awakened Empyreans greet newcomers was definitely amazing. Even Long Chen had been shaken. Now seeing these ordinary Empyreans, he felt much better. These women were much more professional. After checking his invitation again, they gave him a spatial ring. When Long Chen looked inside, he saw that it was a gift the Dongfang family had prepared. Inside was a foot-tall jade bottle. Although it was completely sealed, it didn't stop a refreshing feeling from exuding out of it. Peak-grade soul-calming elixir. Long Chen couldn't help being shocked. Such a thing had already vanished from the continent, and it existed only in some ancient records. There were many kinds of soul-calming elixir. However, this kind of peak-grade soul-calming elixir was not something that could be refined. It was something that could only be produced when a vein of blood soul ore formed a spirit spring that absorbed the essence of the ore. Even ordinary soul-calming elixir was very valuable, but to life-star experts, it only had minuscule effects. However, if it was peak-grade soul-calming elixir, then it could allow them to cultivate twice as fast with half the work. It was a very precious item. Mr. Long Chen, this is a map of the Soul Harmony Courtyard. There are many different areas that are open to you. There is an auction area and a trading area where you can make transactions according to your own needs. The true gathering of past and present heroes will only start in 3 days. During this time, you can freely roam about. If you need any help at all, you can come find one of us at any time. One of the attendants also took out a map for Long Chen after giving him the Dongfang family's gift. An auction area and a trading area. Long Chen's eyes lit up. He wondered if he could get anything good there. Chapter 2062. After the guidance of the attendants, Long Chen followed a small stone path through the ancient forest. Birdsong and the fragrance of flowers assaulted him. There were countless precious plants that he saw, many of which he had never seen on the martial heaven continent. He also noticed marks of 11th tier medicinal ingredients within the forest. 11th tier medicinal ingredients were like divine medicines on the continent, but they were actually just randomly growing here as if they were no more than normal vegetation. Long Chen was growing more and more shocked by the foundation of this everlasting family. Ever since he had conned the continent's geniuses in Pill Valley, his wealth had soared, and he had thought that he would at least be able to compete with these ancient powers in terms of money. However, upon arriving here, he found that he was no more than a local bandit. His eyes were open to the world. "Mr. Long Chen, I can only bring you here. I'm not qualified to enter past here. If you need anything, you can activate your tablet, and someone will immediately come to assist you." After arriving at a small gate, the attendant guiding him stopped. "Many thanks." Long Chen cupped his fists in thanks and walked in. Once inside, he sensed an even more ancient air than what he had felt outside. It was like this space had sealed the boundless laws of the heavenly Taos. Even though Long Chen wasn't an Empyrean, he could sense a bit of it. No wonder the Alliance head made me come here. This place probably has a formation that sealed some of the energy of the ancient era. In such an environment, one can gain insight into some of the lost aspects of the heavenly Taos. Regretfully, it's useless to me. Long Chen shook his head. Everyone said that the current martial heaven continent had declined. Not only had the spiritual qi in the air grown sparse, but even the laws of the heavenly Taos had started to become incomplete. So the experts of the current generation on the continent were looked down upon by the experts of the ancient era. Long Chen had no choice but to admit that these disciples from the ancient powers were truly stronger than the current disciples of the martial heaven continent. Within the same realm, their auras were much stronger. Their auras felt fuller as if they were bigger. The martial heaven continent's disciples felt like malnourished children in comparison. There was a qualitative difference between their auras. These fellows were smart. Seeing the martial heaven continent start to decline, they concealed themselves, sealing a portion of the ancient heavenly Tao energy, scrimping and saving through some tough days. But now that the continent has declined, for them to come out once more, they're instantly at the peak. Long Chen could only sigh. Those old fellows had made a brilliant move. Whenever a supreme figure appeared amongst their disciples, they would send them to the martial heaven continent for tempering, and if they were able to reach the point of dominating everyone within the same generation and being unrivaled, they would immediately be sealed. Sealing a peerless expert like that cost an enormous amount of resources. Even these ancient hidden sects weren't able to afford it so easily. So whenever such a peerless genius appeared in one generation, those ancient powers would essentially stop raising the other disciples in the same generation. Their limited resources had to go into maintaining their bloodline. They were like hibernating animals, just waiting for the Great Era to come. Now that the Great Era had truly come, they were spending all their money, doing everything they could to raise the disciples they had. Before the Chi Flow eruption, all those slumbering monsters would be awakening. There was no longer any need for them to preserve their resources. They were going all out. Long Chen's guess was that places like the Soul Harmony Courtyard were normally hidden and concealed, treated like absolute treasures. However, now it was taken out as a show of the family's power. Long Chen looked at the map and found that this Soul Harmony Courtyard could be treated as its own world. There were many spectacles to see. Following the path, he passed by a mountain stream. The trickling water was clear enough for him to see the bottom, and he saw a fish happily swimming inside. These are boneless koi. Seeing the rainbow-colored fish, Long Chen's heart skipped a beat. This was a miraculous fish, on the same level as his scarlet blood spirit fish. However, the boneless koi were not to be eaten. What was special was their gallbladders. They were so bitter that upon consuming them, it would allow a person to experience all the bitterness of the world. It allowed a person to view the world from another angle, to comprehend another aspect of life. It had a great cleansing effect on a person's mental realm. Although he knew that the everlasting family was intentionally showing off a bit, Long Chen had no choice but to admit that they had succeeded. They really had good stuff. Looking left and right and seeing that there were no people, Long Chen had an urge to jump down and take a few. However, the reason these fish could survive was related to this water. If he put them in the primal chaos space with the scarlet blood spirit fish, they probably wouldn't survive. I, Long Chen, am not such a person. Long Chen comforted himself and turned away, doing his best not to look at the boneless koi again. Continuing, he grew even more shocked. The pavilions built in this area were all made of divine materials. They were overwhelmingly extravagant. He didn't run into anyone as he walked, making him take a second look at the map. He realized that he had ended up in an extremely secluded space. This was someone else's territory, so using divine sense to look around was definitely taboo. That was why each person was given a map. Long Chen looked more closely at the map and saw that a nearby place was marked with a name, the Heavenly Music Stone. Long Chen walked over to that location and saw that it was a mountain peak. There was a strangely shaped rock located within the trees there. This stone looked like a lotus flower throne. There was a large stone egg on it. This egg had natural Dao runes on it that were constantly moving. At the same time as those runes flowed, the music of the Grand Dao filled the air. That sound was like buzzing, without any rhythm. However, by paying close attention, one could hear the pentatonic scale within it. Although it couldn't be called a beautiful sound, it pierced people's hearts. It struck a chord within Long Chen's heart. The 7 emotions of joy, anger, worry, longing, sorrow, fear, and shock all welled up within him at the same time. At that moment, he no longer felt like a cultivator, but a normal person. The 5 notes led to the 7 emotions, which activated the 6 senses. This music of the Grand Tao was transmitted through them all, seeming to contain the essence of heaven and earth. It was like the heartbeat of the world. If you could listen to it long enough, you might be able to see the mysteries of the world. The Grand Tao is formless, giving birth to heaven and earth. The Grand Tao is emotionless, moving the sun and moon. The Grand Tao is nameless, nourishing all life. The Grand Tao is actually simple. Everything in this world has its own Tao, with no Tao better than the last. Greed is what blinds people, and with the leaf in front of them, they don't see the mountain behind it. Long Chen unconsciously sighed, his heart filled with emotions. People pursued the Grand Tao, when every leaf, every tree beside them was the Tao. Everything was the Tao. Even if there was nothing there, it was the Tao as well. As for making a distinction between the Tao, saying some were minor and some were major, that was just laughable, wishful thinking. This kind of comprehension is worthy of the world's current #1 expert. Just at this moment, a gentle voice rang out, and a figure appeared behind Long Chen. Long Chen turned to see a white-robed woman. This was the mysterious woman that had appeared when he had killed the experts of the mechanism sect. Every time she took a step, a ripple would appear on top of the ground as if she was walking on top of the water. There were also ripples in the air as if she was currently within a waterfall. Despite being so close, she seemed to be far away. It was both mysterious and holy. She always appeared silently without Long Chen being able to sense her presence. This was Long Chen's first time encountering such a terrifying expert. However, Long Chen had the utmost confidence in the 9-star hegemon body art. The reason he couldn't sense her was because she had no hostility toward him. "I've made you laugh. A coarse man like me is not worthy of a fairy's praise. Also, please don't bring up that title of the #1 expert. I don't want to get beaten up by others who want that title." Long Chen shrugged helplessly. So many monsters had appeared, and this world was no longer the same. Who knew just how many people had set their sights on being #1? Long Chen wasn't afraid of people, but as for fighting to death over some meaningless title, that was stupid. The woman smiled and walked closer. The waterfall around her slowly dissipated, revealing her true appearance. She had willowy eyebrows and almond eyes, a jasper nose and cherry lips. Her skin was white with a hint of rosiness. Her eyes in particular seemed to contain watery fluctuations as if they could melt a person within them. In terms of pure looks, she was definitely a beauty, but she wasn't as flawless as Meng Qi, Lang Yuyan, and Yu Xiaochen. However, she possessed a gentleness to her that made people have an automatic urge to protect her to the death. "This little one is Nangong Zheyu. I'm sorry for not introducing myself last time, Mr. Long Chen. You are the Nangong family's top genius." Long Chen was startled. The 4 everlasting families were only going to send their top experts to this gathering. For her to be surnamed Nangong, she was definitely the Nangong family's top expert. "I wouldn't dare to call myself such a thing. I was just born at the wrong time. There wasn't a genius like Mr. Long Chen in my era," said Nangong Zheyu. "Ah, please don't say such a thing. Really, you're going to give me a big head." Long Chen waved his hand. It was better to be low-key here, rather than bragging to the point that he ended up slapping his own face. Just at this moment, rumbling rang out behind him, and a sharp aura pierced toward his shoulder. It came suddenly, like a wild storm. Chapter 2063. Long Chen hadn't expected to encounter an attack here. It was so sharp that it made his hair stand on end before it even reached him. The attack came without him having sensed anything before. With a cold snort, he smashed his fist behind him, not even looking. However, what shocked him was that his attack struck nothing. The seemingly sharp attack was completely void, filled with only empty might. Even before the attack arrived, it had naturally dissipated. Long Chen had actually been fooled. He had been unable to tell that this was a fake attack before countering. It was very dangerous. Your reactions are quick, and your power is strong enough. But your head's a bit slow. Just at this moment, a tall woman came walking over. She had a pair of exceptionally long legs that were very attention-grabbing, and she wore black leather armor that set off her body. Although Long Chen had seen beautiful women, it was his first time seeing a woman wearing such brazen and spicy clothing. She had red hair that looked naturally curly, which framed her delicate face. However, the corners of her mouth were slightly raised, giving her a prideful and fierce appearance. Her arms were bare, but there were white runic lines that were slowly fading at this moment. Due to her snow-white skin, it was impossible to see those lines without looking closely. These were clearly the marks left behind by her previous attack. Her skin-tight leather armor seemed to barely be able to stop her chest from bursting out. As she walked toward him, Long Chen learned another meaning for the term, surging waves. This extremely fiery woman had clearly launched that attack to test Long Chen. When Long Chen looked at her, he instantly recognized her. She had been the woman on the 3-foot golden crow that had flown by, almost causing his flying boat to flip. At that time, he had only seen her back. Now that she was standing in front of him, he found that she was barely an inch shorter than him. It was mostly her long legs that gave her that advantage. Have I offended you in some way? Long Chen frowned. This woman gave him a strong sense of danger. That bow behind her in particular had a terrifying aura. Baitang Rushuang, if you want to target me, you shouldn't attack others. That will damage the prestige of the Baitang family, said Nangong Zheyu before this new woman said anything. Baitang. Long Chen's heart shook. So this woman was also from an everlasting family. You're so protective of him already. Could it be that your frozen heart has finally been moved? Wow, I didn't think that this little fellow was so amazing. He was actually able to make the fairy Zheyu, who once toppled the continent's geniuses and infatuated countless men, so protective of him. I should take a closer look. Baitang Rushuang actually began to circle Long Chen, seeming to want to find something special about him. That feeling of being stared at by such a terrifying yet alluring woman made even Long Chen feel unnatural. But just who was Long Chen? When it came to immoral behavior. Excuse me, young lady, you're acting like a mosquito looking for a good piece of flesh to bite. If you keep looking, I'll have to charge a fee, said Long Chen sternly. Ha ha ha. Baitang Rushuang was first startled, but then she laughed. The surging waves dazzled Long Chen's eyes. Young lady, little fellow, you are that fellow called Long Chen, right? Do you know how much bigger we are than you? Looking at Baitang Rushuang's fiery attire, he asked, much bigger? That would depend on what we're comparing. Nangong Zheyu's expression twitched. Originally, she had thought Long Chen to be a wise and elegant man due to the words he had said upon hearing the heavenly music here. But as soon as Baitang Rushuang came, he became a scoundrel. I'll go look around somewhere else. I won't disturb the two of you any longer. Nangong Zheyu bowed slightly and turned to leave. Hold it. Baitang Rushuang suddenly blocked her path. Upon looking at Nangong Zheyu, her smile vanished. Nangong Zheyu, what do you think you're doing by constantly avoiding me? You came 800 years before me, and I didn't get to see the period when the Nangong family's glory was at the peak. After I was born, I killed countless enemies and avenged my family's enmities. I wanted to fight with you, but you were already sealed. I had no choice but to be sealed as well with my regrets. Now that the great era has come and we've been awakened at the same time, you've refused my challenges over and over again. Why, are you looking down on me? Divine runes began to surge within Baitang Rushuang's eyes, and the bow on her back began to rumble. Her battle intent caused the heavens to change color. Although she hadn't even taken off her bow, there seemed to be some invisible energy pulling back the bowstring. Battle was imminent. As if not seeing Baitang Rushuang's hostility, Nangong Zheyu maintained a calm and indifferent appearance. The Baitang and Nangong families had some misunderstandings back then. Those matters are already in the past. There's no need for the previous generation's enmities to fall on us to settle. If you simply wanted to exchange pointers to corroborate our doubts, I would welcome you. But if it's because of vengeance, then I'm not interested. You are running, said Baitang Rushuang coldly. I suppose. The world is filled with fighting and troubles. Why bother adding more for myself? My heart has always been focused on cultivation, searching for the Tao of life, unraveling the mysteries of heaven and earth. As for everything else, I'm not interested, said Nangong Zayu, still as gentle as water. It was as if she would never get angry. HMPH, stop acting so hypocritical. Do you not know what the Nangong family did back then? I did everything to cultivate so that I could defeat you one day and show the world that anyone who harms my Baidang family will pay a price. Nangong Zayu, no matter how you dodge me, you won't escape. I cultivate to defeat you. Although you say that the previous generation's enmities shouldn't be carried by us, your generation will have to reap the seed planted by them. That is karma. This place is the Dongfang family's, so I won't force you here. But be clear, you might be able to dodge me the first time, but you won't be able to dodge me forever. There will sooner or later be a battle between us, said Baidang Rushuang. To the side, Long Chen was startled. It seemed that there was some unresolvable enmity between the Nangong family and the Baidang family. Well, all this had nothing to do with him. To avoid being drawn into a fight between behemoths, he began to slip away. Stop right there. He had just been slipping away when Baidang Rushuang shouted at him. Ah well, your enmities aren't for an outsider like me to get involved in. I wouldn't want to be killed to keep my mouth quiet. Long Chen hastily drew lines between him and the two of them. My enmity with her can be put aside for now. That thing you said, the Grand Tao is formless, giving birth to heaven and earth. The Grand Tao is emotionless, moving the sun and moon. The Grand Tao is nameless, nourishing all life. Where did you hear that? Or did you come up with it yourself? Asked Baidang Rushuang, temporarily ignoring Nangong Zayu. This Baidang Rushuang was capable of raising enmities and dropping them so easily. All that tension and hostility vanished in an instant. Actually, I was just randomly bragging. You don't have to take it seriously, said Long Chen. These words had simply popped out of him naturally due to what he had felt from the music. It had touched him in the deepest part of his soul. However, there was no need for him to admit to such a thing. These people here were all monsters, and he didn't want to embarrass himself. Bragging badly might end with him being exposed. Nangong Zayu frowned. She looked at Long Chen oddly, examining him once more. His way of talking was rather vulgar, especially when he was in front of women. Then continue bragging. I want to hear it. On the other hand, Baidang Rushuang didn't mind. She stared deeply into Long Chen's eyes as if wanting to see through his soul. Miss, if you look at me so closely, I'll get embarrassed. Ah, it's just regretful. Long Chen suddenly sighed. What's regretful? Asked Baidang Rushuang. It's regretful that my home already has a heroic woman that doesn't let me touch other flowers. Otherwise, I might lose my life when I return. Long Chen looked exceptionally bitter. Actually, with your talent and beauty, as long as you work a bit harder and take some more initiative, perhaps I might be moved by you. But we were simply born at the wrong time. I already have someone in my heart and can't add you in, so all we can do is look at each other longingly. But don't be dejected. I'm sure you will eventually find your own fated partner. Just forget about me and find someone better. Take care. Long Chen bitterly turned and left. Then his bitter expression vanished and he hastily slipped away. Nangong Zayu and Baidang Rushuang simply stood there in stunned silence for a few seconds. They were the peerless geniuses of their time and had seen countless heroes. But it was their first time encountering someone like this. Get back here. Just as Long Chen thought that he had escaped, Baidang Rushuang suddenly took a single step forward, appearing behind him and dragging him back. Chapter 2064. Baidang Rushuang caught Long Chen, a disbelieving expression on her face. When I dominated my generation, I saw countless heroes and killed countless villains. But I never saw anyone as shameless as you. Tell me, just how did you get to be so shameless? Baidang Rushuang was a generation's genius. Before being sealed, no one on the entire continent in her generation had been able to match her. Her experience was even greater than what others could accumulate over several lifetimes. However, even someone like her had never encountered someone like Long Chen before. Based on Long Chen's tone, it was like she was the one pursuing him, while he was being a proper gentleman and not giving in. Just when had she expressed the slightest intention in this regard? How could someone be so shameless? Actually, I'm not really shameless. There's a fellow called Mo Nian who's even more shameless than me. Miss, I'll tell you the truth. I'm simply too attractive to women. I don't even know how many pretty girls have spilled blood to pursue me. But my home is already full, and I can't have any more. Truly, I'm doing this for your own good. I can't give you the happiness that you long for. Long Chen sighed. How shameless. When did I ever say that I liked you? When it comes to looks, that Dongfang Yuyang is 10 times more handsome than you, said Baidang Rushuang. She looked Long Chen up and down pitifully. The main thing is that I'm different from him. My outer appearance is the weakest part of my charisma. Ah, we shouldn't discuss it any longer. Miss, it would be best if you distanced yourself from me. Have you not heard of a certain phrase circulating in the continent? What phrase? Be careful of leaving your daughters near Long Chen, sighed Long Chen. He looked up at the sky with a melancholy expression. TCH, when it comes to shamelessness, there has never been someone able to compare to you. Just what is so attractive about you? I don't see anything. Baitang Rushuang still couldn't believe that Long Chen was so shameless. Was he really the top genius of his generation? Even Nangong Zheyu was shaking her head. Although she and Baitang Rushuang were from different generations, they had both been the most outstanding figures of their time. They had vast experience. However, Long Chen was something they had never encountered. Someone at the peak of their generation always had their own pride, but they didn't see any of the qualities of a peerless genius from Long Chen. He seemed much more like a slippery scoundrel. Miss, listen to my advice. Take advantage of this time while you haven't been seduced by my charisma to run. Otherwise, it will be too late for regret, said Long Chen sadly. TCH, when it comes to looks, you aren't at the level of shaking heaven and earth. In terms of cultivation base, the early life star realm is just average. Your reaction speed was also just so-so. You weren't even able to tell that my attack was a fake in time. If we had really been fighting, I would have a whole new level of respect for you if you could even last 100 exchanges. Looks, average, cultivation base, average, battle power, average. Someone as ordinary as you, tell me just where does your confidence come from? Asked Baidang Rushuang. Actually, I'm not sure about my own charisma either. Look, just how amazing is a peerless genius like you. But for some reason, you're holding on to me, not letting me go. Why is that? Said Long Chen. You're vile. Baitang Rushuang was disgusted. Long Chen had actually taken her actions to be romantic. She had an urge to beat him. Goodbye. As soon as Baitang Rushuang released him, he said goodbye and slipped away for good. That appearance of his was like he was worried Baitang Rushuang would continue her romantic pursuit for him. Baitang Rushuang was ashen with rage. When she had dominated the continent, any man who saw her would become respectful, some even expressing their love. It was her first time encountering someone like Long Chen who actually seemed afraid that she would fall for him. He's a scoundrel plus an idiot. That was Baitang Rushuang's appraisal. It wouldn't be easy for anyone else to leave behind such a deep impression on you. But Long Chen has done it. Nangong Zheyu merely said one thing before also leaving. Nangong Zheyu, stop trying to change the subject. When will you accept my challenge? Shouted Baitang Rushuang. Sorry, I'm really not interested. Nangong Zheyu's voice rang out in the distance. She had already vanished. Long Chen had escaped and Nangong Zheyu had left. The only one left in front of the heavenly music stone was Baitang Rushuang. The heavenly music stone was still rumbling, but it was unable to draw any of her attention. That Long Chen is definitely a scoundrel playing some kind of psychological game. He dares to tease me. Good, Long Chen, you're quite brazen. Baitang Rushuang snorted and turned to leave. However, just at this moment, she heard some strange footsteps. Turning around, she saw a thin green-robed man, and her eyes narrowed. There was both a hint of fear and disdain in her eyes. The legendary fairy Rushuang of the Baitang family is even more beautiful than the legends say. That thin man smiled at Baitang Rushuang. He was so thin that he appeared sickly, and his face was too pale. Even the heavenly Tao fluctuations around him weren't as strong as other people. Get rid of your perverted eyes, or I'll carve them out of your head, said Baitang Rushuang irritably. Don't say that. As the top geniuses of our era, I feel like this kind of respect is simply required. Dongfang Yuyang doesn't know how to organize events properly. How did he allow any random person to attend? If people knew someone like you was coming, they would have probably decided not to come, snorted Baitang Rushuang before leaving. This person was Zhao Wuji of the infamous Mechanism sect. The Mechanism sect was a scourge of the cultivation world, and they had been surrounded and destroyed several times throughout history. However, Their mechanisms were truly terrifying. Even though their sect had been destroyed, they would always revive from the ashes, and every time, they would undertake a bloody reprisal. They were a sect that changed the face of the cultivation world. Despite that, the mechanism sect did not dare to offend the everlasting families. That was why Baidang Rushuang was a bit afraid of him while still not giving him the slightest face. Zhao Wuji suddenly called out, "Fairy Rushuang, may I ask if you've seen a little fellow called Long Chen?" Baidang Rushuang was startled. Looking back, she asked, "Are you looking for him?" Although she was very dissatisfied with Long Chen, she was curious why Zhao Wuji would mention him. "Ah, I didn't expect you to know him. Could it be that you?" Zhao Wuji probed. Baidang Rushuang snorted. "Don't play this kind of game with me. I don't know him, so answer my question." "Oh, then that's good. Just now I heard that Long Chen had come here, so I came to take a look and ask him just what kind of confidence he has to dare kill the disciples of my mechanism sect. He killed 7 of them at once, with 3 being awakened Empyreans. I want to see just how tough his neck is," said Zhao Wuji. The mechanism sect might be used to running rampant, but they didn't dare to go too far when it came to the everlasting families. If Long Chen really had a connection with the Baidang family, then he wouldn't have said things so directly. Long Chen killed people from the mechanism sect. Haha, not bad, maybe he does have some attractive points, laughed Baidang Rushuang. The mechanism sect was like a tumor of the cultivation world, but it was impossible to get rid of it. Even the everlasting families didn't want to provoke them, with other sects being even more afraid of them. It was unexpected that as soon as the mechanism sect came back out into the world, 7 of their disciples would immediately be killed. 3 of them were even Empyreans with awakened manifestations. Long Chen's guts were truly big. Baidang Rushuang had personally experienced just how vile the mechanism sect was back in her time. However, due to her family's status, she had been unable to attack the mechanism sect, while the mechanism sect did not dare to be rude to her. They had never given her an excuse to act against them. Killing a few of their experts had always been one of her dreams. Unexpectedly, Long Chen had dared to kill their people. Hence, her opinion of Long Chen instantly rose. Zhao Wuji's expression changed slightly at Baidang Rushuang's reaction. That kind of delight at their loss was irritating. Long Chen's just a minor character from a declined era, but he dares to be so arrogant. Since he has no connection with your Baidang family, it'll be easy to handle. I'll make him regret being born in this world, said Zhao Wuji coldly. The mechanism sect never cared about the means. When it came to cruelty, they might even surpass the corrupt path. That's your matter. Don't involve me, Baidang Rushuang snorted. She had admitted that Long Chen had no connection with her Baidang family. Zhao Wuji was saying this so that she didn't meddle in their affairs. I wonder just who's stronger, you or Long Chen. As she left, a hint of anticipation appeared in her eyes. It seemed that there would be a good show to watch. Chapter 2065. Having escaped Baidang Rushuang, Long Chen sighed with relief. Whether it was Baidang Rushuang or Nangong Zheyu, they were both powerful figures with major backgrounds. Furthermore, it seemed that there was some intense enmity between their two families. Hence, Long Chen didn't want to get drawn into their muddled waters. So avoiding those two was definitely a smart decision. He didn't want Baidang Rushuang to think that he had some relationship with Nangong Zheyu. If he ended up having to fight Baidang Rushuang over such a thing, that would be a miserable affair. The reason he spoke like that was to make the two of them look down on him. With their experience, they wouldn't feel hatred toward him over such a minor matter, but they definitely wouldn't bother him anymore in the future. At least, that was his goal. After going to the heavenly music stone, Long Chen's heart was a bit uneasy. The Dongfang family's foundation was truly terrifying. If only he could have taken that stone. The music it released was the music of the Grand Tao. It was extremely beneficial to anyone attempting to comprehend the heavenly Taos. It was no wonder the everlasting families possessed so many geniuses and awakened Empyreans. It was no coincidence. Perhaps even if the Great Era hadn't come, their foundation would have allowed them to create an awakened Empyrean anyway. Compared to those ancient powers, he found that his newfound wealth, which might have made him the richest man on the continent, was now nothing. The resources that these people controlled were many times greater than all the resources on the continent. Seeing spectacle after spectacle, Long Chen was amazed. The power of the everlasting families was astounding. Hello, can I ask if you're here to attend the auction? Long Chen was lost in thought when one of the Dongfang family's attendants came over to him. Only then did Long Chen realize that he had arrived at the auction area without even noticing. There was an ancient palace here, with a dozen of the Dongfang family's disciples in front of its gates. Ah, how do I participate in the auction? Long Chen truly was interested. The auction starts tomorrow. Other than some precious objects our Dongfang family are auctioning, anyone who wishes to participate can take out their treasures for us to auction off on their behalf. This auction is non-profit, and the purpose is mostly for communication amongst the heroes who have come. Whoever puts up a treasure will get 100% of the bid. Furthermore, the Dongfang family guarantees that no harm will come to your treasures. Our goal is simply to enrich this gathering, and if you have any suggestions or requests, simply ask and we will do our best, said the attendant. Long Chen instantly understood that the reason the Dongfang family was so eagerly holding this gathering of past and present heroes was not to make a profit, but to raise their level of fame. They were fine losing money in exchange for that fame. They were definitely successful. The entire world now knew of the Dongfang family's name. In fact, there was even a feeling that the Dongfang family was at the top of the everlasting families. Can you give me a description of how it will be held? For example, what level of treasures will be present, and is the price in spirit crystals? Asked Long Chen. Alright, so what will happen is, through that disciple's explanation, Long Chen learned that this auction's currency was not spirit crystals but something called underworld spirit beads. Long Chen couldn't help being shocked upon hearing that underworld spirit beads were divine treasures capable of assisting in a nether passage expert's cultivation. It was said that where the world of life met the world of death, something called underworld spirit rock could form. The underworld spirit beads were refined from that rock. This kind of thing was extremely rare in the current world. It was basically impossible to find one. Only sects with extremely ancient inheritances could have managed to preserve a few. Long Chen had once heard Ku Jianying say that the leaders of the Martial Heaven Alliance were only qualified to take out 3 underworld spirit beads. As for Ku Jianying herself, she hadn't been willing to use those treasures herself. Although she hadn't said why she was unwilling, when Long Chen had seen her expression at that time, he could tell that she was preparing to leave them to the old man. However, then the old man had managed to break through to the Nether Passage realm himself, and Ku Jianying had accepted Yi Lingshan as her apprentice. She was most likely going to leave those 3 underworld spirit beads to Yi Lingshan. Ku Jianying only had 3 of the underworld spirit beads. As for the old man, Li Tianxuan, the old patriarch, none of them were qualified to use them. From this, it could be seen just how valuable the underworld spirit beads were. It was said that the life and death energy within the underworld spirit beads could allow a life star expert to grow infinitely closer to breaking through to the Nether Passage realm. In the current world, it was a treasure that no money could buy. However, in the Dongfang family, the underworld spirit beads were actually treated as the base currency for an auction. That caught Long Chen off guard. Through her explanation, Long Chen also learned that here, if the underworld spirit beads were exchanged for spirit crystals, it would be around 1 billion spirit crystals for one underworld spirit bead. But that was just a saying. In truth, no one would ever trade underworld spirit beads for spirit crystals. They would only trade them for different treasures. In the eyes of these people, spirit crystals were a low-level currency. May I ask if Mr. Long Chen has any treasures he wishes to auction? Ah, it seems that I'm too poor to bring out anything good. Long Chen could only smile bitterly. Compared to these ancient monsters, he was truly too poor. Mr. Long Chen must be joking. A genius like you is definitely blessed with great karmic luck. All kinds of treasures will automatically come to accept you as master. If you were to call yourself poor, then disciples like myself wouldn't even have the courage to continue living. Don't worry, we guarantee to protect whatever treasures you wish to bring out. Whether it sells or not, no one will know they came from you, promised the attendant, thinking that Long Chen was worried about being recognized based on what he wanted to auction off. Her suspicions of his misgivings were naturally mistaken. Where was Long Chen's karmic luck? It was more like he was blessed with all the world's bad luck. There was really nothing that Long Chen could take out that was as valuable as the underworld spirit beads. If he took something only worth half a bead, wouldn't he be laughed at? He flipped through his treasures. Evelmoon was definitely a treasure, and the fragment of the Eastern Wasteland bell was as well. However, even if he was beaten to death, he couldn't bring them out to auction. There were the divine pillars from the Brahma divine palace as well, but it seemed that even they weren't worthy of being traded for underworld spirit beads. As for those 2 statues he had taken from the palace, they were treasures, as according to Evilmoon, the stone that they were made out of was extremely rare. But Long Chen couldn't sell them yet because they were filled with divine energy that Evilmoon and the heaven-flipping seal were going to absorb. The reason that they couldn't absorb it yet was because they were still absorbing energy from the divine pillars. Only once they were strong enough could they absorb the energy within the statues. I truly have nothing valuable to take out. Please let me consider this matter more, said Long Chen. That's fine as well. I know that every expert has their own secrets and taboos. The auction is tomorrow and starts at noon. Don't miss it, because all kinds of marvels will be appearing, and they will definitely interest you. The attendant was only slightly disappointed that Long Chen wouldn't bring out his treasures to auction. The more treasures there were, the better. This was naturally the hope of the Dongfang family after inviting so many monsters from the ancient era. They wanted this auction to be as marvelous as possible, and perhaps there would even end up being something that their Dongfang family needed. Long Chen wasn't the only one to decline offering up anything as treasures. All these supreme experts had their own trump cards and treasures, but ordinary ones weren't worth taking out, and the valuable ones were too important for them to part with. Or perhaps some of their treasures had unclear origins, and they didn't want to cause any trouble. Some of those people that refused also said that they were poor. For them, it was just an excuse, but for Long Chen, it was the truth. Leaving the auction area, Long Chen felt bitter. It was his first time feeling so poor since he had stepped out into the cultivation world. Those spirit crystals that he had plundered had already been given to Qian Duoduo to equip the Dragonblood Legion. As for Long Chen himself, he hadn't kept that much. With the auction tomorrow, just what was he supposed to do? Just watch as those marvelous treasures were bought by others. I can't plunder these as well, right? Long Chen suddenly had a thought, but then he shook his head. With the monsters here, who knew just who would be plundering who in the end? After leaving the auction area, he had another thought. There was a trading area he could go to. The trading area was for experts who had taken out their treasures and put down what they wanted to exchange them for. If anyone had what they wanted, they could directly trade. Thinking of that, Long Chen wasn't even in the mood to look at more of the scenery. He went directly to the trading area. The trading area was at the peak of a mountain. There was a giant stone cliff here that soared into the sky. There were 1-meter stone platforms arranged in front of the cliff. Each platform emitted divine light, protecting a treasure that was lying within. The first thing that Long Chen saw was an ancient spear. It was covered in blood runes, with each rune emitting a fearsome aura. Altogether, it was like millions of magical beasts were roaring within it. He was about to go examine the spear more closely when he suddenly saw the object beside it. His heart began to pound wildly. Chapter 2066. What drew his attention was an ancient divine furnace. It had 3 feet and 2 handles, with countless starry images carved into it. Although they were just carvings, looking at them made Long Chen feel like he was floating through the starry sky. There were also images of 4 fierce beasts on the lid. They had their mouths open, looking like they wished to devour all of heaven and earth. This is a pill furnace. Long Chen instantly recognized that this was not a furnace for fighting but refining pills. There were many furnace-shaped divine items used for fighting. Pagodas, cauldrons, furnaces, they could all be terrifying divine items. Their power was exceptionally great, and they cost even more to make, so there weren't many of them. As for furnace divine items, some were used for fighting and some were used for refining. Seeing the circular mark at the bottom of this pill furnace, Long Chen recognized it as the specific mark of a pill furnace. That circular mark was something that allowed the furnace to absorb flame energy better. However, that resulted in its defensive power sharply dropping. If it was easy to absorb external energy, it could be broken easier, so it wasn't suitable for fighting. This is something good, Long Chen involuntarily gulped. Even before he got close, he could sense the energy fluctuations coming from within. That kind of fluctuation was something only alchemists could sense. It was not the fragrance of a pill, but a specific fluctuation that a pill furnace gradually came to possess after being used to refine countless medicinal pills. It was the result of medicinal energy nourishing the furnace over a long period. When Long Chen had obtained the blazing dragon furnace, it had also possessed a similar fluctuation, but it was only present when the lid was open and when he was refining pills. However, This furnace was sealed, and that fluctuation was still coming out so strongly. It meant that there was simply no way to calculate just how long this furnace had been used to refine medicinal pills. The medicinal energy had merged into every corner of the pill furnace. The medicinal effect of any pills refined by such a furnace would be much greater, and the chances of a successful refinement were also improved. Mr. Long Chen, are you interested in this star refining furnace? Just at this moment, an attendant from the Dongfang family came over upon seeing Long Chen looking so closely at the furnace. "Oh, I was just strolling," said Long Chen. He naturally couldn't act like he urgently needed it. If others saw that, the price would soar. The treasures here are left behind by various heavenly geniuses. We're only in charge of looking after them. If you have anything you wish to trade as well, you can put it up here. You can indicate what you wish to trade for. If no one wishes to complete that trade, you won't suffer any loss, said the attendant. Look, they've all left behind what they wish to trade for. Trading this way is much easier. Only then did Long Chen come to an understanding that the masters of these treasures didn't need to expose themselves. Then it seemed that he had been worried for nothing. Looking around, he saw that there were less than 20 treasures present. Although they were definitely priceless treasures, they didn't attract Long Chen as much as the pill furnace. What does the master of this pill furnace want to trade for? Asked Long Chen. 100 drops peaked out transformation dragon saliva, answered the attendant. Although he had known that the master of this furnace would demand a large price, he hadn't expected it to be so large. Peaked out transformation dragon saliva was the essence of a dragon vein. A single drop could only be extracted from a dragon vein that had existed for over 1,000,000 years. The current martial heaven continent had already declined. The previous dragon veins of the continent had been broken, while forming new ones was very difficult. If a dragon vein didn't meet certain conditions, it was impossible to extract peaked out transformation dragon saliva from it. Long Chen suddenly thought of the 4 ancient nations' dragon veins. If their dragon veins were extracted, then they would definitely go crazy. They were built off the backbone of their dragon veins. However, even if their 4 dragon veins were destroyed, only a few drops could possibly be extracted. As for this pill furnace, the owner actually demanded 100 drops. That was something that couldn't be squeezed out of the continent no matter what. Long Chen shook his head and sighed. There was no way around it. It might be a good pill furnace, but without money, he could only look. In fact, he didn't dare to keep looking, afraid he might fall in love with it. 100 drops of peaked out transformation dragon saliva. It seems that the owner of this pill furnace is deliberately making it hard to buy. Just at this moment, Baidang Rushuang walked over. Eyeing the pill furnace, she shook her head. Little fellow, are you interested in this thing? Let me tell you, the price is at least double what it's actually worth. I feel like the owner is targeting Pill Valley. Long Chen was startled, but he quickly understood that the owner of the pill furnace was probably trying to sell it to Pill Valley. Pill Valley had plenty of wealth accumulated over the years, and that was why the price was so vicious. Even if the owner didn't manage to sell it, there was no loss to them. But if they did, they would have made a gigantic profit. Young lady, can you not call me little fellow? That would make you seem old, and most importantly, it doesn't make me feel good, said Long Chen. He had already been vexed at not being able to buy this pill furnace, and seeing Baidang Rushuang worsened his mood. What's wrong with calling you little fellow? Calling you that means that I'm not looking down on you. If you really want this furnace, you better treat me better. Perhaps I can lend you the money, said Baidang Rushuang. She had a bright smile as if she had a card up her sleeve. How am I supposed to treat you better? Let me tell you, sacrificing my morals is out of the question. I have wives at home already, warned Long Chen. Scram, raged Baidang Rushuang. Don't act like you're so handsome that women are throwing themselves at you. When I dominated the continent, you hadn't even been born yet. I've seen all kinds of heroes, and as for you, keep dreaming. Oh, if I don't have to sacrifice anything in that regard, I can consider anything else. If you help me buy it, I'll owe you a favor, paying you back your capital and the interest in the future. Long Chen was slightly moved by this offer. This pill furnace was incredibly important to him. Only with it could he try refining 11th tier medicinal pills. Lending it to you isn't out of the question. But you have to accept one of my conditions. Upon seeing Long Chen's wary expression, the smiling Baidang Rushuang immediately coldly said, "Don't talk nonsense with me. I'm not talking about that. I just wish to ask you something. What if I don't know the answer? Long Chen suddenly felt that this matter wasn't so simple. These ancient monsters weren't simple. She wouldn't help him for nothing. You definitely know the answer to the question I want to ask. So, do you want to carry out this transaction? Answer one question from me and swear not to tell what I ask to anyone, and I will lend you the peak Dao transformation dragon saliva, allowing you to buy this pill furnace. Baidang Rushuang stared closely at Long Chen. Long Chen also looked at Baidang Rushuang. She was beautiful but wild. No one could control her. He was extremely moved by this temptation, but his intuition told her that this Baidang Rushuang was not so simple. One mistake and he might con himself. In the end, he sighed and shook his head. He was about to decline when another voice rang out. If you want this pill furnace, I can lend you the peak Dao transformation dragon saliva. Long Chen looked back, only to find that Nangong Zheyu had once more silently appeared. She was the speaker. Baidang Rushuang's expression instantly sank. Nangong Zheyu had clearly come to target her. Nangong Zheyu, what do you think you're doing? I thought that you didn't like fighting, and yet you came to ruin my affairs. The Nangong family really is as hypocritical as they come. Fairy Rushuang has misunderstood. After all, I've met Long Chen twice, and hearing what he said about the Dao gave me clarity on many areas that I had been struggling with. This favor has to be repaid. Now that Long Chen needs something, I naturally can't ignore him. I have no intention of targeting you, said Nangong Zheyu gracefully. Are you really going to lend it to me without any conditions? Long Chen couldn't quite believe it. Nangong Zheyu nodded. That phrase of yours about the Grand Dao was truly marvelous. I benefited from it immensely, but this peak Dao transformation dragon saliva is too precious, so I cannot simply give it. I can only lend it to you. Long Chen couldn't help being delighted. It seemed that his bragging had been not bad. Although he would have to return the peak Dao transformation dragon saliva one day, that was fine. Then many thanks. Long Chen cupped his fists. This furnace had truly come at the right time. You think you're the only one who can buy favors? Long Chen, I'll also lend it to you. Tell me, who are you going to borrow from? Baidang Rushuang couldn't endure it and forced Long Chen to pick between her and Nangong Zheyu. Chapter 2067. Fuck, this choice isn't so easy. I'll still offend one of them or maybe both. Long Chen didn't know why Nangong Zheyu was helping him, but he wouldn't be so narcissistic as to believe that she had really fallen for him. Nor would he believe that she was helping him over some random phrase he had said. Even if she was just lending him the money, wouldn't repaying it take several lifetimes for someone as poor as him? Perhaps Nangong Zheyu knew that Long Chen could refine pills, but she definitely didn't know his true level. If she was truly investing in him, then she must be a great risk-taker. Long Chen didn't know Nangong Zheyu's goal. On the other hand, he liked Baidang Rushuang's direct manner of doing things. Her goal was always clear. How about I borrow half from each of you? Once I have money, I'll repay whoever needs it urgently first. Of course, if you need my help, as long as it's not too much, I will help. Just treat it as interest. To tell the truth, compared to two rich people like you, I'm just a little beggar. I can't offend either of you, but this pill furnace is truly important to me. So, please, I hope that you two beautiful, kind, and generous rich people will stick by me, said Long Chen. After thinking about it, he felt that this pill furnace was more important. Even if he had to owe them a favor, he needed it. Perhaps borrowing from just one of them would be too dangerous, but if both of them lent him half, that would leave room for negotiation and wouldn't offend either of them. Furthermore, owing money to two beautiful women with transcendent statuses shouldn't be a bad thing. HMPH, slick. Baidang Rushuang snorted, but she was able to accept this condition. As for Nangong Zheyu, she didn't display any reaction. She simply handed over a jade bottle to Long Chen. Long Chen accepted the bottle with his thanks. He carefully opened it for a look and saw 50 semi-transparent water droplets. Each droplet had a tiny dragon swimming within it, and a burst of pure natural energy came out of the bottle when he opened it. This was the peak Dao transformation dragon saliva. Long Chen's left and right hands shook at the same time. Lei Long and Huo Long actually sent him a message at the same time, requesting this peak Dao transformation dragon saliva. It was very beneficial to them. This was an extremely precious natural treasure, something that had only existed in the ancient era. In the current martial heaven continent, it was almost impossible for it to appear again. Endure it. Once I'm stronger, I'll definitely help you get more of it. Long Chen could only comfort the two of them like this. Lei Long and Huo Long were both intelligent enough to understand, but they couldn't help begging him for it. That meant that it was extremely important to them. What, are you hesitating? Baitang Rushuang also handed over her portion, only to find him staring at the bottle in a daze. He looked conflicted. I'm suddenly not willing to part with it. The peak Dao transformation dragon saliva is also useful to me, said Long Chen bitterly. Baitang Rushuang was speechless. For good or bad, you are the top genius of your generation. Can you have more integrity and be decisive? Ah, rich people don't know the struggles of the starving people. Fine, I'll carry out the trade, so don't look down on me. Long Chen could only painfully hand those 2 bottles to the attendant of the Dongfang family. The attendant smiled, thinking that Long Chen was just acting poor to tease the 2 peerless women beside him. She didn't know that Long Chen was truly poor. All right, then this star refining furnace is now yours. You don't even need to check it, asked Long Chen. No need, I trust the characters of Fairy Rushuang and Fairy Zayu. Long Chen asked, does it mean that you don't trust my character? Ah, if I had known this would happen, I would have faked the 2 bottles of peak Dao transformation dragon saliva and kept the real stuff. Ah, so sad, I didn't think of that. Long Chen's regretful expression seemed to say that he could have stolen the peak Dao transformation dragon saliva and then blame the 2 of them for it, making Baitang Rushuang angry. Long Chen hastily waved his hand. Ah, it was just a joke. Am I, Long Chen, such a person? So since the pill furnace is mine now, can I have it? This platform was restricted, others couldn't touch what was inside. Of course, it's yours now. However, the divine light barrier will take an incense stick's worth of time to dissipate. I've already started the process, so please wait a moment, answered the attendant. An incense stick's worth of time was a short time, but Long Chen was filled with too much anticipation to wait. He could openly sense just how amazing this pill furnace was. The starry images on top of the pill furnace filled him with emotion. His hands were already getting itchy. To the side, Baitang Rushuang frowned. Just how was it possible that Long Chen didn't have any of the mannerisms of an expert? All his emotions were written on his face, and that lacked any of the charms of a supreme expert. She even suspected that she had made a mistake. Had she wasted her money by lending him the 50 drops of peak Dao transformation dragon saliva? A star refining furnace actually managed to sell for 100 drops of peak Dao transformation dragon saliva. How unexpected. At this moment, a mocking voice rang out. Long Chen looked back to see a man walking over. Zhao Wuji, this pull furnace was yours. Baitang Rushuang's frown deepened. She hadn't expected to have actually benefited Zhao Wuji. That irritated her. This pill furnace was fundamentally not worth that price, but since Long Chen wanted it and she wanted something from Long Chen, she had lent him the peak Dao transformation dragon saliva. If her action benefited someone else, she was alright with it, but for Zhao Wuji to be the one getting an advantage over it made her feel disgusted. The mechanism sect's people were trash, but no one could do anything about them. Mr. Zhao, you came at the perfect time. The transaction has already been completed. This is yours. The attendant handed over the 2 bottles to Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji received the bottles, and upon looking inside, he smiled. He took out a drop of the peak Dao transformation dragon saliva. Grabbing the attendant's hand, he placed a drop of it into her hand, smiling. This is my thanks. You really are my lucky star. A broken furnace was actually bought by an idiot, ha ha ha. Mr. Zhao, you can't. The attendant felt chills at being grabbed by Zhao Wuji. She had long since heard of Zhao Wuji's infamy. As for the drop of peak Dao transformation dragon saliva, it was too precious for her to accept. Since I, Zhao Wuji, wish to give it to you, why can't I? Zhao Wuji pressed the drop into her hand, touching her hand much longer than he needed to, seemingly without realizing it. The attendant turned red out of embarrassment. Fortunately, Zhao Wuji didn't go too far before letting go. Just at this moment, the divine light protecting the pill furnace dissipated. Zhao Wuji looked at the pill furnace and then smiled at Long Chen. You are Long Chen, correct? Perhaps you don't know who I am, but that's not important. I should tell you that this pill furnace is a garbage furnace that cannot be used to refine pills. In other words, your 100 drops of peak Dao transformation dragon saliva were wasted. Hearing that, Nangong Zayu and Baitang Rushuang's expressions changed. It's fine. In any case, it wasn't my money. Long Chen smiled and reached out to touch the pill furnace. As soon as he touched it, a majestic medicinal energy poured into his body. It was even stronger than he had expected. However, when he reached toward the lid, he was startled. He wasn't able to move it. Could the furnace not be opened? Ha ha ha, now do you understand? There's no way to open the pill furnace. It possesses its own locking runes, and without understanding how to open it, it's just a decoration. As for the name, the Star Refining Furnace, it's something I came up with. Who knows where this stupid furnace came from? An unopenable furnace actually got me 100 drops of peaked out transformation dragon saliva. Just thinking about it makes me laugh. Zhao Wuji was incredibly pleased. If you didn't know its origins, how could you take it out to sell? Zhao Wuji, you're incredibly shameless, said Baidang Rushuang frostily. Shameless? How am I shameless? I simply brought out my treasure to sell, and I didn't make anyone buy it. For an idiot to buy it without understanding it, it can only be said that he's blind. He killed disciples of my mechanism sect, so this is just the first step of my retribution, said Zhao Wuji indifferently. Only then did Long Chen understand why Zhao Wuji felt such hostility toward him. So he was actually from the mechanism sect. One of the people Long Chen had killed was from the mechanism sect, and he had detonated his Yuan spirit in order to send word back to the mechanism sect. Hence, Zhao Wuji definitely knew what had happened. What, are your people allowed to kill others, but others aren't allowed to kill them? Demanded Long Chen. Long Chen, don't try to act innocent. Someone stole my mechanism sect's flying boat, and you were nearby. For the disciples present to feel suspicious of you is only natural. If you had simply revealed your identity, everyone could have properly discussed it and avoided a confrontation. But you, Long Chen, like to bully others, and hiding who you were, you killed those disciples. You've offended the dignity of the mechanism sect, and you'll have to pay a painful price. Long Chen spat out a single word in response, making Zhao Wuji's expression turn even colder. He began to walk closer to Long Chen. Chapter 2068. Long Chen ignored Zhao Wuji as if he didn't see him. He was focused on the pill furnace. Mr. Zhao, this place is the Dongfang family. The attendant's expression changed. If she allowed Zhao Wuji to fight Long Chen here, things would take a bad turn. Nangong Zheyu and Baidang Rushuang just watched indifferently, not feeling worried at all. They knew that Zhao Wuji did not dare to actually fight here. Long Chen's divine sense slowly entered the furnace, and he sensed the majestic energy shuddering within. That energy made Long Chen feel increasingly delighted. This time, he had definitely profited. So Long Chen, do you want to kill yourself now? Zhao Wuji pointed at Long Chen and shouted coldly. This was an extremely arrogant and insulting action. Without even thinking about it, Long Chen slapped Zhao Wuji in the face. Nangong Zheyu, Baitang Rushuang, and the attendant only saw a blur before Long Chen's hand struck Zhao Wuji's face. Zhao Wuji was instantly sent flying. Nangong Zheyu and Baitang Rushuang covered their mouths in disbelief. Although Zhao Wuji was trash as a person, everyone had to admit that he was a terrifying existence. In his generation, practically no one had dared to ever provoke him. Although it hadn't reached the point that he had ruled over the continent, he had definitely become a nightmare for countless experts. That was why he was qualified to be invited here, because he had the power to stand beside the other peak geniuses of their times. Even Nangong Zheyu had described him as terrifying to Long Chen. That was enough to show just how powerful he was. However, to handle Zhao Wuji, all Long Chen did was slap him in the face. Nangong Zheyu and Baitang Rushuang were stunned. The attendant of the Dongfang family hastily crushed a jade tablet. The reason that Nangong Zheyu and Baitang Rushuang were so shocked was because in that instant, it had felt like time had come to a stop and space had frozen. Long Chen's slap had contained its own kind of law. Before anyone realized what was happening, it was already over. Most importantly, Long Chen's slap was incredibly beautiful, flowing naturally like water. A slap was clearly a lackluster move but had been developed into a divine art by Long Chen. After this slap, Long Chen's expression changed. His hand was now bloody, and there were dozens of tiny holes that had pierced into his hand. Then he looked at Zhao Wuji. The right side of his face was covered in a layer of scales. Those scales were filled with tiny needle points like barbs. There was blood dripping down, but that blood was Long Chen's. Those barbs still had some of his flesh hanging to them. Zhao Wuji was infuriated. The inside of his mouth was bloody, so he had his mouth shut tightly. Half his teeth had been knocked out, but he silently swallowed them. This slap of Long Chen's had come too suddenly for him to react. His armor had come out automatically to counter Long Chen's attack, but its reaction had been slow. This was a terrifying kind of armor that could block attacks that he couldn't sense, and it was what he had relied on to dominate the continent back in his era. However, this amazing armor had lost its effectiveness today. It had only started to counterattack after being struck. This was something that had never happened to him before. How vile. There's actually poison. Long Chen snorted and swung his hand. His palm, which had already started turning black, had most of its flesh fly off. At the same time, the primal chaos space's life energy surged toward his hand, instantly healing it. Long Chen was shocked inside. His divine face slapping art was his peerless technique. It had actually been half blocked this time. If Zhao Wuji's scaled armor hadn't appeared at the last moment, this slap would have destroyed half his head. Long Chen, since you want to die, I'll help you out. Zhao Wuji roared furiously, killing intent instantly locking onto Long Chen. Halt! A cold and clear voice rang out and a white-robed man appeared. At the same time, countless other figures also rushed over, drawn by the disturbance. The white-robed man was the Dongfang family's supreme genius, Dongfang Yuyong. Dongfang Yuyong had originally been busy handling other matters. However, having received an alarm from this region, he had immediately rushed over, only to see the bloody Zhao Wuji and the icy Long Chen. As soon as Dongfang Yuyong arrived, the attendant explained everything that had happened with divine sense. Dongfang Yuyong, didn't you say that this was a gathering of heroes with grand hearts? Then how did that idiot end up coming here? Are you sure that this is the gathering of past and present heroes? Demanded Long Chen. Originally, the reason why Long Chen didn't feel like coming here was because he didn't want to encounter idiots like this, but Dongfang Yuyong had reassured him that there wouldn't be. As a result, before the gathering even truly began, he had encountered this Zhao Wuji. He was extremely irritated. Could it be that he was a natural magnet for idiots? Seeing Dongfang Yuyong, the other experts nodded to him in greeting. On the other hand, upon seeing Zhao Wuji, an expression of disgust appeared on their faces, but there was also some fear. As for their reaction when they saw Long Chen, they looked a bit surprised. They hadn't expected that a genius from the current generation would be so brazen as to attack Zhao Wuji here. That wasn't giving Dongfang Yuyong any face. Brother Long, calm down. I already understand what happened. I will deal with it. Dongfang Yuyong cupped his fists to Long Chen before facing Zhao Wuji. Brother Zhao, this place is my Dongfang family. Don't you think your actions are a bit inappropriate? It was clearly Long Chen who was the bully and attacked first. Zhao Wuji's expression sank. A trade was carried out fairly. So why did you have to insult others? Long Chen bought your item, but you deliberately insulted him. Is such conduct worthy of a generation's top genius? Isn't pointing your finger at other people's faces a provocation? I gave you an invitation because we are all outstanding talents of the martial heaven continent's cultivation world. I thought that after being sealed for so many years, your heart would have calmed down, but you've disappointed me. The coming of the Qi Flow eruption indicates that the dark era is approaching. If we continue fighting amongst ourselves, the world will no longer exist. Your enmity with Long Chen did not start here in my Dongfang family, so don't bring your enmity in. If you don't give Long Chen an explanation today, then sorry, I can only ask you to leave. Long Chen was surprised. He hadn't expected Dongfang Yuyong to be so daring. He was actually treating Zhao Wuji like this. Now, Long Chen felt a little better. The other experts were also surprised, not expecting Dongfang Yuyong to care so much about Long Chen, an expert from the current declined era. Zhao Wuji's expression changed several times. In the end, he surprisingly said, Long Chen, I apologize. I shouldn't have been so rude to you. However, this matter is separate. I was wrong just now, but I will still have to make you pay your debt for killing disciples of my mechanism sect. Prepare yourself, because once you leave the Dongfang family, I, Zhao Wuji, will cut off your head. Although it was an apology, his position was clear. This apology was just giving face to Dongfang Yuyong. He wouldn't attack Long Chen here. But as soon as Long Chen left the Dongfang family, Zhao Wuji would have no more misgivings. This way, he was giving the Dongfang family face and preserving his own face. It was also his challenge to Long Chen, which Long Chen couldn't refuse. As long as Long Chen had the slightest dignity, he would have to accept this challenge. Otherwise, his reputation would plummet. It could be said that this move of Zhao Wuji's was quite brilliant. All the experts that had been drawn over looked at Long Chen, only to see him smiling. The world is already filled with my enemies. Adding you in or not doesn't matter. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. Good. I was worried you would hide in the Dongfang family's residence for a lifetime. Let us have our fight when the time comes. Sneered Zhao Wuji. Seeing Long Chen and Zhao Wuji agree to have a fight so quickly, the experts present couldn't help being a bit surprised. This was a battle between two top geniuses from the ancient era and the current era. One of them might fall. As Long Chen was an expert from this declined era, people felt that the infamous Zhao Wuji had better odds of winning. Many people had already seen Long Chen's trump cards, and they knew of his background. In comparison, the mechanism sect might be a tumor in the cultivation world, but it had existed for countless years. Long Chen, you shouldn't agree to fight him. You can't imagine just how terrifying he is. Nangong Zheyu sent him a message via divine sense. Long Chen, you're being too hot-headed. Although this person is trash, he's sinister and powerful. Even we wouldn't want to fight him. Baitang Rushuang also sent him a message. However, Long Chen's answer had come too quickly for them to stop. Long Chen simply smiled, not feeling any pressure. Long Chen placed the pill furnace on the ground. Looking at Zhao Wuji, he said, "Didn't you say that this pill furnace was a garbage furnace? Actually, I really pity you. Young people are really blind. I'll let you see what a true treasure is, and just how blind you are." After saying that, Long Chen reached for the lid. Everyone's gazes locked onto his hand. Chapter 2069. Long Chen's action startled the surrounding people. It seemed that there was some trick to the pill furnace. This pill furnace had belonged to Zhao Wuji. Considering his crafty character, he definitely wouldn't let anyone benefit at his expense. For Long Chen to now reach out to the lid, even these peerless experts were curious. Zhao Wuji's heart skipped a beat. This pill furnace had been researched within his mechanism sect for countless years. They had confirmed that it could not be opened, which was why he had brought it out to con someone into buying it. Long Chen's confident expression made him feel a bit uneasy, but he still put on a cold smile. The mechanism sect is an outsider to the Tao of alchemy. For such a treasure to fall into your hands was a true waste. Long Chen pressed his hand against the pill furnace, but then he didn't open it. Baitang Rushuang smiled faintly. Long Chen definitely wasn't a good person either to deliberately keep people in suspense. Now people wanted to know the secret of the pill furnace even more. Keep acting mysterious. This furnace has been in the mechanism sect's hands for thousands of years, and countless powerful alchemists have come to investigate it. All of them came to the conclusion that once the pill furnace's original master died, the pill furnace sealed itself and can no longer be opened. Those alchemists had a cultivation base in the heavens and a skill level you can only look up to. I heard that you know a bit about alchemy. Hehe, can your superficial knowledge justify your arrogance? Laughable, sneered Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji immediately came to the conclusion that Long Chen was faking upon seeing him try to increase the suspense. Being older doesn't mean being smarter. Idiots can live for many years. Do you think by refining a few garbage pills, one is enough to be called a grandmaster? Long Chen smiled and patted the furnace. Let me tell you, this furnace's name truly is the Star Refining Furnace. However, its full name is the Moon and Star Refining Furnace. Its name is carved in its 3 feet and 2 handles, but they are immemorial immortal characters, so you can't recognize them. You saw the stars covering it, so you called it the Star Refining Furnace, but did you not see that its 2 handles are like 2 crescent moons? Long Chen raised the Moon and Star Refining Furnace, having it float in the air. At that time, everyone saw that there were some ancient characters written where Long Chen had said them to be. Everyone had thought those to be divine runes, not immemorial immortal characters. Their expressions changed upon hearing that these were immemorial immortal characters, characters from the time of legends. There was practically no one who could recognize them. As for the immortal characters, they could be considered in between the immemorial immortal characters and the current era's characters. Some immortal characters could not be expressed with the current era's writing. In order to understand what was being said, you needed to learn them. But due to the passing of time, many inheritances had been lost, and there was no way to recognize all the immortal characters written. In other words, the current Martial Heaven continent already had enough difficulty understanding immortal characters. As for immemorial immortal characters from the time of legends, they were too profound. They contained the essence of heaven and earth. You Can you understand immortal characters? Asked Baidang Rushuang, shocked. She had a new opinion of Long Chen. I wouldn't dare to say such a thing. I only know a few characters, and it just so happens that I recognize these ones, said Long Chen. Now everyone was truly shocked. To be able to recognize these 5 characters meant that Long Chen's understanding of immortal characters was definitely not as simple as a few characters. The most shocked of everyone present were Baidang Rushuang and Nangong Zheyu. Based on their previous conversations with Long Chen, they felt that although he might have some talent, he was like a marketplace rogue. They hadn't expected him to have hidden himself so well. Even the two of them with their immense experience had been fooled. In truth, Long Chen wasn't so modest. He truly did only recognize these 5 immortal characters, and he had just learned them. These 5 characters had been told to him by the moon and star refining furnace. Just now, when his divine sense had merged into the furnace had given him some information. Geniuses sought treasures, but treasures also sought the right masters. There was a certain destiny between them that sometimes could not be forced. This furnace had an immense origin. As soon as Long Chen had seen it, he had liked it. As for the sealed furnace, due to Long Chen's arrival, it began to slowly awaken. Brother Long's wisdom is inspiring. If it's convenient, I hope to be able to learn more from you. Dongfang Yuyong praised Long Chen. Brother Yuyong is too courteous. I really only know a few immortal characters, and it just so happened that these 5 are within that little bit, said Long Chen. He couldn't show off too much, or he wouldn't be able to pull it back. If Dongfang Yuyong asked him to translate some ancient scripture, it would be embarrassing. Laughable. Not a single person present would dare to say that they recognize immortal characters. Do you think we'll believe your nonsense? Even if no one calls you out for it, without any proof, everything you say is meaningless, said Zhao Wuji. Not bad, you finally said something not stupid. Arguing over the name is truly meaningless. After all, even if I was lying, no one would know. Then let's look at this. The furnace floating in front of Long Chen suddenly began to light up. Its starry images started to move like the workings of the cosmos, containing the very essence of the world. This furnace had originally been a dead object and had only possessed some divine aura without any spirituality. It had been a corpse. But now, it was like it had been awoken from a long slumber. The air of primal chaos began to surge out of it as it revolved. Now even Zhao Wuji was dumbfounded. This furnace had been in his mechanism sect for so many years. Countless experts had done everything they could, but they hadn't managed to use it. But now, it actually awoke. Although Zhao Wuji was not an alchemist, even as an outsider, he could sense that majestic energy. Even if it was used for fighting, this furnace would count as a top-grade divine item. The value of this furnace should have been around 30 to 40 drops of peak Dao transformation dragon saliva. Offering it for 100 drops was actually cheating the buyer. Zhao Wuji hadn't thought that anyone would really buy it. He had just taken it out because after being asked by the attendant of the Dongfang family if he wanted to put anything up, he had felt that not taking out something good would result in him being looked down upon. He wouldn't sell his own good stuff, so this useless furnace had been his first choice. He hadn't expected it to awaken in Long Chen's hands. That filled him with regret, but it was too late for it. If he reneged on the deal, that would be offending the Dongfang family. Zhao Wuji's expression was dark. It was unknown what he was thinking, but he definitely wasn't thinking anything good. Didn't you say that this pill furnace couldn't be opened? Today, I'll open it for everyone to see. Keep your dog eyes open so you witness it clearly. Long Chen suddenly patted the pill furnace's lid, and a majestic spiritual strength poured into it. 8 dark red runes on top of the lid began to rapidly spin, forming a ring. Ripples began to spread, appearing strange and beautiful. Zhao Wuji's heartbeat quickened. If that lid really opened, then everything that Long Chen had said could not be called lies any longer. This pill furnace had really accepted Long Chen as its master. Zhao Wuji had actually sold such a treasure. Not only did that pain him, but it was proof that his mechanism sect was blind, unable to use such a treasure. Everyone's gazes were concentrated on the furnace. Long Chen glanced at Zhao Wuji with an evil smile. Suddenly, the lid opened and a black light shot out without any warning. Even these peerless geniuses couldn't react. The black light shot in Zhao Wuji's direction. Zhao Wuji instinctively dodged, but he was still one step too slow. He was struck by the black light. That black light was like smoke, but it was odorless. It didn't cause any negative effects once struck. However, then he saw everyone's dumbfounded gazes when they looked at him. Nangong Zeyu's expression was odd, something that looked like she wanted to smile but was too reserved to do so. She quickly turned away. As for Baitang Rushuang, she didn't mind showing her bright smile. Zhao Wuji swept himself with his divine sense and found that after being enveloped by that black smoke, his whole body had turned pitch black. Other than his eyes, everything else was the same shade of black. Zhao Wuji roared furiously. There was no way he would believe that this was a coincidence. Sorry, I had no idea such a thing would happen. But for you to be the one struck when there are so many people around, you can only blame your own luck. Long Chen sighed helplessly. Seeing Zhao Wuji's miserable state and then the wicked mirth in Long Chen's eyes, everyone was clear in their hearts that Long Chen had done it on purpose. However, the black smoke had suddenly burst out of the pill furnace. How could Long Chen know that such a thing would happen? People couldn't help being amazed. Zhao Wuji was infuriated, but there was nothing he could do. He changed his robes, only to find that his hands and face could not be cleaned. It was like black dye had sunk into his flesh. Long Chen, what did you do? Roared Zhao Wuji. He felt like he was going crazy. For a peak genius like him to be forced into such a state, just how was he supposed to show himself in public? Wouldn't he just be a laughingstock? Ah, it was just an accident. There must be something inside the pill furnace that we didn't expect. Long Chen smiled. All of a sudden, a strange fluctuation appeared, which caused the entire world to twist and every expert's expression to change. Chapter 2070 Pill Lightning. As the lid of the furnace was opened, heaven and earth changed color. The originally clear sky instantly became covered in black clouds. Those were tribulation clouds that whirled above Long Chen. This is tribulation. The experts present were startled. There was thunder force gathering within those black clouds, looking like a heavenly tribulation. There's a pill inside the furnace. People finally noticed a single pill within the furnace. It was covered in flowing lines that emitted endless medicinal fragrance. One sniff and it refreshed their bodies, opening all their pores. There was a strange fluctuation coming out of the pill, and it relaxed their yuan spirits. They couldn't say what it was exactly, but it was an excellent feeling. Although no one here was an alchemist other than Long Chen, even these outsiders knew that any medicinal pill that had an effect on the soul or the yuan spirit was incredibly precious. For a medicinal pill to draw heavenly tribulation upon coming out of the furnace, it had to at least be an 11th tier medicinal pill. Furthermore, not all 11th tier pills had that ability. Only the top grade ones could draw heavenly tribulation. It was said that powerful medicinal pills could disrupt the balance of the world. That was why when a powerful medicinal pill was born, the heavenly Taos would try to destroy it. That was called pill lightning within the alchemy world. Most pill lightning wasn't actually powerful as it just wanted to destroy the pill. Attempting to hide the pill or stop the lightning by ordinary means would anger the tribulation and cause it to try to kill whoever that person was. The odds of an 11th tier medicinal pill surviving pill lightning were less than 10%. Furthermore, the lightning tribulation scale and fluctuations were essentially on the same level as an ordinary Empyrean's life star tribulation. That was a bit frightening. How could a little medicinal pill resist such a heavenly tribulation? Although the people present were all supreme experts, they had never seen a medicinal pill undergo tribulation. Brother Long, do you need help? I can activate the grand formation to screen this place from the heavenly tribulation, said Dongfang Yuyang. Many thanks, but if a medicinal pill doesn't undergo its tribulation, it will lack spirituality. It will require a formation to build its spirituality, and such a thing requires hundreds or thousands of years. Even then, it won't be as good as a pill that properly goes through its tribulation. I'll go and carry out this tribulation outside. Sorry for the trouble. Long Chen flew off, bringing the furnace and pill with him. Flying within someone else's territory was definitely rude, but with the tribulation descending, Long Chen couldn't run away on his feet in time. Everyone, don't worry, let's all go watch. To tell the truth, this is my first time seeing a divine pill undergo tribulation as well. I'd like to see it. Dongfang Yuyang smiled and followed Long Chen. The others had their misgivings put at ease and also followed. Long Chen left the city, finding an empty place for the tribulation. The tribulation clouds followed him. A bolt of lightning crashed down on Long Chen. More accurately, it was aiming for the pill inside the furnace. That bolt of lightning was like a 3-meter thick lightning sword that struck the pill. It exploded on contact, unleashing a ripple of lightning. A serious expression appeared in Baitang Rushuang's eyes. This attack had been almost equivalent to the attack of an Empyrean. No wonder top-tier 11th tier medicinal pills were so precious. Having them undergo tribulation was truly difficult. Such a pill should not exist in this world. Refining an 11th tier medicinal pill was extremely difficult. As for refining a top-grade 11th tier pill, it was as difficult as ascending the heavens. An alchemist that could refine a normal 11th tier medicinal pill was rare, let alone the one capable of refining a top-grade 11th tier pill. They were as rare as phoenix feathers or Qilin horns. Normally, if an alchemist managed to refine an 11th tier medicinal pill, they would treat it as a treasure to be kept within the family. If they did manage to refine a top-grade 11th tier pill, they definitely wouldn't let it undergo tribulation. They would rather sacrifice some spirituality than take such a risk. The odds of failure were just too high. Nearly all top-grade 11th tier medicinal pills were kept away from their tribulations. They would be kept in formations that nourished them to make up for their deficiency. Even for peerless geniuses like them, this pill lightning was something that they had never witnessed before. Hence, they were watching very closely. The first strike of lightning didn't cause the furnace to shake in the slightest. That stunned people, while Zhao Wuji's expression grew increasingly ugly. However, with his black face, it had become difficult to tell his expression. The ripples of lightning spread, and the divine runes of the furnace lit up. Long Chen clearly saw thunder force pouring into the pill. The silent pill seemed to come to life as it absorbed the thunder force. It was like the thunder force was bestowing it with spirituality. Legend was that top-grade 11th tier medicinal pills had their own spirits, similar to divine items. They simply needed to be awakened with some kind of external power. Most people would use formations, using continuous nourishing effects over many years. A faster method was to allow it to undergo tribulation and have the natural energy of heaven and earth bestow it with spirituality. Then it would be complete in almost an instant. As for what principles were within this, no one on the continent knew. Rumbling rang out as more lightning swords fell, striking the furnace. However, the furnace was like a mountain or a stable boulder, showing just how strong it was. The furnace not only blocked the lightning, but it shattered it, absorbing a small portion and sending it into the pill. As the furnace was bathed in lightning, the pill slowly grew stronger. Rainbow lights began to appear in the sky. They were beautiful and mysterious. This spectacle enamored the experts. This was a beautiful and magical tribulation. Their eyes had truly been opened to the world. The lightning continued to crash down furiously, but the energy within the pill was gentle and constantly growing. Long Chen stood beside the furnace. The lightning completely ignored him. As the lightning grew stronger, the energy within the pill also grew accordingly. Suddenly, the furnace shuddered, and the pill actually jumped out of its own accord. It was like a baby bird that had decided it had grown up and was ready to leave the nest. Heaven and earth rumbled as the tribulation suddenly became several times more frantic. It was like a downpour of lightning. This has almost surpassed an ordinary Empyrean's life-star tribulation. So pill lightning is actually so powerful. No wonder no one wants to do it, sighed someone. A single pill's tribulation was already so powerful. That was truly unexpected. Suddenly, the pill unleashed a wave of rainbow light, which gradually condensed into a giant lotus flower. It was 30 meters wide and had 9 petals. There was actually dew dripping off the petals. When the lightning struck the dew, it transformed into mist that revolved around the flower. Beautiful. Baitang Rushuang couldn't help sighing in amazement. She had never seen such a thing. This was clearly a cruel heavenly tribulation, but it was beautiful enough to enchant her. The lightning continued to explode upon contact with the flower, and the aura of the flower continued to grow stronger. How can an 11th tier pill possess such power? Said one of the experts. Eventually, the pill reached a level of power that dumbfounded these geniuses. They all possessed their own special backgrounds, and many of them had even consumed 11th tier pills. But those pills had not been so powerful. It's probably related to the furnace. Perhaps the furnace was sealed just to nourish that pill. Perhaps only by nourishing a pill for thousands or even tens of thousands of years is it possible to give birth to a pill capable of surviving its tribulation. Long Chen is an alchemist and definitely noticed something. That's why he's so brazen as to allow the pill to undergo tribulation. He really picked up a treasure, sighed someone. This was top grade amongst top grade pills. The speaker couldn't help glancing at Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji's face was so ugly that it couldn't grow uglier. His face was stuck in that expression. As for what he was thinking, no one knew. A priceless pill furnace had actually contained a supreme top-grade 11th tier medicinal pills, and Zhao Wuji had sold such treasures for 100 drops of peak Dao transformation dragon saliva. Although that wasn't a low price, when compared to the value of these treasures, it was such a huge loss that could make a grown man cry on his mother's lap. Thinking of how Zhao Wuji had mocked Long Chen for buying a garbage furnace, Baidang Rushuang wanted to laugh. Perhaps Zhao Wuji was suicidal now. After mocking Long Chen, Zhao Wuji was first slapped and turned black by Long Chen. Then, the appearance of this top-grade pill was a slap in the face of the entire mechanism sect. The sect was filled with blind fools unable to even tell a treasure from trash. Baitang Rushuang couldn't help being refreshed upon seeing Zhao Wuji suffer such a loss. However, she was even more amazed by Long Chen's vision. He definitely wasn't as simple as he appeared. His acting skills were incredible. The pill lightning continued for an incense stick's worth of time. Finally, the tribulation began to shrink, and people sighed emotionally. They had actually personally witnessed a top-grade 11th tier medicinal pill successfully pass its pill tribulation. That was a fortunate thing. Just as the tribulation clouds were about to vanish, Long Chen suddenly grabbed the furnace and smashed the retreating clouds with it. What is he doing? Seeing his actions, everyone jumped in shock. Chapter 2071 The Nine Heavens Divine Phoenixes Huang Feiyan. When the black clouds in the sky had begun to scatter, it meant that the tribulation was about to end. Long Chen would have obtained a supreme top-grade 11th tier medicinal pill. However, just as the tribulation was about to end, Long Chen actually grabbed the pill furnace. The furnace suddenly grew explosively, and he smashed it at the tribulation clouds. Boom! The tribulation clouds blew apart from Long Chen's blow. The experts present couldn't help gasping. Just what was Long Chen doing? As expected, the world shuddered. Heavenly might gathered as tribulation clouds filled the sky as far as the eye could see. Their pressure was 10 times greater than before. What is Long Chen doing? Is he trying to destroy the medicinal pill? Exclaimed Baidang Rushuang. She couldn't understand at all, and it wasn't just her. No one present knew what Long Chen was thinking by courting death like this. The sky split open, and lightning crashed down in the form of an executioner's blade. It fell straight toward Long Chen. Just at this moment, the lotus flower of light enveloping the pill suddenly appeared above Long Chen's head. The pill is actually protecting him. Startled cries rang out. This medicinal pill had actually accepted Long Chen as its master so quickly. How was that possible? Higher quality pills all had some level of spirituality, but they were mostly like wild magical beasts. As long as they had a chance, they would flee from or even consume their masters. However, this medicinal pill didn't attack Long Chen, nor did it flee. It actually helped Long Chen block the lightning. This was unbelievable. Zhao Wuji's black face was filled with envy. His eyes looked like they were burning. For a pill to protect its master like this was heaven-defying. Its value was inestimable. The heavenly lightning raged. Berserk swords of lightning slashed at the lotus, causing the petals to constantly shake. However, it seemed that the lotus was more than capable of blocking it. Just as everyone was sighing in amazement over Long Chen's luck at picking up such a priceless treasure, the lotus flower actually exploded from the wild lightning. However, rainbow light flowed out of the pill once more, enveloping it in Long Chen, blocking the lightning. Enveloped in the light, Long Chen had his hands clasped behind his back, looking like the very picture of a calm expert. In reality though, he was so excited that he almost shouted. This pill was even more amazing than he had expected. This was his first time feeling that his luck was amazing. Could it be that the heavens had gone blind this time? After all, a medicinal pill's defensive abilities were naturally weak. That was why they were mostly destroyed by pill lightning. For this pill to be so powerful defensively meant that it was truly heaven-defying. Unfortunately, the lightning that Long Chen had drawn was growing increasingly powerful. The medicinal pill was finally unable to endure any longer, and its defensive light shattered. Long Chen immediately grabbed the pill with his hand. The lightning immediately enveloped him. However, lightning runes appeared over Long Chen's body, forming a powerful armor that protected him. No wonder he dares to do this. He can control Thunder Force. People nodded, but they still didn't understand what Long Chen's goal was. To show that he could control Thunder Force. That didn't seem to be the case. Something as childish as that didn't suit him. If it wasn't that though, what other goal could he have? He had brought on even stronger lightning that the medicinal pill couldn't endure. That should have been within his expectations. Just what was he thinking? Bathed within the lightning, Long Chen didn't resist at all. He simply endured it silently. As the lightning crashed into him, it was absorbed by Lei Long. This was Long Chen's goal. This thunderforce was very different from the thunderforce of cultivator tribulations. He wanted Lei Long to absorb this different kind of energy and come to control it. Then he would be able to have his pills experience pill lightning without fear of destroying them. He simply held the pill. He couldn't put the pill away, nor could he resist any further. That would change the nature of the tribulation. The nature of the lightning would also change. So Long Chen simply stood there while holding the pill, allowing the lightning to fall on him and be absorbed by Lei Long. After an incense stick's worth of time, the lightning finally slowed down. This time, Long Chen didn't continue attacking the tribulation. One reason was that Lei Long had managed to control this kind of energy and replicate pill lightning. The other reason was that if he attacked it again, its nature would completely change. It would be true heavenly punishment. The tribulation cloud scattered, and the world returned to calm. Dongfang Yuyong was the first to speak. Congratulations, brother Long Chen. You've obtained a precious furnace and a precious pill. Fortune truly comes in pairs. You're too courteous. Actually, my luck has always been garbage, but my vision is just a bit better. I'm at least capable of telling trash from treasures, said Long Chen. Those humble words were completely betrayed by his pleased expression. Furthermore, his words contained hidden arrows for the mechanism sect in Zhao Wuji, as they couldn't tell what a true treasure was. HMPH, even if you've obtained a treasure, you'll need a life to enjoy it. Long Chen, we'll see what the future brings. Zhao Wuji snorted and left. Zhao Wuji, your eyes are baleful and your face is turning black. Based on my years of reading faces, I fear that a bloody calamity is about to befall you. I'd advise you to return to your home and hide for a while, said Long Chen. Zhao Wuji almost fell from the sky. Grinding his teeth furiously, he acted like he hadn't heard and vanished from sight. Baitang Rushuang was quite delighted. Long Chen was the perfect kind of wicked to handle Zhao Wuji. She wondered whether Zhao Wuji would ever manage to fix his black face. If he couldn't, he would probably go crazy. He was quite a vain man, and although his looks were ordinary, he had some blind confidence in his looks. He probably wouldn't be able to face others with his current appearance. Dongfang Yuyong returned to the ancient city after expressing his congratulations. He had many things he was busy with right now. The other experts nodded slightly toward Long Chen before leaving. Long Chen, are you selling this pill? I can offer you a very moving price. As the other experts left, one woman walked forward. She wore a dress that was the red of blood. Having a beauty mark between her eyebrows, she was both beautiful as well as haughty. She possessed a natural divine aura around her that made people too afraid to approach her. Long Chen looked at her with surprise. The woman was also surprised when she looked at him more closely. You have azure dragon essence blood on you, and it's unbelievably pure. You're from the Zon beasts. Probed Long Chen. This is Huang Feiyan of the Nine Heavens divine phoenix race. 13,000 years ago, she swept through the continent. She is a grand and famous expert of the Zon beasts. Long Chen, I'm sure you've heard of her, said Baitang Rushuang. Baitang Rushuang said this kindly. Not only did she tell him this woman's identity, but it was also a warning. After all, Long Chen's relationship with the Zon beasts was not good. Long Chen's heart shook. Huang Feiyong's origins were truly great. Legend was that the Nine Heavens divine phoenix race was the descendant of the ancient divine beasts. They had inherited some terrifying divine abilities. Since ancient times, there had always been a saying that phoenixes and dragons were auspicious symbols, but when Huang Feiyan approached him, Long Chen felt some hostility. His dragon blood automatically activated. Let's return to my question. Are you selling this pill? Huang Feiyan didn't seem to want to discuss herself and asked once again. There was a haughty air about her, as if she was used to ordering people around. No matter how she suppressed that, Long Chen could sense it. Sorry, I'm not selling this pill. One of my lovers needs this pill, said Long Chen. This pill had the effect of nourishing the soul, and it was definitely the perfect treasure for Meng Qi. It was just as important to her as the furnace was to Long Chen. Huang Feiyan frowned slightly. This pill is very useful to me. I hope you can sell it to me. Although her words were tactful enough, her tone was filled with arrogance. Clearly, she did not accept Long Chen's refusal. This pill is even more useful to my lover. Sorry, I hope you won't make things hard on me, said Long Chen. After being refused twice, Huang Feiyan's expression became colder. She nodded. All right, I understand. Huang Feiyan turned and walked away. However, midway, she turned back. I heard you're very close with the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race. I should warn you to do your best to distance yourself from those traitors, or you won't have a good ending. Chapter 2072 Even more domineering. Huang Feiyan's words sounded like a threat, but they were clearly a show of force. Long Chen's fury immediately soared. What heavenly geniuses from the ancient era! What unrivaled heroes! That was pure nonsense. This so-called hero tried to force him to sell his treasure and then threatened him. Ha ha ha! Long Chen suddenly laughed, his voice full of disdain. He icily told Huang Feiyan, I've never accepted any threats in my life. I'll welcome any challenge, even if you want to fight right now. Listen well, the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race is my ally, and if anyone touches a single one of their feathers, I will annihilate their whole race. You can treat my words as just bragging, but when my blade falls on you, don't blame me for not warning you. Long Chen was truly enraged. She was actually treating him like some pushover with her naked threats. Did she want to play such a game with him? Long Chen's words had no pretense to them, so there was no need for Huang Feiyan to give him any face either. She laughed, ha ha ha, good, you really are arrogant. Since ancient times, no one has had the guts to say that they would exterminate the Nine Heavens divine phoenix race. Long Chen, you're just a brat from a declined era. Do you think you can compare to us, the heavenly geniuses of the ancient era? Here, I will give Dongfang Yuyong face and not kill you. Hopefully, you can escape from Zhao Wuji because I want to personally cut off your head and then see if you can still talk so big. Huang Feiyan was also enraged. This was her first time having one of her requests denied, so her mood was bad. There was also a deep enmity between the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race and the Nine Heavens divine phoenix race. For her to give a warning was already not bad, but her tone had been overbearing, and Long Chen never accepted threats. Seeing sparks flying between Long Chen and Huang Feiyun, Nangong Zheyu and Baidang Rushuang were startled. Long Chen really was fiery enough. His temper came just like that without any warning. The two of them didn't know how to advise him about this. This enmity stemmed from the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrows, and since Long Chen was so protective of them, there was no way to resolve this. All right, then I'll await you. Remember, when you attack me, I'll consider you my enemy, and I'm never soft-hearted toward my enemies. That's all I have to say, said Long Chen. He took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. He had an urge to attack this woman right now. HMPH, do your best to enjoy your final moments in this world, snorted Huang Feiyan before leaving. Long Chen, why bother? I already warned you that this girl is very prideful. Her temper also isn't good because she's from the Zon beasts. No one wants to provoke her, but you just had to. Baidang Rushuang shook her head. If Long Chen had just been a bit more tactful, perhaps this matter could have passed without any threats. Long Chen shook his head. Miss Baidang, you grew up in a powerful family and have a powerful backer. If you endure it, the storm will pass. If you take half a step back, the sea and sky will open for you. Such a thing can only occur thanks to your background. If you take a step back, others will also take a step back. But if I take a step back, they'll take 3 steps forward, forcing me to my death. If I sold her this pill, do you think she would let off the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race? No, so why should I sell it to her? Not selling it to her makes her immediately turn to hostile threats. Is that the style of a so-called unrivaled heavenly genius? I really look down on such people. This gathering of past and present heroes is garbage. Fortunately, I met the two of you, or this gathering would have lost all its luster for me. Long Chen sighed. In the end, it was Baidang Rushuang and Nangong Zheyu that had made the best impression on him of this entire gathering. Don't think that praising me has any use. The peak Dao transformation dragon saliva that I lent you won't be paid off with just a few words, warned Baidang Rushuang. Through their observations, they had come to the conclusion that Long Chen was actually a very simple person. He said whatever he thought about without hiding anything. He was direct and coarse, but easy to get to know. Do you think that I'm a person who reneges on debts? However, I've heard that once a person dies, their debt vanishes. In other words, if I die, that peak Dao transformation dragon saliva you lent me will be gone. So perhaps the two of you should consider giving me some protection. Otherwise, you'll suffer a loss. Long Chen laughed. The 50 drops of peak Dao transformation dragon saliva might be precious, but it's not precious enough for us to have to act that way. To tell the truth, if it was really so precious, I wouldn't have lent it to you, said Nangong Zheyu with a smile, making Long Chen give up on that thought. The loss of what they had lent him wasn't so grave. Hear that? The peak Dao transformation dragon saliva might be huge to you, but it's nothing to us. At the very least, it's not worth me personally being a bodyguard for you, snorted Baidang Rushuang. Alright, I won't joke around anymore. Thank you for your help. I'll definitely repay this favor, said Long Chen, cupping his fists. HMPH, now you're acting more like a normal person. You've obtained a great furnace and pill. It looked like Zhao Wuji was about to die from rage. Baidang Rushuang laughed. When she smiled, huge waves appeared on her chest, causing Long Chen's throat to become dry. Her body was truly fiery, especially in that skin-tight black leather. Right now, he was close enough to touch those waves. What are you looking at? Baidang Rushuang's laughter suddenly vanished. Cough. Baidang Rushuang's heart is just so generous. You're a perfect model for me, said Long Chen, hastily retracting his gaze. Hearing the double meaning behind his words, Baidang Rushuang blushed slightly. Long Chen was the first person who dared to tease her like this without being cut down by her. Although he was teasing her and had a slippery tongue, she didn't see any malice in his eyes. He couldn't be lumped together with those perverts. Long Chen, can you show me that pill? To tell you the truth, this is my first time seeing a pill undergo tribulation. I'm very curious about it, said Baidang Rushuang. Long Chen handed over the pill. He pulled his hand back before touching her hand. Baidang Rushuang didn't notice, but Nangong Zheyu did. She smiled slightly. Long Chen acted like a scoundrel but was a gentleman inside, while the majority of people were the opposite. So beautiful, praised Baidang Rushuang. The pill was still shining brightly, and there were lotus flower images that appeared and faded. Occasionally, rainbow light would begin to shine from it and then fade. It was like the workings of heaven and earth were contained within it. It was also like the cycle of the sun, moon, and stars. If you agree to fight me, I'll let you have a look too. How's that? Baidang Rushuang suddenly covered the pill with her hand and placed it behind her back, not letting Nangong Zheyu get a good look. Long Chen was speechless. How was it that Baidang Rushuang had such a mature body, but her head hadn't matured with it? Nangong Zheyu brushed it off with a smile. I'm not a match for you. Fighting with you would just be inviting humiliation to myself, so I won't agree. Baidang Rushuang sighed and handed the pill to Nangong Zheyu, as if she had just been playing around. Nangong Zheyu said a word of thanks as she received it. Looking closely at the pill, she murmured, there are fluctuations of the soul-drawing lotus. That's an ancient plant, one that soul cultivators would dream of possessing. After being nourished for countless years, this pill has even awakened its spirituality through pill lightning. Its value is inestimable. Miss Nangong's knowledge is amazing. This pill is called the 9 Lotus Soul Condensing Pill, with the soul-drawing lotus being one of its main ingredients. It is refined with 9 lotuses as the core ingredients, with 72 secondary ingredients. The soul-drawing lotus is the most important of the 9 lotuses and takes the main position. That's why it has such a strong effect on the soul. This pill is not to be eaten, but to be kept beside you as you cultivate. It will purify and strengthen your spiritual strength. Eating it would be like killing the chicken to get the eggs. As for that woman from the 9 heavens divine phoenix race, her soul is much weaker than her body. She is probably unable to lock down opponents on the same level with her divine abilities due to that spiritual weakness. That's why she wants this pill, to make up for this weakness of the Zon beasts. How laughable, does she think that my treasures are to be used to strengthen my enemies? Long Chen sneered upon thinking of Huang Feiyan. The Zon beasts really didn't have any brains. Just why would he sell it to her? Nangong Zheyu handed the 9 Lotus Soul Condensing Pill back after appreciating it. With no one else around, Baidang Rushuang took a deep breath. Long Chen, there's something I want to ask you. I hope you can give me a serious response. Chapter 2073 Sovereign Ziyong. I know what you want to ask. You're making things difficult for me. Long Chen sighed apologetically, disappointing Baidang Rushuang. Before she could say anything, he continued. To tell the truth, your looks, talent, and experience are definitely better than mine. But my heart has already been taken, and I simply cannot marry you. Long Chen's sad and regretful expression made Nangong Zheyu smile. while Baidang Rushuang was first startled, and then her expression grew increasingly odd. Long Chen, can you not be so narcissistic? I, Baidang Rushuang, have seen countless amazing figures. I'm not lacking suitors to the point that I need to marry you. Baidang Rushuang was scornful. Ah, so you weren't asking for my heart. Why didn't you say so? You scared me. Long Chen immediately acted relieved from a great burden. Baidang Rushuang took a deep breath. Clenching her teeth, she said, Long Chen, count yourself lucky that you weren't born in my generation. Otherwise, if you said such a thing, I'd beat you senseless. Baidang Rushuang was enraged, but Long Chen's expression seemed to be somewhere between serious and joking, making her unable to unleash her wrath. If not for that, Baidang Rushuang would have long since taught a lesson to the thick-faced Long Chen. All right, since you've said that, I'm at ease. Whatever you want to know, just ask. Whether or not I know the answer, I will definitely tell you, said Long Chen. How will you tell me the answer if you don't know it? Asked Baidang Rushuang. I'll make something up. Long Chen shrugged. Baidang Rushuang glared, while Nangong Zheyu laughed inside, although she didn't show that on the outside. Without them even being aware of it, he had managed to close the distance between them, making them drop their guard. For someone like Baidang Rushuang to treat a man like this so quickly, perhaps only Long Chen possessed that ability. Be serious. I heard you received Sovereign Yunshang's inheritance. Don't misunderstand, I'm not trying to pry into your secrets. I just want to know what you know about Sovereign Yunshang, said Baidang Rushuang. Hearing this, Nangong Zheyu said, the two of you can chat. I still have things to do, so I won't accompany you. No, there's no need to leave. There's nothing secret about this. You're both my creditors now, so let's find a place to chat. It just so happens that I'd like to ask for your teachings about many areas. Long Chen hastily stopped her. He knew that Nangong Zheyu had more scruples compared to someone like Baidang Rushuang who didn't seem to care so much about such things. The three of them found a secluded place. Long Chen took out a tent and set up a grill. He began roasting a scarlet blood spirit fish. He also took out a jug of wine and poured some for the two of them. There was a certain appeal to sitting within the forest, witnessing the endless desert with fish and wine in hand. Even Baidang Rushuang and Nangong Zheyu felt this scenario to be very good. They felt less inhibited than they had in a long time. As Long Chen took charge of cooking the fish, Baidang Rushuang tasted the wine and immediately praised it. This was wine made by a female cultivator of the Wine God Palace and was particularly to a woman's taste. Furthermore, the accompanying mental realm contained within it made even Nangong Zheyu drink a few more mouthfuls of it. Long Chen took out some plates and utensils. He handed over their portions of the fish and then drank a large mouthful of his wine. It was truly satisfying. After eating and drinking, the two women were filled with praise for Long Chen's skill, saying that even their best cooks couldn't make such tasty fish. Long Chen accepted their praise with a smile. He said if things took a bad turn in this world, he could always go to their homes and become a cook, causing Baidang Rushuang to laugh and say that he was welcome at any time. After a while, Baidang Rushuang asked the same question once again. Long Chen finished cooking 2 more fish and gave 1 each to the two of them. A sovereign's inheritance. It shouldn't count as much. We just said a few words and he gave me a blade. He didn't teach me anything. You actually spoke to Sovereign Yunshang. Baidang Rushuang and Nangong Zheyu both leapt to their feet, Baidang Rushuang almost dropping her fish. What? Long Chen was startled, not expecting such a huge reaction. Are you sure you're not bragging? Baidang Rushuang first wished to confirm this. Long Chen's lip curled. Drinking some more wine, he said, what is there to brag about? Furthermore, can't you tell when I'm bragging? I really can't. It feels like only a few of the words that come out of your mouth are actually serious. Baidang Rushuang spoke the direct truth without giving Long Chen any face. On the other hand, Nangong Zheyu was rather serious. Long Chen, you must not know. The sovereigns aren't just the strongest existences of the continent. Their origins are also extremely mysterious. Their sudden rises made them the blazing suns that lit up the continent, but after a moment of splendor, they silently vanished. No one knows where they went. No one knows if they still exist in this world. Even though our ancestors bore witness to the rising of the sovereigns, everything about them is still shrouded in mystery. Throughout history, some people have obtained legacies of the sovereigns and became remarkable figures. Those people were not called disciples of the sovereigns but substitutes who guarded the continent in their place. Even they only inherited the will of the sovereigns but never actually spoke or even saw them. That's why what you said is truly shocking. So there was actually such a thing. Then couldn't I brag about this for a lifetime? Long Chen's eyes widened. Stop messing around, or I really will beat you. Baidang Rushuang couldn't endure Long Chen's mouth any longer. Long Chen, we have to be respectful and grateful to the sovereigns. Don't joke about them, rebuked Nangong Zayu. She was a bit angry as Long Chen treated encountering a sovereign as a chip for bragging. Fine, I admit my mistake, Long Chen apologized directly. From his encounter with Sovereign Yun Shang, he had truly been filled with respect for him. That kind of transcendent figure had actually called him little brother without the slightest airs. Moreover, Long Chen didn't see any arrogance in his eyes. Nangong Zayu was a bit embarrassed that she had made Long Chen apologize so directly. She said, "Sorry, I was a bit harsh." "Not at all, I've gotten used to my sloppiness. For two peerless beauties like you to be eating and drinking beside me is an immense honor for me. Unfortunately, this is just my character, and I cannot easily change it. So if I say anything rude, please endure it a bit, and it will pass quickly." Nangong Zayu was just about to say some humble words about Long Chen's rudeness when he suddenly told her to simply endure it. He had actually almost baited her. She was silent, not knowing how to respond to such a thing. "Long Chen, have you always talked this way? If so, I'm curious just how you haven't been beaten to death by someone already. It really is a miracle. However, I can understand why a dislikable fellow like you has enemies everywhere," said Baidang Rushuang as if she had found the source. "Originally, I thought that you weren't so bad. Based on what you said at the beginning, I thought you were a master of the Dao. I even thought that you had moved Fairy Zayu, so I was hoping to ruin that. Only now do I find that I have helped her, letting her see what you truly are in an instant." "Fairy Rushuang, you're overthinking it," said Nangong Zayu. "My heart has always been devoted to the Dao. I'm no longer interested in profit or romance. So when it comes to past enmities, I don't care. The past is like mist, and the dead return to dust. With the passing of time, the people have changed. Is caring about past enmities really important?" Baidang Rushuang immediately shot up and shouted, "You were the one who harmed others, and now you criticize those who wish for vengeance like you're some good person. Is this the style of the Nangong family? If it weren't for that slut from the Nangong family, we would have been related to Sovereign Zi Yong by marriage. It was your Nangong family that ruined Fairy Qingyan's romance, causing her to fall into depression. She buried herself within the ancient battlefield, burying herself within the time when she was actually happy. That kind of pain, that kind of helplessness, do you think you can brush it off with just a sentence?" Baidang Rushuang was infuriated, and her hatred was apparent. Nangong Zayu stood sadly and walked out of the tent. "Run, that's all you can do. Does the Nangong family discuss the Dao from the front and then stab people in the back from behind?" Raged Baidang Rushuang. Nangong Zayu did not pause. Ripples spread around her body, and she merged into heaven and earth, vanishing. Long Chen stared in silence. It seemed that the enmity between their two families was truly immense. Sovereign Zi Yong, he hadn't heard that name before. Although Nangong Zayu had left, Baidang Rushuang was still shaking with rage, as well as sorrow. She was sobbing. Long Chen didn't say a word. He knew not to provoke her at this time. "What are you looking at?" Baidang Rushuang suddenly turned toward Long Chen angrily. Chapter 2074 Baidang Rushuang's proposal. He couldn't even look. Long Chen speechlessly turned away, focusing on his wine. "Why aren't you looking at me, huh? Have I ruined your beautiful dream of romance? Are you cursing me inside? What? I can't cry. Whether I'm crying or smiling, you're definitely laughing at me inside, aren't you?" Raged Baidang Rushuang. Now Long Chen began to sweat. So he couldn't not look either. As expected, he couldn't reason with women. It was something that had nothing to do with cultivation base. "I don't remember laughing at anyone in my life. I'm not qualified to do that," said Long Chen. He then turned back to his wine. It seemed that Long Chen's response was satisfactory, as Baidang Rushuang also sat back down. Now that Nangong Zayu had left, it was just the two of them in the tent. The atmosphere was a bit strange. "Am I very unreasonable?" sighed Baidang Rushuang. "Not being reasonable is very normal for a woman, especially a woman as beautiful as you. When your temper flares, most people will yield to you, even me," said Long Chen. "As long as your temper doesn't touch my bottom line, I'll endure it. But if it was someone else acting like this, for example Zhao Wuji, I'd slap him so hard that he wouldn't know which way was north. The way Long Chen helplessly shrugged about that actually ended up interrupting Baidang Rushwang's sobbing with a short chuckle. She wiped away her tears and drank some more wine. Looking into the distance, it seemed that she was lost in her memories. It was only after an incense stick's worth of time that she once more spoke. Sovereign Ziyang was the last of the 5 sovereigns. He was mysterious and powerful, as well as very attractive. It's unknown just how many women admired him. Before he became a sovereign, he had a certain relationship with my Baidang family. It just so happened that we also had a peerless female genius at that time who also had a high chance of becoming a sovereign. Her name was Baidang Qingyan. Sovereign Ziyang had a romantic history with Fairy Qingyan, but a certain slut appeared within the Nangong family that deliberately ruined their relationship. In the end, the two went on separate paths. Sovereign Ziyang vanished shortly after becoming a sovereign, while Fairy Qingyan lost her youth hoping for him to return. In the end, she buried himself within the ancient battlefield where the two of them had once fought alongside each other. Even until the day she died, she didn't get to see Sovereign Ziyang again. Tell me, don't you think the Nangong family deserves to die? Baidang Rushwang's fury once more welled up. That enmity had occurred countless years ago, but it had not been wiped away. Long Chen looked at Baidang Rushwang and nodded. They truly deserve to die. Ruining a pair of lovers is one of the most hateful things in this world. Perhaps in the eyes of your family, the Nangong family ruined the chance for the Baidang family to soar to power. But from your eyes, I see that you don't care about that. What you care about is justice for Fairy Qingyan. Baidang Rushwang looked at Long Chen in a new light. He had actually touched on the soft part in her heart. She had bitterly cultivated, overcoming trials and adversity, walking the path between life and death. It was not for her family, but because of the injustice that had occurred to Fairy Qingyan. She didn't care about fame and profit. But Nangong Zheyu refused to let her prove that she was stronger than her, and that the Baidang family could suppress the Nangong family. She had long since gotten used to being misunderstood, and she couldn't be bothered to explain herself. However, Long Chen had actually understood her motives after just a short time. Thank you, said Baidang Rushwang quietly. Sometimes, a single word could be particularly touching. For someone to understand her when the whole world had misjudged her felt good. Don't worry about it. If you really want to thank me, you can erase the debt I owe you. It would be best if you also repaid Nangong Zeyu's portion for me, chortled Long Chen. Don't even think about it. The good feelings that she had just started to have toward Long Chen vanished like smoke. After talking a bit more with Long Chen, Baidang Rushwang didn't even notice it, but her mood had improved quite a bit. Long Chen, let me suggest a possible path for you. As long as you can go through with it, this little bit of peaked out transformation dragon saliva would be nothing, said Baidang Rushwang, suddenly getting closer to Long Chen. A crafty light appeared in her eyes. There's such an option. Long Chen was suspicious. Of course, as long as you pursue Nangong Zheyu and succeed, not only would you have gained a peerless beauty, but you would have the support of the Nangong family. In the future, who would you need to fear? You really are sinister. How is it sinister? This is of huge help to you, said Baidang Rushwang innocently. You want a beautiful flower like Nangong Zheyu to stick herself in a pile of dung like me? How vicious. Long Chen was speechless. Baidang Rushwang laughed. It was her first time feeling that Long Chen actually had a cute side. It seemed he had some self-awareness. How can you have so little confidence? You're someone who has spoken to a sovereign before. As long as you maintain a certain air of mystery, perhaps the Nangong family really will be interested in you, said Baidang Rushwang. Give it up. Ever since I walked out of the eastern wasteland, I haven't relied on powerful backers. We should also return. If a single man and woman are to be together in one tent for too long, who knows what might happen? Long Chen stood up. I'm not afraid of that, so what are you afraid of? Baidang Rushwang frowned. I'm very afraid. I already have women waiting for me at home. If they are to hear any rumors, it will cause a calamity, said Long Chen as he put away the grill and tent. Miss Baidang, I have some things to do, so I'll leave now. It would be best if you left a bit later, or it would cause a misunderstanding if we left together. Hey, I still have more questions. Long Chen was already flying away as Baidang Rushwang called out. She stamped her feet in fury. That Long Chen really is a scoundrel. No one has ever dared to refuse me. Baidang Rushwang clenched her teeth furiously over the fact that Long Chen had escaped. However, after a bout of rage, she also smiled. This Long Chen was truly a marvel. He definitely wasn't a normal person, and he was very interesting. Long Chen returned to the ancient city and had someone arrange a private room for him. The Dongfang family had truly gone all out for this gathering. Everything had been arranged to prevent any clashes. A private room was immediately provided to Long Chen. There was a large underground space with all kinds of rooms. Some were used for cultivation, some were for comprehension, and some were for practicing techniques. There were even rooms for alchemy. They were covered in ancient divine runes, with each rune representing a different kind of energy of the heavenly Taos. Refining in the alchemy rooms with supportive formations would increase the odds of a successful refinement. Building such a formation was very costly. As for Long Chen, he had always been confident in his alchemy arts, so any formations in his alchemy rooms were very simple. Although Sha Chen had joined the Dragonblood Legion, Long Chen hadn't really refined pills afterward, and his money had always been tight, so he had never built himself a proper alchemy room. Now seeing these ancient alchemy rooms, he was moved. He knew he needed a true alchemy room. Although Huo Long was also capable of refining pills on its own, its spiritual strength was weaker, and furthermore, alchemy was not a simple case of repeating what you saw. Alchemy was something that needed profound learning. Sometimes a single thought, a single blink of the eye, and a single emotion could affect the end result of a refinement. So a person could spend a lifetime refining countless pills without two that were identical. For Huo Long to refine pills on its own, although the quality was certainly high, those pills would lack a certain spirituality. Humans were the only ones capable of bestowing such a thing to a pill, and that was also why humans were called the most spiritual of all beings. Once the attendant who arranged the room for him left, Long Chen sat down in his alchemy room and placed his new pill furnace in front of him. He also took out the 9 Lotus Soul condensing pill. He placed it within the furnace and slowly formed hand seals. His spiritual strength flowed out into the furnace. A holy aura enveloped Long Chen, and an image appeared on his forehead. There were millions of threads within that image that formed into a flame. When that image appeared, the pill furnace shook ever so slightly. The starry images on it lit up and began to resonate with that image. This was an ancient and holy contractual ceremony between alchemist and furnace. Although this ancient furnace had acknowledged Long Chen, for him to fully control it required this ancient contract. This way, they would be one. Suddenly, the 9 Lotus Soul condensing pill within the furnace shook. 9 lotus flowers appeared, and a ray of light shot out of it, striking Long Chen in the head. Chapter 2075 Pill Refinement. When the light entered his forehead, countless scraps of information flooded Long Chen's mind. This moon and star refining furnace has actually participated in a battle with a sovereign. This furnace was exceedingly old and had also been injured gravely. Its item spirit was a shadow of its former self, and in order to nourish the 9 Lotus Soul condensing pill, it had exhausted almost all its energy. When Long Chen had first touched the furnace and sent his immense spiritual strength into it, he had immediately received its recognition, which was why he had been able to open it. At the same time, he also obtained the recognition of the 9 Lotus Soul condensing pill. Therefore, it had actually protected him rather than fleeing. With the moon and star refining furnace in its badly damaged state, it was only able to communicate with Long Chen through the 9 Lotus Soul condensing pill. This was why the mechanism sect had viewed the moon and star refining furnace as garbage. They had done countless tests before confirming that its item spirit was essentially dead, and there was no way to save it. The item spirit had essentially sealed itself off in order to survive for longer, waiting for a chance to heal. Over time, countless master alchemists had tried to communicate with the moon and star refining furnace, but they hadn't gotten any reaction, resulting in them assuming that the item spirit had vanished. However, in truth, this furnace had been waiting for someone with a powerful soul. As for Long Chen, his soul was definitely the strongest. Only spiritual strength on his level could possibly help the item spirit recover, which was how he had gained its recognition. Despite that, the damage to the furnace was too serious for it to express its own will. Long Chen could only try to communicate with it through the 9 Lotus Soul condensing pill. This 9 Lotus Soul condensing pill had managed to survive its pill tribulation, resulting in it gaining its own intelligence. It managed to transmit a few fragmentary images of the moon and star refining furnace's origins. The images were chaotic at first, but then they began to clear up. Long Chen saw a battlefield. There was one elder, who, in the last moments of his life, flung the moon and star refining furnace out of the battlefield. Someone shouted for a sovereign. Long Chen then saw a white-robed figure for just a moment before the images grew chaotic once more. Corpses were everywhere. There were mountains of withered bones and rivers of blood. The images then shifted. He saw a mass of people looking at the moon and star refining furnace covetously. Then there was a fierce slaughter. Long Chen guessed that the 9 lotus soul condensing pill had long since formed within the furnace but had been constantly nourished within it. The pill had still been very immature during the battle, so its memories were hazy. Then when its master died, it went through countless years of slaughter, going through one master after another as they fought over it, in the end falling into the mechanism sect's hands. Even in death, your master was thinking of you. This senior is a perfect model for my Tao. Long Chen had a respectful expression. This alchemist had treated the moon and star refining furnace as well as the 9 lotus soul condensing pill as even more important than his own life. He had been willing to die to send them flying out of the battlefield. This pill was different from other pills. It had absorbed the essence of heaven and earth over countless years and had survived a powerful tribulation. If such a pill was eaten, it would be a waste of a treasure. Long Chen nourished it with his soul. In the future, he would find a chance to give it to Meng Qi. With its help, she could cultivate twice as fast with half the effort. To repair the moon and star refining furnace, the best option is refining pills. Long Chen smiled. Although the item spirit was on its last breaths, Long Chen was confident in being able to heal it. Within his pill sovereign memories, there was a certain method to nourish furnaces through refining pills. Perhaps this was all the hidden workings of fate. Long Chen had urgently needed a powerful furnace. But the moon and star refining furnace had needed someone who could heal it even more. So it was no coincidence that it had acknowledged Long Chen instantly. Long Chen first used the heaven incinerating flame to slowly warm up the furnace. He knew it was a powerful furnace, but any concrete details about its abilities would have to wait until the item spirit awoke. As it was in its injured state, Long Chen didn't dare to add too much power right at the start. As he warmed up the furnace, Long Chen sank within his mind. After a bit of time, he began to search for medicinal plants within the primal chaos space. Fortunately, I took all the medicinal fields in the yin-yang world. I didn't even know that they were 11th tier ingredients. At the time when he had taken those ingredients, there hadn't been 11th tier medicinal ingredients in his memories. Fortunately, he was in a good habit of taking first and asking questions later. 7 aperture jewel fruit, autumn water sea apple, rootless bone piece grass. Long Chen picked out over 200 precious medicines. After taking them out, he smiled. He actually had them all. For higher tier pills, the requirements for the ingredients were even more stringent. For 10th tier pills or below, perhaps certain ingredients could be substituted if he were missing some, but he couldn't lack even a single ingredient for an 11th tier pill. It was a good thing he had them all. Long Chen smoothly refined these precious medicines one by one. After not refining pills for a long time, he actually felt a bit ashamed. His rise had started with the Feng Fu pill. Refining pills was his foundation, but these years, he had been so focused on cultivation that he hadn't even thought about his alchemy arts. The pill Tao was the foundation on which he stood. The medicinal plants that entered the moon and star refining furnace slowly withered. Their impurities were forced out, leaving only their essence in the form of powders. Suddenly, a flash of fire snaked out, and the powders instantly turned to ash. As expected, without the moon and star refining furnace working with me, it's too taxing to refine 11th tier pills on my own, sighed Long Chen. Such a scenario rarely happened to Long Chen. After all, refining medicinal plants into powders was one of the easier aspects of alchemy. But today, Long Chen was refining an 11th tier pill. The requirements just for purifying the ingredients were extremely high. With even the slightest mistake, the refinement could fail. Without enough heat, the medicinal energy wouldn't get locked into the powder. But if the heat was even a bit too high, it would incinerate the medicinal powders. I was too dependent on the blazing dragon cauldron before. I should bring out my own abilities. Long Chen rubbed his hands, and with new motivation, his focus was razor sharp. Now that he was serious, that kind of mistake didn't occur again. He refined 30 sets of the ingredients into powders before taking a slight break. When he started once more, what he took out was the Black Illusion Dragon Flame. This Black Illusion Dragon Flame was not suited to refining pills. Its nature was too berserk, and even though Huo Long had already gained complete control over its power, its nature simply could not be changed. Furthermore, Long Chen had given all its gentle aspects over to the pill fairy when they had first obtained it. He wasn't using the black illusion dragon flame to refine anything. He simply wanted to get the moon and star refining furnace accustomed to a higher heat. Very quickly, a smile appeared on Long Chen's face. Although the feeling hadn't been very noticeable when he had used the heaven incinerating flame, he could clearly feel the moon and star refining furnace absorbing the energy of his black illusion dragon flame now. That was a good sign. Long Chen's special technique for healing the furnace involved healing it while refining pills. Now that it was absorbing his flame energy, the furnace was slowly awakening from its slumber. Long Chen increased the power of the black illusion dragon flame, but it didn't affect the rate at which the moon and star refining furnace absorbed its energy. After an incense stick's worth of time, Long Chen had used over 20 different temperatures to test the furnace, only to get no reaction. He finally sighed and pulled the black illusion dragon flame back. In its place, he summoned what appeared to be a ball of water but was actually fire. The flames danced in his hand like fine wine that had been ignited. A terrifying heat filled the room. Huo Long, work hard. With this kind of power, there's no way for us to refine pills. Long Chen frowned. Huo Long had just gained control of the inverse Dao water spirit flame. Using it for fighting was no problem, but using it for refining pills was definitely forcing things. Huo Long began to strengthen its control. The flame in Long Chen's hand shrank slightly. Control doesn't depend on size. The main point is the core energy. Ah, this is too difficult for you. We'll work together. Long Chen found that there was no way to explain such profound principles with words. Even a smart person wouldn't be able to understand it immediately. Long Chen's spiritual strength surged, merging with Huo Long's power. The inverse Dao water spirit flame slowly became dimmer, and in the end, became as calm as water. Following that, a sudden burst of light came out of it like a volcano. The volcano erupted and was suppressed time after time. After dozens of passes, Long Chen's forehead was covered in sweat. The inverse Dao water spirit flame was too powerful. He and Huo Long were like two children trying to direct a dragon. Even though the dragon was obedient, it was still difficult to control. Long Chen's spiritual strength was starting to drain quickly. It was as taxing as when he fought all out in battle. That's about enough. Whether or not I can make some money will be up to this. Long Chen took a deep breath and sent the inverse Dao water spirit flame into the depths of the furnace. He also sent the powders inside. It was time to truly start the pill refinement. Chapter 2076 Miscalculation. When the inverse Dao water spirit flame was sent into the moon and star refining furnace, the furnace was like a dry riverbed that had finally received nourishment. A bright light slowly began to come from it. Could it be that this inverse Dao water spirit flame has a level of agreement with the moon and star refining furnace? Long Chen was startled by this reaction. Just at this moment, a message came from the 9 Lotus Soul condensing pill in his spiritual space, and it enlightened him. The original master of the moon and star refining furnace had also controlled the inverse Dao water spirit flame. It is truly fate. You needed me, and I needed you. Long Chen smiled. It was too much of a coincidence. This was the silent workings of fate that had connected him with the moon and star refining furnace. Long Chen had never believed in luck, but this time, his luck had been truly heaven-defying. For a while, he wasn't able to believe it, but then he understood. It had nothing to do with luck. This furnace had been waiting for him all this time. Even with the item spirit slumbering, with the inverse Dao water spirit flame, the furnace's runes began to activate. It was an automatic reaction. Even though his control of the inverse Dao water spirit flame was not as great as the old master of this furnace, it gradually grew calm as the furnace activated. Now the chances of success are improved. Long Chen was delighted. He began sending in the medicinal powders one by one. They gradually became white fluid after being refined. That was the essence of all those precious ingredients. Long Chen kept his gaze locked on the moon and star refining furnace and the changes in the medicinal liquid. He was very strict with his control over his flame, not being the slightest bit careless. Despite that, when the 37th powder attempted to merge, due to a distraction, all the medicinal liquid turned to ash. However, Long Chen's mental state did not even twitch. Everything was within his expectations. Succeeding in one go was definitely impossible. This was a foreign furnace, with a pill flame that he couldn't completely control, and a kind of pill that he had never refined before. He would need to go slowly. That was why Long Chen had refined 30 portions of the medicinal powders at the start. Someone who had never relied on luck to live could only rely on power. The difficulty of refining an 11th tier medicinal pill still ended up surpassing his expectations. After 7 failures, he was forced to come to a stop. He had lost 10% of his spiritual strength from his efforts. In a battle, that wouldn't cause any adverse effects, but while refining pills, just this 10% drop in spiritual strength could lower his focus. Despite his failures, he was comforted by the fact that each failure had led him further into the merger process. He was already capable of merging 130 of the ingredients. His strongest aspect was that he never made the same mistake twice. As long as he persevered, he would eventually succeed. He had always been a staunch believer that even without good luck, as long as he put in 10 times or 100 times the effort of what other people did, he could still succeed. As for complaining, that was useless. His heaven-defying bad luck had groomed his unyielding will, allowing him to bear his repeated failures and search for the correct path without giving up. Long Chen consumed a soul-nourishing pill and rested. After his soul was fully recovered, he pressed on. One failure after another. The 30 sets of medicinal powder had almost been used up, but Long Chen was growing increasingly more confident. He knew that he was growing ever closer to success. Finally, over 200 types of medicinal powders successfully merged. He closed the lid, and runes danced on top of the moon and star refining furnace. This rune's formation was also automatically activated, drawing in energy from the world. This alchemy room is worth its weight in gold. I have to get one. Long Chen looked at the runes on the walls and recorded them with a photographic jade. He would have Sha Chen research this when he got back. An hour later, a muffled sound came from within the furnace. It shook ever so slightly before it quietened down. Long Chen slowly opened the furnace, and a burst of dense medicinal fragrance erupted, filling the entire room. However, Long Chen frowned. Upon extending a hand, a plump pill flew out. The medicinal fragrance wasn't locked in. Most likely, the 7th flame. Change was too slow, resulting in flaws on the outer seal. Long Chen muttered to himself as he closely examined this pill. There was a single line on top of this pill. It was a 1-ring high-grade 11th tier pill. Although it wasn't top grade, it was still very valuable. However, to have used up 30 sets of ingredients to refine this single pill, there was no way that he had offset the cost of the ingredients. His gaze was calm as he examined it. He applied the slightest bit of force with his fingers, and it split open. A dark red liquid dripped out, and the medicinal fragrance grew even stronger. The merger didn't have any flaws. There aren't any major problems. The overall experiment is very satisfactory. Long Chen smiled. After finding the problem, it was easy to fix it. There would definitely be many flaws in his first refinement. Originally, he had thought that there had been some problem in the merger. That would be troublesome because he wouldn't know which part of the merger process the problem lay in. Trying to figure it out would have taken much longer. However, based on his observation, it wasn't the merger but one of the temperature changes. What he had been dreading was having a whole heap of problems in his process. The fact that there weren't that many was definitely thanks to the moon and star refining furnace in this special alchemy room. They had made up for any tiny mistakes he had made. After another 2 hours, he finished his second refinement. His spiritual strength went all out, and red ripples appeared over the inverse Tao water spirit flame, covering the entire furnace. The furnace shook, and the runes on the walls began to send a torrent of energy within it. Rumbling voices rang out. Long Chen was starting to sweat. Huo Long could not perfectly control the inverse Tao water spirit flame, so Long Chen was forced to increase the amount of spiritual strength he was using. Long Chen was now using his spiritual strength as fuel to urge on the inverse Tao water spirit flame. It was being used up rapidly, and in just an incense stick's worth of time, his entire body was soaked in sweat. When merging the powders, due to having to keep track of multiple things, he couldn't use the full force of his spiritual strength. But with the lid sealed, all he had to do was control the temperature. During this time, he could wildly burn his spiritual strength. If the temperature grew a bit too hot, it wasn't a problem. The moon and star refining furnace was more than capable of adjusting it as long as it wasn't too great. On the other hand, if he didn't put enough power behind his flame, it would be like last time. The outer layer of the pill would end up porous, which allowed the medicinal energy to leak out, lowering the final quality. Long Chen's spiritual strength was surging out without hesitation. He wanted absolute control over the inverse Tao water spirit flame at this time. As a result, the furnace was shaking and rumbling. An invisible energy slowly grew within, causing Long Chen's expression to twitch. Long Chen shouted, slamming his hand on top of the lid. The item spirit wasn't awake yet. Hence, the furnace was running purely on instinct and couldn't help him too much. The pill within it was too powerful. It was starting to have a desire to break free of its restrictions and fly out. This was a dangerous moment. Many alchemists died at such junctures. Considering their positions, master alchemists should have long lives. However, 70% of alchemists ended up dying because of the pills they were refining. An alchemist's greatest desire was to challenge themselves and refine a unique and unmatched pill. However, such pills possessed so much power that they might explode once they escaped from the alchemist's control. Even if the furnace didn't explode, for that kind of power to erupt within it would still be enough to instantly annihilate an alchemist with their weak body. Long Chen was sweating hard. He hadn't expected this pill to be so terrifying. He didn't know what that mysterious woman had done to him at the bottom of the divine pool in the Brahma Divine Palace, but his pill sovereign memories had gone through a second awakening, and he had learned this pill formula at that time. The furnace was shuddering. If he allowed this energy to explode, then everything within a 30-mile radius would be annihilated. This place was the Dongfang family's precious ancient city. If he allowed something to explode here, wouldn't the Dongfang family take his life? What a miscalculation. If I had known this would happen, I would have used one of Pill Valley's formulas. Long Chen sighed. He was already running out of spiritual strength. He had to control his flame while also sealing the furnace. Things had already surpassed his expectations. Damn it, I'm running out of spiritual strength. Long Chen's expression was starting to get ugly. In order to increase the quality of this pill, he had calculated just how much spiritual strength he should use to get the best quality. In his calculations, he wouldn't have much remaining spiritual strength after the pill formed. However, something unexpected had occurred. Long Chen wanted to curse. As expected, his bad luck hung over him constantly. The rumbling grew more intense, and Long Chen was pale. He did his best to suppress the eruption. The pill was about to take form. If he let up now, it would charge out and explode. Suddenly, Long Chen's hand was blown off the lid, causing his expression to completely change. Chapter 20 77,000 Hand Soul Condensing Pill. Long Chen's expression changed. He had underestimated the power of this 11th tier medicinal pill. He had only been thinking about raising its quality and had overestimated his spiritual strength. The medicinal energy inside it was growing berserk. It was about to charge out of the furnace, and once it did, it would most likely explode, destroying this room. Long Chen's spiritual strength was almost exhausted. He could barely keep the lid locked. With the pill about to break out, his expression turned blue. A failure when refining pills was a minor matter. However, if he ruined the Dongfang family's special alchemy room, that would be bad. He had no way to give them an explanation. Just at this moment, the 9 Lotus Soul Condensing Pill flew out of his spiritual space on its own accord, landing on top of the lid. Lotus images appeared on top of the pill. Strands of azure light fell out of it, enveloping the furnace. The berserk pill forming within the furnace slowly calmed down. It was still struggling but not as intensely as before. Long Chen couldn't help being delighted. He realized that the master of the furnace had refined the 9 Lotus Soul Condensing Pill partly to help him refine pills. This 9 Lotus Soul Condensing Pill actually had the ability to placate the medicinal energy in a pill. Although it wasn't a complete suppression, it was good enough. Long Chen sighed with relief. With the 9 Lotus Soul Condensing Pill helping him suppress the berserk pill, his nearly exhausted spiritual strength was able to hang on for a bit longer. However, after another incense stick's worth of time, his head started to grow dizzy. If this continued, his spiritual strength would be severely overdrafted. It would take many days for his soul to recover. Just at this moment, light blossomed from the 9 Lotus Soul Condensing Pill. 9 lotus images flew out of it, each lotus possessing its own powerful spiritual strength. That helped Long Chen control the refinement. You really are a priceless treasure. Long Chen was ecstatic. He no longer had to split his attention now and could focus entirely on the dancing flames within the furnace. The furnace suddenly shook for one brief moment before everything became calm. Long Chen let out a long sigh and collapsed on the ground, feeling exhausted. He was soaked in sweat, dripping wet like he had just come out of the pool. He was pale but had a smile on his face. After that, the 9 lotus soul condensing pill returned to his spiritual space. Its light was now dimmer. Many thanks. Long Chen knew that it had paid quite a price to help him. It was all due to his own carelessness. Perhaps he had been too overconfident, thinking that with the pill's sovereign memories, he could control all medicinal pills. Now he knew why those who ended up drowning were often those who knew how to swim. Without the 9 lotus soul condensing pill, Long Chen would have lost all his face today. It had truly helped him out, and its own intelligence was not inferior to other lifeforms. Long Chen swallowed a soul-nourishing pill and activated the soul recovery formation of the room. Because his spiritual strength wasn't severely overdrafted, he recovered quickly. After a couple of hours, his spiritual strength had recovered to 60%. Only then did Long Chen stand up and open the furnace. A majestic aura surged out, causing the alchemy room to shake. A small ball of light lay slumbering at the bottom of the furnace. It shone brightly like a star. Top grade, hee, not bad. Long Chen smiled brightly, feeling incomparably proud. In the current world, all top-grade 11th tier medicinal pills had come from the ancient era. He hadn't heard of anyone capable of refining 11th tier pills currently. Perhaps only the pill fairy was capable of refining an 11th tier medicinal pill, but he was sure that she still couldn't control the inverse Tao water spirit flame well enough for alchemy. Although she looked like she wielded it easily in battle, that didn't mean that she could use it for alchemy. At the time when they had fought, her control over the inverse Tao water spirit flame had only reached a rudimentary level. Even if she had received the god's blessing, her control was definitely only equal to Long Chen's control right now. After all, she was human, while Long Chen had Huolong, a spirit of fire. That was why Long Chen would bet that this top-grade 11th tier medicinal pill was the first such pill to appear in this era. Although he wasn't so excited that he was announcing it everywhere, he still felt proud. However, this pill isn't complete yet. There's still one more step. Long Chen smiled and closed the lid once more. Lei Long, it's up to you now. Thunder Force surged out, transforming into 9 lightning dragons that enveloped the pill. Those were Lei Long's split bodies. They were weak and gently let their Thunder Force enter the pill furnace. The moon and star refining furnace's runes lit up, slowly absorbing the Thunder Force and sending it into the pill within. With his soul locked onto the furnace, he saw everything happening inside. His heart began to pound wildly. This was a way to cheat the heavens. Long Chen really wasn't sure it would work. Lei Long was already able to control the pill lightning. It was just a transformation of its energy which wasn't difficult. After all, its power originally came from heavenly tribulation, and pill lightning was just another kind of tribulation lightning. According to reason, it shouldn't be too difficult. But this matter was too important for Long Chen to not be nervous. If it worked, he could proceed with even greater projects, but if it failed, it would be a grave blow. If Lei Long really was capable of imitating pill lightning, it would be able to awaken the spirit of his top-grade pills and expel their impurities. In that way, any pills he refined would not have to worry about being strong enough to survive their natural lightning tribulations. Other people were unwilling to let their pills undergo those tribulations, and they locked them in formations for thousands of years, and even then, their pills would still lack a certain spirituality. If this worked, Long Chen wouldn't have to wait thousands of years. He could directly awaken the pill spirit and get a pill that was at least 30% stronger than pills that had their spirits awakened through formations. That was heaven-defying, so Long Chen was naturally nervous. Even after a moment, there was no reaction from the pill. Long Chen's heart sank. Lei Long, increase the power a bit. The Thunder Force increased by a bit. However, there was still no reaction. Why is this happening? Is this really not an option? But why not? Long Chen was disappointed. He rapidly thought of possibilities, but just where did the problem lay? Wait, I should activate the formation. Long Chen suddenly thought of a possibility. He was currently in a special environment. This alchemy room had multiple formations, and he had only activated the formation to nourish his soul. As he had turned off the formation that absorbed the energy of the world, this place was now isolated from the heavenly Taos. When he activated the grand formation, heavenly Tao energy surged into the room, and the pill within the furnace shook, starting to slowly absorb the Thunder Force. It slowly awakened. As it awoke, its aura grew increasingly powerful. Long Chen had Lei Long increase its power. The Thunder Force had to be powerful to expel the few remaining bits of impurities in such a pill. However, the laws of the heavenly Taos were emotionless. As natural lightning tribulation tested the pill's energy, it would eventually destroy it. The lightning didn't exist to help the pill improve. The increased quality and purity were just to give higher expectations. The higher expectations usually led to greater disappointment. Thunder rumbled as the 9 lightning dragons grew larger and more powerful. Their auras also grew increasingly berserk. As for the pill, it was also growing stronger. Resisting the lightning was like excavating all its potential with its life on its line. This was an instinctual reaction. Any life form, even a pill that had just gained its own spirit, would fight to survive. It was unleashing all its power. Good job, Lei Long. Long Chen couldn't help praising Lei Long. The thunder force it was exhibiting was the exact same as natural pill lightning. Even its aura, even that divine pressure, even the rhythm, it was all perfect. Compared to Huo Long, Lei Long was more mature. It didn't let that praise change what it was doing. It steadily continued its work. Finally, the pill flew out of the furnace, its entire body blazing with light, which condensed into a strange figure. Millions of tentacles of light wove a barrier against the lightning. Those tentacles exploded. Long Chen hastily yelled stop and caught the pill. Long Chen examined the pill. Runes flowed on top of its semi-transparent body, and he was able to clearly see a vine unfurled within it. This 1,000-hand soul condensing pill might not be able to compare to the 9 lotus soul condensing pill, but it's still an amazing pill that has survived pill lightning. Hee, auction, here I come. Long Chen laughed and walked out of the alchemy room, going straight toward the auction region. Chapter 2078 Appraising the Spirit Pill. Long Chen had just arrived at the auction area when one of the Dongfang family's disciples told him that he was late. The first day of the auction had already ended, but he could attend the second and third days. The auction lasted for a total of 3 days, with the first and second days being warm-up sessions for the third day. Although the first and second days also had amazing treasures, the best was definitely saved for last. Long Chen had spent a whole day refining his pill, so he had missed the first day. I came because I have something I want to give you to auction. Have I missed the time for that? Asked Long Chen. The disciple's eyes brightened. Not at all. May I ask what treasure you've taken out to auction? Oh, please don't misunderstand, I just need the general details. There is a specialized appraiser who will decide the bottom price. Furthermore, the Dongfang family guarantees the skill of the appraiser, so you don't need to worry about that. Even before it's auctioned off, you can withdraw underworld spirit beads equal to the bottom price. Depending on whether someone bids on it or not, you can trade the treasure with the Dongfang family for those underworld spirit beads. The Dongfang family really is not bad. A poor person like me couldn't even take out any underworld spirit beads. But this guarantee of yours will let me participate in the auction. Long Chen gave the disciple a thumbs up. Mr. Long Chen is joking. A peerless genius like you can take out any random treasure that would be worth the life of a disciple like me. It's just a difference of eras. The currency is different. Not having underworld spirit beads doesn't mean your status is low, said the disciple very smartly. If it was before, Long Chen would definitely lack confidence upon hearing that, but today he came with the 1,000-hand soul condensing pill. I want to auction a pill. Seeing the disciple's eyes light up, he said, don't misunderstand, it's not that pill from the furnace but another pill. The disciple couldn't help being a bit disappointed upon hearing that, but it was well hidden. Then Mr. Long Chen, please follow me. The attendant brought Long Chen to a private room. A middle-aged man with whiskers and a scholar's robes walked in shortly after. Mr. Long Chen, let me introduce you. This is my Dongfang family's medicinal pill appraiser. He is also an amazing alchemy grand master, said the disciple. As soon as this person walked in, Long Chen already sensed that he was an alchemist. He had both flame energy fluctuations and the spiritual fluctuations of an alchemist. There was also a dark red mark deep within his eyes. He had to be someone who possessed an ancient alchemy bloodline inheritance. As for what kind of inheritance he possessed, Long Chen didn't know. However, he had to have a special talent in this regard. What nonsense are you talking about? Mr. Long Chen is the true alchemy grand master. With just a glance, he could see that pill furnace's value in the pill inside. By praising me, aren't you going to make Mr. Long Chen laugh at me? Said the middle-aged man with a smile. You're too courteous. It was just a lucky guess. In any case, I'm here to show you a pill. Can we start the appraisal? Long Chen didn't want to talk about the moon and star refining furnace. Who knew just how many people coveted it? It was better to be low-key. May I ask what kind of pill you wish to auction? Long Chen handed the appraiser a seemingly extremely ancient case. It was some random thing he had obtained from the Brahma secret realm. As for what it had contained, he had long since forgotten. It just so happened that this case could conceal the origins of the pill he was talking about. The middle-aged man received the case, but as soon as he touched it, his pupils shrank. He could already sense the intense fluctuations coming from within. A top-grade pill. The appraiser first took out a formation disc and placed the case on it. He activated the formation and summoned a barrier around the case. This was to prevent the pill from attacking or running. When he opened the case though, it wasn't as violent as he had expected. Instead, he felt watery fluctuations. Those fluctuations were so powerful that they caused the barrier to shudder. "A top-grade 11th tier pill that has gone through tribulation," exclaimed the appraiser. He immediately recognized it for what it was. Very few people had seen such a pill. In the Dongfang family, top-grade 11th tier medicinal pills existed, but they weren't numerous and didn't even surpass 100 in number. This middle-aged man had studied those pills as they were mostly textbook pills. That knowledge made him feel even more shocked by this pill. He was actually bearing witness to a pill that had survived pill lightning. Even ignoring what its effect was, just its status as that kind of pill was enough to make countless alchemists go crazy over it. "Did you refine this?" The middle-aged man looked at Long Chen in disbelief. Due to the moon and star refining furnace, every move of Long Chen's had been kept track of by the Dongfang family. The fact that Long Chen had used an alchemy room was known by the higher-ups. This middle-aged man immediately connected this pill to the fact that Long Chen had borrowed an alchemy room. However, as soon as he asked, he was embarrassed. As expected, Long Chen laughed. "Do you feel like that's possible? With your vision, I'm sure you can tell that this pill is very old. The marks on it have a faint dark gold color. That's the mark of many years past." The middle-aged man turned red. Just like tree rings, the exterior of a pill could show its age. Hence, as soon as the middle-aged man asked this question, he regretted it. He had actually made such a low-level mistake, which would draw his aptitude into question. Besides, ignoring whether or not Long Chen could refine a top-grade 11th tier medicinal pill, even if he could, he would have needed to let the pill undergo tribulation. Everything within this city was under the Dongfang family's control, and Long Chen had not left the alchemy room for a pill to undergo tribulation. "Haha, please don't laugh at me. I was simply awed by your fame. For a single person to be able to raise the martial heaven continent's #1 legion means that your alchemy arts are definitely not as simple as they appear on the surface. Otherwise, just the medicinal pills required for such a legion would bankrupt any sect. Even my Dongfang family wouldn't be able to raise such a group of elites. I only asked because you are a legend of the alchemy world," said the middle-aged man with a laugh. Long Chen laughed along, knowing that the middle-aged man was just concealing his own embarrassment. This pill had been dressed up by Long Chen to appear old. Long Chen was confident that no one would be able to tell. At the very least, this fellow in front of him was incapable of it. "Haha, please don't overpraise me. In truth, after obtaining that supreme pill, I actually got the crazy thought of also refining an 11th tier medicinal pill. As a result, my gamble completely failed. I used up all the precious medicines I accumulated over the years without being able to refine anything," sighed Long Chen. Long Chen's expression plus what he said made the female disciple who had brought him here chuckle. After a glare from the middle-aged man, she immediately stopped, but it was difficult to contain her mirth. Long Chen continued, "Even more unlucky, the pill was just about to form when my furnace cracked, so I lost my medicinal ingredients in my furnace. As for that moon and star refining furnace, you know it's still damaged and can't be used for now. As an alchemist, I'm now half crippled. I don't have a furnace or ingredients. So I've taken out this pill I obtained from the Brahma secret realm to see if I can make up for my losses. Can you estimate the price of this pill?" Long Chen had created a whole story for this pill. That way, he wouldn't draw the Dongfang family's suspicions. Someone capable of refining 11th tier medicinal pills could shake the entire continent. He had to keep it secret. Saying that he found it in the Brahma secret realm was more believable. As expected, the middle-aged man focused on the pill. He examined it very carefully, taking out over 30 different tools to test it. With each test, he grew more infatuated with it. "This is a true spirit pill, and it is the best one I have ever seen. Only pills that have gone through tribulation can truly be classified as spirit pills, praised the middle-aged man after an hour of tests. Then can I ask what kind of price you think it will sell for? Asked Long Chen. This was the important part. Chapter 2079, the second day's auction. The middle-aged man once more looked at the 1,000-hand soul condensing pill inside. This pill has the 1,000-hand Bodhi seed as its main ingredient. Based on the fluctuations, it has the effect of concentrating the soul. However, I am unable to state its complete name. May I ask for guidance? For a master appraiser to be unable to recognize a medicinal pill was an embarrassment. But he would rather be embarrassed than make up a random name. That would be even more embarrassing. You have good vision. This pill is called the 1,000-hand soul condensing pill. I obtained it in a trial, and if I hadn't been told its name at that time, there's no way I could have recognized it. Your pill Dao is admirable, said Long Chen. In truth, this middle-aged man was quite skilled. This pill had 3 main ingredients, but the 1,000-hand Bodhi seed was its core. The names of pills were often decided based on the main ingredient's name as well as the pill's effect. Even though the middle-aged man had not known its name, he would have been able to guess. But he didn't dare to randomly guess for fear of being laughed at. To not know its name but still be able to deduce the main ingredient and effect meant that his skills were not fake. It also showed his humility. Are you really planning on selling this tribulation pill? Asked the middle-aged man. I'm not quite sure I understand. I mean, are you bringing this pill out because you actually want it to sell, or just to increase your influence? Let me put it this way, if you really want to sell it, we'll give you a general price range. But if you simply wish to show off this 1,000-hand soul condensing pill, then you can simply request an excessive starting price for it, said the middle-aged man. Are you telling me to follow in the footsteps of that idiot Zhao Wuji? Laughed Long Chen. A pill that had survived tribulation was extremely rare and precious. In fact, its own value far surpassed its medicinal effect. That was why the middle-aged man guessed that Long Chen wanted fame from this pill. Rather than putting it in an auction, he could promote this pill, telling the world that he had a 1,000-hand soul condensing pill that had survived tribulation, and then when countless people came wanting to buy it, he could sell it off at the highest price. But if he put it in an auction, as soon as there was one bid, it had to be sold. Long Chen said, "Of course I want to sell it. I have 2 tribulation pills, so why not sell one? Furthermore, although I failed my refinement this time, I've gained valuable experience. As long as I have enough ingredients and time, I'm confident in being able to refine a similar pill in the future." Hearing that, the middle-aged man scoffed and sighed. Even a high-grade or a middle-grade 11th tier pill couldn't be refined as easily as Long Chen seemed to be treating it. Even the Dongfang family could not rashly waste money on refining top-grade 11th tier medicinal pills. That was a bottomless pit that would never fill no matter how much money they threw into it. Even he, their master alchemist, was only allocated one complete set of ingredients each year to research the refinement of 11th tier medicinal pills. That was entirely for research. The Dongfang family didn't really dare to go all out having him try to refine such a pill, because they couldn't accept the cost. So he had an urge to laugh when Long Chen said that he could do such a thing as long as he had enough ingredients. What the alchemy world lacked the most was precious medicinal ingredients like those used for 11th tier medicinal pills. Just how could he get enough? Although this man hid his thoughts well, Long Chen still read them easily. This line of thinking was precisely what Long Chen wanted the others to have. I have the 9 lotus soul condensing pill, so this 1,000-hand soul condensing pill isn't too useful to me. I would rather sell it to buy things that I actually need, so there's no need to doubt my sincerity. The middle-aged man nodded, feeling much more at ease. Then that's easy to handle. This 1,000-hand soul condensing pill will definitely be sold for a good price. Then let me give you an estimate for the price. A normal top-grade 11th tier pill is too rare to buy with money. But based on energy conversions, a top-grade 11th tier pill would be between 30 to 35 underworld spirit beads. Long Chen only listened without speaking. He didn't really know the value of the underworld spirit beads, nor did he know the average price of a top-grade 11th tier pill when there were no such pills in circulation on the continent. Hence, he was acting reserved. The middle-aged man continued, however, pills that have survived tribulation are different. Their price is normally 10 times greater or more. Of course, the rarer something is, the more valuable it is, and other than its actual value, there is also its value as an ancient relic. so its actual value is very difficult to estimate. Our Dongfang family will give you a base price of 500 underworld spirit beads. Long Chen nodded. This price is very appropriate. In reality, he had no idea if this price was appropriate or not. He had no idea how the values were calculated. But as long as it was worth money, it was fine. The middle-aged man smiled slightly. 500 underworld spirit beads is the base price, so you can take out 500 underworld spirit beads right now to bid for other treasures. Then when the 1,000-hand soul condensing pill is auctioned off, we'll give you all the underworld spirit beads minus those 500. Of course, if it doesn't sell, you can consider giving us the 1,000-hand soul condensing pill, or trade back your 500 underworld spirit beads for it. That's entirely up to you. Based on my estimates, this pill would be fought over by quite a few people and should go for a very good price. Then I'm at ease. Long Chen merely nodded. He didn't know the pill's actual value, but from the shocked look in the disciple's eyes, he guessed that the price was good. This middle-aged man represented the Dongfang family and shouldn't be conning him. The middle-aged man carefully put away the 1,000-hand soul condensing pill. He had someone bring over an elaborate bag. This was called a cosmos bag and was simply another storage tool similar to a spatial ring. However, the cosmos bag could store certain special items in special spaces supported by formations that didn't allow those items to lose spirituality over time. Good cosmos bags could even nourish those items. There were 500 black and white beads within this cosmos bag. Life and death energy flowed within them, supporting and contradicting each other. They both attacked and nourished each other. Every one of those beads contained vast life and death energy. These were underworld spirit beads, treasures for the ancient era's netherpassage experts. By the current era, they were almost all gone. These days, netherpassage experts could only rely on slowly accumulating energy for their next advancement. Compared to the ancient era's experts, they were poor. After obtaining the 500 underworld spirit beads, Long Chen felt like a beggar who had suddenly become rich. His back became much straighter. The middle-aged man also gave Long Chen a receipt not much different from the secular world. After handling that, he asked, "Mr. Long Chen, are there any precious alchemy materials you need?" The Dongfang family has quite a few precious ingredients in its storage house. Perhaps we could help if you need anything. How crafty. As soon as Long Chen obtained money, they wanted him to spend some of it with them. Long Chen smiled. Alchemy requires careful consideration. I was too impatient before, resulting in continuous failures. Hence, I need to rest a bit more before my next try. Other than that, now that so many ancient powers have come out, I want to see their abilities. Good steel should be used on the edge of the blade, don't you think? The middle-aged man blushed. His thoughts had clearly been read. Long Chen had no experience with the ancient era's powers, so if the Dongfang family declared that this rare ingredient that only they possessed was worth an extravagant amount of money, how could Long Chen tell if they told the truth? So Long Chen wasn't planning on spending these underworld spirit beads easily. After all, this was a strong currency valuable anywhere. Haha, that's a good idea too. No wonder you've dominated your generation at such a young age. This kind of steadiness is admirable. Well then, I have to do more behind-the-scenes work for the auction, so I won't accompany you any longer. The second day's auction is starting soon, so you can prepare yourself for that if you're interested, said the middle-aged man. Long Chen nodded and the disciple led him away. There were 6 hours until the second day's auction, so the disciple asked if Long Chen wished for a private room to rest in. Long Chen hesitated for a moment before nodding. After entering his room and closing the stone door, Long Chen burst into laughter. Success! I've finally regained the feeling of being rich. Long Chen finally had a chance to unleash his emotions. In the future, he would refine even more top-grade pills, and they would all go through tribulations. If the outside world knew this, they would definitely go crazy. Haha, low-key, I have to be low-key. After laughing to his heart's content, he took a deep breath. He had to keep this secret. If anyone knew of this, the entire continent would be staring at him. Envy and greed could drive people crazy, so he had to be careful. He activated the room's formation, once more recovering his spiritual strength rapidly. After a few hours of recovery, golden runes began to blink on the wall. Long Chen opened his eyes. The second day's auction was starting. It was time to see if there was anything good. Chapter 2080 Burying Your Head in the Sand. The auction hall wasn't very large and was only a few hundred meters wide. However, the interior was extremely extravagant. There were 36 stone pillars following the walls. Each wall showed an image of the main stage from different angles so that people could examine the auction treasures closer. After all, they couldn't directly probe things with their divine senses here. That was no different than peeping. Let alone a woman, even for a man to be probed spiritually like that was a grave insult. Although the majority of these experts had treasures blocking such spiritual probing or had their own spiritual strength defense, it was still a provocation, so people wouldn't do that unless they had some serious enmity with the target. With the images projected on the walls, everyone could get a good look at what they were bidding on. There were hundreds of seats spread throughout the room. Every one of those seats was a solid wooden bench with precious felts laid on top of them. Every bench had small tables with tea, fruit, and general refreshments on them. Every seat had a beautiful female attendant standing beside it. They all looked to be 16 to 17 years old. "Mr. Long Chen, your seat is here." Long Chen was led by one of the Dongfang family's descendants to his seat. Long Chen eyed his seat and was very satisfied. This spot was near the back. Those sitting at the front would have so many people in the back looking at them, so this place was best. "Mr. Long Chen, I truly apologize. If you had simply said that you were attending, we could have saved a seat closer to the front. We had to add this seat today because you came." The disciple actually apologized to him for this seat. "No, this is a good place. It's hidden, safe from prying eyes. It faces the south, and there's a beautiful woman to the left, fruit to the right. The feng shui is perfect," said Long Chen. The attendant was worried that Long Chen wouldn't be happy sitting at the very back, while Long Chen actually didn't mind. She smiled at his words, and even the attendant standing by his seat covered her mouth. "You're once more teasing young ladies. Long Chen, didn't you say that you had a fierce lady back home? If you keep flirting like this, I'm worried someone will be beaten to death." Another person walked into the room. It was the fiery Baidang Rushuang. She had a disdainful expression due to how Long Chen had left her last time, and she made the disciples of the Dongfang family jump in fear. Every person attending this auction was a peerless heavenly genius. Such people sometimes had strange tempers. Hence, these attendants didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. "Don't worry, it's not you girls. It's this fellow. Be careful of him, he's not a good person," said Baidang Rushuang. Long Chen was speechless. He took a bite of his fruit and said, "I say, how did I offend you, Miss Beautiful Rushuang? Why ruin my good name?" "Your good name, what a joke. The majority of the continent wants you dead," scoffed Baidang Rushuang, sitting down right beside Long Chen. The curved bench was more than big enough to fit 5 or 6 people. The attendant quickly poured tea for her. Baidang Rushuang indicated that she didn't want tea. She pointed to some crystalline grapes, and the attendant immediately picked out a string of grapes for her, placing them on a silver dish and holding it out to her with both hands. Long Chen looked from his fruit to Baidang Rushuang, who was eating gracefully. He laughed inside. Was she saying that he had no class? She wanted to play. That was fine with him. His gaze suddenly became gentle as he stared fixedly at her, especially at her bright red lips. That gaze was just like an autumn mosquito eyeing which flesh to target. Baidang Rushuang ate 3 grapes before feeling uncomfortable. This fellow's gaze was too powerful. She could feel her hair standing on end. She knew that he was doing it on purpose. She couldn't admit defeat. However, she could only eat 2 more grapes before suddenly coming to a stop, enraged. Long Chen wasn't just looking at her now. He was actually licking his fruit, his tongue flicking against it repeatedly. Baidang Rushuang got goosebumps. "Long Chen, you bastard, what do you think you're doing?" raged Baidang Rushuang. The Dongfang family's disciple had fled when Baidang Rushuang had sat down here. As for the attendant in charge for this seat, her face was red. This teasing of Long Chen's was too obvious. "Me, I'm learning from you, right?" said Long Chen innocently. "What nonsense. When did I ever eat in such a vile fashion?" demanded Baidang Rushuang. "Seeing how elegantly you were eating, I thought of the most elegant way of eating in my hometown. It's to use the tongue to fully wash the fruit, admire it, treat it like you love it." "Stop. That's disgusting." Baidang Rushuang shivered. Even a peerless genius like her couldn't handle a marvel like Long Chen. It served her right for trying to play with him. Long Chen chortled to himself. When it came to shamelessness, the only one he admired was Mo Nian. He didn't fear anyone else. He returned to eating his fruit normally. As the two of them were speaking, a man walked into the room. He appeared apathetic to everything around him, his arrogance clinging to him like a cloak. He looked around and immediately saw Baidang Rushwang. A flicker of shock appeared in his eyes. When he saw who was sitting beside her, he didn't even blink. He found his own seat. An attendant immediately went to pour tea for him, but he waved his hand, sitting down in quiet meditation. Mr. Long Chen, Fairy Rushwang, do you wish to activate the formation? Asked their attendant. Every seat here had its own formation that could stop others from seeing and hearing them, while allowing them to see everything outside clearly. No need. That would cause a misunderstanding. With that fiery woman at home, I have to be careful, said Long Chen. Baidang Rushwang glared at Long Chen. She said, just activating the sound barrier will be enough. The sound barrier was immediately activated. It was a faint layer of light that enveloped their position. The light then faded until it was almost impossible to see it. Baidang Rushwang was about to speak when suddenly Long Chen stood up, waving to the front. Following his gaze, she saw Nangong Zayu. She didn't say anything. Nangong Zayu saw Long Chen beckoning to her. She hesitated and then walked over. Why call her over? Whispered Baidang Rushwang. Isn't it because the two of you are my creditors? Furthermore, the enmity between your two families is a problem left from history. The Nangong family is the Nangong family, while Nangong Zayu is her own person. Why mix them together? There are some things you just don't understand, said Baidang Rushwang. Perhaps there are things that I don't understand, but the matter between the two of you isn't one of them. You've already seen Nangong Zayu's attitude. She has always yielded to you, which is an expression of her apology and compensation. To tell the truth, if I was Nangong Zayu, I wouldn't be paying you the slightest attention. If you're so strong, go challenge the Nangong family instead of me. If one person made a mistake, does that make their entire family evildoers? If one bad person came from the martial heaven continent, should we all be executed? Furthermore, were all the people in your Baidang family's history good people? Did the rulers never make mistakes? Demanded Long Chen. Baidang Rushwang simply glared at Long Chen. She had no way to retort, but she also had no way to change her thinking. She couldn't suppress her hatred for the Nangong family. Your hatred should be targeted toward the Nangong family. When Nangong Zayu is standing on the side of the Nangong family, you can fight her at ease, because that is fate. But you did the reverse, wanting to somehow challenge the Nangong family by attacking Nangong Zayu. Tell me, are you really standing on the side of reason? Are you really able to fight her without any qualms or shame? If you could, then you would be a heartless person and you would have long since attacked her without caring about anything else. Since you can't, it means you don't really want to fight her. Without having a perfectly clear mental realm, defeating her would be far too difficult. So whether you are burying your head in the sand or taking off your pants to fart, there are still certain things that must be done. For example, I know that some people want to kill me based on their hostility toward me, but I don't eliminate them in advance. I wait for them to attack me before killing them. If I attack first, I might kill some innocent people. But if they attack first, I can kill them without any qualms. Although I'm at a disadvantage, I can maintain a peaceful heart. Nangong Zayu has refused your challenge repeatedly. As for why, it's not as simple as you imagine. Well, that's all I can say since she's here now. Long Chen suddenly shut his mouth. Nangong Zayu walked into their barrier. It shivered for a moment before letting her in. Baidang Rushwang suddenly stood up. Chapter 2081 The Stone Races Shi Lingfang. Baidang Rushwang stood up and actually gave the slightest bow to Nangong Zayu. Let me apologize for my conduct the other day. It was my mistake. Nangong Zayu couldn't believe her own ears. The prideful and even somewhat conceited Baidang Rushwang was apologizing to her. She had never dared to imagine such a thing and hastily returned the bow. Caught off guard, she didn't say anything in return. However, that doesn't mean that we're friends. We'll just settle things individually. The enmity between our two families will be settled one day. The sin of harming others cannot be washed away with time, added Baidang Rushwang. As soon as she said this, her mental realm brightened. When all she had wanted to do was defeat Nangong Zayu, her mental realm had been messy, and it was only through Long Chen's reminder that she found that her desire for vengeance had clouded her Tao heart. That could lead her astray without her even realizing it. Now that she had apologized to Nangong Zayu, she felt more relaxed than she had in a long time. Nangong Zayu nodded. I know, if our positions were switched, my self-control might not have been as good as yours. A wrong is a wrong, and quibbling about it is meaningless, nor can the flow of time erase it. Long Chen clapped his hands. Exactly, there's no way for us to resolve such a thing right now because there's no key to unlocking the problem. Time can't wash away sins, but it can allow us to slowly find a way to resolve things. Karma exists between all things, and it simply means that we haven't reached the time to resolve that karma yet. Since the problem can't be resolved yet, let's not be hostile. Come, let me treat you two to some good fruit. Shameless. Does any of this belong to you? Mocked Baidang Rushuang. This was all the Dongfang families. How was he treating them? Nangong Zheyu was truly startled. Just when did Baidang Rushuang get so close to Long Chen? Her words flowed out of her mouth without hesitation or worry. Let me tell you, my hometown has many elegant ways of eating fruit. I've only shown you one. Long Chen picked up another fruit. Now, I'll display an even more difficult. Bastard, if you dare to repulse me, I'll throttle you. Baidang Rushuang's hair stood on end once more. I'm a scoundrel, but you're a lady, so try to preserve your dignity, said Long Chen upon seeing Baidang Rushuang about to attack him. He hastily changed the subject. It doesn't matter who's treating. Eat whatever you want. Nangong Zheyu sat down in a refined manner. She didn't go for any fruit. Instead, she reached out and held a teacup. Only then did the attendant recover from her shock, and she hastily poured the tea for Nangong Zheyu. Nangong Zheyu nodded and said her thanks. Fairy Zheyu is truly a warm and educated person. Just looking at you, I feel refreshed and content, praised Long Chen. Nangong Zheyu's warm air was like Chu Yao's, except she was like water, gentle and soft. It was like there was nothing in this world that could make her angry. She would always be like the calm surface of a lake. Long Chen's praise made Nangong Zheyu smile slightly, and she was about to say a few humble words when Baidang Rushuang pounced. Long Chen, are you cursing me for being coarse and wild? No, definitely not. Naturally, he could not admit such a thing no matter what. The attendant covered her smile. In her eyes, peerless geniuses like them were either icily arrogant or had strange temperaments. They were always hard to get along with. However, the three of them were together, with Nangong Zheyu being warm and Baidang Rushuang being frank like they were close. As for Long Chen, this seemingly unbearably coarse fellow was able to make them laugh with one word and jump with another. Although she knew that she shouldn't laugh, she almost made a sound several times. Fortunately, the three of them were amicable. Others might have long since kicked her out. More experts began to arrive. Suddenly, Long Chen stopped talking, focusing on one very large figure. This newcomer was 3 meters tall and 3 meters thick. He was a giant fatty with a bald head. His large arms were bare, while his neck was non-existent. He wore a garb that Long Chen had never seen before. If he was just a fatty, then that wouldn't be too bizarre. However, there were actually pearl-sized swellings on his skin, with each lump being a sparkling kernel. The entire room's atmosphere grew heavy with his arrival. Long Chen sensed an immense feeling of danger from him. When this newcomer turned his face over in his direction, Long Chen felt a chill. His face also had large lumps just like a toad, but more shockingly, his eyes were 2 violet amethysts. The stone race's Shi Lingfeng. He has actually come out. Even Baidang Rushuang and Nangong Zheyu's expressions changed. Just who is he? Asked Long Chen. You don't even know of the stone race. Baidang Rushuang raised a brow. Ah, he was once more being looked down at. Long Chen was speechless. Was this fellow really so famous? It was Nangong Zheyu who said, when it comes to the stone race, there probably aren't many records in the current era. They are taboo. Even in the ancient era, no one liked talking about them, so it's understandable that you don't know them. The stone race is not human. They are a strange life form. No one knows where they came from, but it was like a mass of stones had suddenly come to life. No one was capable of figuring out where they came from, because they were vicious killers that attacked on sight. They appeared and vanished on the continent a few times. Every time they appeared, a storm of blood swept the continent. This Shi Lingfeng is said to be the stone race's second strongest existence in all of its history. During his generation, the entire continent was almost crippled by him. If all the experts of that time had not joined together to heavily injure him, the entire human race of the continent might have been eliminated. The stone race was the nightmare of the continent at that time, but then they suddenly vanished. I didn't expect them to finally reappear after so many years. They're second strongest in all of their history. Then who was the strongest? Asked Long Chen. The strongest was the famous Stone Emperor, xianxia. He is one of history's 3 emperors, answered Nangong Zheyu. Long Chen sucked in a cold breath. The 3 emperors were the only existences said to be able to challenge the sovereigns. That's why you absolutely can't provoke him. He's extremely terrifying, warned Baidang Rushuang. I never provoke others, but if others provoke me, I'm not going to let them bully me. That includes every one of my enemies here. They were the ones who first provoked me. But tell me, if he has such an enmity with the human race, how could Dongfang Yuyong invite him here? Asked Long Chen. That's due to the passing of eras. The Dark Era is coming, and if the martial heaven continent's lifeforms wish to survive, they must unite. We cannot be fighting amongst ourselves at such a time, or once the Dark Era comes, the martial heaven continent will be powerless to resist. The world will be destroyed. Before this tribulation comes, we must set aside all our enmities. But is doing such a thing really possible? In all of history, only 5 people have ever been able to unite the continent, said Nangong Zheyu. The only ones who were truly peerless in this world were the sovereigns. Only they had been able to unite all the races. A voice like stones rubbing together rang out. With a startled cry, one of the female attendants was sent flying, her blood spraying. This attendant had tried to pour tea for Shi Lingfeng when he had sat down, but as soon as she had picked up the teacup, she was sent flying by an invisible force. The impact knocked her unconscious. I hate water the most. Did you not know? Demanded Shi Lingfeng. There were over 10 experts sitting in their own seats, and seeing this scene made them frown. Just how could Shi Lingfeng attack such a weak attendant? However, none of them made a move. This place was the Dongfang family's territory, and it wasn't up to them. Very quickly, an elder walked over, but unexpectedly, he actually apologized to Shi Lingfeng. My sincerest apologies, this little girl didn't know about this taboo of the stone race. Please forgive her. Do you want another attendant? Long Chen couldn't help shaking his head. Just what medicine had the Dongfang family taken this morning? How could they not give such a person a good slap in the face? The stone race's people can't touch water. Water is the bane of their crystal runes. That girl clearly wasn't warned about this before, but it really is beneath someone of his status to attack such a weak girl, said Nangong Zheyu. Shi Lingfeng's conduct had clearly drawn her disgust. Shi Lingfeng snorted at the elder. Just take all this away so I don't have to look at it. The elder immediately took away all the tea, and only then did Shi Lingfeng sit down. However, he immediately stood back up and looked in Long Chen's direction. More accurately, he was looking at Nangong Zheyu. What wretched luck! Shi Lingfeng's expression grew ugly upon seeing Nangong Zheyu, and a barely concealed killing intent appeared in his eyes. Chapter 2082 Confrontation. Silence rang out after Shi Lingfeng's words. Everyone looked at Nangong Zheyu. This Shi Lingfeng was just like the legend said. He was vicious and domineering, not giving face to anyone. He was actually directly provoking Nangong Zheyu. The formation around Long Chen's group was a simple one that prevented outsiders from hearing them. But they could hear what was said outside. This Shi Lingfeng is courting death. Baidang Rushuang's expression was chilly. Although she and Nangong Zheyu were enemies, Shi Lingfeng was provoking not just Nangong Zheyu, but also the everlasting families. On the other hand, Nangong Zheyu merely smiled lightly, tasting her tea as if she hadn't heard his provocation. Seeing no reaction from Nangong Zheyu, Shi Lingfeng smiled mockingly. He then turned to Long Chen. Little fellow, you're Long Chen? Demanded Shi Lingfeng. Long Chen frowned and asked Baidang Rushuang, what is wrong with this fellow? Is he an idiot? I didn't even do anything, but it seems he wants to find trouble for me. Perhaps it's because your face is blacker than his. Maybe evil people are drawn together by fate. Baidang Rushuang couldn't help finding it funny. Brat, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? Demanded Shi Lingfeng. Are you an idiot? Who said I had to answer you? Are you my son? Sneered Long Chen. However, as soon as he said this, he regretted it. Shi Lingfeng's face was so ugly, wasn't he cursing himself like this? Ah, I misspoke just now. What I meant is, are you an idiot? Fairy Zheyu can't even be bothered to look at you. Are you taking that disdain for fear? Nangong Zheyu couldn't help shaking her head. Long Chen really had no patience. Baidang Rushuang smiled though. You're courting death. Shi Lingfeng suddenly roared, and killing intent enveloped Long Chen. Brother Shi, please stop. Dongfang Yuyong appeared in the room like a spring breeze, a displeased expression on his face. Brother Shi, why bother? This place was the Dongfang family. Shi Lingfeng was too big for his britches. Long Chen insulted me, so I want to kill him. Even with Dongfang Yuyong present, Shi Lingfeng's killing intent didn't dissipate. Brother Shi, this place is the Dongfang family, not your stone race. I hope you can be clear on that. This gathering is being hosted by my Dongfang family, and it's for everyone to help each other and develop. The Dongfang family is doing this for the martial heaven continent, but we are not pushovers. If someone takes advantage of our kindness, then don't blame us for kicking you out. Although Dongfang Yuyong was rather tactful, there was anger in his eyes. The way Shi Lingfeng had treated one of their attendants was already pushing things. They had made a concession by not punishing him for it. However, Shi Lingfeng continued pushing things, and there was no way they could accept it. Dongfang Yuyong's tone was firm and embodied the resolve of his everlasting family. If Shi Lingfeng continued acting like this, he would have to scram. Shi Lingfeng nodded. Then I'll give you face and not quibble with him here. Pointing at Long Chen, he said, "Brat, just wait. Once we're out of the Dongfang family, I'll smash you to bits." Long Chen didn't reply to Shi Lingfeng's provocation directly. He looked Shi Lingfeng up and down and then whispered into Baidang Rushuang's ear, "Are those crystal things on his scabs worth some money?" Having Long Chen in such close contact made Baidang Rushuang turn red, but then she jumped at his words. He was actually placing his sights on Shi Lingfeng. "You idiot, with the formation back up, why are you getting so close?" "Oh, sorry, it was a habit. Can you answer my question?" Long Chen hadn't realized that. But after doing bad things, he didn't like to discuss them. This fellow belongs to the stone race, a strange life form. Their origins are unclear, but they were born by the earth. What can be said for sure though is that every part of their bodies is an absolute treasure. Their flesh is tough like stone. Blade and saber cannot pierce it, water and fire cannot damage it. They essentially have no weaknesses. On the ground, they can absorb the earth's energy. In the sky, they can absorb the energy of the stars. As for those so-called scabs of his, they are natural crystals, with each one being its own world. It is said that each crystal contains the Tao, and through them, it is possible to see the mysteries of the world, said Baidang Rushuang. In other words, he's worth a lot of money. Good, good, I'll be doing some big business soon then. Long Chen's eyes lit up like a hungry wolf that had seen meat. You can't be serious. Baidang Rushuang felt a chill from that look. I'm always serious when it comes to making money. I'm so poor right now. If I don't make some money, I'll starve. But don't worry, I'll make sure to pay your portion, and of course Fairy Zayu's portion too. I won't pocket all the profit myself, promised Long Chen. No, I don't need a portion. Baidang Rushuang shook her hand. What kind of joke was that? If it was known that a genius of her grand everlasting family was conducting such business with Long Chen, the Baidang family would become the laughingstocks of the continent. Furthermore, the closer she got to Long Chen, the more she felt that he wouldn't lie about something like that. He really would do it. She definitely didn't want to be implicated. However, Nangong Zayu merely smiled without saying anything, not expressing any of her thoughts toward his plan. Long Chen couldn't help finding it funny. Baidang Rushuang definitely wasn't a match for Nangong Zayu intellectually. She couldn't even tell when he was joking. Would he really drag others down with him? After the waves caused by Shi Lingfeng, things returned to calm. Experts walked in one by one. When they looked around, they nodded to the people they knew before quietly finding their own seats. With Long Chen sitting in the back, he saw everyone as they walked in. Baidang Rushuang and Nangong Zayu introduced them to him. These people were all heroes of their generation. In fact, even Long Chen had heard some legends about them. The majority of them were very cold, merely looking around indifferently before sitting down. Do all experts have to act like they're supreme and indifferent to everyone else? Asked Long Chen. Nangong Zayu said, actually, that's not the case. It's just that being unrivaled is very lonely. After reaching the peak, you can't find another target. That loneliness shaped their characters. No one else was able to stand alongside them, and no one was capable of even following them. They didn't have a single qualified opponent. That is its own kind of pain. But you're not like that, right? You don't have that narcissistic loner feeling, said Long Chen. Me, what I pursue is different from them. I've always been looking, but I've never found what I'm searching for. I'm still working hard at it, but they have already reached the peak. And what about yourself? Your character isn't like theirs either, said Nangong Zheyu, laughing when she mentioned Long Chen's character. She had never imagined that such an expert existed in this world. Me, you all dominated your era, and no one was able to fight back in the end. But I'm not able to dominate any era. At any time, I might be surrounded and beaten like a wild dog. Just look at me now. It's only been a few days, but all kinds of trouble are plaguing me, sighed Long Chen. On his way, he had run into those idiots of the mechanism sect. He had been schemed against, almost losing his life. He had already made himself a powerful enemy even before arriving at the Dongfang family. His fortune took a rare turn for the better, allowing him to obtain the moon and star refining furnace along with the 9 lotus soul condensing pill. But then, that good fortune resulted in another powerful enemy wanting to buy it from him. Huang Feiyan had used the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race to threaten him. Did she think he would submit? So a second enemy had been made. Then this stone idiot had come out of nowhere as well, directly targeting him. Long Chen asked himself just what he had done to get surrounded by enemies. Even before he killed the last batch, new ones already came. Everyone, the time has arrived. The second day's auction is about to start. At this moment, a white-robed, middle-aged man walked in. Chapter 2083 Heavenly Spirit Water. The auction was finally starting. It seemed it was starting a bit ahead of schedule. Perhaps it was because the atmosphere was too tense. The middle-aged man that had walked in was someone that Long Chen recognized. It was the same person who had appraised his pill. He was now wearing his formal clothes and standing on the stage. Everyone present is an amazing heavenly genius with great experience. I'm sure your time is precious, so I'll get right to it. The starting item is an ancient scripture. Everyone, please take a look. 2 beautiful attendants walked in, carrying a plate-sized tortoise shell. A dense mass of characters was written on the shell. Through the projections of the walls, it was possible to see that they were immortal characters. Many people present were capable of translating it, but Long Chen was not one of them. Through our study and appraisal, this tortoise shell is a translation of part of an immortal scripture. It was translated from immemorial immortal characters. The regretful thing is that part of the shell is damaged, and even if that was fixed, it is still just a part of the immortal scripture. Thus, as a research tool, it is very valuable, but its practical value is low. If anyone is interested, you can buy it and research it yourself. Of course, if someone has had the good fortune of gathering the other parts of the scripture, that would be a different matter. The age and name of the scripture is unknown. The starting bid is 10 underworld spirit beads, and each increasing bid must be 5 underworld spirit beads greater. Announced the middle-aged man. This was not an auction for profit, so there weren't too many exaggerations or ploys. The advantages and disadvantages were laid bare for everyone to see. 15 underworld spirit beads. Nangong Zheyu was the first bidder. The middle-aged man sighed with relief ever so slightly. In truth, this was a very difficult auction to be hosting. The people present were all extraordinary figures of great experience. They had seen countless treasures. If no one was interested in their very first item, they would be even more indifferent to the rest of the wares. If no one bid the entire time, that would be awkward. 20 underworld spirit beads. Apologies, Fairy Zheyu, I also want to research this tortoise shell, said a man sitting in a corner. It's not an issue. Auctions are fair, as is competition. The one with the higher bid wins. As long as the bid remains within my limit, I will just keep increasing mine, said Nangong Zheyu calmly. 25 underworld spirit beads. The man in the corner shouted out 30 underworld spirit beads after a moment's hesitation. Nangong Zheyu immediately added another 5, and in the end, her competitor shook his head. Going to 40 would be above what he thought the shell was worth. However, at least he didn't make up some lie about being a gentleman and letting her have it. He chose to be silent. Congratulations on obtaining this treasure. Very quickly, the attendants brought the treasure over to Nangong Zheyu. Long Chen looked closely at the tortoise shell, and his lips curled. 35 underworld spirit beads for this tortoise shell. It really doesn't look worth it. You can't even make a stew with this. There were 3 damaged spots on the edges of the shell. One of those spots was where the scripture was, and that was also the most important spot. With that part damaged, this shell was essentially trash. Nangong Zheyu simply smiled. You can't put it this way. Every scripture has its own history and is its own representation of the Tao. I like to research these things. The ancients, wisdom isn't something that we can imagine. Although this scripture is incomplete, just comprehending the slightest bit of its essence would be enough to benefit me. The 35 underworld spirit beads were worth it. You like research so much. You make me think of someone very erudite that I know. If the two of you were to meet, I'm sure you would be friends. Long Chen suddenly thought of Yu Xiaochen. Yu Xiaochen's learning was frighteningly deep. It was like there was nothing in this world that she didn't know. However, there were also some things that she refused to discuss in detail. Who is that? I hope you can introduce me to them, said Nangong Zheyu. For a person to be praised by Long Chen like this, they had to be extraordinary. Ah. It will be up to fate. If there's a chance, I'll introduce the two of you, said Long Chen. Yu Xiaochen's status was special, and she couldn't show herself yet. She was focused on advancing with the profound spirit Tao scripture, the immortal scripture she had obtained in the yin-yang world. As long as she fully comprehended it, she would be able to conceal herself perfectly. No one would be able to tell that she came from the original devil race. Then she could walk freely throughout the continent. I bid 20 underworld spirit beads. A raspy voice drew Long Chen's attention as he was talking with Nangong Zheyu. The second auction item had gone out. It was a fist-sized stone egg covered in cracks. Due to their chatting, they hadn't heard the introduction, so they didn't know what kind of treasure it was. The one bidding was Shi Lingfang. That object had to be useful to him. 30 underworld spirit beads. Someone also bid, causing Shi Lingfang to immediately stand up and glare at the bidder. He was irritated. Are you trying to go against me? Demanded Shi Lingfang. The competing bidder looked at Shi Lingfang and indifferently said, no one's interested in you. This place isn't the stone race, nor is it your era. You should reserve your temper, or it won't be as simple as hiding from a beating. Even your ancestor, the stone emperor xianxia, was not qualified to be so arrogant. It was only because the corrupt emperor was a follower of a god that the stone emperor took his place amongst the three emperors. If it weren't for the corrupt emperor refusing to be called emperor, there's no way your stone emperor would have climbed into their midst. The so-called stone emperor is just a name your stone race made for yourselves. The martial heaven continent has never acknowledged him, so what qualifications do you have to be arrogant? Upon hearing this, Long Chen suddenly recalled that there was no stone emperor amongst the so-called three emperors. The three emperors were the Peng emperor, the corrupt emperor, and the blood emperor. Long Chen hadn't heard this story about the corrupt emperor though. What does he mean by the corrupt emperor refused to be called emperor? Asked Long Chen. Baitang Rushuang shook her head. The corrupt emperor was a follower of the corrupt god. Claiming himself emperor would be disrespectful to his god. As for why it's disrespectful, no one really knows. This person is Luo Kanghui, and is said to be a strange genius. He awakened his manifestation at the age of 14. At that time, his cultivation base hadn't even reached the Shantian realm. His cultivation path is completely different from other people's, said Nangong Zheyu. Luo Kanghui's outer appearance was ordinary. His eyes were calm but also contained an ancient air to them that was a bit odd. His words were said calmly without any anger, but they were a naked slap in the face of Shi Lingfang. Furthermore, it was a very resounding slap. Luo Kanghui, do you dare to fight me? Shi Lingfang's face was originally ugly, but now it got even uglier. Luo Kanghui indifferently said, I'm not interested. The middle-aged man hastily said, Luo Kanghui has bid 30 underworld spirit beads. If there are no higher bids, this treasure will go to Mr. Luo Kanghui. 50 underworld spirit beads, snorted Shi Lingfang. Luo Kanghui didn't bid again. It was unknown if he felt that this thing wasn't worth that much or he just didn't feel like competing with Shi Lingfang. More treasures followed, none that were particularly outstanding. However, eventually a treasure appeared that made Long Chen's eyes light up. The middle-aged man was holding a transparent bottle. There was a drop of strange liquid inside that was roaming around like a tadpole. This is heavenly spirit water. It is not a treasure from this world and is similar to meteorites that come from outside our world. This is a magical matter from the cosmos that contains pure life energy. Whether it's for cultivation, comprehension, or forging, it can be immensely beneficial. I'm sure many people recognize this treasure, so I won't over-explain or waste everyone's time. One drop of heavenly spirit water, starting bid of 50 underworld spirit beads, announced the middle-aged man. This was the final treasure, and after it was sold, he would have accomplished his mission without any major mishaps. 60 underworld spirit beads, shouted Baitang Rushuang. However, she was bidding for Long Chen. Long Chen saw Zhao Wuji, Huang Feiyan, and even Shi Lingfeng's figures amongst the crowd. If he did it himself, whatever he bid on would be targeted by others. 65 Underworld Spirit Beads. 70. 100. Baitang Rushuang instantly raised the price to 100 Underworld Spirit Beads. This was an indication that she would fight for it to the end. As expected, after this high bid, the others bidding on it frowned. Although this heavenly spirit water was rare, it was just a single drop. 100 Underworld Spirit Beads for it was a bit much. Adding on Baitang Rushuang's attitude, they didn't have an urge to keep fighting for it. It wasn't a must-have for them. As a result, this drop of heavenly spirit water really did go for 100 Underworld Spirit Beads. The auction ended, and everyone began to leave. Long Chen asked Baitang Rushuang and Nangong Zheyu to wait a bit. They only left once everyone else was gone. Long Chen, how are you going to thank me? Baitang Rushuang waved the bottle of heavenly spirit water at Long Chen, smiling naughtily. Chapter 20 8400 Flower Dao Resonation Pill. Ah, I'm sorry, you're too late. Again, we simply cannot be together that way, said Long Chen helplessly. Shut up, if you keep talking nonsense like that, I'll really beat you. Baitang Rushuang raised a fist. Long Chen laughed and accepted the heavenly spirit water. Looking at it, he was a bit emotional. This heavenly spirit water didn't have any use on him, but it would be very effective at healing the wounds of the moon and star refining furnace. Let's go, I'll treat you to fish, said Long Chen. Fish again? If you don't want fish, I can treat you to dirt. Bastard. The three didn't go eat fish and found a secluded place to drink tea instead. Baitang Rushuang's hostility toward Nangong Zheyu had clearly lessened, to the point where at the very least, the two could talk normally to each other. Long Chen, I won't lie to you. I had a goal in getting close to you but don't even mention anything about romance again. Warned Baitang Rushuang. Perhaps Baitang Rushuang had never met someone as shameless as Long Chen. She had no way to deal with him. To make a long story short, I want to hear everything about Sovereign Yunshang. Last time, our conversation on that topic was cut short. This time, if it's not too much, I hope you can go into greater detail, said Baitang Rushuang. It's true, everything about the sovereigns is shrouded in mystery. Everyone is curious about them. Even I want to know, added Nangong Zheyu. You want to know everything I know about Sovereign Yunshang? Why didn't you say so sooner? There's nothing for me to hide. Long Chen directly told them about the battlefield in the spirit world where he had obtained Evilmoon. He told them about how Sovereign Yunshang had sealed Evilmoon and given it to him. That black blade of yours was a gift that Sovereign Yunshang left for you. Then doesn't that mean you will be the future sovereign? Exclaimed Baitang Rushuang. Yes, I also think so. I shall be the next sovereign, the one to summon rains and wind, to soar through the heavens, to dominate the continent, to be surrounded by beauties. Long Chen nodded. Ah, now that you say this, I feel like you probably aren't fit to be a sovereign. Baitang Rushuang's shock and amazement instantly transformed into disdain. Long Chen, a sovereign? She refused to believe it. They weren't alike at all. Long Chen didn't have any of the mannerisms of the sovereigns. Furthermore, what sovereign had such a scoundrel mouth? If I start talking properly now, will it be in time to become a sovereign? Asked Long Chen nervously. A chuckle escaped Baitang Rushuang. Stop making me laugh. If I laugh, I'll get wrinkles. Long Chen's nervous expression was just too odd. Nangong Zheyu shook her head. Sovereign Yunshang was the first-generation sovereign. He was able to see through space-time, into the future. For him to leave Evilmoon to you must have some deeper meaning. However, the fact that he left two things, but one was taken by Leng Yuyan doesn't make sense. Long Chen didn't say much regarding Leng Yuyan. As for the corrupt path, ever since she had escaped her execution, they had not mentioned her ever again. It was like she was a taboo. Leng Yuyan seemed to have vanished from the continent. No one knew what she was up to. Long Chen, you're very close to Leng Yuyan, correct? Asked Baitang Rushuang. Ah, how do I put this? I suppose we are very close. Long Chen suddenly thought of how Leng Yuyan had taken his first time. He suddenly missed her. He didn't know how she was right now. How was her fight with her true body? Long Chen, thank you. Through your soul, we saw the sovereign. We can now die with no regrets, said Nangong Zheyu, extremely grateful. Just now, Long Chen had opened his soul to them, allowing them to see Sovereign Yunshang from his memories. That was an opportunity that they had never expected. Having been allowed to see the true appearance of a sovereign, they confirmed that the sovereigns were truly transcendent figures just like the legends said. The charisma that Sovereign Yun Shang had possessed was even greater than the legends. Every word he said, every move he made contained the ability to make them devote their lives to him. In this world, there was a certain style, a certain heroism, a certain conviction, and when all of them were together, they were bestowed the title of sovereign. After thanking Long Chen, Nangong Zheyu left. She said that having borne witness to a sovereign, she had to focus her thoughts. She might be near a breakthrough. Baitang Rushuang also said the same thing. Watching them leave, Long Chen was a bit dumbfounded. Could seeing a sovereign really cause a comprehension breakthrough? How come he hadn't felt anything then? He hadn't had any comprehension advancements even after flipping the sovereign's chessboard. Was he an idiot? Since the two of them had gone, Long Chen asked for another alchemy room for himself. However, he wasn't refining pills but medicinal powder. He then slowly merged the medicinal powder with the drop of heavenly spirit water. The heavenly spirit water was originally transparent, but with the addition of the powders, it turned milky white. Then countless granules began to appear in it, clashing with each other. Long Chen dripped this concoction into the moon and star refining furnace. The drop instantly dissolved and was absorbed by the furnace. It really is magical. It can't be treated with common sense. The heavenly spirit water was instantly absorbed. The furnace shook slightly, and an air of life whirled around it for a moment before it once more fell into slumber. It's too bad there was so little of the heavenly spirit water. If I had a dozen drops, it might have been enough to wake up the furnace. But this isn't bad. At the very least, it has drastically shortened the time it will take for the furnace to wake up. The money was well spent. Long Chen smiled, sensing the slight air of life within the furnace with a gratified smile. The third day's auction would actually be taking place 3 days from now. Then the auctions would come to an end, and the true point of this gathering would begin. It could be said that Long Chen had come early. He hadn't really been paying attention, and so he had taken this registration time as the time that the gathering actually started. Currently, many experts were still slowly trickling over. Long Chen found it curious that Yi Lingshan hadn't come yet. She should have come right at the start. However, perhaps she was busy solidifying her awakened manifestation. Doing her best to increase her power so she could stand tall amongst these monsters wasn't a bad idea. Yi Lingshan wasn't present, and neither was the Pill Fairy. Many other experts also hadn't come. He didn't know if they weren't coming or if they were waiting for the real start. Well, it doesn't matter. Let's refine a few 11th tier pills first. Taking advantage of his leisure time, he started refining more pills. According to reason, he should be refining the 6th star's pill, the Nethergate pill. However, he lacked one of its main ingredients, the heavenly nether vermilion fruit. He had asked Zheng Wenlong to help him look for it, but Zheng Wenlong had never even heard of it. For even Zheng Wenlong to not know of it, it probably didn't exist on the martial heaven continent. With these ancient powers coming out, Long Chen could only hope that one of them would have it. However, right now he couldn't openly ask for it. He could only wait and see. The majority of the ingredients I have are just secondary ingredients. Other than the 1,000-hand soul condensing pill, the only thing I can refine is the 100-flower Dao resonation pill. Long Chen found another pill he could refine amongst the countless pill formulas in his head. 11th tier pills required far too many ingredients. Some required over 1,000. Furthermore, Long Chen only had some of the plant ingredients. Other ingredients included spirit beast essence blood, crystal cores, precious ores, and other mystical objects. Before he obtained the formulas, he hadn't thought about gathering those things. Once he had, he found that it was useless to know, because he didn't have the ability to gather them. Long Chen had already given a list to Zheng Wenlong of things to help him gather, but odds were that he would have to find ways to gather them himself. The 100-flower Dao resonation pill was one of 3 11th tier pills that used the least ingredients. It only required 100 pistils from different precious medicines. It just so happened that Long Chen had them all. With his experience refining the 1,000-hand soul condensing pill, things went much smoother. Long Chen also found that the moon and star refining furnace was helping him more. He was refining the ingredients into powders much faster, and the quality had clearly improved slightly. Excellent. The heavenly spirit water is truly a magical existence. It's already having a slight effect. The moon and star refining furnace had clearly recovered slightly from the heavenly spirit water's nourishment. Although it couldn't consciously help him, some of its natural abilities were restored. After refining the powders, Long Chen started refining the pill. However, this time, he wasn't going all out like last time. He held back slightly, prepared for any accidents. The first furnace of pills was quickly finished. There were 9 pills, 3 of them high grade and the rest middle grade. Long Chen nodded. This result surpassed his expectations. If he wanted to refine a top-grade 11th tier pill, then with his current ability, he could refine only 1 pill at a time. However, if he wasn't going for a top-grade pill, he could refine 9 pills at once with less risk. Long Chen consumed 1 of the pills. He felt his blood quicken and then rumbling rang out. Flowers began to bloom within his essence blood. Flowers also appeared on the exterior of his body. The 100 flowers lingered, and Dao runes appeared on their petals. Long Chen suddenly let out a pleasantly surprised cry. So that's the case. Chapter 2085 Progression of the World Annihilation Flame Lotus. The 100 flowers bloomed and resonated with the Dao, forming one ring which enveloped Long Chen. Intense fluctuations caused the surrounding space to shake. Long Chen let out an excited cry. Although he couldn't sense heavenly Dao energy, a scene appeared in his mind. This 100-flower Dao resonation pill was supposed to be useless to Long Chen. Unlike others, he couldn't get closer to the heavenly Daos, so he had only eaten 1 pill to test its efficiency. However, when those flower marks appeared around his body, it was like a bolt of lightning had pierced his mind. Things that he hadn't understood instantly became clear to him. Long Chen had been continuously thinking about how to evolve the World Annihilation Flame Lotus. He had tested many things, all of which ended in failure. Right now, he was only able to condense 9 star falls on top of the 9 petals of the World Annihilation Flame Lotus. What he wanted was to add even more star falls, but he was unable to figure out how he could do that. No matter what he tried, it instantly threw the lotus into disorder, causing it to explode. With the aid of the 100-flower Dao resonation pill, Long Chen realized that he had been stuck on a dead path. He had been wanting to condense an energy source at the stamen of the lotus, which was the core of this technique. However, no matter what he did, he was unable to control it. I've always been going inside to out. How stupid. Why didn't I try going outside to in? Long Chen looked at the flower marks covering his body. These flowers were absorbing heavenly Dao energy into his body. Although it would quickly fade upon entering his body, it still gave Long Chen a chance for enlightenment. A flame lotus condensed in Long Chen's hand. It was the World Annihilation Flame Lotus. Long Chen was almost able to condense it instantly. There were 9 petals, with a small sphere above each one. Those were the star fall spheres. Powerful flame energy flowed within them, making every one of them like a flaming star. Another star fall condensed on top of each of the 9 petals. Those new star falls instantly exploded, and Long Chen's hand was blown to pulp. Long Chen's expression didn't even twitch. To evolve the World Annihilation Flame Lotus, he didn't even know how many times he had been injured. He had long since gotten used to it. This way is wrong. Again, Long Chen once more condensed the World Annihilation Flame Lotus. This time, he didn't blindly test anything. Instead, he focused on sensing the interior. The energy lines were just like the meridians inside a person. They had powerful energy flowing within them. Since this pill was able to gather energy from 100 different sources, my World Annihilation Flame Lotus must be able to do it too. I just haven't found the correct path yet. Long Chen grew increasingly confident. There were many similarities between his Flame Lotus and the energy of the 100-flower Dao resonation pill. By contrasting and comparing them, he quickly thought of possibilities that made his eyes shine. The golden Flame Lotus in his hand grew brighter and brighter. Long Chen was using the heaven incinerating flame's power to experiment because a failure with it would only blow up his hand. He wouldn't dare to use the black illusion dragon flame, let alone the inverse Dao water spirit flame, as that would be suicide. As the golden lotus revolved, runes began to appear in the star falls on top of the petals. The flame energy within the first star fall began to give birth to an additional sphere of light. That sphere gradually grew larger, until it fell away from the original star fall. Long Chen's expression was serious. He stared closely at the new star fall. Using the principles behind the 100-flower Dao resonation pill, he had the first star fall act as a mother giving birth to a new star fall. Although all of Long Chen's previous tests had ended in complete failure when he had tried to do this, he wasn't dejected. The new star fall had just been born when the flame lotus suddenly became imbalanced. The lotus twisted and expanded violently before exploding. Rather than being depressed or angry, Long Chen grew excited. He once more summoned the flame lotus. The 9 star falls on top of the petals lit up at the same time as they began to give rise to new star falls. 9 new spheres fell from the original star falls. In a breath's time, they grew to the same size as the original star falls. Long Chen couldn't help letting out an emotional shout. He looked at the world annihilation flame lotus with its 18 star falls. This signified that its power had doubled from before. However, when he tried condensing the 3rd set of star falls, the lotus exploded. This time, Long Chen was prepared, and he summoned the azure dragon scales to protect his hand. Despite that, his blood freely poured out after the explosion. What is going on? Long Chen was dumbfounded. He had tried to condense an extra set of star falls from the original set, but when this 3rd set appeared, it once more ended in failure. Can each star fall only give rise to one more star fall? Wondered Long Chen. He tested it again. This time, he tried to condense the 3rd set from the 2nd set of star falls. However, it failed once more. Long Chen refused to give up. After calming down for a while, he continued. This time, after condensing the 2nd set of star falls, he activated the 1st and 2nd set together. The 2 spheres on each petal actually merged back into one and then slowly began to split back into 2. Their appearance was different now. Their energies were pulling at each other even as they separated. A 3rd sphere was slowly born between them, separating the 2 spheres. At this moment, Long Chen found that he didn't have to control them any longer. They began to activate on their own. The 3rd sphere vanished, transforming into an arc that devoured the 1st and 2nd spheres. A Taiji diagram appeared. A 4th sphere appeared, a 5th sphere appeared, a 6th sphere. The Tao gave birth to 1, 1 gave birth to 2, 2 gave birth to 3, 3 gave birth to all things. A flash of comprehension struck Long Chen. He had accidentally run into the middle of this principle. Long Chen's expression suddenly changed. Just as he was amazed by this principle, the flame lotus had grown larger and larger, with more and more star falls appearing on top of it. It was sucking away his spiritual strength and flame energy. When the 7th set of star falls appeared, Long Chen's soul panged painfully. Even Huo Long was getting uneasy because the flame lotus was sucking away too much of its energy. The terrifying power of the world annihilation flame lotus caused spatial cracks to form in the air. Long Chen began to dispel his energy hastily, and the star falls on top of it began to vanish one by one. 6, 5, 4, all the way to 3. Then the Taiji diagram that the first 3 star falls had taken the shape of also vanished. That terrifying power receded. That was close. Long Chen sighed with relief. If he had allowed the world annihilation flame lotus to keep absorbing his energy, it would have gone out of his control. When it exploded, it might have taken his life. Ha ha ha, I've finally created my own ultimate move. Long Chen raised his head and laughed. The world annihilation flame lotus had once more progressed. It might become his most terrifying trump card. A grand heroic feeling filled Long Chen. With just 7 sets of star falls and the heaven incinerating flame, it was already so powerful. Then what about with the black illusion dragon flame, or the inverse Tao water spirit flame? After a moment of delight, Long Chen also thought of a problem. The bigger the move, the more control it required. The heaven incinerating flame was his weakest usable flame. If he tried to use the black illusion dragon flame, he might just incinerate himself. Well, it's still another trump card. I'm growing more and more confident for the rest of this gathering, chortled Long Chen. Long Chen continued to test the world annihilation flame lotus for the rest of his time. He found that every additional set of star falls would increase its power immensely. It was not so simple as 1 + 1 = 2. The new star falls took on a strange formation, one that even Long Chen found too profound to fully understand. He would need to take things slowly. However, one thing was sure. The world annihilation flame lotus would become an extremely terrifying killing move in his hands. The few days passed quickly, and the runes on the walls began to blink when the time was up. The 3rd auction is starting. Everyone coming has probably arrived by now. Chapter 2086 Tian Ziazi. Long Chen came out of the alchemy room, still immersed in his pride and excitement from evolving the world annihilation flame lotus. What? Did you find some money? Coincidentally, Baitang Rushuang came out of another private room at the same time. Seeing his bright smile, she couldn't help being speechless. Just how did someone who didn't know how to conceal his emotions become an expert? Hehe, it's even better than money. I've developed my own supreme move. If anyone tries to mess with me again, I'll beat them until even their grandmas won't recognize them. Long Chen chortled, pleased with himself. The advancement of the world annihilation flame lotus marked a new milestone on his cultivation path. Throughout history, only the most astonishing and amazing of experts had managed to create their own powerful techniques. Their names were recorded within history. That was an honor only a few could receive. Long Chen was extremely confident in the world annihilation flame lotus. Although it was still incomplete, he was sure that he would be able to bring it to the level where it could shake the world. Keep bragging. If I ever believe you again, I'll admit defeat. Baitang Rushwang rolled her eyes. Who knew whether this fellow ever said one word of truth amongst his bragging? The two of them walked together into the auction room, and they could see a few people who had arrived before them. The room had been rearranged with new seats, but after his last experience, Long Chen immediately asked for a seat near the back this time. Brother Long, long time no see. One scholarly man immediately stood up upon seeing Long Chen and waved. Hu Feng, haha, you've come as well. Long Chen was a bit surprised. He finally saw a familiar face. You are the heir of the gambling heavenly Dao. Baitang Rushwang was startled. The heirs of the gambling heavenly Dao had all been famous throughout history. Their origins were mysterious, but they were incredibly powerful. This little one is the 27th generation heir, Hu Feng. Greetings, Fairy Rushwang. Hu Feng bowed slightly to Baitang Rushwang, speaking humbly. Baitang Rushwang returned the etiquette, curiously asking, you two are friends? I've known Brother Long for a long time. It can be said that he's my idol. Hu Feng smiled. Baitang Rushwang looked at Long Chen strangely. It seems you must have some good points for you to have friends. Long Chen's expression twitched, but he didn't reply. How could he not have any friends? Was everyone in this world his enemy? Hu Feng merely smiled and returned to his seat. Long Chen saw many new faces, but now wasn't the time to ask Baitang Rushwang about them. He walked over to his seat and found that Nangong Zayu had been waiting for them. It's been 3 days, but Fairy Zayu's beauty has only grown with time, said Long Chen. Nangong Zayu really didn't know how to reply to Long Chen. His praise lacked any sincerity due to how exaggerated he made it, but it was intentional. After 3 days, Mr. Long Chen seems happier than ever. You must have made great gains. You noticed, exclaimed Long Chen. With how obvious you are, even a blind person would have seen it, snorted Baitang Rushwang as she sat down. Nangong Zayu smiled. This is your special trait. A clear heart without any inhibitions can be taken as a kind of realm. HMPH, for someone to bring shamelessness to such a level, this realm will never be surpassed, said Baitang Rushwang as she picked up a grape. Long Chen laughed and sat down as well. He quietly watched more people walk in. The Dongfang family is truly powerful. They were able to pull in so many experts. Their influence is amazing. Nangong Zayu sighed. Long Chen wanted to ask which of the 4 everlasting families was strongest, but this definitely wasn't the right place to ask it. A happily surprised cry rang out. Long Chen turned to see Yi Lingshan. Long Chen immediately stood up and introduced her to Baitang Rushwang and Nangong Zayu. Yi Lingshan almost couldn't believe her eyes. She had long since made a list of the heroes of the ancient era, noting their special characters. Seeing Nangong Zayu and Baitang Rushwang sitting together very amicably together with Long Chen, she was stunned. The Martial Heaven Alliance's Yi Lingshan greets Fairy Zayu and Fairy Rushwang. Yi Lingshan hastily bowed. She had seen many of the monsters of the ancient era on her way here. All of them were powerful enough to make her heart shake. She felt like she had been at the bottom of a well before. Fortunately, her master had been wise enough to make her solidify her foundation after awakening her manifestation. Her aura was strong and condensed. If she hadn't awakened her manifestation before coming here, she would have been a laughingstock. Nangong Zayu and Baitang Rushwang returned Yi Lingshan's bow. Yi Lingshan clearly looked up to the two of them and spoke with honorifics toward them. Nangong Zayu comforted her and told her that there was no need to be so courteous. They could just call each other sisters. The feeling of distance between them was quickly shortened. You only got here today? Asked Long Chen. I arrived yesterday. Dongfang Yuyong led me around the city for the first day. To tell the truth, the foundation of the everlasting families is quite frightening. Yi Lingshan couldn't help sighing. Her eyes had been opened to the world. She had seen things that she hadn't even heard of before. Compared to the everlasting families, the martial heaven alliance was poor. He strolled around with you for a day. Is he trying to seduce you? Questioned Long Chen. Nonsense. Dongfang Yuyong isn't like that. Your way of thinking is just too dirty, rebuked Yi Lingshan. Long Chen asked her about the current state of the martial heaven alliance and was told that everything was going well. The entire world was keeping track of the goings-on of this gathering, and things were peaceful outside. Tian Ziazi has come. Suddenly, Yi Lingshan pointed toward a newcomer by the door. It was a tall and slender man with a scholar's band on his head. He held a white paper fan in his hand. It was clearly a scholarly decoration, but the fan had images of mountains of corpses and seas of blood on it. The evil air around him was apparent. There were also some flickering blood runes within his eyes. When they opened and closed, a devilish light glinted, making people shiver. Xie Tianzi is the corrupt emperor's descendant. The corrupt emperor was suppressed by the sovereign of his generation for a lifetime. It's said that Xie Tianzi inherited the corrupt emperor's supreme techniques and can be considered his heir. He's extremely dangerous, warned Baidang Rushuang gravely. Long Chen looked at Xie Tianzi, knowing that they were fated to be enemies. They were on opposite sides, and one of them would have to die. Xie Tianzi's gaze swept through the room. He immediately saw Long Chen and Yi Lingshan. A devilish smile appeared on his face. He didn't speak, instead swiping his white fan across his neck in a throat-cutting gesture. Long Chen replied with a smile and a raised fist with the middle finger sticking up. The blood runes in Xie Tianzi's eyes began to spin. It was like being stared at by death. Don't look right at him. His eyes possess a divine ability to steal people's souls, warned Nangong Zheyu. Just at that moment, Yi Lingshan felt the space around her begin to twist. It was like the world was spinning, and she felt like she might puke. After hearing Nangong Zheyu's warning, she hastily focused herself on blocking. With just a glance, Xie Tianzi had caused such a reaction. Furthermore, his main target was Long Chen, not Yi Lingshan, but she was still affected. Long Chen looked right back at Xie Tianzi. This was a spiritual clash, as well as a clash of wills. The space between the two of them wildly twisted. The blood runes filled Xie Tianzi's eyes and transformed into one strange image after another. There were wild beasts roaring, sinister ghosts wailing, and despite there clearly being no sound, it felt like they could hear the wailing in their souls. One star after another appeared in Long Chen's. In the end, 5 stars shone brightly. That was the mark of the 5-star battle armor. However, this time Long Chen hadn't summoned it outside. It was purely a mental clash. This kind of clash was no less dangerous than a battle with blades. Whoever lost would receive a grievous blow to their Dao heart. If they fought for real, the odds of losing would be many times greater. The entire room was tense as the other experts simply watched. No one said anything or attempted to stop them. Nangong Zheyu and Baidang Rushuang looked at Long Chen. An invisible wind made his robes flutter. He appeared calm with his hands clasped behind his back, and his expression was icy. That imposing figure he cut made him seem like a completely different person. The two ladies were both supreme experts and saw that Long Chen was on the defensive. However, he was like a steady boulder. His grand spiritual strength shocked them, but then they recalled that he was an alchemist. Move aside. Tian Ziazi's smile grew as they continued staring at each other. He was about to make another move when an icy voice rang out, one that felt like it was about to freeze people's souls. Chapter 2087. Surrounded by beautiful flowers. A woman slowly walked into the room. Her face was like a painting. Her robes were snow white, while her black hair fell naturally past her shoulders, creating a stark contrast. She was like a transcendent immortal walking amongst the mortal world, but this beautiful fairy was too cold, so cold that her face was like 10,000-year-old ice that would never melt. Ice crystals revolved around her. Her eyes were like gems, but they contained endless iciness. One look from her felt like it could freeze a person's soul. This person was the ice fairy Yi Ziqiu. Her icy glare made Xie Tianzi's heart shiver. He slowly retracted his mental energy. "You're in my way," said Yi Ziqiu coldly. Yi Ziqiu's arrival delighted Long Chen. So she had also been invited. Xie Tianzi smiled slightly and didn't continue. He walked to his seat. Yi Ziqiu gracefully walked over to Long Chen, but Long Chen had already gone over to welcome her. "You've finally come out of seclusion." Long Chen held Yi Ziqiu's hand, emotional. Her return signified that she would no longer have to go back to the Divine Ice Palace. She would be together with them once more. A trace of warmth appeared in Yi Zichou's icy eyes. She nodded, tightening her grip on Long Chen's hand. A faint rosiness appeared on her cheeks. "Here, let me introduce you." Long Chen hastily introduced Nangong Zheyu and Baidang Rushuang to Yi Zichou. Yi Zichou nodded. She was born icy, and as she cultivated, that icy nature only grew. She rarely ever spoke to others. Yi Lingshan was an old acquaintance who knew that Yi Zichou's character was just like this. As for Nangong Zheyu and Baidang Rushuang, they could understand this iciness. Most ice cultivators were just like this. Long Chen had the attendant add another seat. He and Yi Zichou sat together, holding hands. Even in front of Nangong Zheyu and Baidang Rushuang, they were not acting bashful. Yi Zichou blushed slightly, but she didn't pull her hand back. With Yi Zichou present, Long Chen acted much less like a scoundrel. Baidang Rushuang was startled, not knowing how she felt about that. With Yi Zichou's newfound control over her ice energy, it was no longer a struggle just to hold her hand. Last time, Long Chen had almost been frozen. Now, although he still felt a bone-chilling cold, it was endurable. He didn't need to circulate his power to block it. Long Chen had a stomach full of questions he wanted to ask Yi Zichou, but now wasn't the time. Long Chen particularly cherished Yi Zichou because back in the Julie secret realm, she had died in his arms. That scene was something he would never be able to forget in this lifetime. Yi Zichou's addition to their seats drew quite a bit of attention. Most people were sitting by themselves. Only Long Chen's side was filled with beautiful flowers who were also peerless geniuses. People were naturally envious. When Zhao Wuji walked in and saw Long Chen holding Yi Zichou's hand, quietly whispering to her, while Nangong Zheyu, Baidang Rushuang, and Yi Lingshan talked and laughed amongst themselves, flames of rage filled Zhao Wuji's heart. This was too exaggerated. Just how was it that Long Chen was surrounded by so many beautiful women, when every other person present was someone who had dominated their generation? During their lives, wherever they went, others would follow. They were the brightest stars in the sky. However, at this gathering of past and present heroes, they found themselves ordinary. As these top geniuses gathered, they were all lonely figures, maintaining an air of mystery and arrogance around them. But Long Chen actually pulled in a group of the greatest geniuses throughout history. Two of those were even from the everlasting families. The geniuses had egos corresponding to how strong they were. The men who could be invited here were the main characters of their times. Today, they found themselves being reduced to supporting characters. Enjoy your final days. Once you die, there will naturally be someone to look after your women, muttered Zhao Wuji. Although he spoke as if muttering to himself, his voice was not quiet. It was loud enough for the entire auction room to hear. Everyone turned to look at Long Chen. This was a provocation, and an extremely humiliating one at that. Long Chen's figure had already vanished from his original spot by the time they looked. He reappeared in front of Zhao Wuji and immediately kicked him. Everyone jumped because of this sudden attack. Zhao Wuji was also startled, not expecting Long Chen to really dare to attack him here. Zhao Wuji was sent flying by Long Chen's kick. He had been unable to properly use any force in his seat. Although Zhao Wuji's scale armor had appeared on his arms, blocking Long Chen's kick, it was unable to stop Long Chen's power from blowing him away. He crashed through one sturdy wall after another, breaking buildings and even some fake mountains. Long Chen came flying through the hole he made, sending a powerful punch at Zhao Wuji's face. Courting death. Zhao Wuji roared furiously. He had been caught off guard before. Now his armor transformed, becoming covered in sinister blood-colored barbs. Just at this moment, the space between Long Chen and Zhao Wuji twisted. They were originally on track to striking each other, but somehow their positions shifted subtly just enough for them to miss. Long Chen was startled. This was spatial power. It had resolved both their attacks without any fuss. This power was truly powerful. Brother Long, Brother Zhao, are you trying to tear down my Dongfang family's ancient city? A white-robed Dongfang Yuyong appeared, looking displeased. The other experts inside the room also came walking out, wanting to see how Dongfang Yuyong would resolve the current predicament. Long Chen had struck the first blow in the room. That was clearly disrespectful to the Dongfang family. It could even be called a kind of provocation. Long Chen goes too far. He attacked me first, roared Zhao Wuji. It was Zhao Wuji's wretched mouth that went too far, said Baidang Rushuang coldly. She was clearly standing on Long Chen's side. Just now, even Baidang Rushuang and Nangong Zheyu had been shocked. Long Chen had suddenly seemed to transform into a death god, becoming a demon who would slaughter devils and immortals. That fierce aura of his had made them jump. The normally joking scoundrel had become a completely different person just now. Zhao Wuji, if you're in a rush to reincarnate, I'll help you out today. There's no need for our fight to wait until after this gathering. We can start right now, said Long Chen, his gaze as sharp as a sword. Long Chen has truly become infuriated. His greatest taboo is for others to threaten him, especially those closest to him. This Zhao Wuji has touched his reverse scale, transmitted Yi Lingshan to Baidang Rushuang and Nangong Zheyu. Yi Lingshan had a greater understanding of Long Chen. He could wave off other people's threats toward him with a laugh, but if someone insulted his family, he would instantly explode. The current Long Chen left a deep impression on Nangong Zheyu and Baidang Rushuang. Floating in the sky, his black robes and hair were whipping around him. He finally met the standards of how an expert should act. Nangong Zheyu's eyes began to sparkle and unleash a few imperceptible ripples. She gradually smiled. From Long Chen, she had comprehended a kind of Tao. A Tao of freedom, of being unrestricted, of transcending all bindings, a Tao that did not care what other people thought. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Pick any time and place. If I don't kill you, I won't be Zhao Wuji. Last time, Long Chen had slapped him in the face and used some pill toxin to turn his face black. Although he had managed to recover later, that enmity had not been forgotten. Zhao Wuji had never been humiliated in his life. The countless strange gazes of the experts in that room as he had been kicked out infuriated him the most. Zhao Wuji was not actually acknowledged as deserving the same level of respect as the other supreme geniuses present. He was able to match them due to his viciousness and despicable means, but he didn't have their high prestige. However, even those supreme geniuses didn't want to provoke him. It was mostly due to his infamous reputation for his fearsome means. To put it frankly, he had come to this gathering to shake the world and show everyone just how powerful he was, to make the name of the mechanism sect resound throughout the continent once more. However, ever since he had encountered Long Chen, he had faced setback after setback and lost his face. That was completely different from his expectations. He now wanted to have a fight against Long Chen not just for vengeance, but also to prove how strong he was. Then come, let's fight outside the city. Long Chen stepped away, but just at that moment, a figure blocked his path. Long Chen was stunned, and all the other experts' hearts involuntarily shook. Chapter 2088 Withdrawing. White robes that were untouched by the dust of the mortal world and enveloped by a water-like curtain of light set off an unmatched beauty. That light was not actually water, but fire. Although the high heat had been concealed, it was possible to sense intimidating energy fluctuations that could incinerate seas. The pill fairy Yu Qingshan. Many people recognized her because she was extremely easy to recognize. There was a ring of divine light behind her that sprinkled her with a holy and noble air. She was a divine daughter, one who looked down on everyone else in the world. This was the power of a god within the halo of light behind her. It was an unblockable power that granted her the special status of divine daughter. She was a disciple of a god and had received the god's blessing and care. With the god's power backing her, she was qualified to look down on everyone else within the same realm. Even amongst this group of supreme geniuses, she was still an existence that everyone focused on. Her arrival caused countless experts' hearts to shake. The gods were transcendent existences, and although they could not descend upon the martial heaven continent, their disciples were always above everyone else due to their blessing. The pill fairy's arrival coincidentally came just as Long Chen was about to leave, and she was now blocking Long Chen's path. She looked at Long Chen without the slightest emotion in her eyes. Long Chen was also looking at the pill fairy, however, his eyes contained lament and regret. "Do you want to say something?" asked the pill fairy. Long Chen sighed. "There's nothing to say. If something has to be said, then tell me how that girl Wan Qing has been lately. She must have grown up quite a bit." Only when he brought up Wan Qing did the slightest warmth appear in the pill fairy's eyes. She seemed to have lost herself in some memory. "Wan Qing is doing very well. She's growing even more beautiful, and I'm also preparing to transmit all my alchemy arts to her. If nothing unexpected happens, she will be the future Valley Master of Pill Valley." Long Chen shook his head slightly. "She is a talented alchemist, but she's definitely not suited to wielding power. You are throwing her into a pit of fire." Although he hadn't known Wan Qing for that long, he knew her character. There was no way she could pick up the burden of being the Valley Master. That would only bring her pain. People can always change. She might not have been able to do such a thing before, but that doesn't mean that she won't be able to do it in the future. People need to work hard to change their own fate, or they will only be run over by others, said the Pill Fairy indifferently. Looking at the Pill Fairy's face, Long Chen sighed. Changing one's fate is correct, but the initiative should be in the hands of the one whose fate is being changed. Otherwise, if it is only for someone else, all that hard work won't change their fate. People live only one life, plants grow only for one spring. Their time is limited. If you can't be free, that time can only be a kind of grief. A slightly lost expression appeared in the Pill Fairy's eyes, but they quickly became icy once more. Even if free, people should understand their responsibility. Some things were fated from times long past. People should not be afraid of continuing that path forward, said the Pill Fairy. If it's long since fated, why bother cultivating? Cultivation is in itself to defy the heavens, to break through shackles, and to transcend bindings. If people's fates were set before being born, what is the point of risking our lives to cultivate? Long Chen shook his head. Long Chen and the Pill Fairy were both standing in the sky, facing each other. As for the other experts, most of them knew of the relationship between the two of them. However, now the two were enemies. When Long Chen had caused chaos in the Brahma secret realm, the Pill Fairy had tried to kill him. Countless people had witnessed that. The two of them speaking again made everyone forget about the matter of Long Chen kicking Zhao Wuji. Your so-called freedom also needs a limit. Past that limit, the only thing that exists is death. The gods are everywhere, and the laws of the heavenly Taos cannot be exceeded. You have repeatedly damaged my Pill Valley's prestige and even blasphemed the divine statue. The only thing that awaits you is death. That is the only way to wash away your sins, said the Pill Fairy chillingly. Naturally, the matter of blaspheming the divine statue referred to how Long Chen had carved, bastard, onto Lord Brahma's statue in the Brahma Divine Palace. That matter was unknown, and while these experts didn't know what exactly she was referring to, just the fact that Long Chen had dared to blaspheme Pill Valley's divine statue made these experts jump. Seeing the cold light in the Pill Fairy's eyes, Long Chen shook his head. You are no longer the old Pill Fairy. There's no need to say any more. Long Chen could no longer find the slightest familiar feeling within her eyes. Perhaps the high priest was right. Once the Pill Fairy became the divine daughter, she would be one with the god's will. It could be said that she was just a personification of the god, or more accurately, a puppet that the god controlled. Long Chen, let's continue our fight. Today, I, Zhao Wuji, will kill you. Zhao Wuji finally had a chance to interject. Just at that moment, a zither twanged. That sound startled everyone and they hastily turned. What they saw was a woman walking gracefully over to them. Every step she took seemed to embody the music of some kind of grand Tao. Every smile, every frown, every single one of her movements contained some kind of Tao charm. Ziyan, Long Chen sensed another feeling in his heart, one that he didn't know how to describe. He didn't know whether or not it was a good thing that she had come. Was she a friend or a foe? The Zither Fairy's arrival naturally interrupted Zhao Wuji's challenge. Ziyan smiled at Long Chen. We meet once again. Have you been well? Long Chen was startled. It seemed that she didn't come bearing hostility. I have been well. Many thanks for your care. Along with the arrival of the Pill Fairy and the Zither Fairy, more and more experts were drawn over. This place became packed. Dongfang Yuyong said, the new auction room has been prepared. I'd like to ask everyone to move over there, but I hope there are no more unexpected accidents this time. Other than that, Brother Zhao, Brother Long, this place is the Dongfang family, and we won't interfere in any personal enmities. However, I hope that the two of you can give my Dongfang family some face and leave your matters until after this gathering is concluded and you've left the Dongfang family. Can't you resolve things afterward? Dongfang Yuyong acted very modestly, but this time, Long Chen and Zhao Wuji had definitely gone too far. They had almost torn down the auction room. This was now a matter of face. After all, this gathering was being hosted by the Dongfang family. Everyone who had come was their guest. If others went too far, it would be taking advantage of them as a host and would be treated as a provocation. Zhao Wuji had been warned, and Shi Lingfeng had also been warned. As for Long Chen, Dongfang Yuyong viewed him as someone very important, so Dongfang Yuyong hadn't said any heavy words to him. However, Long Chen had fought inside the Dongfang family several times now. He was clearly trying to probe Dongfang Yuyong's bottom line, which was not giving him any face at all. At first, Dongfang Yuyong's treatment toward Long Chen had made people think that he was biased and that the two of them had to have some kind of secret relationship. However, with how often Long Chen was causing trouble, people now thought that the two of them definitely didn't get along. Otherwise, Long Chen would have at least resisted to act to give Dongfang Yuyong face. Sorry, I simply have this kind of temper. If someone has an issue with me, they can come at me but not insult my people. Otherwise, even if it was the king of the heavens, I wouldn't let them get away with it, said Long Chen. Since that's the case, I'll withdraw from this gathering. To tell the truth, this so-called gathering of past and present heroes has disappointed me. Everyone's expressions changed slightly. Long Chen's meaning was that of the people here, only a few had entered his eyes. Since he hadn't given any names, no one was willing to reply. However, his words clearly contained a feeling like he was looking down on them. But if they said anything, it would be taking a general comment as a personal attack. Long Chen, what are you trying to do? If you want to leave, then leave. If you want to stay, then stay. Just being allowed to come is an honor to you. Why act like you're some big wig? Shi Lingfeng was the first to respond. He knew that he was definitely amongst the number of people that Long Chen was talking about. You're disappointed? I'd say that you're the most disappointing of everyone here. A generation's expert without the slightest manners of an expert naturally can't get along with us. Criticizing others just shows what a petty little person you are. Such a person is not fit to attend this gathering, said Huang Feiyan of the Zon Beasts. A selfish person like you won't be able to make any major accomplishments. If you want to leave, then leave. No one will stop you. Another person in the crowd spoke out, dissatisfied with Long Chen. Quite a few other experts were looking at Long Chen coldly. Although they didn't say anything, it was possible to see the disdain in their eyes. Their meaning was clear: it did not matter if he was in this gathering or not. In truth, the way that Long Chen had been talking and laughing with Nangong Zheyu, Baidang Rushuang, Yi Lingshan, and Yi Ziqiu had drawn the dislike of many people. Now that Long Chen had said that he wanted to leave, most people wanted him to hurry up and scram. Yi Ziqiu held Long Chen's hand. She knew Long Chen's character. He wouldn't just sit by and endure while Zhao Wuji insulted his lovers. That was his reverse scale that no one could touch. This flaw had already been found out by everyone, and they knew that using this method to antagonize Long Chen would always be effective. This was a fatal weakness, but it was also what made Yi Ziqiu's heart his. A man who was willing to risk his own life for his women was a blessing. Long Chen smiled at Yi Ziqiu, seeing the warmth in her eyes. The two of them prepared to leave. Yi Lingshan sighed, since that's the case, I'll leave too. Many thanks for your hospitality, Mr. Yuyong. Yi Lingshan moved, and then Nangong Zheyu and Baidang Rushuang also followed. It was Baidang Rushuang who said, how boring. If I had known the gathering would be like this, I wouldn't have come. The two of them both walked away, causing Dongfang Yuyong's expression to change. Chapter 2089 Kun Pengxi. Baidang Rushuang was actually standing by Long Chen's side. As long as Long Chen left, she would leave as well. Nangong Zheyu was also with Baidang Rushuang, expressing her attitude without saying anything. That made everyone's expressions change. If two of the four everlasting families left, then this gathering of past and present heroes hosted by the Dongfang family would become a joke. Adding on the martial heaven continent's #1 alliance leaving, what would even be the point of holding this gathering? If this gathering doesn't have Long Chen, then it really is meaningless. I can only leave. Sorry for not living up to your standards, brother Dongfang. Amongst the crowd, Hu Feng cupped his fists toward Dongfang Yuyong apologetically. It seems that I came at a bad time. As soon as I get here, I have to leave. Ziyan sighed, looking at Long Chen. Although she didn't know what was going on here, her meaning was also clear. People were shocked. Since when did Long Chen possess such influence? Even Long Chen was shocked. The only reason he had left was for his own sake. He knew that he couldn't stay because Zhao Wuji would say even more baiting words. He wouldn't be able to sit there and be insulted like that. That was directly against the 9-star hegemon body art's will. He hadn't expected Nangong Zheyu and Baidang Rushuang, two supreme geniuses who represented two supreme powers, would also stand beside him. There were only two possibilities. Either the two of them were also outraged for him, or the four everlasting families were not actually as united as he had thought. Perhaps they also had some kind of mission in coming here, but whatever their reasons, he was grateful that they were standing beside him. For Nangong Zheyu and Baidang Rushuang to stand beside him was shocking, but understandable to him. However, when Ziyan also spoke up, he found it incomprehensible. Looking at Ziyan, Long Chen felt that there was something different about her, but as for what that was, he couldn't say for sure. Everyone here is a supreme genius. There's no need to let something minor harm our friendships. Wouldn't other cultivators laugh at us if we let that happen? This matter is all my fault, said Dongfang Yuyang. I was busy with many things and didn't take care to make sure that people showed consideration for other people's taboos. This conflict should have never occurred, and it's my fault that it did. I hope that everyone can give me a little face and let this matter go. Brother Long, is that acceptable? Said Dongfang Yuyang. Dongfang Yuyang had already taken a very deferential position. Long Chen's actions had clearly been in the wrong, but Dongfang Yuyang placed the responsibility on himself. That was already giving more than enough face to Long Chen. If Long Chen still left, it would be incredibly rude. He had no choice but to say, Brother Yuyang is a dragon amongst men. I wasn't trying to force you to do anything. It's just that some people go too far. I want to leave because I don't want to bring you more trouble. If certain idiots keep talking the way they have been, I won't be able to hold myself back. At that time, I would just make things harder on you. Long Chen didn't want to go yet. He wanted to see how much his pill would sell for and to see if he could buy anything good. But Zhao Wuji was too vile. If this place wasn't the Dongfang family, Long Chen would have long since slaughtered him. Dongfang Yuyang was practically flawless with how he had handled things, and when it came to Long Chen's matter, he had clearly been biased toward protecting him. He said, Don't worry about this. Starting today, I will be in charge of accompanying everyone. I trust that everyone will give me this face. Alright, if you say something like that, I'd feel bad leaving. Long Chen walked back. Zhao Wuji, Shi Lingfeng, and the others' expressions were a bit unsightly, but if they continued targeting Long Chen, it would be a slap in Dongfang Yuyang's face, so they only snorted. This matter was suppressed just like this by Dongfang Yuyang. Baidang Rushuang smiled, knowing that with her and Nangong Zheyu standing beside Long Chen, Dongfang Yuyang would be forced to concede. Thank you, transmitted Long Chen to Baidang Rushuang and Nangong Zheyu. He was very grateful for their help. He also cupped his fists in thanks toward Hu Feng. Hu Feng had also stood by his side, meaning that he viewed Long Chen as a friend. Hu Feng was the gambling heavenly Dao's heir. He was mysterious and powerful. Even here, he had a powerful position. Not having to leave made Yi Lingshan sigh with relief. When she had left for this place, Ku Jianying had repeatedly warned her to look after Long Chen and make sure that he didn't cause any trouble. However, there was no way for her to look after Long Chen. If they had returned like this, Ku Jianying would give them a blistering lecture. Rather than forming good relationships with the powerful existences that had appeared, they had instead solidified their enmities. She really didn't know how she would be able to explain herself if they left like this. The new auction room was already ready. It went without saying that the Dongfang family's efficiency was amazing. In the second room, Long Chen still chose to sit at the back. Yi Lingshan, Yi Ziqiu, Nangong Zheyu, and Baidang Rushuang followed him. But what he didn't expect was for Ziyan to come as well. May I ask if there is a spot for me? Asked Ziyan. Of course. Please, sit. Long Chen naturally wouldn't refuse. Ziyan's display just now had been an expression of goodwill. Although he still didn't know her exact standing point, her action just now was enough. Ziyan greeted the others. Her special Dao charm that contained the essence of the heavenly Daos made even Nangong Zheyu and Baidang Rushuang view her with respect. Nangong Zheyu in particular was getting along with Ziyan very well. After just a few words, it was like the two of them were close friends. Ziyan's experiences and comprehension resonated with Nangong Zheyu's in many areas. The two of them began a long conversation about all things within heaven and earth. After just a few exchanges, they were holding hands, quietly discussing something. Long Chen held Yi Zichou's hand while talking to Baidang Rushuang and Yi Lingshan. At the same time, he was paying attention to what was happening at the front of the room. Suddenly, Ziyan sent him a spiritual message. Long Chen, you don't need to guard against me any longer. I think that we won't be enemies in the future. Really? Long Chen was pleasantly surprised. Yes, my ancestral master said so herself. The Great Era's arrival means that the Dark Era will quickly follow. Right now, everyone must be united to defend the martial heaven continent. Whether you're a hero or a devil, as long as you choose the right opponents to face, your name will be immortalized throughout history, said Xian. It was like a weight had been lifted from her shoulder. Are you referring to your fated devil star? Probed Long Chen. Xian had once told him that he was her life's fated devil star. Even now, Long Chen didn't know just which rat bastard had come up with such a pain in the ass nonsense. In any case, Xian seemed to believe it without question. The two of them were fated to be mortal enemies, and she had constantly wanted to purify him. As for Long Chen, he had been unable to bring himself to kill Xian either, so she had always been a sore point in his heart. Xian smiled. The devil is born from the heart. The heart devil is also a kind of trial. I promised my master I would overcome my heart devil. I will never. With you? Well, in any case, we won't be enemies in the future. Long Chen didn't notice the pain that appeared deep within her eyes when she said that. In order to no longer be enemies with Long Chen, she had promised the elusive music immortal palace that she would not have any feelings toward Long Chen. She had even sworn this oath in front of the ancestral master who had presided over successive generations. Although she would no longer have to be enemies with Long Chen because of her master or her sect's orders, when it came to her relationship with him, it could no longer progress a single step forward. As long as we're not enemies, it's good. To tell the truth, it was really hard on me every time you appeared to block my path. Long Chen smiled. As he was looking into the crowd, he was only happy, not seeing Xian's sadness. Brother Peng, haha, you've finally arrived. Just at this moment, Dongfang Yuyong, who had been personally greeting everyone, coming in, stood and welcomed someone. When that person appeared, all the experts in the room focused on him. They knew who he was. Kun Pengxi. He's actually also awakened, said Baidang Rushwang. Who is Kun Pengxi? Asked Long Chen. Could it be that ease? Yi Lingshan turned pale. Yes. The son of the Peng Emperor whose wings shattered all Daos and whose claws slaughtered heavenly geniuses. The Peng Emperor's blood flows through his veins. He is said to be the Zan Beast's strongest expert. Nangong Zheyu nodded, also staring at him. He is a true emperor's son. It is said that he obtained the Peng Emperor's complete inheritance. For him to awaken now, he's probably also aiming to corroborate his Dao, said Xian. The Peng Emperor was one of the true three emperors, the experts recognized throughout history to be second only to the sovereigns. Kun Pengxi was the son of an emperor, who had directly inherited his father's bloodline. Long Chen looked closely at Kun Pengxi. He was 9 feet tall, taller than humans but not particularly tall for a Zan beast. However, his blood qi was incredibly strong. His face looked like it had been carved by a knife. His nose was extremely high and had a slight hook at the end. There were runes flickering within his eyes. He's a lightning cultivator. Long Chen was startled. Yes, the Peng Emperor was born being able to control lightning. His killing power was exceptionally terrifying. As his son, Kun Pengxi is naturally able to use all his abilities, said Baidang Rushwang. Kun Pengxi nodded at Dongfang Yuyong without saying anything. Turning to Long Chen, he began to walk over. Chapter 2090 Infinite 8 Bitters Root. Kun Pengxi began walking over to Long Chen, but halfway there, he turned and walked to Huang Feiyan, sitting beside her. Huang Feiyan's mouth moved. Their seat was covered by a sound formation, so it was impossible to tell what they were talking about. Kun Pengxi turned slightly to glance at Long Chen after hearing what she said. His sharp face was expressionless. Long Chen, you've gained another terrifying enemy. It was said that the Peng Emperor has passed on his life's mission to Kun Pengxi, having entrusted everything to him. He is his true successor. As for you, considering your enmity with the Zan beasts, there will definitely be a fierce battle between the two of you, warned Baidang Rushwang. Even Baidang Rushwang was worrying for Long Chen. He really was surrounded by enemies, each stronger than the last. A fight's a fight, I'm used to it, said Long Chen indifferently. This was also a reason he hadn't wanted to come to this gathering. This scene was essentially what he had predicted. Of course, hiding was not a solution. In the cultivation world, yielding and accommodating others would not get you peace. It would just make the storm grow stronger before it crashed down upon you. If you took a step back, your enemies would take a step forward. You couldn't compromise your way out of that. In the end, you would be forced back to a land of death without a chance to turn things around. Kun Pengxi's arrival caused quite a few waves. After all, he was the son of one of the 3 emperors. His status and position was extremely high. Kun Pengxi as an emperor's son and the Pill Fairy as a divine daughter were like two huge mountains amongst their midst, suffocating them. Only Shi Lingfeng was glaring at Kun Pengxi. Kun Pengxi was a true emperor's son. Hence, Shi Lingfeng's own status as the descendant of one of the three emperors was now no longer high. First, the Peng Emperor had been acknowledged by everyone as one of the three emperors. As for the Stone Emperor, he had barely managed to get that title because the corrupt emperor had refused to call himself emperor. Even if he called himself emperor, the Stone Emperor was just gilding his own face. Second, Kun Pengxi was the Peng Emperor's direct son with a bloodline inheritance. As for Shi Lingfeng, he was just one of the Stone Emperor's descendants. The Stone race were not humans nor beasts, so there was no such thing as a bloodline for them. Kun Pengxi, once this gathering is over, I want to ask for some pointers from you. Please show me the supreme techniques of the Peng Emperor. In the end, Shi Lingfeng wasn't able to stop himself from challenging Kun Pengxi. However, in front of Kun Pengxi, Shi Lingfeng didn't dare to be arrogant. Even though it was a challenge, it wasn't overbearing. "Any time you want," responded Kun Pengxi in a cold tone. As time passed, more and more experts filled the room. Long Chen counted over 80 people. That person is... Suddenly, Yi Lingxian's pupils shrank as she spotted someone at the entrance. At some point, a small, delicate figure had appeared. She appeared silently without anyone noticing. It was like she didn't even exist. If they didn't personally see her, there would have been no way to sense her existence. She wore a black cloak that covered most of her face. It only revealed a straight nose and a small mouth. From her figure and what was revealed of her face, she looked to be around 14 to 15 years old. She hadn't even fully grown up, but her appearance shook everyone present. Every person here, as a supreme genius, possessed amazing spiritual perception. But not one of them had sensed this girl's arrival. Most shocking of all, this girl was the same as the Pill Fairy. She had a divine ring behind her head casting her in holy divine light. Long Chen's heart shook. He almost instantly thought of a certain name, Dong Mingyu. Back in the day, she had gotten third place on the Devil Slaughter rankings. Now she was appearing before everyone with another status. The ring behind her showed that she was also a divine daughter. "Junior sister Dong Mingyu, you're finally here." Dongfang Yuyong immediately went to greet her. With another divine daughter present, the atmosphere grew heavier once more. Even these supreme geniuses, who had swept through their generations, felt a mountain-like pressure in the face of those who had the inheritances of gods. Dong Mingyu nodded without saying anything and walked over to her own seat. Her hood was up, not allowing anyone to see her expression. For her large cloak to cover her small body was a bit odd-looking, but the sight of her made every expert feel a profound sense of fear. The Bloodkill Hall was legendary for its assassinations. They were skilled in killing targets far stronger than them. As their ordinary disciples could assassinate targets across realms, their divine daughter must be even more terrifying than them. After Dong Mingyu's arrival, there were a total of 87 people. Long Chen didn't see Mo Nian's figure anywhere. "Respected heavenly geniuses, thank you for attending our third auction. This auction is the most important one, and I trust that it won't disappoint you." The original Pill Appraiser who had hosted the last auction came up once more, his voice resounding throughout the room. Perhaps he simply understood the characters of heavenly geniuses, and he didn't waste words. He got straight to the first treasure. This is an infinite 8 bitters root, an immortal remnant. It has long since gone extinct, and this root here might be one of a kind. It contains 8 kinds of bitterness: birth, age, sickness, death, parting with love, meeting with hate, failure, and the 5 sufferings of the skandhas. It penetrates deep into the heart and can temper the will as well as bestow comprehension of life. It is one of the best medicines for peering into the heavenly Taos. It can be said that this infinite 8 bitters root is a priceless treasure, but the regretful thing is, due to how old it is, it has used up almost all its spirituality. It only has the slightest trace of life left. As a result, its medicinal effect has sharply dropped, and as for the 8 realms of bitterness it embodies, their essence is sharply discounted. The middle-aged man couldn't help having a regretful expression. Such a priceless treasure had been wasted like this. The other experts' eyes had been shining at the start, as they had heard of the great name of the infinite 8 bitters root before. However, if such a priceless treasure had lost all its energy, then it wasn't really valuable. They even guessed that this infinite 8 bitters root was something someone had just tossed in because it was useless. Its actual value was very low. The middle-aged man continued, although its actual value is now low, it can be considered a one-of-a-kind object, so we decided to use it to open this auction. Whether or not it's useful depends on the person. I'm sure many of the heavenly geniuses here have some interest in it. The infinite 8 bitters root, starting price of 30 underworld spirit beads. Each bid must be 5 beads greater than the last. Let the bidding start now. Long Chen's heart pounded wildly as he looked at that infinite 8 bitters root. It was definitely an extremely precious medicinal plant. It had no tear, but if refined into medicinal powder, it could be merged into many kinds of medicinal pills to increase their quality. Any pill its powder was added to would no longer be as explosive. That middle-aged man clearly knew that, which was why he had such a regretful expression. It had too little life energy to refine into medicinal powder. The amount of energy it possessed was probably only enough for one expert to experience the 8 bitters realm, and that realm wouldn't be as perfect as before. The starting auction item was extremely important. It couldn't be too precious, or it would overshadow the following items. It also couldn't be ordinary, or people wouldn't be interested in the rest of the auction. So the first item had to be attractive while not being very expensive. Thus, this deteriorated infinite 8 bitters root had been tossed out. 35 underworld spirit beads. Someone immediately shouted a bid. 40 underworld spirit beads. 50 underworld spirit beads. The price grew higher and higher. It quickly reached 75 underworld spirit beads. This bid was from Huang Feiyan. After this bid, many of the other bidders shook their heads. This price was too high, and they also didn't want to fight against Huang Feiyan, who was famous for being a petty woman. 80 underworld spirit beads. Just as Huang Feiyan thought that the infinite 8 bitters root was about to enter her pocket, Long Chen opened his mouth. This time, Long Chen didn't have Baidang Rushuang act for him. Last time, she had done it for Long Chen to get some advantage. However, this time, it was different. As an alchemist, Long Chen knew why Huang Feiyan wanted this infinite 8 bitters root. Her spiritual strength was her weak point as a Zan beast. She had always wanted to make up for it. Furthermore, as a Zan beast, her comprehension of the 8 bitters like birth, age, and death was below average. So even though this infinite 8 bitters root had almost lost all its power, someone as rich as her could afford it for the chance that it might allow her soul to advance. She had clearly shown her hand. This 8 infinite bitters root was a must-have for her. If Long Chen made Baidang Rushuang bid for him, she would draw the ire of Huang Feiyan. Pulling someone he trusted down wasn't something that Long Chen would do, so he bid himself. As expected, Huang Feiyan instantly became frosty. She turned around to glare at Long Chen. 100 underworld spirit beads. Huang Feiyan was enraged. She thought that Long Chen was intentionally finding trouble for her. 105, bid Long Chen. He also viewed this infinite 8 bitters root as a must-have because he had the primal chaos space. He could restore it and grow more. That would be of great help in his alchemy. Long Chen, you are courting death, roared Huang Feiyan. An invisible pressure burst out of her, startling the other experts. Chapter 2091 No effect. Huang Feiyan's furious shout made the others in the room frown. Just how petty was she? Everyone wanted treasures, and this was an auction. Why couldn't others bid on something just because she wanted it? Bidding was courting death. The Zan beasts were definitely too big for their britches. With shit like you here, why would I need to look for more shit? Long Chen was also enraged. This girl was too arrogant. Why couldn't he bid for this? He rarely stooped to the level of women who irritated him, but this Huang Feiyan was too infuriating for him to hold back. Baidang Rushuang almost spat out her tea after hearing this. Quite a few people were looking at Huang Feiyan oddly, some of them having a faint smile on their faces. Huang Feiyan took a few seconds to react as she didn't understand the human language as well as them. However, when she realized what Long Chen had said, she turned ashen with rage. She pointed at Long Chen, about to burst into curses. Sit down. Peng Kunzi suddenly shouted at her. Huang Feiyan unwillingly glared at Long Chen, but she swallowed what she was about to say. Clearly, even someone as willful as her had to listen to Kun Pengxi. It could be seen just how grand Kun Pengxi's status was amongst the Zan beasts. Dongfang Yuyong couldn't help frowning. He had previously said that he would accompany everyone now and that they were to give him face by not causing any more trouble. Zhao Wuji and Shi Lingfeng hadn't provoked Long Chen, but Huang Feiyan seemed to have not heard Dong Yuyong's statement, irritating him. However, Dongfang Yuyong also did not want to expel her unless he was forced to. If he casually kicked people out, that wouldn't be in accordance with the goal of this gathering. Fortunately, Kun Pengxi was present, suppressing her. Seeing this, everyone realized that Huang Feiyan was even more unreasonable than the stories said. Perhaps only Kun Pengxi could keep her under control. Mr. Long Chen bids 105 underworld spirit beads. Are there any higher bids? If not, I'll have to announce, said the middle-aged man. 200. Huang Feiyan spat out her bid. 200 underworld spirit beads was an astoundingly high bid. Even though these heavenly geniuses didn't lack money, this was no small amount. Even 100 would not have been worth it for this measly withered root. For her to bid 200, perhaps she had gone insane and simply wanted to go against Long Chen. 205. Long Chen's bid calmly came out once more. Flames almost exploded out of Huang Feiyan. She had already come to the conclusion that Long Chen was going against her. Each time, he was bidding 5 beads more than her. He was clearly toying with her. This was no longer a matter of price but a competition of wealth. She refused to believe that someone with no backer could compare to someone like her in terms of wealth. She was about to bid 300. Give it to him, said Kun Pengxi indifferently. What? Huang Feiyan was enraged. Even Kun Pengxi wasn't letting her continue. If you can't learn to control your emotions, then even a pile of infinite 8 bitters roots wouldn't help you. External power can only assist you, but cultivation relies on yourself. Do you think a little infinite 8 bitters root can change your fate? That's a joke. If you could learn to see yourself clearly, that would be even more helpful than 10 infinite 8 bitters roots. Refusing to accept a simple setback like this means that you will never be able to step to a higher level. Every person requires setbacks before advancing while constantly strengthening themselves. Of course, some people manage to advance with no setbacks at all. But I'll tell you this, those people all died without understanding how to stop and take a look at where they were. They just blindly charged forward. What kind of accomplishments could they have? Said Kun Pengxi coldly. His words were heard clearly by all the experts because Huang Feiyan had shut down the sound formation in order to shout at Long Chen. Everyone quietly nodded. Kun Pengxi was a true expert. Even as a Zan beast, he was cool-headed and able to control his own emotions. No wonder the Peng Emperor had chosen him as his heir. After all, Zan beasts were still beasts. They were easy to anger, and their comprehension of the heavenly Taoes was a far cry from humans. The heavens had given them powerful physical bodies and long longevity, and in exchange, stripped them of their comprehension toward the heavenly Taoes. People said that the heavens were fair. If they gave you something, they would also take something else away. In the same vein, if they took something from you, they would also quietly give you something. Perhaps that was the true essence of the heavenly Taoes. Kun Pengxi was calm and steady, truly possessing the mannerisms of an emperor. Huang Feiyan appeared particularly immature in front of him. 205 underworld spirit beads going once. 205 underworld spirit beads going twice. 205 underworld spirit beads going thrice. Congratulations Mr. Long Chen on obtaining the infinite 8 bitters root, announced the middle-aged man in charge of the auction. Long Chen's lips curled. What congratulations? This thing was trash in other people's hands. It was only useful to him. If it weren't for that idiot Huang Feiyan, this thing's price would not have surpassed 50 underworld spirit beads. However, an auction wasn't the place to get an advantage. The second item quickly went up. It was a set of bone armor and was also an ancient relic. There were divine runes on it, but just like the infinite 8 bitters root, it was damaged. There was no way around that. These things were too old. Many parts were incomplete, and that was the only reason why their owners had been willing to auction them off. Despite the damage, the bone armor had many rare runes on it, and so there was value in researching it. There was definitely some potential there. The bone armor drew quite a bit of attention, going from a starting price of 30 underworld spirit beads all the way to 150 in no time at all. In the end, the winning bid was made by Nangong Zheyu for 180 underworld spirit beads. She was particularly fond of these things that had historical value. Last time it was a tortoise shell, and this time it's bone armor. Hehe, if you add some tofu, you can make a delicious stew. Then if I added the infinite 8 bitters root, it would definitely be nourishing, joked Long Chen. Nangong Zheyu smiled. Both times, she had bought bones. For a girl to keep buying such things was truly a bit strange. Just as the third treasure was put up for auction, the items that Long Chen and Nangong Zheyu had bought were brought over. After obtaining the infinite 8 bitters root, Long Chen couldn't stop his heart from wildly pounding. If it worked, he would profit endlessly. If it didn't work, those 200 underworld spirit beads of his would have been for nothing. Long Chen directly tossed the infinite 8 bitters root into the primal chaos space. He covered it with the life dirt. However, he was disappointed not to see any reaction at all. Normally, whatever plant he threw in, even if it was just a branch, it would quickly start to revive and grow. However, there was no sign of that from the endless 8 bitters root. Long Chen sighed inside. It seemed that this endless 8 bitters root had run out of all its vitality. Even the primal chaos space was unable to revive it. The auction continued. It went without saying that everything being auctioned off was an amazing treasure. Every item was enticing. Long Chen wished he could buy them all, but he didn't have that much money. At this time, Long Chen saw what powerful foundations these ancient existences possessed. He had thought that the 500 underworld spirit beads he had obtained with the 100-flower Dao resonation pill would make him rich, but now he found that these 500 underworld spirit beads weren't that much at all. Many people were bidding over 500 underworld spirit beads. For example, Nangong Zheyu had spent over 600 underworld spirit beads. Long Chen looked at her directly and asked if the people in her home were all this rich, eliciting a laugh. "Ziqiu, do you see anything you want? If you do, just tell me. Although I'm out of money now, I can always borrow some and buy things for you. My 2 big rich creditors are right here." Long Chen smiled at Yi Ziqiu. Yi Ziqiu had always been icy, and Long Chen wanted to improve the slightly cold atmosphere of their seat. "Let me tell you, I'm not lending you any more. I also don't have that many underworld spirit beads," warned Baidang Rushuang. This fellow had no money and still offered to buy things for others. He was truly shameless. "I don't see anything interesting, but my master gave me 300 underworld spirit beads this time. Long Chen, you can use them." Yi Ziqiu took out a cosmos bag and gave it to Long Chen. Long Chen was immediately embarrassed. It was just a joke, but Yi Ziqiu had taken it seriously. Just how could Long Chen take Yi Ziqiu's money in front of everyone? "Ah, I never thought that the great Long Chen would have the potential to be a gigolo." Baitang Rushuang laughed. After being teased by this slippery fellow for days, she finally found a chance to counterattack. With Baitang Rushuang saying this, Long Chen really couldn't accept this cosmos bag. Seeing his embarrassed state, Baitang Rushuang laughed delightedly. Long Chen simply told Yi Ziqiu to keep it for now, and if there was anything good that appeared, they could combine their underworld spirit beads to buy it. By this point, the prices of the treasures appearing were growing increasingly high. "A Qilin horn. They even have such a thing!" exclaimed Yi Lingshan suddenly. A giant horn had been brought onto the stage. Divine runes still flashed on top of it, and an incredibly ancient aura was emitted. This was definitely not a damaged item. The appearance of the Qilin horn brought intense competition. In the end, it was Huang Feiyan who managed to purchase it for 1,080 underworld spirit beads. That was the highest bid since the auction had started. Huang Feiyan happily took away the Qilin horn. Clearly, it was very useful to her. Everyone, the Qilin horn was one of the 3 top treasures of this auction. In other words, there are still 2 more priceless treasures coming up. Those who haven't managed to win anything, don't miss this chance. Here is the next treasure. It is definitely exciting and desirable. The middle-aged man pushed open a red curtain on the stage, causing countless startled cries to ring out amongst the crowd. Chapter 2092 related to the sovereigns. Hand seals began to appear on top of the stone stage, blossoming like flowers and revolving around a medicinal pill. That pill was like the bright moon surrounded by stars. It appeared especially mysterious and dazzling. A top-grade 11th tier medicinal pill, and furthermore, it has the mark of heavenly lightning. It's a tribulation pill. The experts here all had immense experience and instantly recognized this medicinal pill's quality. Huang Feiyan in particular began to tremble. Although she didn't recognize what this pill was, she could sense its power. As those hand seals blossomed, soul energy crazily rushed toward it, surging through the walls. This pill was condensing the soul energy of all things within heaven and earth. It was a truly shocking scene. After 3 breaths' time, the middle-aged man said, "This pill's name is the 1,000-hand soul condensing pill. It is an extremely rare tribulation pill. Let alone in the current age, even in the ancient era, such a pill was rarely seen. I'm sure everyone here is aware that any 11th tier medicinal pills that still exist were nourished through special formations and never went through tribulation. That's because the odds of a pill surviving tribulation are too low. It is said that the odds are 1 in 10, but in reality, as an alchemist, I can tell everyone that the actual chances definitely do not surpass 1 in 100. Just refining a top-grade 11th tier medicinal pill is as difficult as ascending the heavens. Sometimes, it doesn't just rely on power but also luck. Even a Grand Master of the Pill Dao may not manage to refine a top-grade 11th tier pill in their lifetime. Some Grand Masters strive their entire lives to do so only to fail, and countless geniuses of the Pill Dao have lost their lives in pursuit of refining a top-grade 11th tier pill. That's why this 1,000-hand soul condensing pill is so precious. Please don't misunderstand, I'm not saying this to embellish this medicinal pill. This pill was offered by a certain heavenly genius, and it doesn't matter to my Dongfang family how much it sells for. It wasn't the Dongfang families. People were stunned. Who would actually auction off a tribulation pill? Instantly, quite a few people glanced at Long Chen. Long Chen narrowed his eyes. This appraiser really said a lot of extra words. Was he trying to make a target of him? Long Chen, is this 1,000-hand soul condensing pill yours? Asked Baidang Rushuang. Yes. Long Chen nodded. There was no need for him to lie to them. You really are an idiot. How could you sell off such a precious tribulation pill? Baidang Rushuang was shocked. I need money. Long Chen shrugged. He wasn't born rich like her. Baidang Rushuang looked at him like he was a wastrel. That made Long Chen laugh. This pill was something he could refine as many of as he wanted. This treasure in other people's eyes was nothing to him. Although the middle-aged man hadn't directly said that the owner of this 1,000-hand soul condensing pill was Long Chen, most people had already guessed it. The news of Long Chen obtaining the Moon and Star refining furnace and the 9 Lotus soul condensing pill had already spread. As for this 1,000-hand soul condensing pill, it had a similar effect as the 9 Lotus soul condensing pill. If someone had both, it truly was possible to sell one. Although I'm sure you've guessed the effect of this 1,000-hand soul condensing pill, let me give a brief explanation. It nourishes the soul, but that's not all. It will leave a seed within the Yuan spirit. Like this, the consumer and the pill will become one, and for 1 year, the pill will continue nourishing the soul. The 1,000-hand soul condensing pill's essence is to nourish the soul with all Daos. Furthermore, this pill is most likely 10 times greater than an ordinary top-grade 11th tier pill. That's all I have to say. The starting bid is 500 underworld spirit beads, and each bid must be 50 beads greater than the last. Let the bidding commence. Even the middle-aged man was getting excited. As an alchemist, auctioning off a tribulation pill was also a kind of honor. 1,000 underworld spirit beads. Huang Feiyan immediately doubled the price, indicating that she had to obtain it. 1,100. However, her high bid didn't scare off others. Baidang Rushuang also took action, immediately adding another 100. Do you want this 1,000-hand soul condensing pill? Asked Long Chen. Fool, who wouldn't want such a treasure? Baidang Rushuang rolled her eyes. Long Chen stared blankly at her before realizing the issue. These ancient monsters had definitely consumed medicinal pills to increase their spiritual strength. With their status, even top-grade 11th tier medicinal pills weren't out of their reach. However, every pill could only be eaten so many times before it lost its effect. Normally, a pill would only have half the effect if someone had already consumed an identical pill. By the third pill, the effect would have dropped by half once again. Moreover, the fourth pill would have almost no effect. Their bodies already had a resistance toward ordinary top-grade 11th tier pills. If they wanted to power up again, they would need something much stronger, and so a tribulation pill was their best option. Only a tribulation pill could stimulate their potential with 100 perfect effect. Other than Long Chen, practically everyone wanted to increase their spiritual strength immensely. So these spiritual medicinal pills always went for high prices. 1,300, 1,500, the price crazily rose. It quickly broke past 2,000. At that point, Baidang Rushuang shook her head and gave up. Although this 1,000-hand soul condensing pill was valuable, there was no way to buy it at a reasonable price. Everyone was fighting for it. The final price would definitely be beyond its actual value. People were still fighting over it when the bid broke past 2,000. 2,800, 2,900. At 2,900, the bidding was done by just 2 people. One was Huang Feiyan, while the other was the pill fairy xianxia. That was a bit surprising. They didn't know why the pill fairy wanted the thousand-hand soul condensing pill. Pill fairy, this thousand-hand soul condensing pill is very useful to me. If you are generous today, I will definitely repay you in the future. Huang Feiyan actually spoke softly to the pill fairy. The pill fairy hesitated before saying, this thousand-hand soul condensing pill is different from ordinary tribulation pills. It was refined with some special techniques. I'm very interested in it, so forgive me for not being able to concede. Huang Feiyan was enraged once again. She had already taken on a humble attitude, almost begging her, but the pill fairy refused. Getting angry is an instinct, but controlling your anger is a skill. Anger cannot resolve problems. Only by calming down can you find the key to resolve your problem, said Kun Pengxi calmly. He was sitting to the side, his eyes closed in meditation. Huang Feiyan took a deep breath, calming herself down. She said, Pill fairy, if you are interested in this pill, then how about you let me have it, and I will lend it to you to study for 10 days. How is that? Huang Feiyan now realized that the pill fairy wasn't interested in the medicinal effect but the techniques used to refine it. As for Huang Feiyan, she wasn't interested in those alchemy techniques, so she had finally figured out a way for the two of them to compromise. In truth, she was a bit afraid of the pill fairy. After all, Pill Valley almost controlled the lifeblood of all the pills on the Martial Heaven continent. No one knew just how much wealth they had gathered over the years. In any case, it was definitely an unimaginable amount. That was why Huang Feiyan didn't dare to challenge the pill fairy in wealth. Furthermore, Pill Valley and the Zon beasts were not enemies. They could even be considered allies. There was no need for them to fight. The pill fairy considered Huang Feiyan's request and then nodded. That's acceptable. Many thanks. Huang Feiyan was delighted, thanking her graciously. In the end, for the price of 2,950 underworld spirit beads, the thousand-hand soul condensing pill entered her pocket. The bid of 2,900 underworld spirit beads had been made by the pill fairy, so Huang Feiyan had no choice but to increase the bid by 50. Despite that, she was crazy with joy. That's clearly cheating, said Long Chen hatefully. If the two of them had continued competing, he would have been the one to benefit most. As it was possible to consult with other potential bidders, what was the point of an auction? That's about enough. A normal top-grade 11th tier pill would go for around 30 underworld spirit beads. 10 times that price is 300, while this price is almost 100 times that. It's a huge amount of money, so you should be happy, consoled Nangong Zayu. This price really is high. Long Chen, did you know in advance that Huang Feiyan and the pill fairy would fight over it, so you put it up for auction? Asked Baidang Rushwang suspiciously. What are you nonsensically spouting? Long Chen glared at her. Other than Yi Ziqiu, the others laughed. In truth, Long Chen had only calculated in Huang Feiyan. He hadn't thought that the pill fairy would join in. He knew that Huang Feiyan would go all out to obtain this thousand-hand soul condensing pill. Originally, Long Chen had been planning on bidding against her just to drive the price up, but then the middle-aged man, that idiot, had said too many words, exposing him as the owner. Fortunately, the pill fairy had competed against Huang Feiyan, driving the price up a bit. 2,950 underworld spirit beads was an unimaginable amount to Long Chen. With the thousand-hand soul condensing pill auctioned off, everyone's attention once more focused on the middle-aged man. He took a deep breath, announcing, this next item is special. Look at it closely because it is related to the sovereigns. When his final words rang out, it shook the hearts of every expert present. Chapter 2093 Sovereign Seal. Related to the sovereigns, even Long Chen was shocked. The Dongfang family truly had a terrifying foundation to even take out such a treasure. The curtains were pulled open, revealing 8 elders holding a giant sphere. The sphere was 3 meters wide and transparent, allowing them to see the strange energy fluctuating within it. These 8 elders were nether passage experts, but they were barely able to hold up this sphere. They were already sweating. After placing the sphere onto the stage, the 8 of them sighed with relief, seeming relieved of a great burden. They bowed to Dongfang Yuyong before leaving. Everyone looked closely at this sphere. They could sense holy energy flowing within it. It was like a mountain or a sea, giving off endless pressure. The energy inside the sphere was turbid, and it was impossible to see anything inside clearly. Long Chen's pupils suddenly shrank. This aura was familiar. It was the aura of a sovereign. However, it wasn't Sovereign Yun Sheng's aura. A memory suddenly appeared within Long Chen's mind. In his memory, he saw a white-robed man standing in the sky. His eyes blazed like the sun, and his hair was shoulder-length. He was like a god as he floated in the sky, so bright that others couldn't even look at him, so sacred that looking at him was a blasphemy. The white-robed man formed hand seals that caused heaven and earth to shake. The ground rose, forming a giant mountain, and divine pillars appeared, crashing down. It was the sovereign seal on Devil Spirit Mountain. Long Chen had once looked at him through space-time, and this person had even sent him a message: the Gamebreaker has finally arrived. Even now, Long Chen didn't understand what that meant, but he remembered his aura. Long Chen, you. Nangong Zheyu and Baidang Rushuang looked at Long Chen with disbelief. Yes, this is definitely his aura. But it's very vague. How curious. Long Chen's gaze was still locked onto the sphere. It was like he was responding to the two of them, but also like he was talking to himself. Nangong Zheyu and Baidang Rushuang exchanged a glance, both seeing each other's shock. Long Chen actually recognized the aura inside the sphere. Is it Sovereign Yun Sheng's aura? Asked Baidang Rushuang to confirm. No, it's another sovereign's aura, said Long Chen. He seemed to be lost in his memories. On Devil Spirit Mountain, Long Chen had seen how the sovereign had created the sovereign seal. That sovereign's power was unimaginable. Even now, he still felt himself to be an ant in front of that power. This aura isn't just indistinct, it feels like it's not authentic somehow. It's very strange. Long Chen frowned. Nangong Zheyu and Baidang Rushuang couldn't believe this. Legend had it that the aura of the sovereigns could not be remembered by any living being, unless that person was related to the sovereigns in some way. That was why the sovereigns continued to remain mysterious. Even if a person was personally in front of a sovereign seal, once they left, they would gradually forget that aura. No one had been able to change that reality. That was why the two of them were particularly shocked to find that Long Chen recognized this aura, and that he had even seen two sovereigns. The middle-aged man continued, "Everyone, prepare yourself to bear witness to the power of a sovereign." The middle-aged man suddenly patted the sphere, and it burst apart. A holy pressure filled the entire room. The middle-aged man was instantly sent flying by that pressure. He smashed into the wall, coughing up a mouthful of blood. All the experts felt that pressure crashing down upon them. It was like a star was crushing them. Many of their seats simply exploded. The formations around them were obliterated. Even the room was unable to endure it. It exploded, and the roof became the blue sky. People were completely shocked. Just this little bit of aura was already so terrifying. After the initial burst, the aura faded. It was no longer so terrifying. They saw a ball of primal chaos flowing and then just barely managed to make out an ancient beast hide. There was a single word inscribed onto the beast hide: seal. Although it was just one word, it contained the power to seal the heavens and lock the earth, a power that transcended time and space. Each stroke contained a supreme Tao intent. Every stroke was like its own world. This word seemed to encompass the secrets of the cosmos and was in existence outside the laws of the world. A sovereign seal. People stared in amazement at that beast hide. A fierce light shone in their eyes. A seal left behind by a sovereign was priceless. The stone stage was still present, but everything else was a mess. The middle-aged man in charge of the auction was helped up, and after eating a pill, he walked back onto the stage. My apologies. The auction was supposed to be held in the other room, which had specialized divine runes to block a portion of the impact of the sovereign seal. However, due to something unexpected, those divine runes were destroyed. We weren't able to install them here in time, so please forgive me, said the middle-aged man. Let me introduce you to this treasure. It is a sovereign seal, but it is a replica. A replica? How is that possible? Startled cries rang out. How could a replica possess that terrifying aura? It truly is just a replica. This sovereign seal was not created by a sovereign. Instead, a supreme existence managed to create this replica from Devil Spirit Mountain seal. That's why it possesses the sovereign's aura, but none of the sovereigns will, said the middle-aged man. Now everyone understood. So this terrifying aura didn't have the true will to transmit it. Otherwise, none of them would still be standing. A simple replica was actually so terrifying. The true sovereign seal and the actual sovereigns were unimaginably powerful. Baitang Rushuang and Nangong Zheyu looked at Long Chen. Now they understood why Long Chen had said that the sovereign aura was indistinct and seemed off. Now they believed him. I'm sure everyone knows that Devil Spirit Mountain's sovereign blood seal was set in place by the second-generation sovereign, Sovereign Qingshu. The sovereigns have always been mysterious. They saved the world, suppressing the disasters that struck the continent. However, afterward, they all silently vanished. All they left behind was their names. This sovereign seal does not have the sovereign's blood and only has the shape. It can only be called a replica. Calling it a true sovereign seal would be a blasphemy toward the sovereigns, said the middle-aged man reverently. Although it's a replica, to be able to replicate the sovereign blood seal shows that the expert who created this had to have reached an unimaginable height. So even this replica is a priceless treasure. To tell the truth, it is the priceless treasure of my Dongfang family. But in order to express our sincerity, we have taken it out as the final, most precious auction item. All right, that's enough talking. A replica of the sovereign seal, starting price of 1,000 underworld spirit beads. Every bid must be 100 underworld spirit beads greater than the last. The bidding starts now. 2,000, 2,500, even though it was a replica, it still drove people mad. Anything related to the sovereigns was a priceless treasure. If these supreme geniuses could obtain it and comprehend some of the sovereign's will from it, they would benefit for a lifetime. Baidang Rushwang and Nangong Zheyu were also moved by this treasure, but before they could bid, Long Chen stopped them, sending them a message. Don't be fooled, that sovereign seal isn't a replica. Not a replica, then what is it? Asked Nangong Zheyu. It's a replica of a replica. Something like that isn't worth any money. Seeing their lost expressions, Long Chen continued, this thing was made by replicating the original replica. The sovereign aura inside is a mess and has clearly been modified by someone. If you bought this, rather than attaining any enlightenment, you might be led astray. And furthermore, what would you want it for? Who cares about a replicated sovereign seal? Every person has their own unique path to walk. Just because someone else was able to walk one path to its peak doesn't mean that we would be able to. Of the myriad Taos, what matters is what suits us best. What's the point of blindly following someone else's footsteps? What's the point of wasting that money? I'm telling you that thing is useless. So it'd be better to invest your money in me. Truly, it's a small investment, but you'll get a quick profit, said Long Chen sincerely. Originally the two of them were listening raptly to Long Chen. He was correct. The sovereigns had walked their own paths, and if others tried to follow, there was no way they could reach the same height as the sovereigns. It was better to follow their own paths. But toward the end, Nangong Zheyu smiled. After a bit of serious talk, Long Chen once more returned to his normal state. Baidang Rushwang rolled her eyes at him. While the two of them didn't join in on the bidding, that didn't mean that others weren't. The sovereigns had walked their own paths, corroborating their own Taos. This was a rare chance for others to gain a greater understanding of how they had done that. The price rose rapidly. Even though it was a replica, people were going crazy for it. Even Kung Pengxi had joined in. Everyone was going all out, but when Kun Pengxi bid 8,000, the replica ended up in his pocket. Kun Pengxi didn't reveal any joy after obtaining it. It was because of his steady and calm expression that so many of the people ended up giving up. They all felt him to be a very terrifying existence. They couldn't read him, so they couldn't tell what his price limit was. The current world had declined. Hence, resources were growing tighter. The underworld spirit beads were extremely precious, and each one that was used was one that they could never get back. 8,000 underworld spirit beads wasn't a price that these geniuses could afford. Congratulations Brother Kun on obtaining this priceless treasure. The auction is now concluded. Tomorrow will be the true gathering of past and present heroes. I'd like to ask everyone to gather in front of the heavenly music stone tomorrow at noon. Let us gather all the heroes of the continent for a discussion. Following Dongfang Yuyong's words, the curtain was drawn on the auction. Everyone left. Chapter 2094 Taoist Heavenly Feathers Advice. Long Chen and Yi Ziqiu left, all the time holding hands. They said goodbye to Nangong Zheyu, Baidang Rushwang, and Yi Lingshan. Long Chen wanted to go back into seclusion, but when he said his goodbyes, Nangong Zheyu and Baidang Rushwang blushed slightly. He immediately realized that they had misunderstood, thinking that he had gone into seclusion for the sake of continuing the human race. After realizing that, he felt that talking about it would only make it worse, so he didn't explain. Don't work so hard that you miss the gathering tomorrow, said Baidang Rushwang, winking at him. Seeing that smile that also didn't look like a smile, Long Chen felt a fiery sensation. She was definitely a killer seductress. Baitang Rushuang, Nangong Zheyu, and Yi Lingshan left together. Yi Ziqiu had a rare rosiness on her cheeks. Looking at Long Chen, she said, "They misunderstood. That means that their thoughts are inherently dirty." "Don't mind them," said Long Chen. Everyone else scattered, doing whatever they wanted to do. As for Long Chen, he declined Dongfang Yuyong's invitation to a banquet that night. He didn't want any more trouble. He also saw that Dongfang Yuyong was only being polite. It was a token invitation, not sincere at all. Perhaps Long Chen was too domineering and refused to give him face. Long Chen had too many enemies. And if he really went to the banquet, it was likely that no one would be eating. Long Chen also didn't want to deal with those people any more than he had to, let alone eat with them. It was better for him to chat with Yi Ziqiu. Yi Lingshan accepted the invitation to the banquet, as did Nangong Zheyu and Baitang Rushuang. After all, their status made it so that they had to attend. They represented their powers. They didn't have Long Chen's freedom. Beneath the banyan trees and beside a trickling creek, Yi Ziqiu and Long Chen quietly sat within a little pavilion. Long Chen lay on Yi Ziqiu's thigh, using a leaf to cover his eyes. Smelling her fragrance, he felt at peace. "Ziqiu, do you still remember when we first met?" Long Chen smiled. Yi Ziqiu rubbed Long Chen's forehead, a trace of warmth appearing in her eyes. "Of course I remember. At that time, we were still young. We all longed to step into the cultivation world and become the brightest star in people's eyes. We had grand dreams of our names being immortalized throughout history. However, even after so many years, even though our cultivation bases grow ever higher, we have only ended up with more worries and pressure." Yi Ziqiu sighed. At the beginning of her path, she had thought that as long as her cultivation base was high, she wouldn't have to worry about anything. She could live freely. But now, despite being at a level that she would have never imagined back then, she still didn't feel free. Long Chen held her hand. "The pressure is there because we know our duty. It shows that we've matured. We are no longer children just thinking about ourselves. Life is beautiful, but it's definitely not perfect. Troubles will never cease, so we have to get used to it." Yi Ziqiu took a deep breath. "Long Chen, what do you think the difference between growing up and maturing is?" Long Chen smiled. "Could it be that the Great Ice Fairy doesn't even know this?" "I'd rather hear your answer. I feel like growing up is just your body getting bigger, getting stronger. As for maturing, it has nothing to do with your age or your body. It's about your experience. Life is full of troubles. After resolving one, another one comes. The more troubles you endure, the more experience you accumulate, and the calmer you'll be. When you encounter trouble, you will think of how to resolve it first, instead of complaining or panicking. Perhaps that is maturing. Then do you feel that you have matured?" "Me?" Long Chen bitterly smiled. "Perhaps I'll never be able to mature in this lifetime. I can't even control my own temper. How can such a person possibly be called mature?" Yi Ziqiu nodded. "My master said the same thing. She said that you are a contradictory combination of smart and stupid. When you get angry, all your intelligence vanishes. Once you decide on something, no one can change your mind. My master said that for a person to control their own temper is even more difficult than conquering an entire world, so my master wanted me to pass on some words to you." "Oh," Long Chen was startled. Taoist Heavenly Feather had actually had Yi Ziqiu bring him a message. Master said that sometimes people should consider all possible options before making a decision. Perhaps people that should have become enemies could become friends. Throughout all of history, those who could corroborate their doubts and become sovereigns had help from others. The reason the sovereigns were able to become sovereigns was because they united the people's hearts. Everyone heeded their call, causing heaven and earth to acknowledge them as sovereigns. This great era is approaching its end, and the chi flow eruption is near, but no sovereign sprouts have manifested yet. This may lead to a huge tribulation. At this time, we cannot be fighting amongst ourselves, or we'll be injured and weak when the outsiders invade. The martial heaven continent's survival sways in the balance. Taoist Heavenly Feather was an ancient expert who had lived countless years. She was able to see things clearly and could tell just how much danger the martial heaven continent was in. In the past great eras, heavenly geniuses rose and competed amongst themselves. From the very start, it was possible to see a few sovereign sprouts. The 5 generations of sovereigns all started showing their talent at the start of the great eras. They had already shown the mannerisms of a sovereign before the chi flow eruption. There had only been 5 great eras throughout history. that had produced the 5 sovereigns and 3 emperors. The chi flow of the world had gathered within them. As for other eras, there had been hundreds of minor eras without enough chi flow to produce a sovereign. Geniuses such as Kun Pengxi, Shi Lingfeng, Nangong Zheyu, and the like, had all been born during those minor eras. They hadn't been born during the Great Era, so they were sealed in wait for the Great Era. The chi flow of the world had changed. This was the greatest tribulation ever. Through the descriptions in some ancient documents, it was estimated that the chi flow eruption this time would be several times greater than what had ever occurred. Others believed that this might very well be the final chi flow eruption for the martial heaven continent. It would also be the final Great Era. All the continent's resources were about to be unleashed, and then it would fully decline until it was destroyed. That was why this was the best era and the worst era for the martial heaven continent. The martial heaven continent would only survive if it could produce history's strongest sovereign. Even though the Great Era had been here for so long, even though so many heavenly geniuses had been born, there was not one expert who seemed like a sovereign. If this continued, Taoist Heavenly Feather was worried that even before the Dark Era came, the martial heaven continent would be too damaged to fight. Long Chen slowly sat up. Kneeling on the railing, he looked at the fish swimming in the creek, fighting over a piece of food. Actually, there are many instances where understanding things is useless. Your master wants the world to be peaceful, but so what? Is that really possible? No, it's not. True peace can never appear. Competing is the natural instinct of life. Fish compete with other fish, beasts compete with other beasts, and humans compete with other humans. There is a competition of good and bad, light and dark. We cannot escape that as long as we live in this world. Even if a sovereign appeared, it would only be a temporary suppression of this kind of fighting. Once the sovereign is gone, the fighting will start anew. Without a sovereign present, are people going to stop fighting just because I say I want peace? No, that will only make them mock me. So while I understand your master's meaning, I can't do it. Even if I went to that banquet and expressed my good intentions, it wouldn't have any use. Someone who wants to kill me won't let me off just because I lower my head to them once. In fact, going there would make me lose a chance to get stronger. If you want peace, you need the power of a sovereign. Without that level of power, you'll simply be slaughtered. Sorry Ziqiu, I don't want to put you in a bad position. Long Chen looked at Yi Ziqiu apologetically. He couldn't try what Taoist Heavenly Feather wanted him to. Yi Ziqiu shook her head. Walking over to him, she wrapped an arm around his elbow, looking into his eyes. I was just transmitting my master's words. Now I'm done, and my mission is complete. I've already chosen you. Whether you climb a mountain of blades or go into a sea of fire, I will accompany you. Whether that's right or wrong isn't important. What's important is just that you're beside me. I could die for you once, and I can die for you again. Looking into her clear eyes, Long Chen almost cried. Just what had he done to make a fairy like Yi Ziqiu willing to die for him? Thinking about how she had fallen in his arms as her life faded away, his heart ached. Don't worry, I'll get stronger. I won't make the same mistake twice. Even if I can't become a sovereign, I will protect you. I won't let anyone hurt any of you. Long Chen rested both of his hands on Yi Ziqiu's shoulders, swearing. He pulled Yi Ziqiu away. Let's go. I want to get my underworld spirit beads. The two of them returned to the auction room. The middle-aged man had said that he would send them to him once they were done counting, but Long Chen had said that he would rather personally go because he was about to quickly spend them all. Long Chen suddenly came to a sudden stop. An expression of wild delight appeared on his face, and he hugged Yi Zhiki. I'm rich, I'm rich. Chapter 20 9500 Flower Dao Resonation Tribulation Pill. Long Chen. Are you alright? Being suddenly hugged by Long Chen, Yi Ziqiu cried out in alarm. Long Chen's eyes were even slightly red, frightening her. Long Chen hastily looked around. Hesitating, he decided to quickly pull Yi Ziqiu to the auction room. Yi Ziqiu looked at Long Chen oddly, not knowing what had happened to him. The two of them walked in and saw that the middle-aged man had been waiting for them. Here are your underworld spirit beads. May I ask if you can help me purchase Peak Dao Transformation Dragon Saliva with these underworld spirit beads? Asked Long Chen, not accepting them. I can, but exchanging so much isn't something I have the authority for. I'll need to get permission from higher-ups, said the middle-aged man hesitatingly. Long Chen nodded. That's fine. Please go request permission. I'll leave these underworld spirit beads with you for now. If it's convenient, can you arrange a private room for me? Seeing Long Chen pull Yi Ziqiu away quickly like a wild monkey, the middle-aged man and the other disciples of the Dongfang family present had odd expressions. Youngsters really have a lot of energy, said the middle-aged man in the end. He suddenly turned to those other disciples. What are you looking at? Do you think just looking will allow you to become experts? Being envious is useless. Get to work. After chiding those disciples, the middle-aged man left to see if he could convert the underworld spirit beads into peak Dao transformation dragon saliva for Long Chen. Long Chen, what are you in such a rush for? Yi Ziqiu had been pulled into an alchemy room by Long Chen. Seeing his excited appearance, she was lost. Long Chen took out a small thing that looked like a yam. It was only the thickness of a thumb and 3 inches long, but Long Chen looked like flowers were about to bloom out of his smile. This is. Yi Ziqiu looked at it. There was still some mud stuck to it, so she vaguely felt it to be familiar but didn't recognize it. It's the infinite 8 bitters root. Chortled Long Chen. You actually managed to grow it. Yi Ziqiu was stunned. Although she didn't know of the primal chaos bead, she knew that Long Chen had the ability to grow precious medicines. Hee, it actually worked. Long Chen clenched his fist excitedly. When he had first planted it, he had come to the conclusion that the infinite 8 bitters root was already fully dead. There hadn't been any reaction. However, the withered root that he had planted had split apart, becoming multiple smaller roots. Long Chen had assumed that it had simply rotted, but within those rotten parts lay one tiny seed after another. The parent body had withered, becoming nourishment for them, and they rapidly grew. Just now, the reason why Long Chen had shouted suddenly was because he had randomly checked the primal chaos space and had seen them. This infinite 8 bitters root in his hand wasn't fully grown yet. Once it was mature, it would be the thickness of a baby's fist and be a foot long. Only then would it possess enough medicinal effect. Fortunately, that wasn't a problem in the primal chaos space. He circulated his spiritual yuan, making the infinite 8 bitters roots rapidly grow. The first batch quickly matured. The infinite 8 bitters root was very interesting. There were actual male and female roots. The male ones grew faster and didn't grow leaves. They were just one isolated root. As for the female roots, once they grew large enough, a straight pole would grow out of it. It wouldn't grow leaves either, but it would have flowers. The flowers would bloom, and every flower had different designs. The flowers didn't bear fruit. Once the female roots were fully matured, the root would quickly wither. Then there would be dozens to hundreds of tiny seeds inside it that would slowly grow by consuming the original root's nutrients. Normally, those roots would have very stringent requirements for what kind of environment they would grow in. Even in the ancient era, it couldn't be planted in large numbers. But that wasn't a problem in the primal chaos space. Ziqiu, I'm going to refine pills. Just keep an eye out for any intrusions and help me when I run out of spiritual strength, said Long Chen. All right, Yi Ziqiu nodded. Her spiritual yuan contained ice energy, so it couldn't be shared. But her spiritual strength was the same as an ordinary person's spiritual strength as long as she didn't deliberately activate her cultivation technique. Long Chen took out the moon and star refining furnace and directly started refining. This time, he added in a bit of the infinite 8 bitters roots powder. This medicinal powder contained 8 kinds of bitterness, which were 8 kinds of realms. It was extremely profound. What Long Chen added in was the bitterness of birth, of life. It had a cohesive power, which allowed more medicinal powders to merge together. This bitterness matched the pill Dao. Hundreds of ingredients would merge into one furnace and have their essence condensed, being born into a pill. The infinite 8 bitters root was a priceless treasure for alchemists. After refining out its bitterness of birth, adding it would increase the chances of a successful refinement by 30%. That was a heaven-defying ability. In just an incense stick's worth of time, he had finished merging the powders. He closed the lid and gradually increased the power of his flame. Before this, it took me 2 hours to finish the merger, but this time, it was done in just an incense stick's worth of time. Furthermore, there were several moments where I was treading on thin ice last time, but they are much easier now. This infinite 8 bitters root really is a priceless treasure. Long Chen was ecstatic. Just this treasure alone was enough to be worth him coming to this gathering. As his flame energy grew more intense, the starry runes on the moon and star refining furnace slowly lit up. After being nourished by the heavenly spirit water, it had started to instinctively help him more, saving his spiritual strength. The flames grew increasingly intense. The furnace was rumbling and shaking. Rather than letting up, Long Chen increased his flame energy. More runes appeared on the furnace, and they were like flower petals. The rumbling caused the entire room to shake. "Ziqiu, help me out," shouted Long Chen. Yi Ziqiu, who had been prepared, formed a hand seal. Spiritual strength surged out of her, forming a spiritual chain between her and Long Chen. With her spiritual strength helping him as well, Long Chen felt the pressure lighten. He continued increasing his flame energy. The moon and star refining furnace suddenly shook intensely one final time before becoming silent. Long Chen slowly opened the lid. There was a plump pill lying quietly at the bottom, with countless flower marks flowing around it. Its color was constantly changing. How beautiful! Yi Ziqiu couldn't help praising it. The marks moving around the pill looked like they were alive. It'll get even more beautiful in a bit. Long Chen smiled. 9 tiny lightning dragons appeared, circling the furnace. Thunder Force slowly flowed inside. As the Thunder Force entered the moon and star refining furnace, the 100-flower Dao resonation pill inside shuddered slightly. Light blossomed out of it. It was like a slumbering spirit was being woken by the Thunder Force. This was the special ability of pill lightning. It stimulated a pill's sense of danger, and to survive the pill carved out all its potential. It was a forceful awakening of the spirit. Using a formation over a long time to slowly nourish the spirit was different. Although it could also awaken a pill's spirituality, without that sensation of standing beside death's door, the potential that could be carved out was limited. Having its potential carved out by a formation was passive. On the other hand, being surrounded by pill lightning and wanting to survive, the pill would actively do its best to carve out its potential. So there was a large difference in medicinal effect between tribulation pills and ordinary top-grade 11th tier pills. As Lei Long increased the power step by step, the 100-flower Dao resonation pill's power also grew. Flowers of light appeared around it, blocking the Thunder Force. Eventually, the pill came out of the furnace. It was covered in beautiful flowers that blocked the lightning dragons. That scene stunned Yi Ziqiu. She had personally witnessed a pile of medicinal powders become this terrifying spirit pill. Finally, the lightning retracted and a beautiful pill appeared in Long Chen's hand. Everything within a 1-foot radius was filled with 100 different kinds of petals. The petals resonated with the heavenly Daos, filling the room with its Dao charm. "Come test the effect." Long Chen tossed the pill to Yi Ziqiu. "Me, isn't that a waste?" Yi Ziqiu's eyes opened wide, not daring to accept. After all, Long Chen had put the 1,000-hand soul condensing pill up for auction, and it had sold for a huge sum. How could she be willing to consume a pill of similar value? Go ahead. Top-grade 11th tier tribulation pills might be priceless to other people, but they're like cabbages to me. If you want to eat more, just ask. Long Chen smiled. Just eat it. Because I cannot sense the heavenly Daos, I won't get an accurate understanding of its effect. I need to know whether this pill will be effective for our brothers and sisters, and if it can help them awaken their manifestations to become true Empyreans. This was Long Chen's ultimate goal in refining the 100-flower Dao resonation pill. If it worked, then as long as he had enough time, he would have a powerful legion that wouldn't fear any power or expert. Yi Ziqiu swallowed the pill, and flowers bloomed all across her body. Every flower had fine black strands that absorbed the surrounding Grand Dao energy and poured it into Yi Ziqiu. What powerful Grand Dao energy! I can clearly sense it. The heavenly Daos have instantly become clear, and even my mental realm is advancing explosively. Long Chen, this is definitely effective. As long as they have enough of these pills, every Dragonblood warrior can awaken their manifestation. Exclaimed Yi Ziqiu. Haha, good, so what if those monsters have come out? Once my Dragonblood Legion rises, I'll still slap whoever messes around. Long Chen laughed, a grand feeling filling his heart. He finally had the power to be confident once more. Come, let's see who's afraid of who. Chapter 2096 More than enough confidence. After consuming the 100-flower Dao resonation pill, 100 flowers blossomed around Yi Ziqiu, forming a resonance with all the surrounding Daos. Long Chen activated the alchemy room's formation to increase Yi Ziqiu's efficiency. The 100-flower Dao resonation pill was able to take Grand Dao energy and allow people to absorb it directly through the blossoming flowers. It was a pill any Empyrean who hadn't awakened their manifestation yet would dream of obtaining. Through this test, they found that the effect was truly powerful. Yi Ziqiu hadn't awakened her manifestation yet, but with the pill, she was growing closer and closer with every passing moment. If it weren't for the fact that they didn't have enough time right now, she could have gone into seclusion until her manifestation fully awakened. The strongest aspect of the 100-flower Dao resonation pill was that after being consumed, it would leave behind its mark. Hence, even without doing anything, the body would naturally absorb grand Dao energy. Even while sleeping, your manifestation could progress. Of course, if you were focused on stimulating that medicinal energy, the effect would be even stronger. After just 2 hours, Yi Ziqiu sensed the barrier and came to a stop. Long Chen, I've reached the barrier. One more step and my manifestation will awaken, said Yi Ziqiu excitedly. Yes, as long as I wish it, I can awaken my manifestation. But my manifestation has a wide area effect, so I don't dare awaken it here, said Yi Ziqiu. My master said that based on my speed, I would need 2 to 3 more months before fully awakening. But this one pill was able to let me reach the barrier. Long Chen was just as excited as Yi Ziqiu. He hadn't known just how great the effect of the 100-flower Dao resonation pill would be. Even he found it difficult to believe. If it was effective on Yi Ziqiu, it should be effective on all the Dragonblood warriors. A legion of fully awakened Empyreans was no longer just a dream. With Yi Ziqiu's help, Long Chen refined 3 more 100-flower Dao resonation pills. His success rate was 100%, and they were all top-grade tribulation pills. This kind of alchemy technique would definitely drive the world insane if others knew of it. This was practically cheating. The sad thing is, these pills can't see the light of day. Otherwise, the world would be thrown into chaos. Long Chen couldn't help sighing as he looked at the 100-flower Dao resonation pills in his hand. Without a certain level of power, he wouldn't be able to expose this. Otherwise, his death would definitely be very cruel. This was a power that could affect the state of the entire continent. After refining those 3 pills, Long Chen didn't have enough time to refine another one before the gathering. Long Chen and Yi Ziqiu returned to the auction room. The middle-aged man was already waiting for them. Mr. Long Chen, the higher-ups have already given their answer. Perhaps they wouldn't accept this trade for others because even my Dongfang family doesn't have that much of the peak Dao transformation dragon saliva, but since it's you, they'll definitely give you face. You have a good relationship with Fairy Zayu and Fairy Rushuang, so I trust you know the price of the peak Dao transformation dragon saliva. Normally, 1 underworld spirit bead can be exchanged for 2 drops of peak Dao transformation dragon saliva. This is a market price that hasn't changed over countless years. You have 2,950 underworld spirit beads, minus the 305 that you spent. To express my Dongfang family's sincerity and gratitude, we are willing to give you 6,000 drops. How is that? Many thanks. Long Chen smiled. The Dongfang family was being quite generous. Furthermore, while he had heard that this was the market price, the truth was that the peak Dao transformation dragon saliva was extremely rare, so it was difficult to trade for. After saying his thanks, Long Chen left. Yi Ziqiu continued to hold his arm and curiously asked, the Dongfang family is so rich, and they're willing to spend a frightening amount of money. What is their goal in holding this gathering? Holding this grand gathering had cost them a great deal of money. Just their courtesy gifts at meeting everyone were already amazing. Then adding all the arrangements that had been made for them, everything was top class. This single gathering had cost them an astronomical sum. You're not a businesswoman, so you don't understand. Holding this gathering contains a special meaning. Going straight to the source, these giant sects and powers always only care about 2 things, power and fame. Through this gathering, the Dongfang family can show off their rallying power, raising their fame. After all, even the sovereigns needed the entire world's approval to become sovereigns. Another reason is this high-class auction they held. They wanted to show the amazing treasures they could trade. Right now, they're losing money, but in the future, they'll make a huge profit. I feel like they're taking a shot at the Huayan sect. The business of these high-level treasures will be focused on the Dongfang family. After all, these geniuses come from ancient powers, and they are the only ones qualified to conduct business on this level. It seems that the pressure on Zheng Wenlong has grown. Like this, it won't be long before the Huayan sect's business is wrenched away by the Dongfang family, sighed Long Chen. The Dongfang family's goal was very obvious to him. They were spending money to show the Dongfang family's power. However, while Long Chen had approved of the Dongfang family's methods at the start, once they had taken out that replica of a sovereign seal to con people, he had started to feel disgusted. If it weren't for the fact that Long Chen had seen Sovereign Qing Shu and recognized his aura, he would have also been duped. Businessmen needed sincerity and trust as a basis. 99 times of integrity could be ruined by one fraud. For them to have done some fishy shenanigans in the auction made Long Chen look down on them. If you could afford to play, then play. If you couldn't afford it, then don't try. As soon as Long Chen obtained the peak Dao transformation dragon saliva, Hu Oolong started to grow antsy. It was like a child that was looking at the candy in their hand. It was already drooling. As for Lei Long, it also thirsted for the peak Dao transformation dragon saliva, but it knew how to control itself. It didn't look as childlike as Hu Oolong. Here, half for each of you. 3,000 drops each. Long Chen split the peak Dao transformation dragon saliva between the two of them. They immediately devoured the peak Dao transformation dragon saliva. Their bodies quickly began to shine. Lightning and flames raged as they underwent some kind of metamorphosis. Long Chen could clearly feel their bodies slowly growing more solid. It was like they were gaining physical bodies. Peak Dao transformation dragon saliva. Dragon transformation. Maybe they can really become dragons. Lei Long and Hu Oolong were elemental entities, not true dragons. But this peak Dao transformation dragon saliva possessed some kind of special energy that was progressing them on the path to becoming dragons. Lei Long and Hu Oolong were both unbearably excited. They felt their control over their bodies had risen to a new level. Although the two of them were effective in battle, they were unable to precisely control their bodies. Now their control grew to a new level thanks to the peak Dao transformation dragon saliva. It was like a person whose body was numb was gradually regaining their senses. Lei Long and Hu Oolong excitedly swam through the air in the primal chaos space. Long Chen was also excited. The stronger they were, the more energy he would save when he used them. Long Chen and Yi Ziqiu held hands, walking over to the heavenly music stone. They were rather early, so fewer than 20 people had arrived. Of those people, only 3 people nodded toward Long Chen, which could count as a greeting. The rest of them were icy. Long Chen nodded back to those 3. As for the ones ignoring him, he didn't mind. He wasn't money. There was no need for people to like him. Long Chen, you came so early. The two of them had just found a place to sit when Yi Lingshan walked in. How was the banquet yesterday? What did you eat? Your stomach looks like it got bigger, joked Long Chen. You're still in the mood to joke. Yi Lingshan glared at Long Chen, sitting beside him irritably. Yi Lingshan sighed and sent a spiritual message to Long Chen and Yi Ziqiu. Last night at the banquet, Dongfang Yuyong tried to resolve your enmities, saying that you were his good friend, and the only thing was that you had a bad temper. He asked people not to make things hard on you. But Kun Pengxi immediately said that you were the Zan Beast's mortal enemy and that he had to kill you. He wouldn't give face to anyone, as this was a matter of principle. Shi Lingfeng was the same, saying he refused to get along with you. Zhao Wuji even said that the enmity between the two of you could not stop until one of you was dead. As for Huang Feiyan, there's nothing to be said. She hates you to death. Xie Tianzi didn't say anything, but considering where we stand, he doesn't need to say anything. The banquet ended up becoming awkward because of you, and everyone simply left. Big Sister Zayu and Big Sister Rushwang didn't even get a chance to speak up for you before everyone left. Big Sister Zayu said that there are simply too many people targeting you, and that you might be in trouble after this gathering. Long Chen was surprised that Dongfang Yuyong would actually speak for him. However, these people didn't give him that face. Long Chen, what's next? Asked Yi Lingshan. There are so many people targeting you. What are you going to do after the convention? Don't you think you should consider leaving now? Leave? Why would I leave? Different situations call for different responses. What's there to be afraid of here? Just because these people were buried in their coffins for a long time, why should I be scared of them? Ha! I don't care about their idiocies, sneered Long Chen. These people really thought themselves to be supreme heavenly geniuses. They thought too highly of themselves. Long Chen, the gathering's going to be over soon. Are you prepared to face your death? Just at this moment, Zhao Wuji also walked in, sneering at Long Chen. Chapter 2097 Caught. Zhao Wuji immediately targeted Long Chen as soon as he arrived. His provocation was so obvious that even Yi Ziqiu was enraged. Icy light began to shine in her eyes. Long Chen grabbed Yi Ziqiu and shook his head. Indifferently looking at Zhao Wuji, he said, even after being slapped, you haven't learned your lesson. Were you a pig in your last life? Clapping sounds rang out clearly in the distance as Nangong Zayu and Baidang Rushwang appeared, walking over. The one clapping was Baidang Rushwang. Zhao Wuji's expression sank. An everlasting family wasn't an existence he could provoke. Long Chen, just wait. Once the gathering is over, it will be time for our battle to the death, sneered Zhao Wuji. Long Chen tilted his head at Zhao Wuji, curiously asking, "You've been constantly provoking me without letting up. Is that intentional?" His question was a bit strange, but he was confident that Zhao Wuji would understand. A brief flash of concealed shock appeared in Zhao Wuji's eyes, which was caught by Long Chen. "HMPH, just enjoy your final moments," sneered Zhao Wuji. He then turned away and found a seat for himself. Long Chen looked at Zhao Wuji's back and narrowed his eyes, pondering. "What is it? If you're not confident in beating him, you can refuse to fight. With your big sister here, no one will dare to touch you." Baitang Rushwang walked over, smiling. Long Chen tightly held Yi Zichou's hand, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, big sister. But as you can see, I already have a wife, so again, I cannot." Stop right there. I'm already sick of hearing you say that. If you say it again, I'll choke you, said Baidang Rushwang fiercely. Hehe, thank you, but I'm not the kind of person to run from a fight, said Long Chen. It seemed that his expression had made her think that he was afraid. More and more experts arrived as they talked. There were even a few more than during the auction. Even now, Long Chen didn't spot anyone from the Examen Everlasting family. Only the top genius of the Examen family was missing from the 4 everlasting families. He didn't know why. The Examen family is at odds with the Dongfang family. It's normal for them to not give the Dongfang family some face, explained Baidang Rushwang upon seeing his questioning expression. It's not just the Examen family. There are quite a few other ancient powers that haven't come. Either they're quarreling or their disciples haven't reached the necessary height to come here. A few minutes later, the pill fairy arrived. She glanced at Long Chen for a moment but didn't say anything. Then Kun Pengxi, Xie Tianzi, Huang Feiyan, and Shi Lingfeng arrived one after another. Long Chen also saw the mysterious Dong Mingyu. Dong Mingyu still had a large cloak covering her small body. It seemed that ever since arriving, she hadn't said anything. Furthermore, wherever she sat would definitely be empty of anyone else. No one wanted to sit next to an assassin or have their backs toward her. That would make them feel like they could lose their life at any moment. Ziyan also arrived. She calmly sat at the seat next to Long Chen and smiled naturally at him. She didn't join his exact seat because there were already too many people sitting with him. When noon struck, everyone was already present. A white-robed Dongfang Yuyong appeared in front of everyone. He gave off a very relaxing feeling. Thank you everyone for giving me the honor of attending the Dongfang family's gathering of past and present heroes. This gathering is not a martial competition, nor is it a chance to fight for fame or profit. This gathering is purely for us to find a way to coexist in peace and unite against our enemies. We all know that this great era is not just ours. The worlds outside the martial heaven continent who are our enemies are also in their great era. We are getting stronger, and so are they. At this time, we cannot be fighting amongst ourselves. That will only reduce the martial heaven continent's power. We must unite against our common enemies. If we cannot set aside our personal enmities, how will the martial heaven alliance resist the coming of the dark era? Our own deaths won't even be the worst part. What about our families? What about all the lives of the continent? At that time, we would become the sinners of the continent, or more likely, there will no longer be any history of the continent to record us as sinners, said Dongfang Yuyong gravely. Everyone felt a sense of pressure, but no one claimed that he was wrong. He was absolutely right. After every great era had come a dark era. If the continent did not prepare itself, it would pay a miserable price. Temporarily setting aside our enmities and working together is acceptable, but there is one person that must die. Xie Tianzi was the first to open his mouth. His eyes were strangely demonic. Although he didn't look directly at Long Chen, his meaning was clear. He is correct. If this person is still alive, there is no way that we can work together, said Kun Pengxi. His voice was calm without the slightest emotion. It merely contained absolute certainty. Huang Feiyan sneered and looked at Long Chen. She saw that his expression didn't even twitch. On the other hand, Yi Lingshan and Yi Ziqiu were infuriated. An arrogant person who doesn't know how high the heavens are and constantly causes trouble shouldn't exist in this world. The sooner he's killed, the better. Why make things hard on everyone? Added Shi Lingfeng. Quite a few experts looked at Long Chen with eyes full of hostility. It seemed they all intensely disliked him. Everyone, listen to me. This is directly contrary to the goal of this gathering, said Dongfang Yuyong hastily. Zhao Wuji suddenly stood up. Brother Dongfang, we respect you as a person and respect the contributions of the Dongfang family to the martial heaven continent, but this is a matter of principles. We cannot compromise here. Long Chen's character is garbage, and he has made enemies with everyone. No one wants to work together with him. But more importantly, his origins are extremely unclear. How was it that an ordinary person arrived at this level? He relied entirely on slaughter to reach his current height. That is clearly the power of a heaven Caesar from the legends. Everyone's hearts shook. Heaven Caesars were taboo existences. They relied entirely on slaughter to live. They took away other people's lives, absorbing their heavenly Tao energy, their karmic luck, and even a portion of their cultivation base. They were extremely horrifying existences. Zhao Wuji looked at Long Chen mockingly, saying, although you concealed yourself well, the origins of your cultivation technique are completely unclear. No one recognizes it. To continue skyrocketing with no foundation makes no sense at all. Most importantly, even your Dragonblood Legion is somehow rising with you. How can you possibly explain such a thing? Yi Lingshan stood, shuddering from rage. Just how many years ago had it been since this matter had been brought up and put to rest? Now he was bringing it up again just to target Long Chen. Long Chen pulled Yi Lingshan back down. Looking at Zhao Wuji, he extended a hand graciously. Go on, continue your show. My show, haha, how laughable. There are so many questionable points about you. Who would be willing to work with you? Just now, I only made 2 points, but you already can't sit still. Then here's a third point. Do you think your collusion with the original devil race was kept perfectly concealed? You're wrong. Zhao Wuji waved his hand, and a dozen bodies appeared. Those people were all unconscious, but upon seeing them, Long Chen's heart pounded although his expression didn't twitch. These people were disciples of the original devil race. Long Chen was very familiar with their energy fluctuations, but he couldn't react. Everyone was startled. They looked from these original devil disciples to Long Chen. Long Chen, now that you're caught red-handed, do you have anything to say? Zhao Wuji sneered at Long Chen, looking like he had already won. Is your head devoid of a brain? Does randomly throwing out a few people mean someone is caught red-handed? Fine, well I see that based on our height, I'm your dad. How's that? Said Long Chen indifferently. Although he was acting calm, he was actually anxious inside. Just how had these disciples of the original devil race ended up in this bastard's hands? Long Chen had long since had the original devil race's disciples leave the continent. Zhao Wuji was at a loss for a moment, and then he suddenly grabbed one of those disciples, clapping the back of that disciple's head, causing him to wake. Forcibly backing his words with his spiritual strength, he shouted, "Speak, who is he?" That disciple looked around. He suddenly cursed at Zhao Wuji, but they weren't human curses, so no one understood what he was saying. Zhao Wuji punched the disciple's chest, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. I asked you if you know this person. Talk in the language of the martial heaven continent. The disciple looked at Long Chen. He sneered, he's your dad, ha ha ha. Zhao Wuji directly tore off one of the disciple's arms and grabbed his neck. Long Chen was enraged inside. He wouldn't allow a disciple of the original devil race to be killed in front of him. He was about to make a move when his heart turned cold. That disciple opened his mouth and shouted a name. Mixahaya. Chapter 2098 Uncontrollable Rage. Mixahaya was the original devil race's god. It was the existence that had been bestowed the devil seal by the heir of the 9 stars. This name could be expressed with 18 different syllables from the original devil race's language. Every syllable represented different meanings. Sometimes it could be a hidden signal, sometimes it could be a prayer. As for this time, this disciple was shouting to be parted for eternity. Before Zhao Wuji or anyone else could make a move, that disciple went limp, his spiritual fluctuations vanishing. Not only that, but he had also used some secret art, causing the other disciples of the original devil race that were lying there to have their souls extinguished with him. They instantly became corpses. Nangong Zheyu covered her mouth, shocked. She was distressed at seeing so many people die at once. Bastard! Zhao Wuji raised a hand, about to smash that disciple's corpse to smithereens. Suddenly, a figure flashed into motion. People only saw a blur before a hand slapped across Zhao Wuji's face. Zhao Wuji was sent flying. Barbed armor appeared on his face, but those barbs were now flattened. Half of Zhao Wuji's face caved in. Long Chen had attacked too suddenly for anyone to react. Impudence. Amongst the crowd, Shi Lingfeng flew out, smashing his fist at Long Chen. Scram! Long Chen's roar was like the roar of a god. White scales covered his fist as he met Shi Lingfeng's attack. Shi Lingfeng was actually forced back dozens of meters, surprising the others. Shi Lingfeng didn't possess a body of flesh and was made of stone essence. His physical strength was astounding as was his defensive prowess. He could take divine items head-on with his hands. But in this direct exchange of power, he had actually lost to Long Chen. After slapping Zhao Wuji and forcing back Shi Lingfeng, Long Chen glared coldly at the others, floating in the air. His killing intent made them shiver. What unrivaled geniuses! In my eyes, you're all trash. If you want to come at me, then do it directly. You want to call this a gathering of past and present heroes? What a joke! With so many pieces of dogshit here, how can this be called a gathering of heroes? I feel like this so-called gathering of heroes is only here to get people to target me. Is this a gathering to denounce me? Ha ha ha. Long Chen raised his head and laughed. The world rumbled as Long Chen unleashed all his resentment. You want to kill me? Then I'll give you a chance today. It doesn't matter if you want to fight one against one or in a group. I'll accompany you. Long Chen suddenly vanished, reappearing outside the city. Zhao Wuji, didn't you say that you would kill me? I'm right here, so get your ass out here. Long Chen's voice echoed through the air. The death of those original devil experts had provoked all his killing intent. Long Chen, you bastard. You say you aren't colluding with the original devil race, but then why are you so angry, Zhao Wuji came flying over. Give it up. Your methods didn't just anger Long Chen. We're all furious with you too. If I wasn't giving face to Brother Dongfeng, I, Hu Feng, would be challenging you myself, said Hu Feng icily. Hu Feng rarely liked to interfere in other people's matters. But Zhao Wuji and the others had gone so far that even he was angry. For the heir of the gambling heavenly Dao to speak up for Long Chen made quite a few people frown. Was Hu Feng on the same side as Long Chen? Brother Long, please calm down. If there are any issues, we can calmly discuss them. Sometimes using martial force isn't the way to resolve things, shouted Dongfeng Yuyang. There's nothing to discuss. It doesn't matter who it is, if they want my life, they can come at me. Zhao Wuji, didn't you want to fight me? Get over here and face your death, sneered Long Chen. Yi Ziqiu and Yi Lingshan flew outside the city after Long Chen. The others also followed. Fine, then today, I will kill you in front of everyone here. Zhao Wuji laughed maniacally, walking over. The outside of the city was a barren desert. Long Chen's black robes fluttered in the wind. Zhao Wuji arrived in front of Long Chen. However, the current Zhao Wuji was covered in black scale armor. This scale armor had countless barbed thorns. It was like he was a hedgehog. No matter who touched him, they would end up losing a chunk of their flesh. Zhao Wuji's armor had a horn on its forehead and a tail on its back. He held two sickle blades that had a cold sheen on them. This armor seemed to be part of him, and there wasn't the slightest gap in any part of it. He looked like a monster in human form. Long Chen, dying to my complete life-ripping armor and moon-slicing sickles is your best ending. Zhao Wuji rubbed his blades together, emitting an ear-piercing sound that made people's hearts clench. Do you think Long Chen will be able to defeat Zhao Wuji? His armor is insidious. The slightest carelessness can lead to death, said Baidang Rushuang. Normally, Long Chen was a slippery scoundrel, but with his killing intent surging out of him, everyone was seeing his domineering side. That side looked more like a death god. Despite that, Baidang Rushuang was still worried. If they were competing in terms of actual ability, she wouldn't doubt Long Chen. In fact, anyone here would be able to easily defeat Zhao Wuji. It was that life-ripping armor that made him so terrifying. It was unknown just how many experts that were stronger than him had ended up dying because of that armor. This was one reason why the mechanism sect was able to survive to this date despite their infamy. Their mechanisms were too sinister, easily catching people off guard. Everyone watched closely. One was the current era's top genius, who despite being surrounded by enemies, was still living well. The other was a notorious existence whose reputation made countless experts sick to their stomachs, yet they didn't dare to provoke him. The pill fairy calmly watched that figure. There was a slightly lost expression in her eyes. It seemed like she was lost in some kind of memory. Should I go kill Long Chen first before Zhao Wuji? whispered Huang Feiyan to Kun Pengxi. You're overthinking it, said Kun Pengxi indifferently. Huang Feiyan stared blankly at him. She didn't know what exactly he was talking about. You mean Zhao Wuji wouldn't let me? Kun Pengxi frowned slightly and didn't reply to her. He just watched the two of them in the sky. Long Chen coldly surveyed everyone that had come. If you want to kill me, then hurry up and come forward. I don't mind fighting you all together. Today, we can resolve all our differences. People gasped at his arrogance. It had to be known that everyone here was a supreme genius. In terms of status and fame, many of them were higher than Long Chen. Furthermore, there were some terrifying existences amongst them. There was the son of an emperor, Kun Pengxi, as well as two divine daughters, the Pill Fairy and Dong Mingyu. If any of them attacked, they would be more than enough to kill him. Idiot, first guarantee that you can survive Zhao Wuji's attacks before speaking. Sneered Shi Lingfeng. Baitang Rushuang couldn't help sighing at how Long Chen was challenging everyone at once. Why was he acting like an imbecile? Having provoked them like this, then even if he could defeat Zhao Wuji, they wouldn't let him off. If he hadn't provoked them, then maybe if he could defeat Zhao Wuji, things could end by having her and Nangong Zheyu stand beside him. There would have been a way to resolve things there. But Long Chen wasn't leaving himself any options. Big sister Rushuang, don't worry. Although Long Chen doesn't act reliably normally, when you need him, he's actually the most dependable person. He's only dependable in battle, comforted Yi Lingshan upon seeing Baitang Rushuang sigh. To the side, Yi Ziqiu didn't say anything. She just looked at Long Chen. There wasn't the slightest nervousness in her eyes. Long Chen, you're a shameless boaster. Just how many exchanges do you think you can last against me? Zhao Wuji's voice had also transformed after donning his armor. He sounded like a magical beast roaring. It was painful to listen to. You're the shameless boaster. After slapping you so many times, you still haven't learned your lesson. Does your face not hurt when you boast now? Asked Long Chen. Everyone's expressions became odd. It seemed that this truly was the case. The fact that Zhao Wuji had been repeatedly slapped in the face by Long Chen was something that they found inconceivable. They didn't know how he had done that. Having his scab picked at, Zhao Wuji furiously transformed into a streak of light charging at Long Chen. Two black wings spread on his back, and his armor began to shine. His sickle blades slashed toward Long Chen mercilessly. Chapter 2099 Heavenly Dao Spirit Silver. He was fast, appallingly fast. Zhao Wuji's black wings had runes flashing on top of them, allowing him to break through space. He arrived in front of Long Chen in an instant. His sickle blades slashed toward Long Chen like two giant pincers, one from the left and one from the right. With a cold snort, Long Chen's foot stamped on the air, and he shot back, avoiding the blades. He had just dodged the two blades when a long needle appeared in front of his face. Zhao Wuji's sickles had actually been bait. The true attack was his sharp tail. That tail was like a scorpion's. It had 18 segments, and the tip was a sharp needle. Long Chen punched the needle, and an explosive sound rang out. Long Chen's fist was covered in blood. His scales were actually split apart by Zhao Wuji's needle. The blood that came flowing out was black and smelly. Ha ha ha, your reactions aren't bad, but this is just the start. The main course hasn't even started. Do you have any last words? Zhao Wuji floated in the sky, his black wings flapping and his tail swaying. He smiled coldly. Long Chen had been injured in just the first exchange. The experts below were sighing inside. This Zhao Wuji was even more difficult to deal with than the legend said. His techniques were bizarre, and all their combat experience was useless in the face of this strange armor. You're not qualified to hear any of my last words. Long Chen flicked off the blood. Zhao Wuji's armor was extremely toxic, but those toxins couldn't invade Long Chen's body. You're still talking big. Let me see just how much longer you can last. Zhao Wuji transformed into a series of afterimages that shot at Long Chen. Long Chen snorted and charged straight at Zhao Wuji as well, seemingly unafraid of his armor. Just what is Long Chen thinking? Is he an idiot? Baitang Rushuang cursed as she watched Long Chen foolishly charge at Zhao Wuji barehanded. Zhao Wuji was like a hedgehog. What kind of idiot would choose to fight him with their fists? Long Chen definitely has his own plan, said Yi Lingshan. However, even she wasn't entirely confident in that. Long Chen was prepared for a direct clash with the azure dragon's scales covering his arms, but just as he was about to receive the attack of Zhao Wuji's tail, a sphere came out of the tip and exploded. Countless needles shot out, filling the air around them. There was no way to dodge that many needles. With a shout, Long Chen suddenly smashed his fist forward, and his immense power caused space to cave in. The needles in front of Long Chen were sucked into that collapsing space and then actually flew back toward Zhao Wuji. What a refined counterattack. This move of Long Chen's made even these experts sigh in amazement. Long Chen's force had to first go from hard to gentle, and then back from gentle to hard in an instant. That kind of adaptive ability was admirable. The regretful thing was that these needles merely bounced off of Zhao Wuji's armor. They didn't harm him at all. Suddenly, the runes on Zhao Wuji's chest began to move. Long Chen's scalp turned numb, and without even thinking about it, lightning wings appeared on his back and he dodged to the side. Dozens of black lights shot out of Zhao Wuji's chest, bringing with them a space-piercing sound that almost shredded people's eardrums. Those black lights vanished beyond the horizon. They were so fast that no one even managed to see what they were. From that space-piercing sound, they could guess that they were some hidden weapons. For there to be so much power behind them, anyone struck would probably have their body directly explode from the impact. Seeing all this, everyone felt a chill. Zhao Wuji was too insidious. This life-ripping armor was filled with mechanisms. Even if your cultivation base was higher than his, you would lose your life from the slightest carelessness against him. Those mechanisms were fast, but Long Chen was not slow either. It was as if he had known what would happen, which allowed him to move before the attack even appeared. Long Chen was about to counterattack when he found that Zhao Wuji was already shooting back. That wasn't because he was dodging Long Chen's counterattack, but simply because firing that attack just now resulted in him sending himself flying away. Long Chen shot after him with his lightning wings. His fists were a blur as he attacked. Long Chen began a fierce battle against Zhao Wuji and his life-ripping armor. Mechanisms popped up one by one, coming from Zhao Wuji's wrists, shoulders, elbows, groin, neck, back, waist, knees, ankles, simply everywhere. As a result, light sounds would ring out along with the launch of each mechanism. There were several times where Long Chen narrowly avoided a fatal blow. Zhao Wuji's mechanisms came in an unending torrent. Just watching Long Chen dancing on a tightrope like this made Baidang Rushuang and Nangong Zheyu sweat. This intense battle could make people's hearts clench. Every inch of Zhao Wuji's life-ripping armor had a hidden mechanism that would suddenly appear. So that's it, Kun Pengxi suddenly muttered to himself as he watched their fight, his words mystifying Huang Feiyan. Zhao Wuji was startled by Long Chen's spiritual perception. Every time he unleashed an attack, Long Chen would be able to sense it and just barely dodge his killer attack. This life-ripping armor of his had over 360 mechanisms, and each mechanism could unleash different kinds of attacks. In total, he had over 1,000 killer attacks. However, in front of Long Chen, his unending killer attacks had lost effect. Not one managed to show results. The thing that made him uneasy though was that as their battle continued, Long Chen seemed to be growing more familiar with his techniques. Zhao Wuji was no longer able to pose any danger to Long Chen. He's just probing my skills. Zhao Wuji came to a frightening realization. He suddenly found that in just over an incense stick's worth of time, he had used up over 1,000 mechanisms in their fierce fight. Now, Long Chen would already be dodging as he activated his mechanisms. With a furious howl, Zhao Wuji's armor lit up. His blades unleashed an explosion of light as they slashed toward Long Chen. Long Chen was forced back. Flinging off some blood, he smiled. What, are you not planning on using the mechanisms that you're so proud of? The two of them were maintaining their original distance from before the battle had started. Baitang Rushuang sighed. Watching that battle had been intense. Zhao Wuji's life-ripping armor was so dangerous that any mistake could have been fatal to Long Chen. Yi Lingshan said that she wasn't nervous and that she was confident in Long Chen, but even she had some sweat on her palms. This Zhao Wuji was practically a killing machine. By this time, many people had noticed the clues. At the start, Long Chen had been repeatedly injured, but toward the end, he was able to dodge all of Zhao Wuji's sinister moves, and it seemed to be growing easier for him. You want to test all my moves? Keep dreaming. I wouldn't be able to use up all my moves even while fighting non-stop for 3 days and nights. As for you, you will die if you are struck by just one of these moves. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Sneered Zhao Wuji. Long Chen shook his head. I'm not interested in that. I'm just helping one of my brothers accumulate some experience. He might get some inspiration. He's quite the genius, and I'm sure he'd like this gift. Long Chen had activated a photographic jade from the start and even used his spiritual strength to perfectly record every movement of Zhao Wuji's armor. The transformations of the runes, the locations of the mechanisms, the signs before an attack, they were all recorded. Although it wasn't possible to unlock the life-ripping armor's secrets just from looking at it, it would be very helpful to Guo Ran considering what a forging fanatic he was. This bastard's really a madman. Cursed Baidang Rushuang, was it worth it to risk his life like this? Just how crazy did he have to be? You want to peek at my mechanism sect secrets? Ha 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 ha, alright, then take a look. Zhao Wuji suddenly laughed, and his black armor slowly changed color. It went from black to silver. When it was fully silver, Heavenly Dao energy boomed. All the experts present let out startled cries. Heavenly Dao Spirit Silver, how is that possible? How can he have so much of it? Heavenly Dao Spirit Silver was a divine material that had been exceptionally rare even in the ancient era. It possessed its own spirituality and could not be refined from the ores of the earth. Instead, it was extracted from certain meteorites that came from the heavens. It was said that those objects that came from outside the world had absorbed a huge amount of Heavenly Dao energy when they broke through the world's spatial barriers. Only after absorbing a huge amount of Heavenly Dao energy would it become silver. When it was exposed to the outer world, it naturally absorbed Heavenly Dao energy, and some ancient powers used them in their formations to absorb Heavenly Dao energy and allow their disciples to awaken their manifestations. However, this kind of precious material could not be obtained just because you wanted it. There had only been a few records of meteorites coming from outside the world. Every time, an intense competition ensued. Even the everlasting families had very small quantities of this material. For Zhao Wuji to have a whole set of armor made from it was shocking. A silver beam of light soared out of Zhao Wuji's armor and into the sky. Heaven and earth shook as endless Heavenly Dao energy surged toward Zhao Wuji. Long Chen, I'll show you how great the difference between an idiot like you and me is. Even if you cultivated for 1,000, for 10,000 years, you wouldn't be able to make up for this difference. Zhao Wuji's voice resounded through the air. Rumbling rang out as his manifestation appeared behind him. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.